Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Stars Game 5. Rangers versus the Armpit and final Ranger ticket giveaway at 7:20. Plus,
I'll go ahead and spoil that first segment. The Stars-Jets series continues.
no! Friday morning on The Fan.
High follow back into the corner. Out in front, Nemestikov shoots. Score!
I hope someone's making some money off of Kevin Hagelin. Jets Radio with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. We're live with the Friday edition of Sean and RJ featuring Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, Peyton and Aiden in the back. Live on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. Are we at 4 in a row now?
Yeah. 4 straight.
Wow.
We got to start putting something with some real weight behind it. See if he can call that. See if he's just got a gift for this thing.
Kevin Hagelin saying that the series would continue. Was this the NBA throwaway game that I talked about yesterday where it felt like the Stars were just going to go participate, lose, and then come back home to finish it off?
Well, it kind of felt like that. Hellebuck played much better. Like, to his credit, he played much better than he has in some of the other games in this series, especially the ones on the road. But there's a kind of a scary trend where Winnipeg has kind of outplayed the Stars regardless in a couple of games in a row, and obviously they did in Game 4, and they didn't win because Ottinger was out of his mind, and Hellebuck was, Hellebuck. But last night they did it again, and they really outplayed the Stars. And now I'm starting to, if Hellebuck was like a halfway decent road goalie, I'd actually be worried at this point. But he's not. So I'm still not worried. But it is a scary trend that they've kind of outplayed the Stars in a couple of games in a row here, and now it's like,
and you're also wondering when is it a matter of time that they finally get a road win?
Right, because they haven't had one yet this postseason, and Hellebuck is like, is he going to be this bad on the road the entire series and the entire postseason? Yes, he is, by the way. But in all reality, it's like, all right, all the pressure's on the Stars right now. You do not want to. You do not want to go back there.
The NBA comparison I made was the Knicks Celtics.
Yeah.
I felt like the Knicks were going to go and mail it in. The Dallas Stars have much more pressure on them coming back home than I believe the New York Knicks do because
it'd be like
the Celtics are hurt.
They're hurt. There's no Tatum. Now that may be a good thing with the Celtics. But,
yeah, the way he shoots in big games.
But seriously, that's you do not want to go back there for a Game 7. The Knicks, I think, can manage a Game 7. Man, you've already stolen one up there in Winnipeg. Winnipeg's a great home. What was the stat last night? He had 4 losses at home all year.
Is that it?
Well, Hellebuck was like 35-4 at home, or whatever, 35-4 at home, or whatever the record was. That's insane.
He was better. When the Stars get 9 shots off or whatever it is through 2 periods, I'm guessing they're going to lose that game though. They got absolutely dominated. As Money Puck will tell you, Sean, 72% for Winnipeg yesterday. But this is this was a game where it felt like first period you felt like, all right, this is good being 0-0 because it felt like Winnipeg was
11 shots on goal,
just beating you down the whole period. And so I don't know. I felt like this was one where they were just kind of scrapping and holding on, and then the dam just broke in the third period.
Pete DeBoer, what went wrong in Game 5?
Yeah, we knew they would elimination game. You knew that was going to be the case. So I thought we actually weathered the storm okay. Jake was really good early, what you need. I think the goal off our own skate, the 4-on-4 goal, that's a tough one to give up. And then you give up the 5-on-3 goal. You go on the road, especially in an elimination game, and you get 2 goals like that. It's really tough to win. So, I think we could have done a better job trying to create a little bit more offense, obviously. But we did have a few looks, one off the crossbar, a couple couple here and there, but not enough. They played with a desperation level like it was an elimination game. We were a little bit off that.
Sounds calm, sounds cool, sounds like he's going to say, okay, we still have the Game 6 clincher in our building.
You do. You still got it. You still got it in your building. That's the most important thing because the Stars are great at home. Winnipeg is terrible on the road. Hellebuck is awful on the road. That is all the good stuff, is that even if you do get outplayed, and, like Bobby had the money puck, they did in game, 4? They still were able to win that game going away because Winnipeg just doesn't play well away from home.
Yeah, I mean, look, they had he mentioned it there. There was the fluky bounce for the first goal that made it 1-0. And then you've got, I mean, Dallas felt like, they were in the penalty box how many minutes last night? Like 26 or something like that. I mean, they were in there for, more than a third of the game.
I mean, 10 of that was...
Yeah, but when you look at what he does, like when you look at the way that Dallas has been on the penalty kill this entire postseason run, they've been fantastic. I mean, gosh, Colorado went like 5 games without scoring on the penalty, and then for you to give up 2 goals last night and penalties keep stacking up, it's not been great.
I wrote down a 3-play series that I thought basically decided things. The goal off Wyatt's skate, Sagan hits the post, and then the 5-on-3 to start the third ended it.
And look, that is you'll get a 5-on-3 every now and then, right? You get they happen, but usually they don't happen 13 seconds into a power play, right? So you got to get that's really fortunate for Winnipeg to get almost a full 2-minute 5-on-3. If you get them, I mean, obviously it's only a 2-minute power play, so. You only have the 2 minutes to get it, but if you get it with 20 seconds left on a power play, it's all right, you can manage that. A full 2 minutes, I mean, that's kind of luck of the draw there. It kind of is.
And then if you turn the game off early because things had gotten out of hand, Jamie Benn apparently is a big fan of Rugi Odor. On the anniversary punch of Rugi Bautista, this happened.
Kind of stopped him there. Kind of blocked him, right? Oh, boy, he just popped him. But linesman went down. Did he get a...
Ben popped Scheifele, who's now incensed, trying to get back at him, but he's wrestled down to the ice.
Well, that's where you got to be careful. Emotions can get the best of you. Ben got a big shot in, and Scheifele, that's right in front of you, Pegger.
Yeah.
And this exploded all over social media, starting off with RJ Choppy's text message.
Man, it's... Jamie Benn is the guy that you absolutely would hate if he's not on your team because, every hockey team has a dirty-ish player, and that's him. That's what he does. It's he gets under your skin. There are tons of videos of him just standing there. Was it place for Edmonton Hyman, where he knocks the stick out of his hand? They're just standing there next to each other.
Yeah,
he knocks the stick out of his hand, and then he kind of taps him on the back of the head. You just try to start a fight, right? It's hey, no, I want to fight. I'm ready to go. I don't care if you're not ready to go. I'm gonna do something to you until you're ready to go. And he was ready because about time it was 3-0. About time somebody got hit.
We're almost 2 years to the day too on the Mark Stone cross check that got him suspended.
Yeah,
in the Western Conference Finals.
So was it 1,000% dirty? I was trying to be Better Call Chop and justify that. What's the name of the guy he hit again? Scheifele. I was just judging whether Scheifele was making eye contact. If he was making eye contact, it's less dirty. And I feel like Scheifele kind of looked for a split second back at Jamie before he got dropped.
He might have.
That's Animal Kingdom rules. You don't make eye contact with the alpha.
That's right.
And otherwise you're going to get challenged.
Yeah. I'm going back and watch
get that replay on the fan cam, the Jamie Benn punch when you can, please.
Yeah. He's looking at him.
He looked at him.
They're John.
He might look back like this, and then bam, see you later, night.
Yeah, they're John. The referee is between the two of them. The referee has got Scheifele, and then all of a sudden here comes Ben with the left hook.
Has he always? You mentioned all right. If he's on your team, you love him. If he's on the other team,
he's not Dylan Brooks, right?
He's not Dylan Brooks.
But
No.
Has this gone up the older he's gotten? Like when his plays started slipping, has it become a little bit more like, all right, I guess I'll be bully?
Yep. I don't know about that. I mean, it's not like So Marchman's old man was a dirty. There's a ton of dirty players out there. Jamie's not necessarily a dirty player. He just likes to get. I mean, he's an under your skin kind of It used to be like he was at this elite scorer. He's just an under your skin guy now, and like it's fun. It's fun. It's like, see.
Can he get suspended for this?
I suppose he could.
Because remember, he had
he had the suspension a couple years ago. I suppose he could get suspended.
That cross-check was really bad, though. And then it was his apology for it was like, I tripped, and that was just my landing point. What was I supposed to do?
This is a fight. Hockey, they let you fight. They let you fight.
Sad Yosef tweeted, Jamie Benn is a respected captain, great leader in that room, etc. But it's remarkable for how seasoned of a vet he is that he's had so many failures with composure in the last few years during deep playoff runs. And I thought that was a very interesting tweet because we blasted him after the last incident that he lost his mind. It cost them.
Right. Yeah, I mean, look, you in a game like that, I mean, this is a fight. Everyone's mixing it up anyway. I don't think they're going to do anything. But, that hit a couple of years ago, yeah, I mean, that's an open ice. Guy's not looking at you hit. I mean, that's one that's going to get you a game.
Yeah, and I mean, you're getting your ass kicked, which the Stars were getting their ass kicked yesterday. I mean, you're having that happen. They've been more physical with you. You're probably just irritated. Scheifele, I'm guessing, has been. It looked
chirping.
like he was just annoyed with him from the entire game. So it's like, yeah, all right, he snapped, and this is what he did.
For the 214, he's like Larry Bird. He just gets under your skin. He just gets under your skin.
And he's white.
He's white. He's white. A lot of guys on the ice were.
Stephen A. will point out with Cooper Flag. Twitter reaction. Jamie Benn should be suspended. This is not from Tolos. This is just around the world. Jamie should be suspended at least a game. Biggest cheap shot I've ever seen in hockey. I don't know about that. He's the cleanest captain in the league. If this happens, you better reflect on what you did to make him do that. I will die for Jamie Benn. That was pure cinema. Jamie Benn continues to be the biggest clown in the league. Chuck Cooperstein said he's turned into Nick. Who's Fotiu?
F-O-T.
Nick Fotiu? It's sad. I don't know who that is. So you have a split here of cheap shot, ridiculous, below the belt.
Jeez, Chuck.
Nick
played. Man, Nick played before they had helmets. Come on, man.
He's 72 years old. His career ended in 1990, which was a year after I was born.
And Chuck said it's sad. So there you go. Pepe, thoughts on the Stars losing last night 4-0?
Well, you knew it was going to be a long night because in the first period, the Stars had 2 power plays, 2 opportunities to put goals on the board there. They failed to do that. I couldn't tell if Winnipeg was just good on defense there on the penalty kill or if the Stars just put up a crappy power play because they didn't really get anything going until the last 35, 40 seconds in both those power plays. It was kind of awful there. You had the awful goal off the skate, the Stars player, so that sucks. But, I mean, it was a game that it was like, okay, you give them this one, then you just beat their ass at home, tomorrow.
Carolina takes care of Washington 3-1, so the Ovechkin run is over. Hurricanes advance.
Yeah, Hurricanes advance, and look, I mean, they were the better team. Obviously, Washington had a great regular season, and they just fell short. Carolina now, I mean, they continue to make deep runs into the postseason. About time for them to get to a final.
Meanwhile, RJ Choppy has put some last-second cash on the Joker.
Oklahoma City is not going to foul. Denver will have an opportunity and a chance to play one more game for the Western Conference Finals berth. Denver leads it by 12 in Denver with 15 seconds to go. And Game 6 is over.
Bro, that hurt my neck.
Dude.
God, that gave me freaking whiplash.
How close do you think Matt Pinto and that guy are to each other right now calling games, screaming at each other?
That's a good question.
Nuggets radio as Denver with a sick Jamal Murray. This game was close back. What a series. I said this earlier in the week. This feels like a slugfest back and forth, and we're getting a Game 7 after the Nuggets beat the Thunder.
Yep, and look, I mean, the Nuggets should have won Game 5. They really were in control of that game, and they got tired. They got worn out down the stretch. And a lot of questions were like, all right, are they out of shape, or is this the byproduct of going 7 with the Clippers to begin with? But here we go. Let's go to Game 7. And last night I saw it 7-1. 7-1 for the Nuggets to win the series.
The series, not the title.
No, just the series. And I was like, you know what? They got to win 2 games. One's at home. That's not bad. Let's go. And they should have won Game 5 anyway.
So you took it before last night?
Before last night.
Nice.
Yeah, I took it before last night. Plus, I took the 5.5. It was Denver plus 5.5. They were 5.5-point dogs at home. I was like, they're going to lose by 6 at home.
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on Sean and RJ 1053 The Fan. Yesterday, we defended the Cowboys still being America's team after the schedule release. Well, one of the networks said, we wanted a little bit less of America's team. Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys after this.
$7-333-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and traffic attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. In case you did not know, we are your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Here on Sean and RJ, we got our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and maybe the Cowboys aren't as undefeated as America's team as we thought, as Fox and old Tom Brady, it wasn't really Tom Brady, but old Fox said we wanted less Cowboys on our schedule.
Yeah, this is a little weird.
Point?
We've always heard they're the number one draw, and we know they're the number one draw. Well, Awful Announcing had a piece up yesterday where they were covering, I guess it was actually Richard Deitch at The Athletic. They were covering what he had written. He had done something on the schedule release, and he had spoken to Fox Sports executive Michael Mulvihill.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Michael Mulvihill. And they asked him about the Cowboys games and the fact that they've only got 3 games that are 3:25 kickoffs for the Cowboys on Fox this year. And he said, of our 4:25 games, Eastern obviously, only 3 of them are Dallas Cowboys games. He said, in other years, we've gone looking for 5 or 6 Dallas games at 4:25. What we wanted for this year was more AFC, more Philly, but also more Detroit and a little more Washington to try to capitalize on the Jaden Daniels story. I think we have a better mix of teams than we've had in the past. Sometimes we've heard exasperation from fans that the Fox 4:25 game is always the Cowboys. It's still going to be the Cowboys sometimes this year, but you'll see a little bit more variety in terms of our top teams in our 4:25 window. So Fox is saying, you know what, we'd like a little bit more variety. We don't just need to max out our Cowboys options this year.
And I get it. You know, I do wonder when Greg Olsen or Troy Aikman are doing, well, not Aikman because they change every week Monday Night Football. When Greg Olsen or Tom Brady are doing 4 out of 5 Cowboy games, that doesn't feel like spreading enough love to the league. It's got to be old for them. It's old for me watching the same TV announcers 3 straight weeks. I get the business decision, but one of the things Brian Windhorst talked about, a lot of people are like, we're bad about storytelling in sports now. And we need to get back to that. And why don't the Oklahoma City Thunder or the Cleveland Cavaliers get the love when First Take just wants to focus on the Lakers and the Yankees? And obviously, you got to play the hits. You got to do what's best for business. When do you decide to give that love to other interesting teams that aren't necessarily the big dog?
And I mean, yes, in a perfect world, Windhorst is right. You got to get back to storytelling. But the problem is that the moment college sports became lucrative, people can talk now about, oh, well, you know, it's not the same as it was. Well, it's not when it was the same, it wasn't the same. In the 90s, college football was not the same as it was in the 70s and the 60s, right? It became big business. It became money. And the same thing here, like, you know, yeah, like media should not be about, you should not, like ESPN should not cover the NBA more than the Major League Baseball because they're in bed with them.
Right.
They should cover what, you know, what the story is, right? So that's where he's right. But the reality is that ESPN is a business first, and that's the problem. Media should never be business first. It should be media first. But it's not. So it's a perfect world thing, but that's the reality. This is strike 3 for the Cowboys. Strike 1 was Vegas, 7.5 win total. Not buying into them. They are look at their preseason odds. Look at their game by game betting lines. That's strike 1. Strike 2 was the NFL giving them like 4 noon games. They never get 4 noon games in a year. And then strike 3 was Fox and Netflix. Netflix put them at the noon game, saying, you know what?
Yeah.
We think that Lions-Vikings with a rookie quarterback going into Detroit is a better game than who is it? Is it Cowboys-Commanders?
Mm-hmm.
We think that's a better game than arguably what has been told to us for 5 decades is the best rivalry in the NFL. We think Detroit and Minnesota is a better game.
I will almost guarantee it'll be different in 2026. They're going to do this in 2025. Fox is going to go like, we're going to spread the love a little bit. And then they're going to look at it and go, no, we want the Cowboys games back. Because for as much feedback as they get of Cowboy fatigue or whatever else, it's the same like we get here. All the Cowboy fatigue claims we get here. That's still what people... We go post the Cowboys videos on the YouTube channel. The Stars are in the middle of a playoff run. We can post a Stars video that'll get 1,500 views. We post a Cowboys video of just like, hey, let's do a list randomly from CBS. It's 17,000 views. Like, the Cowboys are still the Cowboys. They're still the draw. And as much as people claim to hate the Yankees, the Cowboys, the Lakers, they are still the Yankees, the Cowboys, and the Lakers. And that's what nationally people want to watch.
Aaron Rodgers' golf game maybe playing into the schedule?
Well, it's golf game for sure. They said that the Steelers, one of the reasons why they're not in prime time in week 1 is the Aaron Rodgers situation. And that he has not signed on with any team. And Mike North, who's like the czar of the scheduling, told Florio that, bro, we can't put him out there. We don't know who their quarterback is. We don't know what kind of team they're going to be. If they have Aaron Rodgers, they're absolutely on a primetime game in the opening weekend, whether it was, whether they were going to be in the mix to play Philadelphia or whether or not they were going to go to Brazil or whoever, right? Not the case this year. So because they didn't have any decision from Aaron Rodgers, they had to keep him away from it.
And there were conflicting reports out of Pittsburgh that he had joined this
golf course. It was Andrew Filipponi first reported it, and then somebody else said, no, I called up. So who knows? Who knows, right? But that was the initial report. I don't know what's better, golf course membership source off or the following the tail number of an airplane in college sports for who the next coach is going to be.
Or the real estate broker.
Or the real estate broker. Those are the three. Those are the 3 big ones.
I don't know why, to that point.
I have to apologize to Adam Schefter, by the way. Weeks and weeks and weeks ago, he was like, make a decision. Come on already. And I was like, dude, we haven't gotten that far into it. Well, we have gotten really far into it. So Schefter ultimately was right.
Why is the NFL still worrying about how they're going to slot primetime games based on Aaron Rodgers? Like, Aaron Rodgers, I get, is still, he has a big pull for the stuff he does with McAfee. He is a big off-the-field interest for people, but I don't feel like people were, like, tuning into Jets games en masse last year.
Well, why? We just had the Cowboy conversation. Why on Get Up were the Jets on there nonstop? I know Mike Greenberg is a Jets fan. Mm-hmm. They're doing it because there's some type of ratings attraction and pull.
Sure, on the I get the discussion point, but the actual games he plays, I don't feel like people were seeking out watching Rodgers play last year. Like, even early in the season before things went sideways.
Right. I think, new team, new city, people have faith.
Pittsburgh, the Steelers.
Yeah, people they have
That's
a big
huge draw.
They have faith in Mike Tomlin. They have faith in the Steelers that they'll be a stabilizing force. Maybe he's better second year up to the ankle or Achilles.
Got social media. So is this happening? Like, what is taking so long?
Well, I think he's trying to draw New Orleans in maybe now. Although, why? If you're Rodgers, New Orleans is not ready to win.
No,
you got Kellen Moore. You're ready to win.
Yeah, there you go. But you just go to Pittsburgh, man. We got off-season workouts happening. Let's go.
The Indianapolis Colts apologize for their Tyreek Hill inclusion of their schedule release. Even with Tyreek Hill, I thought that was Tyreek right there on Central.
Yeah, I heard that car. It sounded like him.
You hear that car whizzing by right there?
Tyreek on Twitter. Should have left it up, Colts. This was funny. He's one of us. He's one of us. He's a.
And this is what the Dolphin wearing number 10 pulled over by the Coast Guard.
So the Colts schedule release video was a Minecraft video, and they had a Dolphin wearing a number 10 jersey, and it said Hill on top, being stopped by the Coast Guard. Detained.
Yes,
detained. So I was giving more detail.
It's the same exact detail.
I gave no.
What did you say different?
Minecraft.
He got you.
I got him. See, that's right. That's why you're my guy. That's right.
Yo, man.
You only listen to what I think.
I was just trying to chime in. I was not.
You only listen to things I say.
Less.
I like it.
Try less, like normal.
So Tyreek is like, this is funny, and it is funny. It's objectively funny.
Tyreek Hill made fun of this whole situation 3 hours after he got arrested when he scored a touchdown, and he used it as his touchdown celebration. It's fair game. You can make a joke about it.
The bigger issue is the Microsoft IP thing.
Yeah, I don't understand this.
So the Colts, they infringed on Microsoft's Minecraft rights without permission. The Chargers got permission when they did it. So the Colts are like, we're just going to do Minecraft.
Yeah.
And it's Microsoft's rights, and they didn't get the permission. And Flory, of course, wrote all about that. So little erasing of the video from the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, that whole, by the way, the over enforcement of copyrights, like, it's just a stupid schedule release video.
I know.
Like, you're not having your brand harmed by that.
It's actually probably helping your brand.
If anything, yeah.
Today is Belichick Strahan Day.
That's right.
The sit-down interview, we got to get the exact time. I tried to go ahead and Google when it was happening, but old Bill is going to sit down with Michael Strahan. Where do you want to start here with these Belichick cuts? You want to go Pablo or you want to go Bill?
Ooh. I think let's go Bill.
Okay. Bill Belichick sitting down with ESPN, and he was asked about his girlfriend.
All of the specifics aside, because a lot has come out in the last couple of days, how do you think that impacts your ability to coach this football team, if at all?
Yeah, I mean, that's, really off to the side. It's a personal relationship, and she doesn't have anything to do with UNC football. I'm excited to be back in the coaches' meetings and getting ready for, June, and then August when we get to training camp. So June will be a big recruiting month for us, and then August we'll start to get ready for the season.
Pablo Torre, who broke this, Choppy, went on WEEI, and he's double-checking some timelines, saying Jordan Hudson was around the Patriots when Bill was there.
Something people may not know that I didn't even have time for in the episode is that the first time people spotted Jordan Hudson around the Patriots, around Bill Belichick, was when he was the coach of the Patriots. In the fall of 2021. It wasn't 2023. They've known about her showing up as early as the fall of 2021. She was sitting, I was told, in Bill's outdoor seats at Gillette. Yeah, I think they're in section 120-ish, maybe, like end zone view. She was spotted in those seats as early as that. And so the question of, like, who is this person coming around now? What's her deal? What does she want? These videos are leaking. Wait a minute. Now she's making a series of behind-the-scenes disasters, showing up at commercial shoots, uninvited, scripted, $1 million things. Not even the Dunkin' Donuts thing, but the Underdog commercial in which she says, I got an idea, comes and shows up with a yellow polka dot bikini on and says, I'm ready for the scene that I want to direct effectively. Wow. And people have to, like, as I was told in the episode, create a scene that they put on a camera that may or may not have been on even to satisfy Belichick, who's standing right there. Belichick's watching all of this, totally normal looking. This is what I say. Like, Belichick's been around to watch all of it. He's not, as much as you can say he's not online, he was on.
Mulaney made the joke.
Man, this is like 2021. She was 20 years old. She can't even leave a drink. I don't care about age stuff with you. You're 60, you want to date 25. If you guys love each other, you can't help. You can't help who you fall in love with. I have nothing in common with somebody who can't drink legally, though. If I can't go to happy hour with you, that's where I draw the line. I have nothing in common with you.
The interview props I got from Vegas and Bet Online are ridiculous and hysterical. But the number one thing we need to focus on for today's interview: how many questions will Strahan ask about Jordan Hudson? The over-under is 1.5.
Oh, God, over.
Well, it's going to be 2, and that's it.
Yeah, it was 2. Yeah. That's what I was thinking, 2.
So we need to figure out and find out when that is.
Now,
do follow-ups count?
I was gonna say, would they count a follow-up
Yes.
of like, hey,
Follow-up
clarify this, or do they need two separate questions of like, hey, this is one topic, this is one topic?
I think you got to count to clarify.
I think he got to too. By the way, Belichick's seats are in the end zone. That's the best they could do for him.
No, his outdoor seats. So he's got a suite and he's got outdoor seats.
Okay,
Two words on the home of the Rangers: Jacob freaking deGrom. I know that's 3. Next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Platinum 4.
Used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes. Nutmeg Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sunflower Squad?
The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
And to the plate. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. High fastball as Altuve chased. Once again, deGrom gets the final out of the inning on a strikeout with men on base.
6 in a row for your Texas Rangers as Jacob deGrom wins the classic pitching matchup yesterday on 105.3 The Fan. 1-0 over the Armpit to improve to 4-1 on the season. And I had to keep this on over the start of the Stars game. I had to.
Absolutely. Right there with you. Now, fortunately, the Stars game started at 8:50 again-ish, and this game was almost over. We almost got in under 2 hours. It was 2 hours and 1 minute was this game, which is, unbelievable. I'm going tonight, so let's see. Let's see if we can keep it under the 2 hour and 30 minute mark, right? But
I thought you weren't supposed to be spending money on tickets or something. You weren't supposed to go, or Sarah said no.
We're not spending money.
Oh.
When was the last time this man spent money on tickets?
Brett Boone?
No. Somebody else. Somebody else. But I haven't hit him up. We're not there yet. I'll hit him up for golf. I've heard Brett for golf, but I'm not tickets yet. I feel bad. But
well, tonight's Apple TV, so you picked a good one to go to in person.
Yeah, because good luck finding it. Brett brought us
105 through the Fan. What'd you say?
Good luck finding it. Brought us.
More on that at 9 a.m.
I don't know how he's going to watch that game, but no, this was all about Jacob deGrom. Certainly not about the offense, although love seeing what we're starting to see with some of these right-handed hitters, and we talked with Brett about this on Wednesday, but they're starting to. Josh Young going to right center, Berger to right center, Langford to right center. They're people get in the sport today. They fall in love with pulling the ball, and that's great. But you got to keep your eyes and mind at center field, as Brett told us, and that's kind of what he's preaching, and that's where Berger's absolute missile of a home run went. Absolute missile. But deGrom was great, and so was the defense.
Yeah, we'll get to the defense in just a second, but 8 innings for each pitcher. Sandler retweets, Sarah Lang said, first game where both starting pitchers went 8+ innings, allowing 1 or 0 runs since May 14th, 2024. And deGrom and that slider, it's kind of just like Mo Rivera, except one more pitch when you're like, okay, they're going to figure out it's fastball or slider. It's fastball or slider. And as Bassick pointed out on the TV broadcast, the deGrom slider has been getting better throughout the season, and you could tell early on that it was nasty.
Yeah, he's looking more and more like himself, and the velocity's getting up higher on the fastball now. The slider looks disgusting. This is the guy that they thought they were getting. Now he's not put up any of these like 14 strikeout games yet or anything like that, but
10 and 5 innings last time, that was pretty good.
No, I know. He hasn't put up one of those 14, 15 strikeout games like he's done in the past in his career. But this was this is a stretch now. We're talking about the last 3 or 4 where he's gone out there where he's looking more and more like himself.
You could argue that after deGrom, Adolis Garcia was the MVP of this game. The play in right field, getting it done with the double at the plate, but I thought the best offensive play was Evan Carter in center. That was impressive. That was fantastic.
It was. Look, the defense as a whole, Adolis making so many great plays out there. And that, look, it helps. When you're going to have an outing like this, and you're going to need some defense. But, man, I'll tell you, I don't really feel bad ever for Astros players. I felt bad for Hunter Brown. To have a loss, you pitch like that, you have a loss on your record, that's tough. But screw him, he's an Astro.
deGrom delivers, and that's lined into right field. Here comes Adolis. He slides, and he makes the catch. Adolis Garcia throwing leather all over right field tonight.
Hixie with the call. So 1-0 with the opener, and it'll be Nate Eovaldi on the mound this evening. RJ Choppy will be there.
Let's go. Nasty Nate Eovaldi. So that means another win.
You want that roof closed, right?
What's the temperature today going to be?
I don't know. It feels humid this morning.
It does feel humid. This morning. Sarah absolutely wants the roof closed. Absolutely was roof closed. The ball travels better with it open, though, and the stadium looks better with it open.
All right.
So I'm fine with it open, but if it's closed, it's closed. I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth, as they say.
I was gonna say, if you want another 3-hit performance, close that roof, because this is 3 hits yesterday, which obviously they win, so nobody's gonna complain. But that is the 5th time this month the Rangers have had 3 hits or fewer in a game. 5 Nobody else in Major League Baseball has more than 2 this month.
Oh my God. Ew. Normally, when Choppy sends his monthly "The World Is Ending" story, I roll my eyes, laugh it off. For some reason, though, this one got to me a little bit yesterday. I ended up sending it to you guys.
Yeah,
I'm 10% worried.
This is the ring, right? The bird wing.
7 days.
7 days. We should be safe. 600,000 mile bird wing explosion. We should be safe. They say we should be safe, but
should we be safe?
It might hit the Earth today. That's when it would hit. They believe it's going to graze the Earth. I saw somebody on social media say it might just, hit the earlobe.
The graze sometimes hurts worse.
Right, it might. The graze sometimes hurts worse. No doubt about that one. But this is like it's an eruption of the sun. So it's solar material. It's twice as long as the distance from the Earth to the moon, and it's coming our way. It's coming our way. Again, not likely to hit us a direct hit, but it might kind of graze. It's from the North Pole of the sun. I didn't know the sun had a North Pole. Makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
It makes sense that it would, but I didn't know that it actually did. I didn't know the sun turned. I figured it was just there, right? I know nothing about the sun. I've never been there. And if I haven't been there,
you should go.
I don't know anything about it. Rude. Very rude.
Just say check it out. Go check it out.
But they will receive a glancing blow in the wake of the passing storm.
All right. I was a little bit worried about that. I don't know why. This one got to me just a little bit. I was just like, if it hits, just make sure it hits away from our region.
I think just because it's normally we hear about stories leading up of like, hey, there's a chance that in 2030 we might get blown away. This one was just no advance notice. They're like, by the way, you might die tomorrow. Just get some stuff in order just in case. But
that would kill us, right? Would that kill us? That would kill us.
I would think so.
I would think it would.
Probably better odds than if you are flying to New Jersey or now Denver. What the heck is going on now?
Dude, the Denver airport, they had so we talked about this on Wednesday. Newark Airport, Philadelphia, they have had like 90-second outages of air traffic control. So everything went dark. All the systems dark. The whole country's trying to reboot their systems because they're so old. They're decades old. They got like copper wiring. People are stealing copper wiring all of us. So they're trying to reset them. So they'll be like our phone lines here where they're on an internet thing, and they'll go down too. They'll go down too. But Denver Airport had a 6-minute outage. Pilots were just flying in the dark on a 6-minute outage. How do you have a 6-minute? That's a lifetime. That has to feel like a lifetime if you're a pilot on final approach. Up in the air, or whatever they call it, final approach, on your early descent.
I don't know. Pilots seem pretty cool under pressure most of the time. So yeah, that probably seems like a long time. But I don't know. There's almost like whenever I've heard voice recordings of stuff where it's like, this sounds like you're going down. Most of the time they're just like, all right, we're doing this. So I don't know. I think they're pretty measured usually.
They seem like they're measured. They're upside. Yeah, we're inverted.
Bank angle.
So yeah, I'm scared. This is scary. The whole thing is scary right now. The amount of outages, and now you get a 6-minute one.
Have flights decreased though? I wonder if the numbers are down in terms of people's fear and worry.
I haven't. I mean, we're getting towards the busy season. I haven't looked to see if flights are down.
Yeah, that's a good question. I wonder if there is more like road travel this year. Like if more people are just saying, I'm going to Madden Cruiser this one. I'm not going to do that. So
more people on the road at 5:30 in the morning than I'm used to seeing.
Y'all are familiar with Ralph Kiner?
Yeah.
Y'all know that gentleman, the former Major League Baseball player, big time stud. Well, his son, a man by the name of, is this Scott Kiner is his name? Yeah, Scott Kiner was talking with the Mets broadcast the other night, and awful announcing saying, man, it's a good thing that Keith Hernandez was not in the booth for that game because that could have gone sideways really quickly when Scott Kiner had an interesting description of being the son of Ralph Kiner.
So what can you tell us about Ralph as a father, the type of person that the public didn't know?
Well, I would say that I'm in the lucky sperm club because my dad is probably one of the greatest ambassadors of baseball that's ever lived. And growing up with him I was a very fortunate child. I got to see things that most people don't get to see. They're in the book. They'll enjoy it. And I hope people look at it because I'm trying to keep his spirit and his incredible life alive.
How did nobody react to that? How did nobody snicker? How did nobody go,
Yeah.
Just why? That dude had that line ready and loaded, oh, I'm going to drop this. This is going to be gold right here.
Isn't this on the Keith Hernandez broadcast? I would expect Keith to have responded.
Keith,
lucky sperm club.
He was out on Monday, so he wasn't there. And so that's what awful announcer was like, it's a good thing Keith wasn't sitting there because Keith would have made this worse.
Speaking of sperm, this is a
RJ
natural
has a follow-up sperm story.
I have a follow-up sperm story
We have
here.
so many sperm stories in our prep today.
This is the guy, he said he calls himself the poor man's Elon Musk because Elon has tons of kids.
Oh.
So this guy has fathered 190 children.
Nick Cannon?
Secretariat.
No, with a creative method. He lives in England, and he has these women that come to him, and they ask for sperm donation. And he does the sperm donation himself.
Do you have his name? I might have seen this guy on 90 Day Fiancé.
His name.
That's all right. Don't worry. Go ahead with the
something
story.
Albon. His last name is Albon. Rob Albon.
Okay.
All right. So, but the women, they come to him and they pay $133 plus expenses. That's what he charges them, $133. And sometimes he just artificially does this, and sometimes he actually really does the sperm donation. So he gets something out of it too, right? I mean,
one's wet and one's dry.
Hayden Russell. Well done.
So since the pandemic,
Look at this
he has
guy.
fathered 40 kids. Yeah, look at that guy. And he's like, sometimes I start out on my own, and then I just, finish up doing the nasty.
But they come to him?
Well, yes, they do. Or sometimes he'll fly to them, but you have to pay the expenses.
Oh, fly. Okay.
Yes, fly to them. So 190 kids. Good for you, man.
I wonder if and where he ever draws a line. Does he charge?
$133.
Why 133?
I don't know. I guess that's his
application fee processing.
Yeah, it's probably got an hourly rate.
I'm not making any money here.
Prorated.
Friday edition of Sean and RJ. That's what you get as part of this 6 a.m. club here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. But the Stars are going to still be playing in trying to make it to the Western Conference Finals again. And after last night, there's only one man that can make us feel better about what happened on the ice. And that man joins us in studio, along with our final Rangers ticket giveaway of the week after this.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The Winnipeg Jets are going to win Game 5 and send it back as we're going to get Robertson and Fleury engaged. And now Fleury taking a run at somebody else. Connor Hellebuck has tossed back-to-back shutouts at home. And Winnipeg wins it 4-0 tonight.
That was the call on Jets radio. This was never really a contest. Didn't feel like it, as the Dallas Stars may be just content to come back for Game 6 at the AAC. This man will be there, and it feels like he is he's the only hope. He's the only injection that we could count on after last night's shutout.
He's the good luck charm. I think he is. I don't think he's had a loss. I don't think he's seen a loss.
Haven't seen a loss, and that's why we can't panic. You can't panic, guys. Things like this happen in sports. It's not going to be easy. And nobody promises a smooth sailing road. There's going to be a little bit of adversity. You got to dig deep. You got to rise above it. And we're going to be back home to do exactly that. Game 6 in our barn. What else could you ask for? We're in our home building. You'd sign up for Game 6, up 3-2, Dallas Stars.
That's Jake Rietma in studio here on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. What's your caffeine intake daily?
I'm glad you asked. So one of my idols in life, Dan Campbell, Texas guy. Yeah. So I do 2 dark roasts with 4 shots of espresso on top of that. So the pilots in the airline industry, the pilots call it the red eye. I've also heard it referred to as the black eye because you know after a night you're really getting after it. You kind of need that in the morning. So.
I don't really know what you're talking about, but yeah.
Yeah, like a red eye. You know when you're flying a red eye. That's what they drink on a red eye, RJ Choppy.
So you've already had 2 of those right by now?
Yeah.
You've had 2. So you've had.
Well,
8
no, that's
shots
what's
of
in. That's what's in the cup. You know, I always walk in with the cup. That's what's in the cup. So
Okay.
I'm probably about halfway through a double dark roast with 4 shots of espresso.
You know, the light roast is the one that's supposed to be the bigger bounce.
Very good point. Very good point. No, he is absolutely correct because the light roast is roasted not as long, so the caffeine doesn't get roasted out of the beans.
Yeah, so why don't you just have light roast? And
I like my coffee dark, baby.
Jake,
I do.
And then are you done with caffeine when you walk out of here? Or do you drink coffee throughout the day or like Red Bull?
Yeah. So routine, now that, working on the Texas State Network early morning, I'm able to finish the job and then able to hit a 9 o'clock workout and ride the high. Okay. And I keep the caffeine going during that amount of time as well.
All right, your takeaways from last night.
Where do you want to start with the watch party? Because I thought the crowd showed out. I was really impressed with the Tolos. Yeah. Talked to some Tolos and got some good audio. You got to get some audio.
Are people starting to tell Jake no?
Wait a second.
No.
Wait a second. Who was that an impression
Are people
of?
Are people starting to recognize you a little bit?
Yeah, especially.
Oh wait, that was making fun of me.
No.
Are we sure? I'm not sure. I think it was.
Jake, you got a nice little scent here. Don't mess it up.
I enjoyed talking to the Tolos.
Bobby loves you now. Are they starting to be like, oh, Jake Rietman, I've heard of you. You getting any recognition?
No,
out there?
I made sure I wore my 105.3 The Fan t-shirt or hoodie yesterday, even though it was hot. And I was like, that's the only 105.3 The Fan stuff I have. I'll sweat my you-know-what off, and they can see 105.3 The Fan. But the kids I talked to, the kids loved it. The kids, I gave them the microphone, and the kids, that was the best soundbite of the night, because I asked them about Connor Hellebuck, and there was 2 kids, and one of them goes, one of them goes, he sucks. He's a terrible goalie. And this other kid, I give him credit. He goes,
Get in
he's
there
a
with the
good
kids.
goalie, but he sucks in the playoffs. And then I started laughing like a hyena, like I always do. And then that probably scared the kids away. But you know what? The Tolos were great. Everybody I talked to, I talked pregame and everything. And then the crowd started to thin out after the second period, which makes a lot of sense. And then when they scored the third goal, it was a mass exodus, which I understand, middle of the week, late night,
When did you start to realize the Stars didn't have it?
Well, when Mason Marchment took his 50th penalty of the playoffs. So, and not only that, it's the thing that just drives me crazy. Obviously, in all seriousness, the DeBoer presser, he always nails it post game. He said, bad puck luck or whatever, but to go on a 5-on-3 for 2 minutes, and then additionally the tough bounce off of Harley there that originally deflected off Wyatt Johnson's stick. Like, that stuff happens. You're up against it on the road. Winnipeg's really good on the road. Now we bounce back. But Mason Marchment's penalty minutes are just absurd. And then when you add it with, I'm not even exaggerating, just zero production. The guy hasn't scored a point in the playoffs. And on top of that, these penalties, the one last night is an offensive zone penalty. It's not like he's diving to save a scoring chance for Winnipeg. The Stars are in the offensive zone, and he's committing penalties. And it's happened not once. Now I'm going to sound like LeBron. Not once, not twice, not three, not four. It's just every game. It's a Mason Marchment dumb penalty.
It's also a little bit of bad luck when you get a 5-on-3 with almost a full 2 minutes.
Precisely. You nailed it there.
I mean, I think it's obviously it's very good luck when you get a penalty with like a minute to go in the period, so it gets split up.
Right.
This was the ultimate bad break.
And it was if you look at it in the replay, his stick, I think it was Esa Lindell's stick, or Petrovic's, I don't remember which one, but his stick literally got stuck behind the net, and there was nowhere for him to move it, causing the tripping penalty. And so there was a severe element of bad luck. I'll also add that Tyler Sagan's shot off the post. I mean, he clearly beat Hellebuck in that. It's just a matter of a game of inches. I know that's a sports cliche, but it really was. I mean, you think about what happens if that puck goes in. We've got a 1-1 tie, and anything can happen. But when that goes off, that clangs off the crossbar or the post, whatever it was, and it remains 1-0, Winnipeg takes advantage, and they were fighting an uphill fight the whole night.
Jake Rietma joining us in studio after the Stars lose last night 4-0 right here on 105.3 The Fan. Was the Jamie Benn punch dirty?
So I got a bunch of hockey buddies back home that I played with, and I was curious. Pond hockey, outdoors where men are men. Now, none of this fancy stuff inside rinks. We skate outdoors in the winters. But no, I was really curious. Just
ice fish too.
I suck at that kind of stuff. I'm not manly enough. But
you just said it was manly men that play hockey.
Yeah, but in a sports setting, when you don't have to have any brain cells, you got to actually know what you're doing fishing wise. But I asked a couple of buddies, what do you think? Because I knew they'd give me a non-biased opinion, just hockey fans. They watch every game, not a dog in the fight, that sort of thing. And both guys I talked to said, kind of a sucker punch, but I don't think he gets suspended. So I thought that was, because I was kind of on the other side, like, dang, sucker punch, out in the open, in front of everybody.
Would that normally get you suspended?
That's where it's a judgment call, and I was surprised. Both my buddies said, look, I think it's very dirty and can't stand it, whatever, but I don't think he gets suspended.
What separates things with a fracas where you are pushing and shoving versus having one of the punches land? Is it just come down to sometimes whether the punch lands versus pushing, shoving, you can swing, but not get suspended? Ben's going to get punished extra for connecting versus a usual tussle?
I think it's like if both guys hey, we're dropping
Squared
them,
up.
we're squaring up versus one guy threw a punch where the other one was like, I'm just engaged in a shoving match here.
Yeah. Right. It's kind of one of those things you could compare it to something else in life where you don't necessarily have a distinct definition of it, but you know it when you see it,
Right, and the glove's still being on.
I didn't know if I was allowed to say that. I've already kind of had 2 strikes in this segment, so I didn't want to strike out, but exactly like pornography, you don't have a definition, you know it when you see it.
Is it a sucker punch though if he's looking at you?
See, I heard you guys saying that he was looking. Did he? Do you think? I mean,
he's face to face with him when he punches him.
But it was such
he was face to face, like it's turning like this face 1 second, boom.
Yeah,
it wasn't staring at him.
That's where I draw the separation, where it wasn't like, come at me. No, it was like you all of a sudden made in a split second, and I guess to give Jamie Benn some credit, if this hockey thing doesn't work out, maybe take up Floyd Mayweather boxing.
972. When did Arnie Spanier come back?
Oh
my God! Why do I have a line open?
Did they do anything to limit Miko last night?
Yeah, I thought the Jets' defensive game plan really took Miko out. I mean, you could tell from
Miko what?
Rantanen.
There you go, Choppy.
He makes it an 8-syllable word. I love it.
Rantanen, the Moose, baby. The Moose did not get loose last night, unfortunately. And it's such a, you look at the home road splits, and I don't know what it is other than they feed off playing at home in front of that crowd.
Great crowd.
They execute much, much better, and distinctively, all 5 players really consistently throughout the game were just able to limit the Stars offensively. I mean, you're talking about shots on goal somewhere around 15 late in the third period. You're not going to win a lot of games like that. And there were some high-quality chances. I guess I got to give Hellebuck some credit. He made some early saves that were pretty impressive. But, I mean, a goalie faces 22 shots and he gets the shutout. Whoop-de-doo. The Stars got to generate more offense.
You going to Game 6?
Absolutely. I mean, come on. Is the Pope Catholic? Is the bear you-know-what in the woods? Come on.
Isn't the fiance in town?
She is, but
oh my God, you're gonna go? You leave her at home?
No. She's got to go back. She's got Big 12 baseball this weekend, so It's just a quick trip. I mean, she's landing this morning. We're gonna do some virtual venue touring. So we're gonna have my pen and paper out. I'm gonna be firing so many questions. I don't want to be that deadbeat fiance that's like, oh, whatever you want, honey. No, I want to know. What are the table settings gonna look like?
What are the top 2 most important things for you?
Open bar, a bachelor party. Does that count?
Okay.
No.
Why did Sarah get that bachelor party last weekend? I don't remember you getting a bachelor party.
I've already had one, like 10, 20 years ago.
Oh, so you're not? Oh. I wonder how customary is that, Tolos, getting remarried or getting married a second time and you don't get the second bachelor party? Is that
I'm sure
Emily Post?
I'm sure if I wanted one, I could get one. I just never
Choppy, let's do a bachelor party.
You want to do it?
Look, there are a few things in life I enjoy less than bachelor parties.
I mean, I'll take any excuse to drink.
Why would you not want to party it up?
I mean, I wouldn't hate it. I just never. I was like, you go. Her friends were like, it was kind of like a joint birthday party for her with her friends.
Yeah.
So yeah, but they went to. Just the
golf place.
Oh, yeah, the Omni at Fields Ranch.
Best steak she's ever had.
Yeah, I know. Really emasculated me with the steak thing.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Dallas Stars. It's happening on Sunday. We close Saturday. We close it out, baby.
Jake Riepma continuing to build the fan base. Maybe we'll see what happens with the appearances after that segment and those references on DFW Sports Station. PGA Tournament update.
They are back on the course at Quail Hollow. Jonathan Vegas with a tremendous round yesterday. He is your leader. It's not the sexiest leaderboard. If I were to read you off the top 10, you've heard of Luke Donald and Terrell Hatton. And maybe Jonathan Vegas.
I heard some stat this morning. There's no top 10 for the first time in forever, like players ranked.
The first guy that is like a household name. The golfers have heard of all these guys. The golf fans have heard of all these guys. But the first guy that's like a household name is probably Adam Scott at 10th. But he's also older. After that, you've got to get down to 21st with Colin Morikawa, and then you get your Hovlands and your Schefflers. So it's Ludwig Oberg is a Texas Tech guy. So that's where you're looking at with those guys. But some of the bigger names, Rory, he was 3 over yesterday. Not a good day for him. Spieth.
Didn't you say Rory had no chance?
Yeah, this is what I said. I was talking about the Pinehurst choke job. What was it called? What did I call it yesterday? I don't remember. Yeah. I plagiarized it from an article. I had no idea what I was talking about.
So Spieth, 5 over.
But then got mad at me and guilted me for busting your balls.
Koepka, 4 over. Dustin Johnson, 7 over. So there was a lot of guys out there that are household names that did not put up a good number yesterday.
Is Jason Kidd allowed to talk about the kid from Duke? And did he go back to the hotel room and cry after the Luka trade? Plus, has he spoken to Luka since you know what went down? The Jason Kidd interview you got to hear during the commercial-free Expressway with Texas Rangers tickets for the final time this week after this.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The on-time experts and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
The junk drawer is coming up. The Jason Kidd sit-down interview. Has he talked to Luka Doncic? What do we make of the response or lack thereof? And why can't he talk about Cooper Flagg as if he's working for DallasCowboys.com? But you know what? It's a Friday. Y'all been turning it on, leaving it on. Pay. Let's hook them up early.
All right, Tolos right now, calling number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Rangers and Blue Jays Tuesday, May 27th at Globe Life Field in Arlington. And you'll want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 15,000 fans in the stadium will also receive a Bruce Bochy World Series Parade bobblehead. That's calling number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, yesterday, Jason Kidd sat down on the Dan Patrick Show, and DP asked him where he was. He was not at that Astros dinner where the room erupted, and we got the nice rear-end shots of all the Maverick executives. Where was Jason Kidd when the miracle happened?
Lottery night. I was in Newport Beach at a board meeting for Go Rental, and I thought, okay, well, we're going to probably fall backwards instead of going forward. So my phone started to go crazy during the meeting, and I kept texting the person back saying, "Are you sure it's not you're missing a one?" Because he goes, "You're in the top 4," and I mean 14, and he goes, "No," and he goes, "I think you just got one." I go, "You mean we stayed at 11?" And then my phone started going crazy. So that's where I was.
Wait, you're not even watching the lottery?
You know, things just weren't going well for us.
Really? What else has happened this year?
Just a lot of injuries.
Yeah.
A lot of injuries.
A lot of injuries. Dan then asked the obvious question, are you guys planning on keeping the number 1 pick and taking Cooper Flagg?
Yes, I'm just the coach. So, yes, I would say that we're all concentrating on number 1. The draft is deep. And so, but as the name you just brought up, I think we're all focused on.
Have you spoken to Cooper Flagg?
I have not spoken to Cooper Flagg. I don't want to break any of the rules and get us in trouble. So I want to make sure that when I do answer these questions that, you know, the speculation is Cooper Flagg, but there's, you know, we got to go through the process.
Okay, so help me understand this. DallasCowboys.com, it's a stupid rule that the National Football League has. Nick Eatman, when he comes on, can't talk about other teams' players. He cannot mention another player by name. It's so ridiculous.
Can't mention can't speculate on acquiring them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can't speculate on acquiring. And Jason is giving off this same vibe. He can't or doesn't want to even come close to saying Cooper Flagg's name. Why would that be the case here?
I don't know, because when you have the number 1 pick, you literally have anybody at your disposal.
And you're not tampering with a college player.
No. Now, unless he can't say anything until I think it's May 28th, which is the day where you could go back to school. So that would be tampering with their ability to return.
Here's Dan finally getting to the bottom of it, and Jason saying, okay, now you get it.
So the kid from Duke.
There we go.
Are you?
There we go.
Are you?
We're excited. We're excited.
I don't want to get you fined. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I can't afford the fine. And so we're excited about the kid at Duke. I can't wait to talk to the coach over there, Coach Shire, and also a good friend of mine, Coach K, a mentor, and get some background on the kid at Duke. We're really excited about this opportunity.
He could be talking about Conn Knippel or Malawak, or you could put any of the three that are going to go in the top 10. This guy doesn't talk to anybody apparently.
So it's not tamper, or it is tampering to say if you're talking about Cooper Flagg. But if you talk about Cooper Flagg and Conn Knippel and anybody else, when you talk about them in a group, like we talk about multiple of them, then it's not tampering.
Very vague. It's very vague.
I think Jason Kidd's wrong.
Right?
I don't think this is a rule.
He mentioned John Shire, the head coach of the Duke Blue Devils, was on ESPN, and he gave his reaction to the Mavs lotto win.
Well, for me, the first thing I thought of is he gets to be with Derek Lively.
Yeah.
Derek, as a head coach, was the first guy to get drafted. So to go from the first lottery pick that I've coached to, who I think is going to be the number one pick, that's a pretty special thing to think about those two guys together. Obviously, Kyrie, the Duke connection as well. I think Cooper would be incredible there. And it's crazy. I mean, we never talked about Dallas. We never it's amazing how things work out. But it would be an incredible spot.
So that's the first thing Shire mentioned. He's like, teaming back up there with Derek Lively. Man, we got to try to get Lively on. His first comments publicly about this are probably going to be electric, given how much I already love the kid already. All right, Jason, on the Dan Patrick Show, now that we know we're all talking about the kid from Duke, give us the scouting report.
18. He's going to be drafted. He'll be 18. He doesn't turn 19 until December. And so just understanding he's young, but he's very talented, can play both ends. And so being able to have older players, and when I say that out of respect, they're not dinosaurs, but when you look at the age of 30, Kai, AD, guys that are here, Clay, can definitely help him with the process of going through a rookie season.
Well, he's not talking about Conn Knippel because he's 19 already. So he's kind of throwing the tampering out the window there.
There you go.
By identifying
them
his
dots,
age.
baby.
Now we know who he's talking about. They're talking about Cooper Flagg. So.
And I hope everyone got a chance to hear Jay Billis yesterday.
Jay was great.
He got a lot of Tolos, even more hype.
Yeah, because, I mean, look, he's very high on him. He thinks he's obviously clearly the slam dunk, that his floor is high enough to where, even if he doesn't hit, he's still going to be a really solid NBA regular.
The biggest mistake I've heard talking heads reference about the Mavs is saying they're not a win-now team. Like Barkley the other day was bringing up a scenario. He said, if I'm the Milwaukee Bucks, the first call I make is the Mavericks. And he's trying to lay out his case, and he goes, the Dallas Mavericks are a contender next year with Cooper Flagg. And the rest of the set with Jalen Rose and others, you could tell they kind of felt the pressure to say no. And that's the wrong answer. They're absolutely more of a contender with Cooper Flagg next year. He's a win now, can fit right away piece.
Yeah, my only
someone else who said it. Sorry, Chavi. There's someone else who also said it. Like the Dallas Mavericks aren't contenders. They're not. Now the Kyrie injury is the biggest thing,
right? Because he's obviously your primary ball handler.
But there's a major disagreement on Kyrie's return. Like Windhorst and a lot of these guys are saying you may as well count him out for next season. Other people are saying January.
Yeah, and now look, even if he comes back in January,
not the same.
Will he be 100% Kyrie by April and May? Also, contender for a title. If Cooper Flagg is going to come in here and be
if Kyrie
primary ball handler, right? Which if Kyrie's not here, he's going to be a primary ball handler. Are you really going to be a contender for a championship with an 18-year-old primary ball handler? Well, even LeBron, it took him a while.
He's not going to be the primary ball handler. He can be a backup ball handler. A name that got dropped yesterday I saw on Twitter was Lonzo Ball. So we know they're point guard shopping. Shams said that. Mm-hmm. It's not going to be Cooper Flagg handling the offense, primarily when Kyrie is out. If Kyrie Irving comes back healthy, as long of a shot as that is in January, the Dallas Mavericks will be a championship contender, in my opinion.
For sure. If Cooper Flag hits...
Anthony Davis when he gets hurt.
Right. Oh, yeah. You got to figure that in. But, if Cooper Flag... Let's just say Cooper Flag hits at 80% of what we think he is. 80%. That's still a really good player. You no doubt are a contender with Kyrie, with a healthy Kyrie and a healthy AD. But the problem is that you got to get a healthy Kyrie and you have to have a healthy AD.
Why is Cooper Flag someone that can just step right in and fit automatically? Because Jay Kidd says there'll be less pressure here.
Yeah, I think this is a great situation for him. I think when you talk about the different guys that we have already on the team, the pressure of living up to number one will be a lot easier with the talent around him. When you talk about the other clubs, he would have to, produce right away at a high level. And so I think this is a great situation for him to grow his game where the pressure isn't as high. But we are playing for a championship, and so it will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, the whole setup of whether they're a championship contender and Kidd talking about that, and Kidd's going to have those kind of conversations right now. And the way that, if you're looking at Cooper Flag as your primary ball handler or anything else that you're going to do here, I don't know that what we've seen from Cooper Flag is enough to say that that's somebody who immediately vaults you from being a team that was struggling as much as you were when Kyrie went down. It's enough to create a discrepancy or close the discrepancy that says now you're a championship contender.
I'm only saying in a perfect world. I'm only saying everyone's
No,
healthy.
I know. I'm talking about specifically what Kidd just said there about contending for a title. Is that it's a nice thought, it's a nice sentiment. The reality is you had a lot of holes there at the end of the season. You still had holes even before you traded Luka. You had holes. You were not a complete basketball team when Luka was here.
Well, give me their holes on their roster.
Right now?
Yeah.
I mean, mainly
with them healthy.
Mainly it's the primary ball handler. I mean, other than you've got Kyrie, but you have no idea what Kyrie's going to be coming back post ACL.
But, I think we're guaranteed that they're going to get a ball handler.
Right.
Yes.
But of one that's going to be of the quality to actually, you will have somebody here to handle the ball. But yeah, in terms of being an actual contender, that might be another discussion.
So anytime Jason Kidd talks about Luka, I continue. I'm looking for clues because I feel like we still don't have the entire. I'm looking to see the blood on Jason's hands during these interviews. I'm looking to see, and really, what you get out of Jason Kidd talking about Luka Doncic is the mindset of an athlete. Because Jason is just next. It's RJ's sociopathic or whatever it's called. That's done. Next.
Yeah.
Move forward. That's it. That's all I've gotten from Jason in all these interviews.
We'd make great serial killers.
You and
fantastic.
Jason?
Yeah, fantastic.
Yes.
Move on.
How was Jason Kidd told about the deal?
This is in the hotel in Cleveland. And so he said the news was going to hit in an hour. And that's how it went down. And so when he told me, I went back to my room to start figuring out how we were going to use AD and Christie because of this change. And so
you found out, you didn't even get a chance to argue.
No, there's no arguing. This is what was going to take place.
And I was waiting for Jason or Dan to be like, was there no arguing because you agreed?
Yeah.
How much Luka trade conversations did you have with Nico before it happened? And I doubt Jason would go there,
Right.
but I was waiting for that question.
Yeah. I Dan, surely, because Dan's the best at interviews. He's tremendous. I'm sure he would going back. He's like, I want that one back. Or
Well, maybe we'll get in this question.
Maybe.
The follow-up question, Dan Patrick with Jason Kidd. Did you go back to your hotel room and cry after the news broke?
I didn't cry. I was more or less trying to figure out how we're going to make this thing work. This is a big trade.
But who do you call first after Nico tells you that you're trading Luka?
I didn't call anybody. I put my phone down and looked at the ceiling and started trying to brainstorm of how this is going to go down. I did not call anybody once this hit, and my job as the coach is is to make sure that we all are pushing in the right direction. There was going to be a lot of questions that morning from staff and players, and I thought Nico did a great job of handling it by having the meeting and for us pushing forward.
Man, he would be a phenomenal serial killer.
Yeah.
He's not cracking under any spotlight.
No, just saying.
And his voice sounds like a serial killer anyway.
Saying enough, but also saying nothing at the same time.
Where have you come down at this point on what do you think he knew? I think he probably complained about Luka and just like would vent about it, and then it was one of those things where it's like, hey, by the way, I traded, and it's like, well, I didn't mean that. I was just complaining. I was more just talking S.
That's fair. I don't think he was in on this.
So if we made Jason Kidd the general manager, you don't think he makes the move of dealing him?
No. No. Coaches and GMs have a different.
They want talent.
Yeah, they have a different threshold for what they're looking, because coaches want to win. GMs want to win, but they also want to build. Right? They're building things.
I mean, McMahon said it when he came on with us last time. He's like, does Luka have some diva tendencies? Sure. He's like, but he's nowhere near the top tier in the NBA on that. Like, it's not even close.
Have Jason Kidd and Luka spoke? This is another clue. I'm like, okay, they've talked a couple times. Yeah. It's all good. Luka's not holding anything against him. When is the last time Jason has spoken with 77?
I texted him on that morning, and that's the last time I've talked to him.
How did he respond to your text?
I don't think he was too happy. And just, again, from the experience of being traded, maybe being surprised, upset, feelings are high. But, again, I love the opportunity of coaching Luka. He's an incredible person, and we all know his talent is one of the best in the world. And so, again, my mindset is to deal with the cards that I'm dealt and keep pushing forward. And I've always said this publicly and privately. I wish Luka the best. He's one of the best players in the world.
No communication, no text, nothing since the morning of the deal.
That
zero.
I mean, look, that's surprising.
I'm not surprised by it.
No talk, like even at 2 games, you don't just pass each other.
2 games.
Yeah, 2 games. You played them twice.
I'm not surprised because Luka, like me, is a very petty, bitter individual, and he blames Jason too. He believes Jason was involved.
Well, so
but Jason hasn't reached out at all. Like, nothing happened in Jason or Luka's life that would have triggered a text. That you coached this guy for how many, for a lot of his career. It tells me that perhaps the relationship was purely transactional.
Is there a chance that Jason did text him some other time?
Maybe.
And he just wasn't going to say, I texted him, but Luka didn't respond. The question was, when's the last time you guys spoke?
Right.
Yeah,
maybe, so that's
maybe it was a technicality thing. I don't know. It does not surprise me whatsoever that Luka Doncic doesn't want to talk to anyone here for years to come.
I mean, Luka didn't talk to Nico. He didn't receive the call from Nico. But, I mean, if he did reply to Jason Kidd's text. So, I mean, to at least some extent, in that moment, he didn't hold him as liable as Nico Harrison.
And I have no idea what the rules are. Perhaps it is illegal for a coach to text a player on another team. I have no idea. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that is the case.
The kid from L.A. And then finally, we've all been trying to come up with the name. Twitter nailed it. 77 days. That's going to be the name of the 30 for 30. Jason Kidd, will there be a book or movie done about this season?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think someone's going to write a book.
Or 30 for 30 on ESPN.
There could be a 30 for 30 for sure. There's enough content. There, when you talk about just, there was, a season within a season, and there's maybe 3 seasons, just with the trade and with all the injuries that we had, trying to keep, pushing forward and finding a way into the play-in game and winning one, and unfortunately coming up short against Memphis. But just everything that took place, I think there is a book there, and then probably a 30 for 30.
There it is. Dan Patrick with Jason Kidd.
There's a 30 for 30.
Oh, yeah.
There is a big-time 30 for 30 coming on this. There has to be. If they don't make one,
they will.
This is that would be one of the biggest, misses.
Although are 30 for 30s done? Do they even exist?
I think they've turned into E60s now or something like that.
They still produce documentaries like that. I don't think they brand them as 30 for 30 anymore.
Dan also threw in a little side shot that Jason Kidd ducked him in a shooting contest. That Dan flew here because Dan can shoot. He's got old man stroke.
And Jason couldn't.
And Jason couldn't. Let's just play the final clip. Dan Patrick, he flew to Dallas to challenge Jason Kidd to a shooting contest, and apparently Jason ducked it.
I told you guys the story. I told you the story. I went to Dallas. We had a great relationship, and I said, I will beat you in a shooting contest. And I'm there in the stands waiting for practice to end. And I'm waiting. It ends, and I'm go, where's Jason? The clubhouse guy goes, oh, he left. And I go, he left? And he admitted. He didn't. He knew that I could shoot. There he is, right there. He just came back. He wants to. He knows it's true. He knows it's true.
And Jason popped back on the Zoom. And then Jason Kidd went on to become a fantastic three-point shooter. So Dan's taking the credit for that.
It's weird. Dallas has had this history of guys like Jason Kidd coming here. Dinwiddie had it happen when he got here. I think Rajon Rondo, when he got here, all of a sudden, their three-point percentage, it goes way up over their career.
This is from the 214. Why would he talk to Luka? Sports radio has a bunch of idiots. I don't know why. I don't know. You coached him for
literally,
years?
he did once. So, I guess you think Jason Kidd's an idiot because he did text him and they did talk.
This is somebody you had a close relationship with? I don't know. It seems that you would text him.
All right. This HOV portion of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. We are commercial-free on a Friday. That means some laughs.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Bobby, for 2 weeks, I've reminded myself to have you help people out today at lunch, dinner, and this weekend with a burrito hack.
Oh, okay. So this is
incredible.
Yeah. So a couple weeks ago, we were watching, over the weekend, the kids will watch various food YouTube videos. So they end up watching, Guga Foods and what is he dry aging in now? Oh, Jello? That's weird. Just all the weird videos like that.
Do they want to cook?
No, they like them. They just think it's an interesting video. So one of the things they've gotten on lately has been these hack videos. Here's how you can hack the menu. Here's secret menu items. Here's ways that you can save money and do this and all that stuff. So we were watching one of these videos a couple weeks ago. Can I say where it was from? Or should I just say it was a burrito place?
Yeah, say it because, you're not disparaging the business. I love it.
Okay, so we went to Chipotle and we were just watching this video that said, hey, there's a couple different ways that you can maximize your Chipotle output. And there were two different ways that they were talking about. One was,
I'm thinking about Chipotle right now.
You've got to go, and a lot of you've got to go through the app basically to do both of these, or definitely one of them. But you go to the app, you order a taco, and on the taco, just the taco one, because that's a smaller one than the burrito, you then put as many things on the side as you can, and the side portions are bigger. So you order black beans on the side, so then they scoop up a cup of black beans, and you do those sort of things. They limit you at I think 3 of them, but then you order side tortillas, and then they give you the giant tortilla thing. So then you end up getting 2 burritos basically out of the one taco, which is the one taco is half the cost of a burrito. And then if you get the burrito bowl and you just say extra, extra, extra on it, and a lot of times they won't charge you for choosing extra depending on what you're picking, then you basically
they'll charge you probably for extra protein and extra guac. They're not going to charge extra peppers or lettuce.
No. Right. So, but if you want beans or something like that, they generally aren't going to do anything with it. So we ended up and did this one where you take the burrito bowl and order, again, some tortillas on the side. You load up the burrito bowl. It gets obnoxiously large, and you can get 3 burritos out of that.
What?
So, yeah, and Kristen knows how to do the whole little, roll up, wrapping the way Chipotle does. And so we ended up.
They don't charge for the extra tortilla. Those things are like blankets.
They are huge.
They do charge, but it's 85 cents or something. Oh. It's not really that bad. So we ended up getting what we determined was $46 worth of burritos based on the menu charge for what ended up being $16.
Whoa!
So it's a very effective hack.
I don't know. Do you get the burrito when you go there? I only get the bowl.
Burrito bowl.
Yeah, the burrito itself.
If I'm really hungover and I'm starving, I'll get a burrito, but I can't eat the whole thing.
It's a lot. It's also messy, right? You're constantly peeling that little tin foil out.
Yeah.
Falls apart, flops over.
Yeah.
You always get that one little piece of the tortilla. That,
I like to get the burrito bowl and then like a side of the chips and guac.
Yep.
Their guac is really good.
It's very good.
Dude,
A lot of lime, a lot of salt.
A lot of the burrito places around here have like really good guac. I'm finding lately because like Chipotle's got it really good. Freebird's, Fuzzy's maybe the best guac I've ever had. That is so good.
Pepe, you're frugal. You gonna try this?
This is something I've kind of done because I used to.
Thanks for sharing the love.
Yeah,
I used to always get just the burrito. Then I realized, okay, if you just get a bowl, now I don't do the thing where I ask for more. I just get whatever they give me. But I'll ask for a large tortilla on the side, then I kind of throw it in there, and then I'll usually have enough for a burrito, and then eat the rest of the bowl.
Kristen wants to clarify it's 50 cents for the extra tortilla.
Oh,
she
even
texted.
cheaper.
Yeah. So it ended up, like I said, $16 for. We figured out if we would have ordered those burritos off of the menu directly, it would have been $46.
I can't roll it up though. I can never roll a joint. I can never roll a spliff, and I definitely for damn sure can't roll a burrito. I can't wrap a package. Wrapping things up like wrapping a brisket in butcher paper. That's the worst part. Cooking it for 16, 18 hours doesn't bother me. I get anxiety when it comes to having to wrap it all up.
Christmas presents?
Awful.
No.
Awful. Embarrassing.
Real.
Oh,
yeah,
terrible.
They have classes on this thing. YouTube is great for
People
that.
pay people to do it for them.
Yeah, they do.
Like they hire people to wrap presents for them.
Well, like come over their house?
Like, I mean, there's services now that come up every December where it's like, we'll wrap your presents for you if you have no idea how to do it.
I just need the bag with the toilet paper in it, you know?
Yeah, I need the
paper.
insurrection. She would be great at that. She's a fantastic rapper of presents, but good luck. All right, here we go. Do you use the smiley face emoji?
Yes.
Very rarely, usually in a sarcastic way.
Okay. Interesting you say that.
I do the smirk, the
side
smile. Yeah.
Which smiley face are we talking about?
This is the generic
Yeah,
smiley.
definitely in sarcasm.
This is the generic smiley face, just like that. No, it's not the crying, laughing emoji.
Yeah.
It's just the generic smiley face. Well,
I'll do the one with the halo on top, like
innocent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Innocent. Okay. So this apparently means a whole lot different to Gen Z. Now, people who are older than Gen Z take emojis at face value. Crying, laughing means you're literally crying, laughing. Smiling means you're just very, very, very happy. But if you use this at work to a Gen Z employee, they view this as you being sarcastic. It has a completely different meaning because they use emojis much differently than their older contemporaries.
Yeah, I feel like whenever anybody puts a smiley face at the end of a text, or if I put it there, it's usually like I've just kind of maybe made an uncomfortable point, or I've reminded you to do something, and then it's like, like here's my smile, like just so you know, like I'm waiting on this.
Like I would use, like if I was doing that, I would use the upside down smile.
Okay.
The one where he's
it's just flipped
I
upside
was
down.
saying, upside down smile sounds like a frown, but you're talking about the head.
The head, the whole
down.
thing is upside down. Everything is upside down. I'm more literal, I think. I can't decipher. I have to ask Sarah when people send emojis, like what are they trying to say here?
I'm just getting worried about this overload of sensitivity that I feel like is coming from my children.
Really? Both of them?
You're talking about my son for sure. He is so soft. My God. But you're just talking about how Gen Z takes everything literally. Emojis make people cry and break down.
It does.
Yeah.
It does, especially in the workplace, and like that they're finding because now about half of Gen Z is like in the workforce now. It's really like a tough adaptation for millennial and Gen X and boomers.
You should hear the battle in my house of how like old school I try to be with him. Like last night, even for dinner, like Amanda and his grandmother give him the options of the dinner, right? Do you want this? All right, if you give the options of what's already in the fridge, but they'll throw out, do you want this? Something they have to make. She's already exhausted. Ava's sick again, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, it burns me up. I'm just like, no. Like, you got to give him the option of not eating the dinner. And then she's like, well, I have to deal with it. She throws that in my face. Well, then I would have to deal with it. And I'm like, okay, fine. Then go in the kitchen and make him something fresh again. But I just try to tell him, like, I almost rammed some like marinara sauce into his mouth the other day when I went, I want you to try this. No, like this. You know, as if I'm like giving him anchovies.
Yeah.
And it pissed me off so much. I'm like, just try it,
dude.
You know, it infuriates me.
It's tough because like that's the argument that you would have.
He's always got his female saviors there to bail him out.
Because like if she's like I would have to deal with I always like I get this not in a fight but my ex, because they always want when I get them they always want fast food. They were like just give me McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, Whataburger, whatever. And I'm like, how often do y'all get this? And they're like, we get it all the time because like it's just easier. It's easier for her because she works and she takes them home. She has them every day, and she just grabs the fast food. And then like, all right, I'm not gonna say anything because I don't have to deal with it.
Right.
Yeah, I mean the one problem with because I used to be really on top of try it. Like you have to try it now. Try it. And so I did that with Addison a little bit on a couple things when she was younger. And she would go, I don't like. She'd take a bite and instantly go, I don't like it. I was like, you don't even know if you don't like it. Well, we found out one of the things she consistently was saying, I don't like it. We found out later it had almond flour in it, and she was allergic to almond flour. And so what we found was like she was biting and then instantly getting like an allergic reaction and couldn't figure out how to like tell me.
Yeah.
And so she was just saying, I don't like it. And so I felt so bad. No, not that. But I felt so bad after because of that.
Junk Drawer continuing right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, so you got one?
I was just going to say, what were you afraid of as a kid? What was your biggest fear as a child?
Snakes.
Snakes, okay, reasonable. Mine was the furry hand, which was what we thought was a monster that existed in our friend's closet that would grab us by the shoulder. Peyton?
Monsters under the bed, obviously.
We lived out in the woods, and I mean, no one's around. And it's just a different type of darkness. Inevitably, America's Most Wanted would be on. And you're by yourself, your parents are out, there's a creak, you just hear a creak in the house.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, now I know it's just shoddy construction from getting screwed over by my home building company. But yeah, it was that, being alone in the woods.
Well, if you are 4-year-old Lainey Litton from Washington, D.C., or who recently traveled to Washington, D.C., you have a very different fear. Your fear is John Wilkes Booth, the man who assassinated Abraham Lincoln almost 200 years ago, or 175 years ago, whatever it was now. Cassie Litton and her family were in Washington, D.C. when they went to the Ford's Theater Museum as part of their trip. And the Tennessee native told People magazine that her daughter, ever since then now, has been terrified that John Wilkes Booth is hiding under her bed waiting to assassinate her. And the only reason why I even point to this was this is the exact kind of thing Kristen always insists the girls are going to be afraid of. There's so many different things Kristen doesn't want them doing because she'll be like, nope, that's going to scare them. That's going to terrify them. I'm like, no, it's not. They're going to be fine. I would have never thought taking somebody to a Lincoln memorial was going to terrify the kid. But this kid's gone viral now on TikTok for just she doesn't want to sleep in her room anymore because she's convinced John Wilkes Booth is under her bed.
Biggest mistake we made moving in was Ollie's new room. I didn't have shades or curtains until Tolo David hooked it up. Best in the business. DM me if you need curtains or shades. And I didn't realize that first night where the moon was setting.
Oh.
And that damn moon was sitting there with the big reflection off his wall. And his grandfather also happens to believe in ghosts. So that has screwed up my neck and my back for the next year and a half with him sleeping in my bed.
Oh.
That's his fear.
I know where you're going with that. But yep, I know. Very easy. Do you do any of these innocent things on a first date? These are the ways to get ghosted on a first date. Asking any of these 6 questions are the number one reason. 1, why are you still single?
Yes, I've asked that before.
Yeah, I have too.
To me, it's kind of a compliment.
I agree. You ask
it depends how you asked it.
Yeah, do you ask it like an interview or do you ask it like how are you still single?
You got to ask with how.
Yeah,
you got to start with how.
Yeah, they say
how are you not taken?
They take it, and of course, this is like, maybe generational. They take it as a backhanded compliment in disguise.
Okay.
Like, you're good looking, so something's got to be wrong with you.
Yeah.
The other one is, have you had any work done?
Nope.
I haven't asked that one.
Nope.
Ask about finances.
Nope.
How much money do you make?
No.
That's a little odd.
Little early. Do you think I'm hotter than your ex?
No one
never asked that one.
No one does.
No one has ever. What's your body count? No one asks body count on date 1.
No.
Maybe. No, I don't think so. And then the whole children conversation. These are that.
No.
And the fact that
do you have any Not do you
want any. Right. The fact that these are talked about as the 6 number one ways to get ghosted means enough people have asked these on a first date to have studies done.
I don't know. The do you want children one, that's wrong most of the time. I will say there's probably a narrow window if you're a woman of a certain age where you're like, I don't have time to be Mr. I need to find out quickly.
Yeah. I can see that. If it comes up in conversation, like children in general, like you're whatever.
Yeah.
I
Do
can
you want
see
kids?
That.
Like,
yeah,
just kind of like
that.
Loose.
But not like, hey, I'm going to run down my list of things I got for you.
It's the Junk Drawer during the commercial-free expressway every Friday. Thanks for joining us as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible here on DFW Sports Station. The Bill Belichick interview is out. Is this one as much of a disaster? And the fellas are going to go shopping for your favorite baseball team even after Jacob deGrom last night. All that on the home of the Rangers is next.
But first, let's talk about...
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. You're appreciated. And hopefully you are enjoying your Friday morning. Little muggy, little humid, little steamy out there. And people were wondering whether it was going to get steamy with this Bill Belichick interview, sitting down with Michael Strahan, and Bet Online sent me the different odds that I'm going to give you before we play the 90-second clip. This is kind of mean-spirited, but I'm just going to read. This is not me. This is Vegas. Which will be wider? The gap between Michael Strahan's teeth or the tear/rip in Belichick's shirt? They put in parentheses, must be a tear or rip on Belichick's shirt for action.
No action. Belichick wasn't going to show up in a torn shirt today.
Not again. No, he wouldn't do it again.
And he did not. Like, CBS, like 60 Minutes, whatever that was, good Sunday morning. That's not some, like, podcast. And he decided to show up like a slob in the ripped shirt. Why would you be so different and show up in the suit for Michael Strahan? That is PR cleanup. It was minus 2,000 on the tear rip in Belichick's shirt being wider than Strahan's teeth. A little mean-spirited right there, guys.
I agree.
What top will Belichick be wearing during the interview? Button-down shirt plus 100, golf shirt, hoodie, T-shirt. Button-down shirt was the winner. Primary color of his tie, who cares? Which school will be on Belichick's clothing? Not applicable. How many questions will Strahan ask about Belichick's girlfriend? The over-under was 1.5. We thought it would go over, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What will happen first during the interview? Jordan Hudson makes an appearance. Tom Brady makes an appearance. Brady was the favorite. I guess they figured Jordan Hudson would not be there. She was not there. Another PR cleanup. Let's see. What will Strahan say first? Images, all that stuff. All right, let's hear the clip and how awkward or uncomfortable it got.
I know that a lot has been made also in the professional life, but also of your personal life, because it's spilled over into your professional life in a lot of ways, and a lot has been made about your relationship with Jordan Hudson. It's been getting a lot of attention. She isn't here this morning, but what do you think about all the attention that your relationship has been getting?
Yeah, well, she's been terrific, through the whole process, and she's been very helpful to me. She does the business things that don't relate to North Carolina that come up in my life, so I can concentrate on football, and that's really what I want to do. I acknowledged her in the book. She was very helpful on that with the tribute pages, and also giving a perspective of the book from kind of a business side. Sometimes I get a little football technical, and so she did a good job of keeping me on balance there.
So what did Jordan mean to you?
Well, we have a good personal relationship, and I'm not talking about personal relationships, Michael. You know that.
Okay, I know that, Coach. But I'm saying, are you happy?
Yeah.
You look happy.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd see you doing yoga. Only happy people do yoga, Coach. Only happy people do yoga.
Awkward.
Well, I know a lot's been made about all of this, and I just hope that the focus gets back on you and if you're happy, we're all happy for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've prioritized is like, am I going to be happy? Is Bill Belichick happy? That's what I need to know.
I'll tell you. Okay, see, the are you happy? I don't know if that's a relationship question. And that's a Jordan Hudson question.
It's not, but there were two. There was the very first one, and then the next one was, are you happy was the follow-up to the second question. The exact language on the next one was,
what does she mean to you?
Yeah. So
what do you think about the attention? What does she mean to you? That's two.
That's what it was. Yeah, so it was, what does Jordan mean to you?
My PR advice to Belichick would be, you put on this act with former players like McAfee and Strahan. You need to do that with the Joe Schmo local reporter versus showing the absolute disgust that you have for their presence and their heart beating in front of you. Bill's so fake, and you can see his cheeks hurt from the fake smile, and he's not going to go at McAfee because he needs McAfee too. It's mutual, and he's getting paid by McAfee. Do that with some of the other interviews and interaction you have versus being a total, complete, unlikable jackass.
How would he have been here?
He'd have been
on this show.
Oh,
do you think it would have been pulling teeth?
Yeah, awful.
It'd have been the worst thing. It'd have been, first of all, we'd have been scared to death.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But second of all, like
Jordan Hudson.
Yeah. She'd probably be on the other line listening.
Yeah.
Or she'd be
standing in that window staring at us.
She'd be listening to the entire show prior to.
Probably a decent chance that he canceled it after a certain amount, because one of the things I give the Cowboys props for this, we don't get directives, we don't get rules, we don't get lines. For God's sake, they let Bobby continue to interview McCarthy. That should tell you everything you need to know. And we would have just had to keep asking the questions. If we were going to ask the questions of Jerry Jones, we would have had to ask them to Bill Belichick, and Bill probably would have pulled the plug.
Yeah,
we've got a conscience.
It would have lasted till about week 8. First back-to-back series of losses, probably after the bye week.
Yeah.
Yeah, just take the bye week and just be like, yeah, I'm not coming back.
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions.
There you go.
What will, let's see, will Belichick, Jordan Hudson's, all right, will Belichick be UNC head coach in week 1 of this season?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes is minus 2,500. Will Belichick be an NFL head coach by the 2026 NFL draft?
No.
Nope. He'll never be an NFL head coach again.
Minus 1,000. No.
And if he had any chance, it's been ruined with this series of few month missteps.
You think she ruined his NFL?
She ruined his chance. Yeah, she ruined the chance.
Will Belichick be coaching UNC in 2026?
No.
I think he's one and done.
Yes is minus 300. No is plus 200 if you want that action. What will happen first? Belichick, Hudson get engaged. Belichick no longer UNC coach.
First,
I have an easy answer for this, and it's the one that would make money.
UNC coach.
Yeah, I think it's UNC coach.
I agree. It's plus 250. What will happen first? He's no longer UNC coach. I agree, because he's not going to get engaged or married to her.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
And that's minus 400. So there you go.
Yeah, he was with his last girlfriend for 15 years. They never got married.
All right, so there it is. The follow-up interview with Michael Strahan and Bill Belichick.
It's just so disappointing. It's like watching, you look up to somebody or you think a certain thing like, man, that guy, he's got it all figured out, or he's a badass and does things. And then it's like, man, you still put it on a pedestal. You still did it.
What will Belichick do next? This is from Bet Online Vegas. Get a tattoo, dye hair blonde, mullet hair, pierce ears, pierce nose, man bun hairstyle. Which fraternity will Bill join next?
I bet we get the Parcells awful blonde dye job.
And then we have Jordan Hudson's next boyfriend. I have the name.
Yeah. Okay, give me them.
Yeah, let's go.
The favorite is a former coach who is
Pete Carroll. No, he's current coach.
He's gotten in trouble with some female stories.
Urban Meyer?
Yes. The second is he was on one of the most famous shows ever. It was a comedy. They redid it without him, and he loved partying. Kyle Young.
Charlie Sheen.
Well done, Choppy.
Oh.
Charlie Sheen.
Boy, I tell you, have you ever gone back and rewatched the Charlie Sheen winning interview? I go back and watch it like every 6 months. I want a Charlie Sheen refresher, and I want to go back and watch the winning. It's just so amazing.
Yeah, Jake gives us kind of Charlie Sheen interview energy at 7.
Other names on the list. Other names: Dion, George Clooney, Tom Brady, Billy Bob Thornton, Jeff Bezos, Sean Penn, Shannon Sharp, Elon Musk, Jack Nicholson, Johnny Depp, Michael Jordan, Alec Baldwin, Bill Gates. Lou Holtz is 50-1.
Oh, geez, Jordan.
Mick Jagger, Ryan Seacrest, Anthony Hopkins, Brett Favre, John Gruden, De Niro, Steven Tyler, Al Pacino's 80-1, Travolta, Ditka, Brad Pitt.
Ditka!
He's an old coach. Christopher Walken, Dustin Hoffman, Jerry Jones is 150-1. So is Robert Kraft. Schwarzenegger, Michael Douglas, Donald Trump is 250-1. Hulk Hogan, Springsteen, Eastwood, and Joe Biden.
Yeah, who do you think would?
Biden's
I like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Biden's 500-1.
Who would enjoy really just digging at Belichick the most by scooping her up on the rebound though? Parcells, Tom Brady, or Robert Kraft?
Brady.
Wow. Maybe Kraft.
Maybe Kraft now.
I don't know. Parcells would finally get to exercise some demons a little bit. Like, all right, I got you, you little douche.
How about the Caleb Williams story that came out?
Dude, I was blown away that some of these quotes existed. So Seth Wickersham over at ESPN has a new book coming out in general just about the quarterback position. It's called American Kings, a biography of the quarterback. And in it, he's got a lot of coverage of Caleb Williams. So I guess he was pretty embedded with Caleb Williams and his family during the process leading up to the draft. And there's a lot that's coming out that's making it look like Caleb Williams was about to do anything he could to be John Elway and blow off the Baltimore Colts. As the write-up yesterday says, Caleb Williams was so concerned about being picked by the Bears in 2024 that he and his family weighed circumventing the entire NFL draft, consulting with lawyers to figure out a way around the league's collective bargaining agreement, while considering signing with the UFL. Details from a forthcoming book reveal. Carl Williams' father told Seth Wickersham, Chicago is the place quarterbacks go to die. That was in the months leading up to the 2024 draft. His dad, this book talks about that apparently Caleb and his dad, after having a meeting with Kevin O'Connell, were like trying to force their way to Minnesota. It's just like, nope, he wants to be with Kevin O'Connell. And they were trying, and Ryan Poles told him, like, we're taking you. Like, you're just going to have to deal with it. We're taking you.
So Shador didn't want to talk to Kevin O'Connell, and Caleb Williams like, let me go there.
Wanted to go there.
Yeah, exactly. And so apparently this got so far along that they had started coming up with all sorts of different ways. Carl Williams, Caleb's dad, apparently was kind of the big push behind this. But they were left with the option of publicly attacking the Bears and the city of Chicago, hoping that it would make the situation untenable and they would just pass on him. And so what changed it apparently was, A, Caleb Williams didn't want his dad taking those bullets. But 2...
And the dad was like, I don't care. I care about your career. I don't care.
He's like, we'll go to Chicago and take actual bullets if we do that. The other thing was that Caleb ended up meeting with the Bears. He went to their pre-draft visit. And after he did that, he said, I can do it for this team. I'm going to the Bears. He said, ultimately, he said he felt like he couldn't nuke the city of Chicago. Caleb Williams did. But, man, this is... Like, if you were a Chicago Bears fan, are you waking up this morning just got to be like, okay, Caleb, so, like, has this all been phony from you for the last year? You don't actually want to be here at all. Like, because we didn't get the sense during the lead up to the draft that this was close at all, that he was going to do something like this. And apparently it was really close.
I have thoughts. Look, I hate sports dad. Okay. And I am one. But you didn't do anything. You didn't stay out of it. You didn't do anything. You did what.
So same thing for Archie.
Yeah, like I at least Archie played.
Yeah.
Right? Sports dad who didn't play who's just living vicariously through their child, like in terms of I'm going to make you the best and I'm going to run every aspect of your life. You're some special. Like you're special. You're not special.
Who's the biggest dumpster fire team in all sports?
Biggest dumpster fire.
The Mavericks, probably.
That's a good question. Jets.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jets makes sense.
So, if you're Caleb Williams and the Jets have the first pick, you would disagree with the father trying to direct the kid
I disagree with the
away
father
from the
taking
Jets?
being in the meeting, trying to play like you didn't do anything.
But he's the father.
But I didn't do anything. I have two. I didn't do anything.
But you're trying to direct them for success. You don't want them to go and fail, be Zach Wilson, be Sam Darnold.
And it also felt like Caleb himself wasn't super pumped about going there. And so I don't think this was just like, hey, I'm telling you you're not going there.
I'm just interested in the role as a father. Do you think that it should be included with your college decision from high school and then after college, no? Where you're trying to direct them, this is where you need to go to college. This is where you should play.
Yeah, I don't know. I try to like it's his decision. Like I'm completely removed from that. Like I don't want any like I may give an opinion, but you know, like these I'm just upset at sports that like the idea that like you did something special because you took him to practice and you threw the baseball.
Well,
with him.
I don't know.
Like, that's what you're supposed to do.
I don't know if it's feeling like you did something special versus looking out for their best interests. Like Lonzo Ball, we give LeVar credit now for helping to get Lonzo to the Lakers, right? We give, some people do, I don't, LeBron credit for getting Bronny on the Lakers, like steering away from a mess. Quarterbacks do go to die in Chicago. That's true.
They got a Pope before they got a 4,000-yard passer.
We saw they were a mess of an organization. They blew everyone out. Caleb was right when he's like, I don't think I can win with this quarterback's coach. Like, the dad 1-for-1 was right. I'm just asking about, I don't think you should be in the meetings like, you know, Dion FaceTiming with Shador in Tennessee or wherever that was.
But trying to alter the CBA. Like, come on, man. Like, you know, you're trying to you're upset an apple cart that's been going on. Every first pick before your kid has dealt with this.
Like the Cooper Flag Mav fun internet rumor.
Yeah.
That Cooper Flag, a Nico ultimatum.
Right, the Nico ultimatum, right? He would go back to school, threaten to go back to school. You know, I don't know. I
hate that move from athletes. I will hate you for your entire career if you do that.
I'm just saying I get it.
I get wanting to do it, but I also go like, this is the way it is, and everybody else has to play by these rules, so suck it up.
877-881-1053. The Dallas Stars get worked, and Choppy and Bobby go Texas Rangers shopping even after deGrom last night. Next on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, you know, Caleb Williams may hate Chicago.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-323-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
High follow back into the corner. On in front of Domestikov, shoot, score! Bar down for Vladislav Domestikov.
That did not go well. It felt like a lull throughout the entire evening.
It did. It was so high. The evening started so high with the Rangers game and deGrom outing and just a great pitcher's duel, and then it ended with a dud because of all the Stars. They didn't really show up, and I don't want to say they didn't show up, but this was the second game where Winnipeg was the better. They skated better. They just were better than the Stars in both the last two games, and the difference is that Otter was on a different level in Game 4, and. You know, it wasn't the first goal, obviously not his fault. It happens. It's hockey. You get redirects all the time. But Hellebuyck played really well. I mean,
you get credit for that?
What's
like the guy who hit it off Wyatt's skate, he gets credit for the goal?
Yeah, whoever
last one to touch
the
it?
last one to touch it on the opposing on the goal scoring team gets the credit for the goal. So it happens. I mean, you know, that's why they tell you just
pucks on net.
Exactly.
Pucks on net.
Which they didn't put a ton of them on net. They didn't put a ton of them on net yesterday. No. It was like 9 or 10 through the first two periods.
Just throw them at the net if you want to. Just hit them at the net. Like one of them will go in eventually. Like that's what you're looking at because you're trying to hit such a small hole that's being shown. So just fire them at the net, and sooner or later you're hoping for a redirect, a lucky bounce.
Do you think they were more physical last night with the Stars? Were there bigger hits?
I mean, they weren't more physical than Jamie Benn.
Yeah,
the Jamie Benn is going to be remembered for the physicality that he had at the very end. No, I mean, I don't know that they were more physical necessarily. They were just better. They were just better all around.
I mean, so Dallas got absolutely destroyed during the season by Winnipeg in terms of hits. Like there was one game earlier this year, I think, where it was like 52-19 or something. I mean, it was brutal. And then games 2 and 3 of this series, I think Dallas actually out-hit Winnipeg, which is not comment at all. So last night that reversed again, and it was Winnipeg had 52-33.
I want to know from the Tolos, being the hockey experts out there, is Jamie Benn going to get suspended? Not should, will he? For the punch. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Rietma was talking with some of his hockey buddies out on the pond, and I think he said
13-year-olds?
They were he got some good audio from the Tolos, the young Tolos, watching right there at the AAC last night as he went out there on foot. Is he going to get suspended? Not should, is for the punch. And was it dirty? Pepe, what do you think? Jamie Benn going to be out for Game 6?
I don't know, because in the playoffs you can allow more than you would in the regular season. Regular season for sure, 1 or 2 games. But I don't know with the playoffs. I mean, they are up in this series, so maybe you spend him a game, just send a message. And it's a recurring thing we talked about. He did this 2 years ago. Yeah. So it's one of those things that since it's happened multiple times, you might throw a game in there.
I don't know that he gets suspended. I don't think he should. That said, if they do get him, it might be actually for the glove still being on when he hit him.
So, as somebody pointed out, glove was on, and it was his non-dominant hand that he hit him with. He basically
non-dominant matter.
Yeah. You if you're a righty, that packs more power.
No, I know the impact. Yeah. I don't know if they.
It's more just like
judgment.
It's like
the glove would be worse though being on.
It was just a punch of correction. It's like, hey, just remember your place.
Just remember your place here. I'm Jamie Benn.
Wait a sec. Are you saying if he rips the glove off,
that's a sign of, hey, be ready?
Yeah.
If the glove is still on, the other guy's not expecting a punch, right? It's kind of suckery.
Oh, okay. But I would think punching with the bare fist is worse.
I think if
you're talking about preparation versus effect,
I think if you were to get punched with a fist versus a hockey glove, you might take the fist.
Really?
Those things are not.
I have no idea.
Yeah, like they're not the softest things in the world.
My fist?
No.
It'd be like a tickle.
No, you'd rather take a fist. Yep.
You know,
don't say anything. He got mad at me yesterday. Don't say anything. I almost apologized to him in the garage.
I didn't get mad at you yesterday.
You said I was fussy and crosstalk. You thought I was picking on you. I said I would be nicer today.
I did not say you were picking on me yesterday.
You said he's in a bad mood.
I said you were in a bad mood.
Didn't he?
He did.
And I was in a great mood.
I did not say.
I was just trying to come back. I had a day off. If you could tell on Twitter yesterday, I was freaking wired. I was like Reetma yesterday on social media because I missed the day. I just had to come back and bust balls, but apparently I touched the nerve.
No,
so
you did not. I just said you were cranky, and then
but I wasn't.
And then Chad was like, "No,
he wasn't cranky."
But
I don't think he was cranky.
I was just busting your balls. I was getting on you for being a topper. That's all. But I apologize.
There's nothing to apologize for. By the way, I can't find anybody on Twitter, not a single hockey writer, who's saying that they think Jamie Benn's going to be suspended. They're not even talking about it.
I don't think he's going to be.
Okay.
I don't think
the Tolos have a different 214-817 without a doubt right in front of the ref. He should be suspended. 832 Benn going to be suspended and should. 469 does say no suspension. It is the playoffs.
This is all the great Jacob deGrom needed last night on the Fan.
The 1-1. Swing, and there's a drive, well hit ball deep up the alley in right center. This one's got a shot. It's gone! Jake Berger, opposite field home run. We do have a run. It belongs to Texas. Rangers lead at 1-0.
deGrom wins the pitcher's duel with 8 strikeouts. Oh my God, guys went 8 innings. Are you kidding me? But we know that the offense is not fixed. Awesome defensive plays from Adolis Garcia and Evan Carter. Bruce Bochy passes Sparky Anderson. 6 most wins by a manager in baseball history. Choppy will be there tonight. Yep. If you're going to the Globe, say what's up to him with Nate Eovaldi on the mound. But we know we still have some issues. Let's go shopping.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is not mine, is it?
We both have things, but I'll take mine first.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I teased it and I talked about it in the last segment. Pepe,
I will take mine first. All right,
the opportunist, the trade market.
Oh yeah, okay, there we go. Opportunist, there we go. Go ahead, Bobby.
Okay, all right. With Buzz is already building across Major League Baseball that this is going to be a seller's market this year. It was Jeff Passan, I think, who said last week or 2 weeks ago. He said there's going to be way more buyers than there are decent players available because the teams that are looking to offload pretty quickly are going to be teams like Colorado, which are not very good. So looking around, MLB Trade Rumors had an article yesterday about a couple of bats that could be available from the Baltimore Orioles because they're rental bats and Baltimore could be looking to offload them at the deadline. And that would be first baseman Ryan O'Hearn and outfielder Cedric Mullins. And so both of them have had good starts to the season. They're both rentals, though. They're on 1-year deals right now. But both of these guys have had good performances so far this season. Ryan O'Hearn on the year has an OPS of 896 in 33 games, 295 batting average. He's hit 7 home runs. Cedric Mullins so far this year, he's a little bit down off of his career highs, but he's up from where he's been the last couple years. He's got a 786 OPS. He's also hit 8 home runs, 25 RBIs. He's been somebody who in the past, not so much this year, but in the past his defensive metrics have looked good. But if you're looking at which of those two, Ryan O'Hearn or Cedric Mullins, might be a better target for Texas, O'Hearn is his peripherals on the advanced analytics stuff are much better. So he's smoking the baseball. He's near the top of the league in barrel percentage. He's been a really good fastball hitter this year. So if Texas is looking, they can call on these veterans with Baltimore. It sounds like Ryan O'Hearn and Cedric Mullins.
So the one thing that Buster Olney was talking about was if you look at last year, and I think what we're going to see is as the extra wild carders who had done this, no one makes trades anymore. And if they do, it's at the very end. Last year, there was hardly anybody available. If you wanted position players, they were very hard to come by. So Tampa was like, well, we're not going to win the World Series this year. So let's go ahead and let's offload some people. So, they offloaded Randy Arozarena and Isaac Paredes, right? So they set those guys up. They were just a game and a half back of the wild card at the time of the trade deadline when they decided to make these moves. But they were like, it's not worth it. Let's just offload these guys. So it's not buyers and sellers anymore. You still have buyers and you still have sellers, but you have a lot more buyers than you have sellers. So then you have these other teams that come in here and they're like, we're just going to take advantage of an opportunity. It's like, I'm not looking for a house, but this one's a really good price, so I'm going to go ahead and buy it.
Yeah, if it's going to be an aggressive seller's market, because there's just not many people selling. Like they mentioned that everybody in the AL is kind of in contention right now. If that's the case, Texas, they've turned things around. They've got the second longest winning streak right now in Major League Baseball, but they need to make up their mind quicker than they did last year. If they are kind of teetering come July, they need to make up their mind quicker to just say, all right, there's an opportunity here to potentially sell some stuff off and have aggressive buyers that are going to overpay for it because there's nobody else selling.
They could do that. There are players on their team they could do that with. I'll say this, though. This pitching staff, this is a get me to October pitching staff. If this pitching staff gets put in a 7-game series, they are 100% the favorites over every American League team. There's no doubt.
Wow.
They can outpitch every American League team. It's not even close. Now, I know they're better offenses, a lot better offenses, right? Tigers right now offense is better. Yankees offense is better. There's a lot of better offenses in the American League, but not a single team has the horses that this team can throw out from a starting pitching rotation perspective. Bullpen, a different story, but you tell me that I'm going to face deGrom and Eovaldi twice in a 7-game series, I'm losing that series.
Game 2 tonight, 6:30 pregame here on 105.3 The Fan. Take us off the field, Bob.
Yep, let's go off the field. Okay, so we're just talking about returns in baseball. What about getting an $8,000 refund from your university because you got a lazy professor? Tuition's out of control in the United States. Some of the costs are ridiculous when you look and see how much it costs to do even a semester of college at. The price has gone ridiculously. It's blown up over the last several years.
I called that one.
Ella Stapleton, who graduated from Northeastern University this year, she wants $8,000 back from her university, though.
Her name's Nora?
No, Ella Stapleton. Not even close to Nora. Not even the same letters. So Ella Stapleton, this according to the New York Times, had asked for $8,000 back after she discovered that her business professor's lecture notes were all ChatGPT. And ChatGPT is banned in their class. You're not allowed to use it. The students weren't allowed to use it at all. She started kind of looking through and go all right, these look like AI generation the way they're written. And then at one point she found a stray ChatGPT citation tucked into the bibliography. And so she looks through it and she goes, if we're told not to use this, why is he using it himself? Yeah. And what am I paying for this education if I can just get these same notes and this same instruction from ChatGPT for $20 a month subscription? But Northeastern University, after reviewing her case, said, yeah, no, we're not going to give it to you.
Who created ChatGPT?
Isn't it Google, right? It's OpenAI.
It's Google?
It's Google's property now.
OpenAI?
Google,
It has crossed the scary line.
Oh, it's scary. It's very scary.
It is. I mean, you're going to find out at 9 a.m. how scary it is.
It's great.
In worst take.
What would the difference be between the professor doing this and taking his lesson right from a textbook that somebody else wrote?
That's a good question.
I mean, I think there's still instruction and interpretation that goes along with that. He's literally interpreting and he's having ChatGPT do all the interpretation and instruction.
That's fair. Well, I hated that we couldn't use Wikipedia as a source. Great. It was barely.
We didn't have Wikipedia.
It was in its massive.
We didn't even have
infancy.
cell phones.
We barely had that, right?
Will high school teachers check that you're using?
Yeah, they'll put their essay in.
They've got.
So what do they do if it's typed out? How do you check it?
They're AI detectors. Like if you go put it in there, AI detectors will immediately.
But
kick
how do
it
you
back.
put it in? You if if I give you a handwritten paper, or
if you give a handwritten
got to be
paper,
emailed and sent.
They might type it in to the
They're
internet.
not gonna type in the essay.
I mean, you could take a
First two
screen.
lines.
Yes, you could. Oh, you know what you could do?
Take a picture.
Take a
and put it
picture
in.
of it on Google Lens. I bet you that would come up. And this is Nora, right?
Yeah, Nora. Yeah, Nora
RJ
said that.
Choppy goes Ranger shopping. I want to see. All right, your third time was a charm. We got you back. Is the Cowboys bandwagon still empty after the draft and trading for George Pickens? That's next. And below,
B-Bill.
right here on 105.3 The.
Pepper lady. Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
No, we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Why is Caleb Williams' distaste for the city of Chicago a potential problem for the Dallas Cowboys? Let's talk about it. So we mentioned earlier this hour how Caleb Williams, there's a report from ESPN as part of a upcoming book from Seth Wickersham about the quarterback position where he had been embedded with Caleb Williams and his family leading up to the draft. A lot of bad stuff there about how, seemingly potentially bad stuff about how Caleb Williams didn't want to go to Chicago and thought about playing in the UFL to avoid it, and then ultimately changed his mind and reversed course. But there's a note tucked in here that got a lot of chatter yesterday, not through a Cowboys lens, but should be seen through a Cowboys lens for us. After he went to Chicago, it was a really tough year for Caleb Williams. He was getting beat up a lot. That offensive line wasn't great. This is from the ESPN article yesterday. The book sheds light on Williams' tumultuous rookie season in which both Matt Eberflus and Shane Waldron, the offensive coordinator, were fired and the Bears lost 10 straight games. At times, Williams said he would watch film alone with no instruction or guidance from the coaches. Quote, "No one tells me what to watch," Caleb Williams told his dad. "I just turn it on." Wow. And yesterday you had people like Nate Tice and other film analysts taking this excerpt and going, if this is true, Caleb Williams was even more of a miracle worker last year. And
that Waldron should never work again.
Yeah, that Waldron should never work again. Here's the problem. It's obviously an offensive position, and a lot of times when you've got a defensive head coach, the defensive head coach is kind of overseeing everything, but is still mainly focused on his side of the ball. Is this a troubling note to know that that's your defensive coordinator, that he oversaw letting that happen? That he was disconnected enough from this to say, hey, or so you don't write it off to just like, generally defensive coaches are going to be with the defense, and you just trust that your offensive coaches are doing what they're supposed to.
I have no idea how that, like the obviously the inner workings of it. My one thing where, yes, it is troubling, but also some people are just not meant to be head coaches, right? You know, they get it's the old Peter principle, right? They get promoted to a place they just shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes back down to where he would be good. He would be very, very good. And I assume he's in on everything at the defensive coordinator position, coach, because it's his side of the ball.
I brought these things up when Eberflus was first hired. I hope I'm wrong. I'm a little bit scared of looking at his face right now, so I'm already intimidated. His clock management stuff and the way he handled it, more importantly. Everyone can screw up decisions, all right? Hail Mary thing, okay. The final thing to get him fired, that was really, really bad on Thanksgiving Day. But the lack of accountability and what happened in the locker room with those reports, that worries me, even with him as the defensive coordinator. And this does not help.
Yeah, because, I mean, you are, especially when you have an offensive head coach here in Dallas and Brian Schottenheimer. Now, to his credit, Schotty seems...
who's a rookie head coach.
Like he wants to be very involved in everything. Not necessarily in terms of the game plan of what the defense is doing, I don't think. But he seems like if this was reversed and there was a rookie on defense who felt like I'm not being told what film to watch, I think Schotty would learn about that. Like, I think he would have an awareness that had happened, and he would tell his guys to get ignored, because I think he wants to know on a personal level how guys feel like they're being reached, and that's on both sides of the ball. So I think that kind of oversight is going to be there. I'm optimistic that Matt Eberflus is going to learn from some of the stuff that went wrong in Chicago, just like Dan Quinn learned from some of the stuff that went wrong for him. We saw Mike Zimmer came in here and was kind of a different personality than he had been in recent years as a head coach. So I think Eberflus is aware of where he fell short in Chicago, and he'll look to change that. But man, it's ultimately you're at the top. You need to answer for why is your offensive coordinator giving him zero guidance? Your massive investment, your number one pick.
Yeah.
Either way, it's bad. Either Matt Eberflus didn't have an awareness that his quarterback wasn't receiving coaching, or he knew it and just was like, yeah, that's fine for him to just kind of go on his own.
You're either coaching it or allowing it to happen.
You know, and also, in a way, again, I'm just thinking out loud here.
Mm-hmm.
Is this also so is he saying he didn't know what to watch too?
Well, he basically just had to go on his own.
Yeah.
And he had to all right, what am I? Because you talk about the jump from college to the pros in terms of what you're asked to do at the quarterback position and what defenses are trying to do. It's very different. You do need guidance you got to teach them how to work.
Well, yeah, you do. I also think we have it's changed now where it's so system driven. The sport has become so system driven that you have quarterbacks who are kind of robots, and how much of this is did Lincoln Riley prepare him?
I don't think that's Lincoln Riley's responsibility generally.
He doesn't need someone to watch film with him?
Or to instruct him on
as a rookie?
Not that. He doesn't need someone to watch film with him, but are we doing a good enough job preparing players for the NFL at this point? Brady's talked about this, right? They don't prepare kids for the National Football League because they should, but they're so talented. They're so athletically talented. Josh Allen got to the NFL on not necessarily his football IQ, but hey, I'm a freak athlete.
Look, I want to be clear. I'm not saying Matt Eberflus is going to be a bad defensive coordinator, but these are things, if it doesn't go right or we hear other stories that we need to point back to, and I would ask these questions if I was the Cowboys in the hiring process. Now, they may not care. You may view it as apples and oranges. I don't.
I would hope you
still have to manage a group of guys.
And I think that
you still have to be accountable to a group of guys. I still need you processing clock and game management situations as well.
Yeah, I would hope that they investigated some of the stuff that was coming out of Chicago just as much as they maybe were investigating what is George Pickens like. I would hope that they were trying to get to the bottom of those same questions of just all right, are you going to have some of those same problems, or are you going to bring some of those same things in here? Because he didn't have them when he was here in Dallas last time. So the fact that he went to Chicago had those sort of problems, I think the Cowboys were curious, probably asked about it, and I think Eberflus was, from everything that I understand, I think Eberflus has been very direct internally about, hey, this is where I had some missteps and I should have been better, and this is where I'm going to learn from it. And I think that that's something that you can bank on, but this is still, that's a bad note coming out of Chicago with Caleb Williams. Okay, over at NFL.com, they had a write-up about the NFL bandwagons that you should hop on in 2025. So these are teams, these are players, coaches, different people like that. So some of the individuals that are on here, Cam Ward was on this list. They had Aaron Glenn as the Jets head coach as a bandwagon you should get on. Baker Mayfield, different things like that. When you go to the teams, they had listed 3 teams that they thought were bandwagons you should jump on. 1, the New England Patriots. I said, feel like Drake May, second year. Vrabel's a good coach being brought in there. They had a lot of really good talent acquisition this offseason. 2, the Bears. Talking about, again, Ben Johnson coming in there, hopefully boosting Caleb Williams.
God, it's a brutal division, though.
And then a team that we were talking about yesterday is, could you see them being a more difficult challenge as you get later in the year? Arizona.
Oh, I was going to say the Dallas Cowboys.
No, Arizona. Dallas is not on this list. But that's what made me think about this, is that Dallas wasn't on this list, and this was after the Pickens trade. Dallas, we talked earlier in the show about how Fox was not fighting for a bunch of 325 starts from the NFL for Dallas. They only took 3. They said they usually try to max out 5 or 6, but they found other things that they wanted to focus their attention on. So with this emptying of the bandwagon that seemed to take place last year, even before the end of last year, in the middle of last year, have they done enough, whether it be with Pickens, the more aggressive depth filling this offseason than last year, the way they handled the draft, the kind of pro-ready players they got? Is there an argument potentially that the Cowboys are being a little undersold right now?
Yeah.
And that their bandwagon should be filling up more?
Yes. I am waiting to find a legal way to bet the over 7.5. If it still stays at that.
Well, I could just bet it illegally for you.
Okay, excellent.
And say it into a microphone.
I appreciate that. Right now I would say 10-7. That's what I told Laura Harris yesterday. NBC 5.
Well.
So, yeah, I think that they are being undervalued, but the Dak health thing hovers.
Yep. And Vegas massively thinks, they agree with the public right now that they're very down on the Cowboys. I agree with you. I would.
And they were right the last time I felt this strongly that they got it wrong. Vegas was right. Remember? Right, that was the Spittle in Vegas.
Yeah. 8.5 or whatever.
They wouldn't, make a bet for us, or they didn't have money in the account.
But right now Vegas basically projects them to be a 6-win team if you just use betting lines. If you just use the betting lines, they're a 4.5-point favorite against the Giants in week 2, the home opener. They're only a favorite in 5 other games. But none of those games are they more than 1.5-point favorite.
Let's ask you, because you've been the most pessimistic in the room.
Yeah.
But the Pickens trade changed a lot for you.
Yeah, so before the draft, and that was because that was the discussion we had the whole time, I think this is a 7-win team right now, but I also recognize their roster's not filled out. So obviously I can't fill in those gaps. Post-draft, post-Pickens, yeah, I think this is probably around a 10-win team. Whoa, 9 to 10 wins, something like that. Because I think what you're talking about is you've stabilized the offensive line in a big way with the Booker selection. You've got another pass rusher. You've added a corner for more depth. You've got Pickens here as another weapon that Dak can take advantage of. That's all really positive and upbeat right now. I also was trying to think about this question, though, of the bandwagons through the lens of a Cowboys player. Like, whose bandwagon I would jump on. I don't know why everybody seems so down on him right now. I would buy a lot of stock right now in DaRon Bland. I think DaRon Bland is going to have a ridiculous season because every single step of the way that we've seen, he is a top-tier worker, somebody who is going to improve every single step of the way. And then last year, he was just hurt. Like, the dude was dealing with injuries. I don't think got the same ramp-up that he was supposed to, was banged up all year.
And what was the biggest injury?
It was the foot fracture or whatever he had had.
So is the hesitancy or just the delay, the injury recovery?
So I think was it
the Dez 5th metatarsal?
I don't remember what it was. I think that's the problem. Was last year he was dealing with it. Even once he had healed, it was like you're not really there. A full healthy offseason, being able to get into the program, get his work in. I think he's going to have a really good year.
B-Lo, D-Bell, every day at this time for your football fix. The Red Zone's coming up at 9:20, but brand new segment every Friday at 9. We insult and make fun of the worst takes of the entire week. Is Brian Broaddus an absolute lock to win this week's award? Next.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being part of the Friday edition of Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden. Oh, Aiden not participating as much in the fist pump. There it is. There it is. Saw it in the back. Hopefully you're having a fantastic morning, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. The Red Zone coming up at 9:20. And Kevin Hagelin 4 for 4 with Crosstalk and KNC at 9:40.
Do you think that's Hagee predicting it, or is he speaking it into existence? That's what we got to figure out, is if he's controlling it, because I'd like to blame him for the Stars losing last night.
Corey will. Yeah. Corey will blame him, no doubt about it. So we'll find out at 9:40. Every Friday at this time, it's our brand new segment.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week. You are made of stupid.
Let's do worst take here. Every Friday at 9 a.m., we're going to bring you a few of the worst takes from the world of sports over the last week. These can be tweets, audio clips, decisions, articles, whatever. After we run through some of these nominees, we're going to discuss them a little bit. We will then go around the room and vote for what is the worst take of the week. And we got 4 today. 4. And it begins, submission number 1, with RJ Choppy.
All right, I saw this article, and I decided I was going to go through it. I was like, all right, I want to see some locals. It was the 10 Major League pitchers who've established themselves in the Cy Young race this year so far. And I was like, all right.
And this came out when?
This came out last week.
Okay.
All right. Like over the weekend. So I was like, all right, let me take a look at this. Just looking for one name in particular. All right, so they have Hunter Brown. He was the Astros pitcher who pitched last night. Pitched a great game, tough luck loser. He made one mistake. He missed his spot by about 7 centimeters to Berger, and that was it. Hunter Brown. Tarek Skubal. Detroit. Okay, absolutely, right? Reigning Cy Young guy. Jacob deGrom.
All right, there's the name you were looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. No, not yet.
Oh.
And the write-up is, you're not going to want to believe this, but when you look at metrics, Jacob deGrom has a case to be the most dominant right-hand starting pitcher of the last 100 years per inning pitched. While he may never reach the insane heights he reached with the Mets in his shortened 2021 season, he's back to dominating, a whip of just 1, ERA of 2.61, definitely a contender. Garrett Crochet, Red Sox. All right, fine. ERA, 2.02, ERA plus of 2.07. Max Fried, Yankees. All right, not a bad start, right?
A 1.11 ERA, 6-0.
Yeah.
He's okay.
ERA plus of 3.81, which is 3.8 times the average pitcher. Okay, so now you go into the, you got some National League guys. They got Phillies, Jesus Luzardo and Yamamoto, Kodai Senga, Hunter Green, Logan Webb. There's no Nate Eovaldi.
What?
Nate Eovaldi is in the top 11 of basically every statistical Major League Baseball category when it comes to pitching. In his last 31 innings pitched, 31, he has allowed 4 earned runs. He has walked 3. He is averaging 7 strikeouts a game in his last 5 starts. He's averaging more strikeouts per game this year than he has allowed total runs in these last 5 starts combined. And he's not one of the top 5 in the American League in Cy Young right now?
He is the at least AL leader. I can't tell if he's major league leader, but he's the AL leader in games started, shutouts, walks and hits per inning pitched, walks per 9 innings, and strikeout to walk ratio.
He's got a 1.7 ERA. He has a 1.78 ERA. He's not in the top 5 of Cy Young?
Was Malley up on this list?
No.
The Texas Rangers have 3 of the top 10 ERAs in baseball. 3 of the top 10. Malley leads the way, and then Eovaldi, and then DeGrom at number 10. Okay.
And then that ugly 3.35 ERA from Patrick Corbin.
Ugh,
Gross.
just get him out of here, man.
Bum. All right, that's a strong one. I think that's pretty stupid. Here's another.
Maybe that writer will respond like what happened after yesterday's show, as somehow Field Yates got word of Below the Belt and Bobby's topic.
Mm-hmm. People listen, bro.
Someone conveyed it was a rant, or Field was saying, I heard he was really, really upset with me. I mean, how the hell is Field Yates finding out? I hope he didn't take my height stuff seriously. I meant it seriously until Choppy corrected me that he was like 5'11". So Field, my bad if that's your actual height. But somehow Field Yates got word about Bobby's segment yesterday.
My segments make waves, dude. Everybody's gonna hear about it. So
and the reason that his height and weight were out there, I found out, because he played college football.
Oh.
That's why.
He was a quarterback at college, which also means if he was listed at 5'11", he's 5'9". All right, this is the second submission here. And this is Sean's old buddy, his old party animal brethren, Nick Wright from Kansas City. Nick Wright was on his podcast, and Nick there are a couple things Nick loves just poking people over. I feel like he loves the Trevor Lawrence, like poking people over that. And the other one
Being
lately.
wrong about it?
No, he just likes to always hit that. And then who's the guy he hates?
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen is
because he loves Mahomes.
Yeah. And so then one of the things he's really been on over the last few months is, and I mean, he's been on it for a while, but really aggressive the last few months, LeBron's better than Jordan.
And so that's years.
Yeah, it's
no,
years.
I know, but I'm saying it's like he's really ratcheted up in like the last 3 months. There's been a lot of headlines from him. So he keeps taking dig after Michael Jordan. So when NBC added Michael Jordan as a special contributor or whatever that means, Nick Wright said he's the perfect expert for NBC, and this was his take on it.
And Michael Jordan's going to join NBC as a contributor. Listen, NBC's a different network, but fair is fair. I got to give credit where it's due. I mean, if they're going to use him the way he should be used, that is going to be an unbelievable addition. And by that, I mean he should be their gambling expert. All right, DeMonte, like, rate, subscribe, review to the pod.
What a tool. Nick Wright is such a tool. the Michael Jordan is, that's a great ad. As long as you have him talk about his lane, gambling, because it certainly should not be basketball. What a just a troll douche.
Yeah, he shines LeBron's shoes, no doubt about it. But it's not the worst take, because I think Michael Jordan, first off, we found more details about his role, right?
Yes, we did. Michael Jordan's role is, it sounds like, going to be actually as limited as we thought it was. He will be limited to pre-recorded segments in pregame and halftime, and it is not even going to be consistent. So you're not even getting you're not getting Michael Jordan live on set.
They'll have him on like opening weekend or opening day, Christmas Day.
As of now.
Yeah.
I think there's a chance that Michael could have come across as surly and bitter and thrown into the TNT category by the Kevin Durant's and LeBron James of the world. If Michael really talked like he wanted to talk, as Stephen A was saying with a cigar in his mouth, no doubt he's crapping on everyone, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So I get what Nick's trying to say, even though he's just trying to it's a first fake thing of LeBron versus Michael.
He'd also have to get a completely new wardrobe.
Yeah,
because all of Michael's clothes, he's still got like the super
Kings
baggy suit. Yeah.
Now the third submission here is one from Sean. Sean, you think Choppy and I and a lot of other people have the worst take?
All of DFW.
Week. Everybody?
All of you are nominated.
All right.
All the U.S. is nominated, I feel like.
All the United States is nominated for thinking that the draft lottery was fixed, that it was rigged. During my day off recovering from the allergies or whatever it was, 24, 48 hours, I was like, you know what? I'm not buying it. I'm not believing it. And friend of the show, Chris Mannix, NBA insider, went on with the Versillo pod and said it's not possible.
It is impossible to rig the NBA draft lottery. The NBA goes to such great pains to ensure that there is no appearance of impropriety. The guy that is telling the ping pong ball selector when to draw from the bucket, he has his back turned to the whole proceeding. Like he is standing there with his back to the drawing and has a stopwatch in his hand. And every 10 seconds, he will raise his hand, and that's when a ball is drawn. It would take a Houdini-esque act to be able to rig the NBA draft lottery. There's nothing suspect about what the lottery is.
Jay Billis laughed at the notion with us yesterday. Zach Lowe went on with Simmons. I listened to that entire thing. He never even mentioned it as a possibility. I think what I misunderstood was I only thought the Ernst & Young guy was the one in the room with the balls. I think all the media invited or select media is in the room. So Zach Lowe's in there. They see the balls come up. They know the result. Bobby's looking at me getting ready to challenge. There's no way to challenge us.
No. I mean, the paycheck's sweet.
They see the ping pong balls come up. They all knew. Zach Lowe said, we wanted to watch. Normally we know the results. We don't even watch the telecast because we know. But we wanted to see everyone's reaction on TV when Dallas got the number 1 pick. And they also knew when Kevin Negandhi, who was anchoring it, messed up the Philly announcement. They knew in there because they saw the balls. They saw the process. That's why you and everyone else believe in your fake election.
Let me ask you this. Did they touch the balls?
I doubt it.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Mark that.
So you can use weighted balls. I researched on how to tamper with a lottery machine. You can use weighted balls. And one word, Bobby knows this word very well. Maybe it's 2 words. I don't know. Malware.
Malware.
You can hack the lottery,
the balls.
The whatever that thing is called, that little air pressure tube.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm dug in on.
I'll leave that open as a slight possibility. All I'm saying is I thought
the process looks absolutely.
I thought it was just the Ernst & Young guy, and I'm like, how do I don't believe one person.
Absolutely.
But if Zach Lowe and Chris Mannix and all these people are in there watching it, they see the combinations, and so you guys are nominated for worst take.
All right, and we've got the final submission here, which was sent to us by actually 2 listeners this week that said Brian Broaddus had the worst take when it came to talking about why maybe some Stars fans or some casual hockey fans have not jumped on the bandwagon aggressively for the Dallas Stars yet.
If I can ask you guys this question, though, hockey fan is going to do this, but is fan that's trying to be the bandwagon fan, these games are hard to find.
True TV?
No, it's hard to find if is it a TNT game? Is it
It's TNT or ESPN.
ESPN, but okay, what night?
I watch it on Go. By the way, the HBO app. Go.
Okay, there you go. So there you go. It
is everywhere.
The thing that bothered me is I'm just so used to like the series being on one specific channel.
The Tolos on the text right now are saying that we're cranking up the old excuse machine for the sports fan who is neglecting to watch because they can't find it.
So some listeners were like, dude, Brian, you're saying that because you can't find between one of 2 channels, that means that's what
the
people are
NBA
watching?
playoffs are the same. It alternates between ESPN and TNT. It literally is if it's on DirecTV, it's 206 or 245. If it's not on 245 TNT, you hit channel up once, twice. Those are your only options. You got True TV and then TBS. That's it. ESPN or TNT and the 2 channels around it.
That is true for the sports fan.
What's Brian Broaddus?
Well, he is a sports fan. I'm saying the regular, the casual, the casual observer who checks in during the playoffs.
Yeah,
who doesn't.
But this is about Broaddus.
No,
I'm making fun of Broaddus.
Yeah. But his overall, I think, overall point is that the games are hard to find. That's a big problem I have with baseball. Are they on FS1? Are they on TBS? Are they on main Fox? Where are the games? The games should be on one channel. One channel, one network. Let's pick a network and let's go with it.
Yeah, but it's one of 2 options. It takes 10 seconds to figure out which channel it's on.
And we know that, but I'm saying, does the casual, I'm just checking in for the playoffs person know that?
Let's give more covering fire to the casual fan. I decided to ask AI Brian Broaddus yesterday. Hey, AI Brian Broaddus, do you have any more excuses for Stars fans?
How do the Stars expect fans to even get to the game with how confusing cars are these days? Do I put it in R to go, L, N? That's a lot of letters that you expect guys and gals to learn. Are you going to learn that if you're a casual hockey fan? If you're walking around Dallas, how do you even know a game is going on at the AAC? I mean, I can't see any ice from the outside. It looks more like Petra to me. Seriously. The first time I went down there, I was like, whoa, am I in southern Jordan right now with this rock-cut architecture and these water conduit systems? I'll tell you what, I think Jake Ottinger is really hurting the Stars right now with their fan base. People are going up to me and they're saying, Brian, I love your podcast with Voch Lombardi. And then they say, I went to the Stars game last night and I never saw an otter on the ice. My children were so upset. And it's like, you're not wrong about that. You're not wrong about that. Maybe we should stop with such confusing nicknames. I just think we need to be consistent here.
So there you go, some more covers.
How the hell did you make his voice?
I cloned his voice with AI, and then that was me talking.
This is so scary.
That's frightening.
Yeah, this is so bad.
The only part you can tell that's not Brian, it got a little gravelly.
And it's got the little, it's got some of it's my cadence too while I'm reading.
So can you do that?
All about the tuna.
Oh wait, that was you reading it?
That was my voice.
Dude, this is why you can't be enemies with Bobby.
No.
I should not have. This is not a tool I should have.
So you can do this with anyone?
Yeah. I cloned your voice last night. I'm going to clone RJ's today. All right, vote really quickly.
You have a family.
Everyone vote. Everyone vote. We'll get the winner next, along with the red zone. Worst take. What are the nominees on there, Bobby?
The Cy Young contender list from Choppy. Nick Wright says MJ's only good for gambling. The draft lottery was rigged. Or Brian Broada saying he can't find the Stars game.
877-881-1053. Your worst take winner and the red zone after this. I got some losers, and I hope that...
has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a bit.
$33 with Frankel & Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car insurance attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
The Red Zone every day at this time on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers, where you can get that football fix. But before that, we have a runaway winner for worst take.
Yeah, it's Brian Broaddus with his Stars take. So congratulations, Brian.
Not knowing where to find the Stars games on television.
You have a lot of great takes. That was not one of them. That the Stars game was too difficult to find on one of two channels.
Who were you guys going to vote for yourself?
Broaddus.
I was probably leaning towards RJ Zavaldi. I was going to go with RJ back-to-back winners.
I was probably going to do that one too.
Peyton?
I was going to pick Brian. Brian was the
So we would have had a tie, so they would have had to break it anyway.
Yeah.
And they did.
There we go.
But I do agree that the baseball one is more, but that's just because FS1's harder to find than TNT.
Yeah, TNT is more on your radar of I go to TNT more. Like, you know, like people will watch TNT or TBS for general shows that they have, like, you know, reruns and stuff. Nobody watches FS1.
And people want more AI Broaddus?
They do. And we might have an extra clip or two for crosstalk. We'll see.
Oh.
All right.
All right.
I drowned it in Tito's today.
I predict Broaddus is going to be upset knowing the capabilities that you just unveiled.
Oh, there are a lot of people who are terrified in DFW right now knowing I can do this.
They should absolutely shut AI
I don't know
down.
what Marcus Mosher sounds like, but I'd be worried.
They should really shut AI down. Like, we should not have this.
I agree.
We don't need this. This is not good.
877-881-1053. Choppy going to start us off with the red zone as someone is picking on the Cowboys for not getting a running back.
Yeah, Dan Graziano was doing his like unanswered questions, missed opportunities that people had in the offseason so far.
While staring straight ahead at the camera.
Straight ahead. And one of them was, why didn't the Cowboys do more at running back? For example, other ones was like, why did the Falcons move on from Kirk Cousins? Why did the Bengals extend Trey Hendrickson? Stuff like that. Those are some of the other examples. And he goes, why didn't the Cowboys do more at running back? And he goes, only 5 teams rushed for fewer yards than the Cowboys did. And the team's 6 rushing touchdowns ranked last. And there you had the retirement of Zach Martin. Rico leaving in free agency on a 1-year deal that the Cowboys probably could have topped. They could have top the 2.75. Now it goes up to 6, right?
It goes up 6. They didn't want to go up 6.
Now they did sign some reclamation projects, and then of course they draft Jaden Blue in the 5th, and then Phil Maffa in the 7th round from Clemson. But they're like, they could have done more. And the Cowboys have made it clear over the last few years that they intend to find bargains at running back. And I'm just like, what do you want them to do? They drafted the running back. They drafted 2 running backs for that matter. Do you want them to sign a big-time free agent? Who was the big-time free agent running back out there?
I think there are people who want them to still, even to this day, go look at Chubb.
Yeah.
They want them to make.
He's either hurt or washed.
They want him to. I think they want the Cowboys to make a more aggressive play in the trade market potentially for somebody like Breece Hall, or they wanted them to just say, "It's nice that you got Ezeraku," or "It's nice that you got, Savon Ravel," but you need to take a running back with one of those 2 picks.
Right. But these are also the same people, and this is where the hypocrisy comes out. If the Cowboys drafted Hampton at 12, he'd be complaining that they overdrafted him.
Yeah, I think it was more they wanted a 2nd or 3rd round investment in a running back is what people wanted.
Okay, I understand that, but
they follow the board. The board played out differently.
Right.
Yeah.
You can't have everything, and you can't have it every way.
Right.
We like to think that we have it every way. Same people complaining that Pete Rose should be instated are now saying, what a terrible job by Rob Manfred for reinstating him.
It may be.
It's like, well,
wait a second. I missed that date. Are you giving Manfred props for that?
No. I think what happened is that whoever it was, Faye Vincent, Bart Giamatti, they made this thing. They passed it down. These are the unwritten rules. We are banning him until he passes away, which I think is crap.
Right.
I think it's crap. And don't get me there's
pretty
a lot
cruel.
It's very cruel.
They should have waited 5 more years.
They had no problem. They have no problem letting Pete on the field when they're trying to promote something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's garbage. But by the way, I have no faith that he's actually going to get in the Hall of Fame.
Boone was Brett Boone was interesting answering the Pete Rose question with us too, because that's somebody that he was around him as a kid in the Philadelphia clubhouse and stuff like that.
And he had the interview with Pete, and Pete said, "I'll get in when I'm dead."
Yeah, and Booney was like, "I love him." He's like, "But I'm really conflicted." He's like, "I'm glad I don't have to make a decision voting on that because it's a big conflict." But back to the Cowboys question real quickly. Yeah, to me, it's just, even though it's been called arrogant before, I think if you fix your run blocking in a lot of ways, that goes a long way to repairing your run game too, and that's a big focus for them when they took Booker.
Right, absolutely. So there you go.
All right, we have 2 television productions when it comes to loving the National Football League even more. The first is, did you see the Nick Cage Madden preview?
I saw the
picture
banner. Yeah, the picture.
What did you guys think? Nick Cage and Al Davis.
I wanted to mock it at first just because Nick Cage has such a dopey look on his face all the time that I was like, this is ridiculous. But then when I really looked back at it and I was looking at old photos, I was like, it's close enough. Yeah, it's not bad. The Al Davis looks really good.
And who is it playing Al?
Isn't it Christian Bale?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love campy, campy posters and stuff.
That one's pretty accurate, actually. Like when you look at it, I think that looks pretty close to Madden.
And then are they? I agree. I'm interested in watching it. Are they hyping this up as the NFL version of The Last Dance?
They are. They are going to do.
Even the name makes my skin crawl.
ESPN has released a 6-part documentary, the trailer, I should say, for the 2024 Chiefs. They're calling it The Kingdom. It is produced by the same team behind The Last Dance, an inside look at players' lives on and off the field and their season. It's basically an in-season hard knocks kind of thing. And I have to say, we love football. We love more football. But this is not going to hit the same way The Last Dance is. First off, despite the fact that football is much bigger than the NBA, I feel we have a greater relationship with basketball players than football players. With our stars. We have a greater relationship with our star basketball players than football.
Sure.
Football is so, what have you done for me lately? Like, as soon as the guy's gone, you forget about him. As soon as the guy's gone in the NBA, you haven't even begun to romanticize about them.
Okay.
So you grow with the other sports. But also, the Chiefs are boring. I'm sorry. They're just boring. Like, is this going to be about Pat and Britt and Travis and Taylor Swift, and that's it?
Yeah.
Nobody cares about any other member of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Andy
Reid. What we could talk about his wife making him his third hamburger of the week.
Chiefsaholic.
Cheeseburger, whatever it is.
We could cover Chiefsaholic since he's going to prison for 32
and
years.
the Chiefs fans that died.
Right.
Yeah, which we never got an answer on.
We didn't
that
really.
still is bizarre.
But look, you can have Pat and Kelsey or Jordan Pippen.
I think we did. They OD'd.
I know, but they had never found out, like, it had disappeared in terms of, like, how was somebody outside dead? How were you fine upstairs asleep? Like, there was never any resolution to that.
There's no Rodman. They don't have a Rodman on the team.
Oh, yeah.
There's no Phil. Right? If the Zen Matt, the angst with the front office. Half the storyline of The Last Dance was the angst with Krause and Reinsdorf.
Well, also, and this is a compliment to Pat Mahomes, who I like Pat Mahomes as a dude, and personally, I don't know him, but the way he comes across, we already saw him on Netflix. I already saw it. Mahomes is pretty accessible. Michael, you felt like you were like, oh my God, what are we getting behind the scenes? This NBA on NBC intrigue is, oh my God, what's Michael Jordan going to honestly say about basketball? Part of Michael's mystique is the mystery, the secrecy. In today's social media world and some of the things Pat has already done, we know a ton about him.
Mm-hmm.
So the mystery is gone. You have a big loogie in your mouth?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't.
I thought I heard that. And I thought you were
No, it's clearing my throat.
Cheering
but no.
it, chewing on it.
So no, I don't care about this at all. The kingdom.
I'm kind of out.
The Chiefs are not that intriguing to me.
No.
A couple years ago, they would have been more intriguing. But yeah, at this point, there's oversaturation. I'm tired of them.
Do you still hate them?
So, like, I don't necessarily even hate them. I hate how people talk about them. It's like, you know how sometimes you hate a musical artist or whatever because you can't divorce their fans from that person? It's kind of like that with the Chiefs. The way people talk about that team when they were not that great last year was irritating.
And then one more note, it's non-football, but choppy. We are not getting a Kentucky Derby winner running tomorrow.
No, we are not.
Another Preakness disappointment.
Another one. Sovereignty is the horse that won the Kentucky Derby, and he is not going to be running in the Preakness. This is so awful.
Yeah.
I mean, this really, really sucks. They've got to figure out something to do. Horse racing is killing America. It really is. It's killing America because we used to strive to be great.
Killing the horses.
Well, we used to strive to be great, and we used to risk failure to be great. And now...
Turn this music up for the speech. I feel like it deserves this.
Thank you. And now we shun risk, and we go for the safety net. It is sickening. It's a plague on America. It's a plague on America. You should risk your life for greatness.
Choppy.
There we go. Risk your life for greatness.
How much does this impact, do you think, wagers on the Preakness when the Derby winner doesn't run? Like, does it get a lot less action on it?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think the wagering, if you're going to bet on it, you're going to bet on it. It absolutely will affect
But the outside, but the non-degenerates.
Like people are just like, oh, let me catch a Triple Crown winner, or let me bet against the Derby winner.
Yeah. Yeah, it might. It very well might. I just, I'm very bummed.
I will tell you one thing, and we really need to set it up. I need to stop talking about it and do it. A day at Lone Star.
Lone Star's great.
Have you ever been, Bobby?
Yeah, Lone Star Park's awesome.
But just sitting there, and Pepe, have you ever gone?
I have, yes.
Oh my gosh. Say hi to Randy Galloway upstairs, and then just put down $2 bets here and there, and just be in there. It's a great rush. It can be cheap betting on the races. We should do a big event.
We really should. They are fun. They are. You get the night races.
It's fun.
The daytime ones are hotter than you know what.
I've never been there at night.
Oh, they're great.
Drinks.
A lot of times they have the concerts after them.
Drinks. It's very scenic. Like the views are great, and then you get the competitiveness. You get to win a little bit. It's fun.
Will Kevin Hagelin strike again and make it 5 for 5 through the weekend? Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpieces next.
to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Stars Game 5. Rangers versus the Armpit and final Ranger ticket giveaway at 7:20. Plus,
I'll go ahead and spoil that first segment. The Stars-Jets series continues.
No! Friday morning on The Fan.
The Winnipeg Jets are going to win Game 5 and send it back as we're going to get Robertson and Fleury engaged. And now Fleury taking a run at somebody else. Connor Hellebuck has tossed back-to-back shutouts at home. And Winnipeg wins it 4-0 tonight.
Man.
I just know what's going to happen. I can't control it.
That's what we got to figure out. Are you doing this? The fan text seems to think you're doing it.
a witch? Why would I not root for the Stars to win?
Because you're leader.
You'd rather be right.
No.
These nuts.
I used to be. I definitely used to be that person. 100%.
Do you sports bet?
No. I just do daily fantasy on Underdog. Promo code Masterpiece. Get up to $1,000 cash bonus on your first deposit.
I'm saying, have you been able to take advantage of this medium ability that you've shown?
I think yes.
Well done. And hopefully other Tolos have cashed in as well.
I like it.
The dark arts are really helping you, huh?
Do you have another one in you to go 5 straight?
Yeah, what were you saying about Pakistan during the break?
I did not say that.
Dude, you did come in here with some hot Middle East stuff.
Because the other day, Bobby's like, why don't you give me some non-sports predictions out here? So do we want to say Caleb Williams' shocking defection to the UFL?
Oh, you're going to lose your streak.
Or
you're going to lose your streak.
All-day pregame to get you ready for Stars-Jets games.
Oh, my.
That's not happening. You're going to lose your streak again?
Yeah, you're going to lose
Wow.
You going to have a Jamie Benn suspension prediction for us or something?
Did you think that was...
I don't think he's getting suspended.
Well, he would have been. I assume he would have been suspended by now.
Yeah.
No. Not by now.
Don't think so.
Although, to be fair, you don't have the best gauge on player suspension.
I'm 1-1, jerk. All right? I'm 1-1.
That was so fast.
500. So be quiet.
All right, so what do you say? Does he get suspended?
I don't think he does.
Okay.
There's
Do you think it was a sucker punch?
It's a hockey punch.
Well, I judge it by whether... What's the name of the guy he hit?
Shifley.
Whether Shoffley, Xander,
not Xander Shoffley.
Was he looking at him? And I think you gotta be. I think technically his head was facing towards Jamie, but I think you gotta be looking for 2 seconds for it not to be counted as a sucker punch. It's like as soon as his head turned, bam, night.
I don't think it was a sucker punch because Jamie Benn set it up from the get. He set it up as soon as Shifley. As soon Xander.
It's not Xander.
As soon as he.
The only thing Xander hit yesterday was the water.
Oh,
as soon as the puck left his stick, Jamie Benn leaned him up against the wall near their bench in order to make that happen. He wanted to get ejected. He wanted to start a fight. He wanted some chaos to happen. And he wanted to stick somebody in the jaw. So I don't think it was a sucker punch as much as it was like, I'm just waiting for just go back and watch, too. He waited for the refs to look at him before and then Shifley pushed him, and that's when he was like, oh, look at this. I'm getting caught. You're getting caught. We're all in trouble here.
Why are you feeling uneasy about Game 6 here?
You know...
Or you just can't reveal
This is all part of the plan for me.
Ouija
Game
board.
6 was the whole time.
I would not use that.
Will any of you mess with the Ouija board?
I have a healthy fear and respect of the Ouija board.
Really? I've never been offered the opportunity, and I'm not sure I would take it up either.
It's
what would
weird.
Be the benefit of
it's
it?
weird.
It's weird.
Ouija boards I found one in my mom's at my grandma's house up in the attic one day, and it was like, all right. And so me and my sister, and she was too young to
light
prank
a candle,
me.
Put some candles on.
We didn't. I mean, we just were like doing it. I was like, what do we do with this? And then it was kind of weird. So, and I don't ever want to mess with them again. Back to you, Kevin.
I'm telling you, man. Maybe it's because I watch too many horror movies. Maybe it's because of other reasons. But I have a healthy fear and respect of the Ouija board.
I don't like the way it's spelled.
Spell it.
I can't. O-I-J-A.
Isn't it
O-U-I-J-I or something?
Ouija.
Thank you, Peyton.
What's coming up on the show,
That's why
Corey?
you're my guy. That's why you're my guy. You dig me there.
O-U-I-J-A board.
Guys, this kinship between these two, this connection between Peyton and Choppy, it's
We're degenerates. That's what
Does
it
that
is.
annoy you more, or does just general Bobby annoy you more?
Oh, I think Bobby's been good the past few weeks. It's definitely
It's because you've only had to stagger every other week.
Man, it even felt painful for you to say that.
It's because I'm not here. It's because I'm not here consecutive weeks.
No, that's a good point.
Lately, they call me Sean Seeger yesterday. Choppy did.
They are, no, Choppy and Peyton, I feel like almost at this point, Peyton's doing it on purpose. Like Peyton's, it feels like it's really ramped up over the last 6 weeks.
It does get you guys pretty upset, though. So I enjoy the comment.
Yeah, I think Payne's more annoying.
I agree.
Yeah. Corey, what's coming up?
Puck around and find out to start the show. The beauty of the pitchers duel at 10:20, 11 o'clock in honor of the Cavaliers. What do you want to rain from the ceiling at AT&T or Globe Life?
Virginia or Cleveland?
The Cleveland Cavaliers. They did the snow machines. They had the snow machines. They invested $500,000 in snow machines, and for their patented Cavalanche whenever they go on a scoring run. Well, they only got to use it one time during the playoffs, and that's funny in itself. But you're in a stadium, you're in an arena, and you see that they're going to start raining something down from the ceiling. Hot dogs? What do you want? What do you want to fall out of the sky?
The Mavalanche.
The Mavalanche.
What would that look like?
Yeah, what is it?
Just blatantly rip them off. I don't know, because they use the horse as the
Luka jerseys.
So just fake horse poop just raining down.
I think it was up to $4,500
for the auction.
Yeah, for the auction.
We estimated that it might end around 10 to 12.
Oh yeah, 44 seems low. Huh? What would be best to fall at the local stadiums?
Still probably hits for the Rangers.
Ticket prices. How about that?
Yeah.
Oh, dang, dude.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
Kevin has a very interesting story, so we'll roll that out at 11 o'clock.
All right. Tolos have one final request after Worst Take, won by Brian Broaddus for not being able to find Dallas Stars games on television.
I understand what he's saying.
I do not.
Explain it.
Yeah.
So there was a time when you would go, oh, I just got to go to Fox, and the playoffs are on Fox. And I know every night I go to the ESPN app and just see, is it on ESPN or TBS? That's all I need to know. So that's what he's saying. He's not looking beforehand.
Let me stop you right there. On DirecTV Stream, I don't even have to go to the guide because after you've used it for 2 weeks, right, they know your habits or you say your sports team.
Yes.
So there's a big red T or there's a green D.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the emblems are right there.
Probably get that.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't have to go to a channel. I don't have to search.
So I do.
I just click the logo.
I have Fubo, and that's so I can watch the Rangers. But hockey is on TBS and TNT. Fubo is not on TNT. So I do have to go to the Amazon Prime app to get it. So it's not that much of a hassle.
You know what we should do?
It's one or the other.
We should get Old Man Broaddus when you go to a hotel room and
oh no.
They used to have the laminated guide channels.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. We need to make him that for his.
do. He needs
and
that.
just stick it up on the wall for the old man to sit there.
Get one of those little Velcro things, just put on the TV like that.
Yes.
Did you get any feedback from Broaddus about your
He's probably doing a
shenanigans?
podcast.
I didn't. It was. I mean,
got
AI.
48 podcasts to do.
AI is going to AI. I mean, it sounded like Broaddus to me. It sounds like it was Broaddus' take. Why do I have to get feedback for that? But yeah, Broaddus had the bad take of saying it was hard to find the game. So we played AI Broaddus earlier with more excuses for Stars fans, and the fan text was like, "We want more AI Broaddus making excuses." So we got to
play all of it.
We got a couple more excuses for Stars fans.
You know, sometimes I wonder if the Stars have cost themselves fans because of how confusing their name is. I think a lot of people turn these games on and they're confused when it's not a documentary about constellations. What are we doing here? If you're telling people you're the Stars and they don't see the Big Dipper, you're going to turn a lot of people off. We're guilty of this too at our station. You know, we talk about Tolo and how much we want this to be a big family and how we're going to tell you about the Stars, but do people even know how to find our station? We're called 105.3 The Fan, but that doesn't say AM or FM. We're not even clear about whether 105.3 is longitude or latitude. How are we supposed to tell people about the Stars when we don't even know how to tell them where they can find us? I just think we need to be consistent here.
This sounds actually like a Broaddus phone call.
It really does. He's completely forgetting about those forgettable tourist jerseys the Stars had that one year.
Is just spot on.
Yes,
as well.
the tones of it, Bobby. It's I don't want to say it, but it's good job. Holy crap, good job.
Do you have one about a goalie? Maybe is that available?
I can make one. I don't have one though right now.
So
but I
do
can make
you
one.
have to? How much do you have to? The mannerisms, what we were just talking about, the pacing. How much is
so
that?
I read that. That's my voice reading
What?
it. Yeah, that's my voice reading that.
Crazy.
And then the AI filter swipes over and just changes the tone of my voice to sound like Brian. So the inflection and the pace, I have to get that right from Broadus, and then it'll just change the sound of his voice.
Who else do you think would be hilarious to have him AI here in the building?
Dawson.
He did it. It wasn't. It wasn't.
It sounded like you.
Do you have it?
I'll send it to Peyton right now.
Is it bad?
Oh wait, there's an F word in it.
Is it something we can't play?
Yeah, there's an F word in it. I can't do it.
I didn't think it was as good as the Broadus one.
The Broadus one is tremendous.
Broadus one's very good.
There's just
very good.
two gravelly things where you can tell it's, but the pacing, and all the little detail is money.
The what are we doing here? It like sounds just like that. Yeah.
What are we doing here?
That's good.
All right, everyone, have a fantastic weekend. You heard the Kevin Hagelin prediction. We may be seeing you for Game 7 next week.
No!
We got an Ice Cube ticket giveaway to hook you up with. Have a fantastic day and weekend with the KNC Masterpiece getting you there next on the
Uber Eats has low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I think it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors. And you have the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck are we doing today?
I'm here, and it is Friday. And for anybody out there working on this Friday, if it is your last day of the week, would you like to just F around today? Because I'm totally about it. I love when, you know what was really funny the other day? I gave Dawson the kind of okay, because you said, what do you got coming on the show? And he was like, oh, crap. And he went, and I was like, hey, man, and he goes, oh, yeah, mail it in Wednesday.
Although,
I feel like we should do that today, guys.
And I'm going to run this by Dawson again, just to be clear. Can we admit that sometimes that's his tease anyway? It's like, I
have no clue.
We got
what you're talking
sports coming at you.
He is always a very prepared individual.
Okay.
He loves this station.
No, I don't dispute that second part.
Shots at a
I
man
just
who
want
cares
you to
deeply about your
admit
soul.
that every once in a while, the tease is, you want sports? We got them.
Screw you.
Okay. Sorry, Dawson. I'll double check that with him later and see if he agrees or disagrees, but perhaps he will disagree. Now, question about making your Friday better before we inevitably dive into the Stars and how they need to stop committing 8,000 penalties.
They do.
Do you think that just getting a great parking spot can improve your day?
At that moment, yes.
How long does that feeling last?
Till I'm in the place that I got to.
That's not very long.
Well, I mean, what the next thing that happens is gonna the depiction of what the rest of my day is gonna be until the next thing happens. It's very similar to everything's going good right now, and then everything just falls apart, and you are living in the moment most of the time. So yes, in the moment of the good parking spot, you're just like, man, things are gonna look up until, I don't know, you get hit by a truck, and then you're like, that parking spot, maybe if I had a worse parking spot, I wouldn't gotten hit by this truck. Oh, sorry to really...
Man!
I didn't mean to bring that down. I'm just saying living in the moment's important. Is that what you got from that, Alec?
No, I got that if I ever get a good parking spot here, which never happens. Thankfully, I'm going to get hit by a truck.
No, just look around. Just keep an eye out. Keep your head on a swivel.
I've seen too many movies like that. If anybody is ever in open space and like giving a speech, I just automatically assume now they're going to get run over by a bus or a truck or something like that. From the 561 morning, guys, I work for a church in Grapevine. So yesterday, last day of my work week.
Nice.
Boom. Love it, love it, love it. From the 903, I get this. Hey, guys, I'm in sales. I'm not allowed to F around.
I don't know, man.
It will impact your money directly.
If your client wants to F around, then it's okay, you know?
I've seen some real estate videos like that.
Kevin, can you explain this real estate video?
Hey, give me cut number 6, will you? And bail me out of this situation. If you know what I'm talking about, text in 877-881-1053, Franklin
With
text
that
line.
real estate video, Kevin, I just want to know for sure, was there a dryer already in the house, and was somebody already stuck in that dryer?
No.
Okay.
No. But look, the economy can be tough. Sometimes people make bold choices that surprise me to get the sale done.
Hot 5 on 5.
Okay, that's not the audio I asked for.
It was. I thought that was the audio, honestly, Alec. That was
cut number 6.
Pionk joining the rush. Looks it for Connor. The trailer is Shifley. Shifley hangs on and back in. Shifley scores off the shin pad of Harley.
From the 469, let's F around and take a load off. From the 214, oh yeah. I wish I could F around at work, but if I do, people will die because I drive a truck. Now, just quick side question about that, because obviously I'm trying to avoid the catastrophe that was the Stars game last night.
You can F around and still also be serious. Is that weird?
Do you ever drive somewhere or you get somewhere and you're like, I'm not totally sure I recall how, like, the driving patterns that got me here. Like, usually it's somewhere you've been like a million times, like you're driving back home or whatever. And I don't know if like zone out is the right word, and you're like still watching the road, but maybe your mind is kind of elsewhere and just instinct gets you through it. Have you guys been through stuff like that before?
Kevin, I can't quite say that I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
But I have. Okay, Alec, please help him out.
I feel like this happens a lot, especially at the end of the week. You know, whenever you're like, all right, I made it to the end. I'm drained. I'm tired. And sometimes whenever you sit through the traffic on 75 or whatnot, it feels like it took 3 times as long to get home or whatever. Once you get past the traffic, some days I'm just like, I got home. Cool. You know, like I don't remember any of it. I'm just like, I made it home. I made it past all that traffic or past this wreck or whatever. And the rest of the time, I'm just kind of in my own world. And I catch myself walking in the front door and I'm like, oh, I made it home. Cool.
See, one of my favorite movies, Kevin, is Orange County. You know this.
Yes, I do.
And
that is a good movie.
One of the lines from John Lithgow when he's talking to, it's not Annette Bening. What's her name? The other lady. She kind of looks like Annette Bening. He's talking to her. It was his ex-wife, and he's telling her, sometimes I drive home and then I find myself in front of this house because it's where my heart is drawing me to. So, Kevin, maybe what's happening is your heart's drawing you to wherever that place is.
I mean, I still end up at my house.
Oh, well, there it is.
Or here.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Usually, though, I'm paying so much attention because I need to know how to get back. And also, Google Maps has really changed everything for me.
Oh, my God. I so agree with that. The 314, I'm just happy now to park way out and walk. More exercise, and it's faster than hunting for a spot.
There you go.
See, I'm all about that on the way to the event. It's after the event that I'm like, whoa. That walk is somehow going to be longer, especially if your team loses or something. That's why I love, like, if you're leaving a place and you're like, oh my God, I'm parked so close. So, like, maybe you didn't love the event. Maybe you did love the event. And you're like, I got to get home. I got to get up early for work or whatever. My parking spot's so close, man. I'll be out of here before anyone even realizes.
Yeah, when we go to the Rangers games, usually they would have us parking like park number 1 would be the spot. Now we have to park out by freaking the AT&T.
Narnia.
Yeah, it's a long way away. I got to park by Eastfield College, I feel like. Jeez.
All right. See, okay, I'm glad that people are with me on that a whole bunch of times, Kevin. There are times where I snap out of it and wonder, where was I at for just a few seconds?
Oh, no, that's concerning.
But, like,
no wonder I've almost gotten hit by other people so much this week.
And that's the thing. That's why it's hard to describe. It's not that you're not paying attention to the road. Like, honestly, you're probably looking more at the road than anything else. It's just that maybe your mind has wandered somewhere else. So, I mean, it's good.
You're telling me you think about other things while you drive?
Yes.
Not just the driving and everything that's going on?
I will admit very much so. I do that quite a bit.
Dude.
All right. Back, unfortunately, to the Dallas Stars. Now, one of the things that we talked about yesterday, or maybe it's the day before, the Stars are the most shorthanded team in the NHL playoffs.
Okay.
And they were like, yeah, you just wait. All right, because, like, I'm just going to focus in on a couple of different things. The first two, I believe it was the first 2 power plays for the Stars, were absolutely atrocious. Like, when they had the manage, it was awful. Like, in our group text, and I thought Corey was spot on about this, we were like, what the hell was that first power play? That was terrible. Yeah. And then, obviously, you get a quick turnaround, and you get another power play, and then you send us back another one. Because it looked the same of, like, what the hell was that? Like, seriously, it looked so discombobulated. The passes were not crisp. You lost possession way too many times, which led to way lower quality opportunities than you should think, which I think by the end of the game is reflected by the fact that I think with 5 or 6 minutes left, you had 15 shots on goal. Now, they peppered the goal at the end of the game, like in those last few minutes when the game was over. But 5 or 6 minutes left in the third period, you have 15 shots off of multiple power plays, and it's just really frustrating because that is where the Stars have held a big advantage. On the flip side, there were several agitating penalties for the Stars. I think it was
agitating because of the referees or because of the Stars?
I thought it was because of the Stars.
I'm
now,
with you.
I know that I think it was the Marchment penalty where he was like, I can't believe I got called for a penalty. That guy skated into me.
Really? Because you haven't done anything else this series.
Yeah. And then when you go back and watch, and even the announcers were thrown off of, oh, that's tough luck. I was like, well, first of all, he looks like he's going to karate chop him with his stick coming out of the air. And secondly, the reason why that guy spun back into him is because he grabbed his jersey and pulled him. And he just looked befuddled that he was going to the penalty box. And I was like, are you freaking kidding me? That is obviously a penalty. And the good news for most of this series is Winnipeg hasn't done jack on the power play. They were 1 for 16 in this series. Last night, 2 for 5. And those 2 goals, those were the difference. I know you can say like, oh, any goal was the difference. But realistically, like those 2 goals, game.
Yeah, the fact that in that first power play, Kevin, Miro didn't get a shot off when he had multiple opportunities to pull the trigger frustrated me. And the second one he did, and it was a quality shot too. I was like, oh, that's exactly what you're looking for. Why did it take so long? And I don't know if he was deferring to other guys that have been there, and he's like, these guys though, for some, this is the Stars' MO. When they lose and the shots are like 8, and you're like, what? How did you? Why? It's because they look like they're looking for the perfect shot.
Yes,
instead
the
of just
prettiest
saying,
goal.
Yeah, and then what happened against us last night? 2 goals deflecting off of skates, off of pads, off of sticks. You're just like, that's how it's happening right now. For whatever reason. And I know they were talking about it the other day. Lundqvist was like, man, I don't know. One of my defenders, he was really good at his positioning, and that never happening for us. And then you see Lindell, that one runs off of his skate. His skate looks like he lined his foot up perfectly to line it in.
Yeah.
You're like, maybe there is something to that. I don't know. And maybe you don't want to have your skates a certain way, or maybe your body, the way these guys are shooting, though, they're not even shooting at the goal sometimes. They're shooting at somebody's leg. And they're like, let's see if it goes in, just to get a shot off. And the Stars didn't do that last night. But Kevin, I'm very calm. I'm going to continue to stay calm in this because this is what I expected. I told y'all yesterday. I said it yesterday. Somebody said I was foolish. And I said, I'm anticipating that a go through the motions kind of game 5. And they looked like it last night. They did not look like they had a sense of urgency from the puck drop, Kevin. And somewhere in the second period, the Jets decided to turn it up. Their speed got faster. They decided they had a more sense of urgency. They were a desperate team. And the Stars looked like, all right, let's muck it up just a little bit and go back to Dallas. That's the way I saw it. So I'm not as concerned. But in these losses, that is you have the same trend every time, and that is lack of getting shots off.
And I think it's this sequencing of penalties. Now, was it because it led to a goal? Maybe. Was it because it led to 5-on-3? Also maybe. Or was it because it looked like Petrovic and Lindell committed the exact same penalty? And I don't just mean they were both tripping. I mean, they looked exactly the same within 11 seconds. I was like, what happened, Lindell? Did you not see what just happened? And so then Winnipeg gets the 5-on-3 advantage. And I'm not saying you're going to score a goal every single time, but that is a really tough defense right there. And the Stars couldn't hang. And then getting that goal put in there. The game's not over, but I will admit I kind of felt like maybe we're on our way back to Dallas at that point.
Oh, okay.
Just when it's 2-0. I'm not saying they can't overcome deficits, but the way the offense has been working and the plethora of penalties, and you got those 2 back-to-back, and you're just kind of like, all right, I'll see you on Saturday.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good approach. The smart thing, I need to stick in the game and stop looking ahead. I guess it's because my mind was so built on we're going to game 6.
Yeah.
That's what I'm already thinking ahead of. All right, now you need to be on that plane, looking at those power plays. When you didn't pull the trigger, why not?
Yeah.
And now you need to find that hole in their defense because they were giving you their best last night. And that's what I think is so fascinating about this, Kevin. I told you at the beginning of the series, the Stars will not be beaten in this series. They will beat themselves. The penalties, they're beating themselves.
Yep.
The own goals, they're beating themselves.
Thomas Harley immediately was like, "Sorry about that, man."
And so, like that's where I'm watching and I'm looking like these guys are beating themselves over and over. But whenever they have that sense of urgency, And whenever they are right, they're better than what we saw last night, Kevin. And last night you saw a team that didn't look interested in taking the fight to them until it was like really like, we're going to fight, we're going to battle, we're going to hit you, we're going to do these things, but we don't have any real interest in going and doing all the other things that it takes tonight.
Did it feel remarkably similar to game 2? I'm not just saying because you got shut out as Winnipeg. But
again, the Winterpigs didn't have a great night last night.
Fair.
They weren't really great until the third period. Whenever the Stars decided,
then they got a 5-on-3. Good for them.
Yeah, the Stars gave up at that point, Kevin. Like they really did. And I felt throughout the whole night the Stars shouldn't be in this game. The Winterpigs aren't this good. And so now that's why I have faith coming back in Game 6 that DeBoer is going to have them ready. That Stars team is going to say, okay, now let's close out in front of our home ice. We got the shift change advantage here. I think they're going to have a big advantage tonight. Again, I think you took information from last night that's going to help you in Game 6.
A lot of fascinating feedback this morning. This I had never even considered from the 951. If they put calorie counters on the parking spots, I think more people would be willing to park further.
Oh, crap.
That's a good idea. So it's like, lot R. Also, here's the price. Here's the number of calories.
How furious, though, would you be if you found out lot R really only burned you 12 calories? And you were like, are you kidding me?
That's kind of what I think
This seems
sometimes.
so much further than 12 calories. We wouldn't even think about steps or minutes anymore. We'd think of everything in calories. And I kind of like this idea. This is a good concept, Texter.
From the 205. Oh, I don't know where that is. I totally zone out. I have times I don't even remember passing certain landmarks. From the 469. You're basically on autopilot. From the 972. Kevin's right. I'm completely aware of the road and I'm stopping in traffic and everything. From the 214. Kevin, we have a family friend that's a retired ER doctor. Dude said he lost count of the number of times he pulled into his driveway and didn't know how he got there.
Wow.
It happens, man.
You know what? Maybe
it's scary.
Because I did see Adrian one night. We were driving down 30. We were on 30 and we're driving. She's following me. And I'm on the phone with her. And I exit. And then I look over and I see her car pass. And I said, hey, where are you going? And she said, I'm going home. And I said, well, then why didn't you exit when I did? And she goes, I have no clue.
Yeah.
Days later, she took a pregnancy test and she was pregnant. So, Kevin, maybe all of y'all are pregnant.
Oh, politics? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the beauty of the pitchers duel. Plus, is Rangers Astros the most heated current MLB rivalry? Next, right here on The Fan.
very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And to the plate. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. High fastball as Altuve chased. Once again, deGrom gets the final out of the inning on a strikeout with men on base.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Somebody asked if they can get PGA updates every hour. My guy Michael Thor Bjornsson is in a tie for third. He's at 4 under behind John. I think it's Jonathan Vegas. I'll admit, I'm not the golfing expert. He leads the field with a -7 thus far.
Look at
or
you,
7
dude.
under par.
Knocking this thing out.
All right.
Jonathan spelled Jonathan.
That's why I'm not 1,000,000%.
Jonathan.
On that. Yeah, that maybe.
I'll throw that one out there.
All right. Pitchers duel yesterday, and for the second time it feels like in a week, the Rangers cobbled together like 3 hits or whatever, and they were still able to win the game. So I'm not hating on that. deGrom was outstanding, and he was outstanding in terms of, it was funny, you said something, I hope I'm not misconstruing what you said earlier, Corey, that he wasn't necessarily like dominant, but you're just impressed. This is the first time in 4 years he's got through 8 innings.
Yeah, there were Evan Carter's amazing catch out in center field. And yes, Mike and Dave Raymond did prove me wrong about the Rangers defense yesterday. Good job, boys. But Evan Carter's amazing flash of leather out there saved a double. Adolis's sliding catch. Adolis played fantastic out in the outfield yesterday. Wyatt Langford had to travel deep into the outfield for a fly ball. And there were moments where you could see on deGrom's face, it was like, man, I'm glad my defense is playing for me today. And you got to trust them. You do have to trust your defense, and you don't have to do it all on your own. But deGrom looked like, hey, I'm going to rely a lot on some off-speed pitches throughout this game, and then when I need to heat it up, I will. But it was one of those where, when I say dominant for him, 15 strikeouts, 12 strikeouts.
I got you.
And the amount of strikeouts he had was fine. But he relied on his defense last night, which is what he's going to have to do throughout the regular season. When we get to the playoffs, he still will hope that crystal defense is there behind him, but we're going to want you to step it up just a little more, and he knows that.
I will say, I felt better about this game than the Colorado game where you were getting no hit until the Wyatt Langford home run, because you were going up against a bona fide stud pitcher this year.
He's fun to watch too, man.
Yeah, and I know Hunter Brown took the loss, got a complete game. He pitched outstandingly. He doesn't go into the clubhouse and he's like, sorry I let you down. He might feel that way, but he has no need to feel that way. He looked tremendous, and I felt okay about getting shut down by him versus about a week ago in the Colorado pitcher you ran into problems with, had like a 7.7 ERA going into the game.
Yeah, and there was one point, Kevin, last night where Mike said that Hunter Brown had thrown more practice pitches than he had actual pitches in the game. I think it was in the 5th inning. He was like, he had like 35 pitches in the 5th inning.
Yeah.
And he was like, he's thrown more practice pitches. He's worked harder warming up than he has actually throwing against the Rangers. And again, they still did a pretty decent job of working and trying to get good counts against him. but Hunter Brown was throwing strikes last night and putting them in a tough position. So he's interesting to watch. I'm glad we were able to come away with the win against him because starting the Silver Boot series that way, and then Kevin, you and I were talking about this yesterday. Hey, keep this trend up as you're going into the Yankees and as you got the White Sox coming up. You could find yourself back at the top of this division pretty quickly.
Okay, you know what? I'm glad that you said that because I promise I understand that that's important. Just at this point in the season, I don't care as much about the jump from 4th to 2nd. And like you're right behind the Mariners, who we talked about this yesterday. The Mariners have really, really been struggling. I like it because you have the opportunity, depending on how the rest of the series goes, depending on how the Yankees series goes, to say, hey, we really play quality baseball against 3 out of 4 teams that were really, really good. I'll never give credit to the Rockies, but that is encouraging if you can continue to win against good teams.
Yeah, definitely gaining confidence. Hey, win against bad teams is good too.
For sure, you have to.
Gaining that confidence is important. The reason I want to get up to the top is I don't want to be chasing for the rest of the season and wear yourself out chasing. Get to the top of that thing. Start having people chase you because it puts pressure on them. And I think that's where the Rangers are at their best is whenever people are chasing them down.
And don't you feel like it would be really nice if you could dispose of the A's or the Astros along the way?
Yes.
Like, it's
1,000%.
early, and maybe the Angels are like, oh, we could still do this. Well, you can't. And so I'm just going to go ahead and say it. The Angels, they're done. Better luck next year, but you had the 2 best players in baseball.
Maybe Mike Trout will be healthy next year.
Yeah, and you still didn't make the playoffs then. So, I don't know. Find a different strategy. But it would be nice if you could cast off another team, and then it kind of got down to like a 3-team race. Then maybe by the time you got to the halfway point, you were one of the 2 teams in a 2-team race, perhaps with Seattle. To your point, I would like that a lot better than having to be like, well, what did this team do today? What did this team do today? Now, the reason why I brought up the rivalry.
And by the way, real quick.
Yeah.
Give Houston credit defensively last night, too. They were sparkling as well. And so this is a fantastic matchup for baseball fans, especially when this rivalry has been as good as it's been over the last, 10 years?
Probably.
Yeah.
Did you see how long the game was?
It felt short. Am I wrong?
No, you're not. It was 2 hours and 1 minute.
Oh, if we can get that down to an hour and a half.
Hey, why not?
You and Manfred are
that's good pitching. Like, that's quality pitching right there. Not a lot of runners on, not a lot of goofing around. The starters go deep into the game. Like, that's what a really good pitching duel does for you in these games.
And we asked about the rivalry, and from the 214, absolutely no rivalry has been hotter in recent years than Rangers versus the Astros. And the reason why I wanted to talk about that a little bit more is, this is rivalry weekend for MLB. So this is
I did not know this.
Yeah, this is their Auburn, Alabama weekend. Actually, Carter's probably cringing because he's like, I could tell you 73 other rivalries. That's fair. But under most heated rivalries for ESPN, number 1 on the list. It is the Astros and the Rangers.
Really?
That is the top one on their list. And
right now?
Yeah.
I didn't feel like, Cubs and Cardinals was one for a long time.
Or like...
Are these... Oh, this is more rivalry, though, like in state or near... Okay, I gotcha.
Because they're getting St. Louis and Kansas City.
Tampa Bay and Miami.
Chicago. Yeah, exactly. And so it is not the Yankees, Red Sox of it all. And it says, this is one of those old intrastate civic rivalries that bubbled in the minors, the Texas League in this case, for decades, and grew slowly at the big league level once interleague play began. And it really took off, Corey, a little bit more than a decade ago when the Astros joined the Rangers in the AL West. It has a name, the Silver Boot Series, and plenty of bad feelings on the field. Look, I always think of Adolis when it comes to this. I know there's more to it, but him just breaking the will of Houston.
Keep describing that.
Yeah, it felt like in one moment, he broke the will of Houston and made us all more excited than anything in the world. And then
he looked so happy doing it, too.
He did.
And we were all happy with him doing it.
Look, last night during...
And those Astro fans and their space helmets.
So that So last night during the Winnipeg game, they had plenty of people doing bits, from Colonel Sanders to the Bakers to other stuff. I was really hoping that we would end that series with me screenshotting those people and being like, what have you done with your life? Because what I always think about, when the Astros come up, is those two dorks sitting in the stands in their NASA uniforms.
I have that picture
looking as
still.
sad as can be. Now, I get it. If they would have won, everyone would have wanted to party with the spacemen. But you didn't. You got freaking embarrassed. And you're sitting there like chumps, being like, oh, we got a problem. Like, I wonder how many times they said that to each other during the thing. And so Houston and Texas being
I still have that picture
like,
saved.
it's hilarious. And I remember the Whataburger thing right behind it. Is those two looking sad and this being the top rivalry weekend. I just think it's really cool because sometimes we talk about the Rangers' struggle for national acceptance.
Yeah.
Well, the game's on Apple TV tonight. It's rivalry weekend, and ESPN's like, this is the best one.
So I take this back. It really caught fire with the Bannister AJ Hinch battle.
I could see
when those two went at it, like in the middle of the field. I was like, oh, this is really good. And thank you, Jeff Bannister, for doing that, honestly, because that really did incite this series and grow it into what it's become, because I think the hatred got a little more that night. And you could see Bannister was one of those managers, too, that he loved going into a game with animosity. He loved that feeling amongst what was going on of like, hey, it's us against them. He really enjoyed that, which is why he like supported Beltre so much. He loved Beltre because he knew that's my lead dog. But then was it 2 years ago? Yeah, 2 years ago during the World Series run, it was the Marcus Semien stomp. You know, that Marcus Semien stomp on the plate brought that back because the Astros had it for a stretch of time. They were good, and the Rangers weren't. And so we were like, man, we got to get back to it. And finally we were. And the Astros were like, no, your little brother still. And the Rangers were like, no, we're not. We're about to win a World Series. Just wait. And then that thing set up for the ALCS, which was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And we did a whole thing on, was it game 5 or game 6? Game 5.
Game 5.
We did a whole thing on that.
Crushed my
like
spirit.
That whole,
yeah.
And then it was, that series was a tier on the cake of what this whole thing has been. So yes, Kevin, every time now I get more heated about the Astros than any other team. I love it.
And man, somebody brought this up.
Yeah, the whole Corey Seager, we'll never know.
The thing I'll never forget about that, though, but that was a great moment. Oh, they said, what happens if we don't win the World Series? I guess we'll never know. I will always remember that in the parade, but what I will really remember about that line is Jared Sandler going Cooper Flag out there and firing up his 3-foot vertical and being like, yeah!
He jumped like 5-6 feet at that point.
It was unbelievable. Amazing. He wanted to run up on the stage and bear hug Corey Seager, and I would have supported it. And he was so happy, it made me happy as well.
Yeah, that was a pretty special moment.
Couple of other notes coming out of that game. Bruce Bochy now surpasses Sparky Anderson, 2,195 wins. That is the 6th most ever in the history of Major League Baseball as a manager. And then the other thing that is really impressive, and we talked about this team a day or two ago, the Rangers still have the second longest winning streak in baseball, behind only the Twins. The Twins also won again. Now, I know they're not in your division, but they've won 11 in a row.
Crap. We're never going to catch them.
Okay, well, you actually are only half a game back of the Twins, like if you wanted to measure their record side by side.
But that's 11.
I know that's
in a row.
You don't think we can win 11 in a row?
I'm not sure yet.
That's not the Corey I know.
What did I tell you yesterday? I need 18. 18 in a row is what I'm shooting for here.
Okay. And if we go like 16-2, you're going to be like, meh.
I'll be disappointed.
Okay, man.
18 in a row.
Okay.
This year,
Please,
if they give
Texas
me an 18-game win streak, you will make me the happiest boy.
Alec, your thoughts?
I like to think when I watch baseball, I'm still a little kid.
Huh. All right. Well, I'll go ahead and take a step out and say they're 6-0 in their last 6. If they go 10-2 from here, I know you'll be disappointed. I'll be super pumped. Please, Rangers, do that. Go 10-2.
Who are you losing those two to?
Here. Aaron Judge hits a total of 7 home runs in the 2 games you lose.
Off our pitching?
Yeah.
Off off our starting pitching, what are you doing right now, dude? That's just insane talk. That is insanity.
Because it'll be the bullpen, because we're still working on getting them all back. Now, I know they've all avoided major injury, but I'm still a little concerned.
I got you.
How is 10-2 being a hater? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what? Coming up next, you're going to love this. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. New Pope, new Texas Rangers. Next on The Fan.
Saffron Squad?
your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The 1-1. Swing, and there's a drive. Well hit ball deep up the alley in right center. This one's got a shot. It's gone! Jake Berger, opposite field home run. We do have a run. It belongs to Texas. Rangers lead at 1-0.
KNC Masterpiece, right here on 105.3 The Fan. My microphone just got unplugged and taken away about a minute and a half ago, so I'm glad it's back. Corey,
this is the toughest meat in the world. There's beef jerky that I found down at the gas station.
Your thoughts, Kevin?
It's so hard.
When you say you found it at the gas station, does that mean you found it like in the parking lot or you bought it?
I'd never seen it before.
Okay.
And so I felt like it was a new find. And so I was like, I'll buy that because I like beef jerky from time to time.
Okay.
It's not easy to chew. I don't think I'm going to get this one again.
All right. Fair enough. Now, right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Let's talk about Shohei Ohtani getting struck out by Johnny Pareda. Look.
I think this story's great.
The A's lost 19-2.
It's not a good score.
No. And what happens?
Especially in baseball.
What happens when you're losing by that many runs frequently?
Josh Smith pitches.
Okay, exactly. You bring in a position player. So the backup catcher came in to pitch to Shohei Ohtani. And look, he decided he was gonna, ease it over the plate. 4 straight off-speed pitches that went 69 miles per hour.
Nice.
The fastest of which was 69 miles per hour. So he fouled one off, took a first pitch strike because he's probably like, you can't throw a strike.
Yeah, I wouldn't even swing. I would just be like, what is this guy up to?
But then Pareda dialed it up to 89.4 miles per hour. Look, I know for a major league hitter, that's not fast. But when you jump up 20 miles faster than the fastest pitch you had thrown, that probably throws you off a little bit. And Shohei got a foul tip of it, but it went into Langalier's mitt, which means that is a strikeout, my friends.
On your face.
Yes, Shohei Ohtani struck out by that 89.4 mile per hour heat.
I love this. I wasn't even trying to punch him out. I just wanted to face him. That's the only batter I want to face. And he got that opportunity, and he said, he was just glad Ohtani didn't hit the ball up the middle because if he did, it's going to kill me. And the other day, Kevin, I'm glad that you brought this up because I was watching, remember our friend Jason Worth from the Super Bowl?
I do.
Who had the amazing story with Mike about punching people out.
If you never heard it, and you can still find the podcast, Jason Worth is ecstatic. He goes, I've been waiting my whole career for somebody to ask me about this.
So and this is interesting. I was watching a video of him, and I've heard this before, but it's about that time when he got done with his playing career. He retired, and a guy that he met while he was playing had recovered from a surgery and said, hey, will you come play in my like over 30 league with me?
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, sure, man. I'll go play with you. Goes out there, like strikes out, pops up in the first 2 at bats. Everybody's giving him a hard time. Hey, didn't you play pro ball? And he's like, and this is the line was, at this point, I just got done with baseball. I'm dialed up for 95 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And these guys aren't even touching that. So he said, and then that's whenever I got a hold of one and literally touched home plate, grabbed my stuff, and walked to the car, cleats and everything. I'm done with the game. I'll never play again. But that's that line that these dudes are dialed up for something that's 95, and then you throw in a 69 mile an hour at them, and they can't touch it.
So the A's
no win.
Already encased and labeled the strikeout ball. Would Shohei Ohtani be a poor sport if that dude asked him to sign it? And he's like, no, I don't sign that.
Would he be a poor sport for not doing it? Yes.
Would he?
Yes. I think
I'd be like, I'll sign another baseball.
Barry Bonds wouldn't.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Like Barry Bonds is a jerk.
He'd be like, I don't care about your friend with cancer.
But
That happened.
Yeah. But like, I feel like Ohtani loves the game and is just kind of and would look at that and say that's fun. Yeah. Okay, man.
Okay. Let's talk about the Pope. Now, Jake Berger is the one who brought this up, not me. All right. So if you're going to get upset,
we have news, Kevin.
Oh,
Jamie Benn,
not suspended,
fined $5,000, the maximum allowable under the CBA.
Get him, NHL.
No suspension. Which, again, his skills have deteriorated.
Fair.
So he's like, what can I do to help the team? And when you can't do what you're used to, you go do whatever you can.
Yeah.
And that's what he's trying to do right now. I'll give him credit for that.
Okay, but no suspension.
No suspension.
Good.
Thank you, Lucy.
Good. That is excellent news because, man, he did drop Tony Schiavone.
Hey,
that
do
guy.
it again. Do it again, buddy.
I'm just kidding. That's a wrestling announcer.
Schiavone?
All right. Jake,
Sorry, where were you?
Jake Berger.
Love him.
Yes, he hit a home run. So
Oppo, too.
Oppo
I think,
Chaco.
are we on 3 now? 3 home runs in the last 2 games that are opposite field home runs.
Oh, for the team?
Yeah, and I think that's important to what the Rangers are doing right now.
So Jake Berger came back from the minor leagues, and you might think that was the thing that he took away from this, but this is an actual quote. Basically, I kind of thought, new Pope, new me.
What?
He's a Midwestern guy like me. I was proud, and since he's been elected Pope, we've been rather hot. Now, that's a great point. And he went on, and they were like, so are you saying that the Pope helped out the team? And again, this is an actual quote that he actually said. I think it would be a disservice not to give him some credit. And then here's where Jake Berger really ties into the story. He broke in with the Chicago White Sox. And remember, we learned that the new Pope is a fan of the White Sox. And he goes, he's a White Sox fan. I'd like to think he didn't like the trade. And maybe he was putting in a little bit of a blessing for me. So if I told the guys, if I get to second, my new double sign is going to be the wave. And you will see he does kind of the papal wave, I guess. Yeah.
That one.
It's a kind of a royal sort of thing. So in case you're wondering.
There's a specific wave for the Pope.
I probably should know this. I'm sorry,
This is what
I
the
don't.
Pope has done since the beginning of time.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know that. But if you ever look at his celebration now and you're like, hey, what is he doing? It's because of the Pope.
Look, man, I've always said this. Baseball is the most superstitious sport in all of sports. I don't know why, but whenever something's working, because you have 162 damn games in a year.
Yeah.
You got to start believing some things, okay?
Sure.
And so if he wants to believe that the Pope's the reason that they're hot, let him believe it. Just keep swinging like they're swinging, keep going up and doing the at-bats that they're doing, whatever it takes. And I'm perfectly okay with that, Jake Berger. I'm glad you're back, baby.
Now, we've been tracking this for a good chunk of the season, but there are now betting odds on how far back the Rockies will finish in the NL West. If you had to guess, over under, how many games back will the Rockies finish in the NL West?
Where are they right now? Are they at 20-something? I will say 56 games back.
Okay. Alec?
That's a lot of games. Give me 45.
Over under right now is 57.5.
Wow, I was trying to be nice. What the heck?
Do you know what?
Do you think Jesus will come back before they win the World Series?
I think there's a better chance that Jesus comes back this year than the Colorado Rockies win the World Series. Yes. Fact. All right. What do you think they're on pace for record-wise? I think this will put it all into context.
I think they're going to win 21 games. Where does that land them?
I could see that. That would land them as the worst effing
No,
team.
but like what is it, 21, 100 and
141.
Okay, there you go. That's where I feel. I really do. They're that bad.
Right now, Alec, they are actually on pace to go 26 and 136. And I'm going to take this a step further.
Not that far off.
They are on pace to finish 80 games out of first place in the NL West. And I don't mean that hyperbolically, like, oh, they're going to be so many. They are on pace right now to finish 80 games out of first place.
And that's not necessarily because of their division either. That was something we were discussing at the beginning of the season was how hot that division is.
Yes.
I mean, even the Diamondbacks, 23 wins, they're 6 games out of first place right now.
Yes.
Where the Rangers, they're at 24 wins and they're in second place.
Yes.
So it's a weird place to be for them. But the Rockies, it's not because they're in that division. It's because they are bad at baseball. Now, does it help that they have to play against those really good teams? No, it doesn't help at all. But that's a huge factor there for sure. They're bad.
So then I started to look back.
We need to play them more.
What do you think the record is since the division started in 1969? Most games a team has ever finished out of first place.
I'll go 50.
Okay.
45.
Nice. Good number.
There have been at least 5 times that a team has finished more than 50 games out of first place.
Wow.
The record is held by the Baltimore Orioles 7 years ago. They finished 61 games out of first place. And that's is that Kawhi? So the Rockies over under 57.5 right now. They're on pace to shatter that record, and that is just emblematic of how pathetic they've been and how you really did need to sweep that series.
That is bad.
It is really bad. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will get some of your shout-outs going for a Shout-Out Friday, but also in honor of the Cavaliers. What would you want to drop from the ceiling of a sports stadium or arena? Next, right here on The Fan.
product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has voted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a Shout-Out Friday from the 214. Corey, I know you like this one. From the 214, shout out to my grandson Brad and his fiance Pam. They're getting married on Sunday. I got ordained online so I can perform the ceremony.
Nice.
Boom.
It's fun. Like it is fun to get to know a couple and learn their story. Like that's my favorite part of being ordained and asked to do those things. And I can't always do it, but when I've been able to do it, I've always enjoyed it. But you ask them questions about how they met. You ask them questions about what they like about each other, what they love about each other. You talk to their families a little bit, and you get to know their story, and then you feel a little more connected to them, and I like that.
Now, the Stars lose to the Jets last night, 4-0. Game 6 will pick up Saturday. Hopefully, by the time we come back on Monday, we'll be talking about Edmonton, and if so, that's going to be a hell of a series, and not having to gear up for Game 7. In the meantime, this was inspired, Corey, I do believe, by the Cleveland Cavaliers, who, I don't know if you guys noticed, they went ahead and got defeated pretty soundly by the Indiana Pacers. By the way, I don't know how locked in people have been to this series, but Denver was on point again yesterday, and that series with Oklahoma City, who has been the presumptive favorite to win the title, especially with the Celtics struggling, will go to a Game 7, and that will be Sunday afternoon. The Nuggets are favored by 7.5, but in a Game 7, who the heck knows what's going to happen? Winner will move on to play the Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals.
Are you feeling the Nuggets in this one? Like they've been, the longer things go for them, the better it is for them because they kind of have to figure things out. They aren't a great team, but they're good enough to beat you in a one game playoff.
I look back at that Game 5 and I'm like, man, they had a real shot to win that on OKC's court. Like I know if you go back to Game 2, we've talked about it. There might be no team in the league that will quit on you more than the Nuggets when they know it's over. Now, hopefully that wouldn't happen in Game 7 of a playoff series, but you absolutely saw that in Game 2 of that series, which was on Oklahoma City's court. But you look back at Game 5, that was there for the taking, and Jokic was on fire after he had a dreadful series. And then they were in control probably about mid-third quarter, I think, on, maybe towards the end of the third quarter on, but that was a real back-and-forth game. I think it's tighter than a 7.5-point spread.
Do you have concerns about Oklahoma City, or is this no, I mean, Denver's still a good team?
No, Denver is a really, really good team, especially since I think that the thing that the Nuggets figured out is, depth is stupid. That really has been the philosophy that they've gone by in this playoffs. I get it. You want to have all of the players. Okay, Denver might go 8, then that's it. They might bring 3 players off the bench. They've had a couple of games, I believe, where they only brought 2 people off the bench. So once Denver realized their identity is the hell with it, we don't have to try to pretend like we're balanced or anything like that. These are our 8 guys, and this is what we're going to do. I think they've been significantly better off.
Gotcha. Oh, by the way, I just was looking at some pictures of Bochy getting his plaque from his team last night for his 21.95. He also got a bottle of Pappy along with it. It looks like a little Pappy Van Winkle. That is an expensive bottle of bourbon right there.
Did you see Evan Grant's hilarious tweet about this? He goes, it reminds me of the morning news when I did my 2000th game story. I got a Diet Coke. And I just
said he probably had to get out of the vending machine.
Yeah, I just thought that was very amusing. All right, Corey, for the Cavs, and we're going to be asking the question, what would you love to fall from the ceiling? of the sports arena that you're at or dome or whatever. And this is because of Cleveland's maybe not the best investment.
Yeah, the Dan Gilbert paid more than $500,000 to install fake snow machines at Rocket Arena. They were going to be triggered when the Cavs went on one of their scoring runs that patented the Cavalanche moniker.
Okay, I do like that.
The team, and Kevin loves, one time I was looking at a house, Alec. We went to go look at a house. This is different than the time that the real estate agent was there. But I went to go look at a house, and they had a fan with a chandelier on it. And Kevin goes, "Oh, a fandelier." And I was like, "Dadgummit." And Kevin loves wordplay like that.
Yes.
So whenever they said Cavalanche, if you have a lot of trash in your car and you open the door and the trash falls out, that's a Travalanche.
Yes.
And Kevin loves that.
I always thought that disaster and catastrophe could be combined in really terrible situations for a disastrophe.
So the team, whenever they got their Cavalanche, they would shoot off the snow. That was the idea. Despite Cleveland's scoring prowess, the machines turned out to be a dud. They swept Miami in the first round. The snow machines went off a total of one time.
One time?
One times. Before the Pacers ended their playoff hopes, and they only got to use it one time.
Yeah, because they thought, well, we'll just march to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, we've ended the season with 60-plus wins. We're good.
Whoops. Good job there. All right. So the question then is, what do you wish dropped from the ceiling of a sports stadium or arena?
Yeah, because I remember going to the Stars games, and that big blimp would start floating around and it would drop like a Chick-fil-A coupon. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing.
Yes.
Just because it was cool that thing was floating around. That's really the only reason. And then every once in a while, a T-shirt gets thrown up into the stands.
True.
It says Fire Nico on it or so. I don't know.
No matter where you are in the arena, do you have the disproportionate amount of confidence that T-shirt gun's coming to you?
No.
I think I
Never.
do. I always think even if I'm sitting in the third deck of the AAC or whatever, I was like, they've been working on this. They can fire it up there. And then I see him fire it up to the other side, and I was like, I knew it.
I will say, though, one night I went to the Mavs game and I kept talking about that. One of our Tolos, Raphael, messaged me and said, hey, let me know where you're sitting. I'll bring you a shirt.
Okay.
And so he did. I saw him. I looked over and he was like, what's up, man? I was like, yeah! And my kid was so excited about that. So thank you again, Raphael. You're awesome. But that does bring up the idea of what do you want to fall from the sky? And pick the stadium, too. Is it the AAC? Is it AT&T? Is it the Globe? What do you want falling from which one of these stadiums?
Now, Corey, Alec, I want to see if you believe in me as a professional broadcaster. Do you believe I can answer your question, tie in a fan text, talk about wrestling, and promote a guest coming on the show next week all in one fell swoop?
1,000%.
Yep.
I take you to January 29th, 2007, because I absolutely agree from the 214 money. That would be the best thing ever. I was at Monday Night Raw on January 29th, 2007. They were building up to the Vince McMahon, Donald Trump hair versus hair stipulation. Now, the match itself was Bobby Lashley against Umaga, or as William Regal used to call him, Umanga. But Bobby Lashley was in that match, and I do believe he might just be in studio with us next week. So there's one. All right, at a wrestling show, there's two. And Donald Trump is feuding with Vince McMahon, and he comes on the Jumbotron. By the way, the guy who's now the president. And we don't need to get into politics. That's just a weird thing. And he showed up, and he's like, Vince, you need to give people more value. That's what you're missing, value, all right? Because he was built to do a promo in wrestling.
Oh, yeah.
And so all of a sudden, you look up in the rafters and people start dumping these giant bags of cash.
Oh, like the fake money with Donald Trump's face on it?
No.
What?
That is 100% what I thought. So I was sitting in the 100s. So not on the floor, but in the 100s at the American Airlines Center. And immediately they flashed a camera to a kid who was sitting on the floor and he had a $100 bill. And I'm like, okay, that is not how physics works. There is no way in hell any of that money could have gotten down there unless you tied like a rock to it or something. And even then, I know people will be like, well, that's not really okay.
Tie the rock to it.
And so I was like,
it'll be successful.
That's not real. And so that's what I thought. I was like, this money's not real. But then all of a sudden, I looked a couple of rows above me, and I was like, well, that sure does look like real money. And it's coming down. And so I just grabbed several things, and then some of it fell to the floor. I do not think that's a bad strategy, by the way. If you ever do the Chuck E. Cheese money tornado or ticket tornado or whatever, don't be afraid to look at the very, very top or the very bottom. Don't try to catch it in the middle.
That is a smart bit where the fan is.
Yes. And so
always go where the fan is what you're saying.
Exactly. I got $31. And my buddy that was there with me, I don't remember how much he got, but he definitely. Yeah. Well, okay, but
when you're expecting nothing.
Yeah, exactly. I just got given $31.
Some kid got a $100 bill though.
Yes, that is true.
You go fight that kid for his money?
No.
I understand.
That feels wrong.
You're a good
But
adult.
when we were leaving, we were like, well, of course we're coming back to the next show because we just got $31. Now, this is before sports in general and the WWE changed up their basic ticket structure. Well, now they're like, if you don't give me $250, you might not even make it in the building. So this was a time where I was like, I'm halfway to my next ticket. And so I thought that was tremendous. So, yeah, I want money to fall from the ceiling.
I do remember, all right, here's this.
Hold on, Corey. I'm sorry.
All right.
Many people also enjoyed this. The 830. I was at the AAC when money dropped from the ceiling. From another 830. I got a $5 bill. I love it.
That was when I went to Disney World as a kid. I was not rich. We won it through Coca-Cola sweepstakes. It was I don't know.
And there was a time where you could save up and go to Disney World
it's very
just
expensive
fine.
now. But we went, and that was the first time, Kevin, we were at one of their shows, and they shot money out of the cannons at the front of the stage. And I was like, I looked at my mom and dad, and I was like, I got to go get this money. And they were like, it's no. And I was like, what do you mean? And I ran and I picked it up and it had Goofy's face on it. And I was like, what is this? And they were like, you got to understand, son. Nobody's just sending money out there. And I was like, all right. So
I get it.
That
And
was my lesson learned.
I'll tell you, when that money started to fall, I totally didn't believe it was real. So that or hot dogs.
Hot dogs. I want them wrapped in the foil.
Yeah.
I don't want just random wieners falling out of the sky. That would be weird. But yeah, hot dogs would be awesome out at the Globe. And dude, what if those beef ribs fell out of the sky? The Hurtado beef ribs?
I'm afraid that would hurt somebody.
But would it be worth it?
I mean, if you weren't paying attention, probably not. But for everybody else,
okay, you're telling me a beef rib hits you in the head, and you're like, what just happened? And you look down, and there's that beef rib, and then you're like,
I'm going to go back
to run of luck I just have.
I'm going to go back to physics again. I think that's why they dropped the little slips of paper or the money. I'm pretty sure if you dropped a beef rib from that high and it hits you in the head,
it might go through your head.
Hey, that's going to be bad for you.
Okay, all right.
I agree about the beef ribs.
They're good.
I think a hot dog you could probably be okay, but a beef rib is taking you out.
Hot dogs are a little, they give a little bit, is what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm totally down with that.
Now,
no crack pipes and prophylactics. You cannot. No.
See, although to be fair, with the second one, that is the kind of weight that I think would be fine.
Was it the Chargers that did the Minecraft bit with the Cowboys where they had a little piece of the stadium ceiling falling down?
Yeah, I guess that
touche, Chargers.
I guess that did happen. Wow, from the 469, I got $336 that night. The 100s hit the floor section hard.
Oh, so they hit all the interesting.
So I did
big money hit all the rich people.
I did think about that as well. I was like, because although it could be like Plinko, where you think you're dropping it in the right spot and then it ends on one of the far sides, and you're like, well, I did that wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But I did wonder if they staggered the money going further out, and they're like, all right, 300s. You'll get some money, but it's going to be one.
Somebody said drop mini shot bottles from the rafters at a Rangers game, get the crowd hyped.
You are going to
tell everybody to look up,
injured.
Say, look up to the skies, and then everybody looks up, and you just catch the shot bottles. And then again, like they said, everybody there needs a little bit of extra. They need a little extra because that crowd was kind of soft last night. I'm just saying, this is Houston, bro. Show up.
Okay,
might call them out too on air. So that's all right.
I bet he wanted to call him out more. Now, I want to tell you one more story, one more sports story. because this story is delightful.
All right.
So there's a fella named Andrew Dutton. He is the first base coach.
He owns a farm up in Montana.
Not the Yellowstone Duttons. As far as I know, to be fair, I'm not positive
That's
about that.
That's a fictional family,
yeah.
Kevin.
Well,
maybe. I don't know.
Based on something. Yeah. So he is a super senior. He was at Birmingham Southern. And then Birmingham super senior, like he has an extra year. Not okay, whatever.
It's an old person that has superpowers.
He went to Birmingham Southern, and Birmingham Southern just closed down, which I have to imagine that's pretty jarring if your college just closes and you're like, nope, we're done. And so he was there for 4 years. So he transferred to Auburn. D3 transfer. Everybody on the team loves him, does work as the first base coach and everything. Guess what? Regular season's about to wrap up. They decide to put him in a game. This is his first at bat. Let's go to cut number 11.
And he transferred in here. Of course, Samuel's been outstanding on the mound, but him get a chance to hit and hit a home run. Wow.
Way back into the night. Fly, War Eagle, fly.
Look at the Auburn dugout.
His first at bat as an Auburn Tiger. Rips it well into the night in right field. And that ball is in the witness protection program. Nobody's going to find it.
Those people, the players in the Auburn dugout, they are going insane about this. By the way, I think if he never gets another at bat, his Auburn career OPS will be 4.000.
That I would never bat again. I would just tell people for the rest of my life that was my batting average, my OPS.
Yeah, I was the best player in the history of organized baseball.
Some people said just put those mini bottles in balloons, and then it won't hurt as much. You blow the air up, it slowly falls down, and people have to pop the balloons. But even still, that'll be awesome.
All right, I hear you. I just feel like this is going to end in a disaster.
There should be some 6-year-old kid that just like pops the balloon. He's like, "Oh, sweet, some Jack Daniels."
Man.
Oh, I've been wanting this Jim Beam Black.
Sometimes, Alec, does it sound like Corey had a really tough childhood?
Yeah.
He sounds really grizzled.
Real life lore.
I had a pretty decent childhood.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some AM on the FM?
We got the question of the day, plus I feel vindicated after hearing this Jim rant next on The Fan. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the 1-2. Swung on and a high drive hit to right. Angling toward the corner is Garcia, and he slides and makes the catch. A stupendous play by Adolis Garcia in the right field corner.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know we talked about the Rangers earlier. They have won 6 straight. Just wanted to shout out their defense as well. As Eric Nadel just used that superlative, stupendous. I think that is a great descriptor for the team defensively so far this year. It looks a lot better, more like 23 than 2024. And remember, in our noon o'clock hour today, we'll be giving away tickets to Shakira and the Gag Nation. We'll be doing their show at Pickler Universe in Carrollton today if you want to go see them.
Does that mean you have to pickle things, or is this like
I think
pickleball?
it's for pickleball.
Okay, all right. I like it.
Although I don't want to rule out.
If it's the universe of Pickler.
It's a good point.
Feels like all the Picklers should be there.
All right. I don't want to rule that out.
Thank you.
Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, which, if you didn't know, Sean and RJ's Firehouse Tour is going to be out there next week on Friday.
I did know.
I kind of feel like you should be there.
I'm planning on showing up.
Okay.
So I'm planning on waking up early to go stop by and say hi. You know, gonna get a little Whataburger breakfast. Shout out to Whataburger for always hooking us up there on the Firehouse Tour. Excited for that one. And I just love that area too. There's a whole lot of great food options that are popping up there now. There's a lot of just like incredible commercial opportunities that are popping up out there too. Like I know there's a giant film studio that's set to be built out there sometime soon. Like Mansfield is blowing up right now. It's incredible. There's a lot of commerce going on there. So go support the boys out there next Friday.
Like real cinema or like the Kool-Aid movie, you know?
The Kool-Aid movie. No, it's like
that
a
is,
real...
Hold on. Do you know what that's in reference to?
No.
I didn't know you knew.
Oh, I know what it's in reference to now. That isn't in reference to an Apple TV show called The Studio. And I was like,
did not know you knew
I don't
this.
know
Good.
how niche that is right now, but yes.
Well, you can understand if they made a Kool-Aid movie, it would be ridiculous.
Yes.
Like that would be, you know. All right, back to you, Alec.
No, like I think Netflix has already like paid to lease out some of it for like a couple of years.
Wow.
Like it's going to be like a legit thing that's going on out there. So yeah, there's a lot of great stuff going on out there. But the Firehouse Tour continues next week. Excited for that. I plan on showing up. Let's see if my alarm works. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. And boys, I feel vindicated, and I feel like Corey's going to like this a lot, after hearing a gym rant from an NFL player on a podcast, because I was just talking to you guys about this yesterday after the show. Some of the exact same things, and now an NFL player who is way more accomplished and way more athletic than me has the same issues as I do at the gym. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But the question of the day, boys, this is inspired by a series that WWE and Fanatics have been doing on their social media platforms. Ever since they partnered, they've been doing all kinds of great work together, lots of more access to superstar used gear and match used equipment and all these autographed goods and memorabilia.
You like that access. I get that for sure. I don't love some of the access in terms of we're going to do a show in the writer's room and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's not for me.
No, I just like that you can buy cooler
I'm
stuff
with you,
now.
for sure.
But yeah, some of the other elements that have come up, which, you know, you're either going to love it or you're going to hate it, because, you know, what they're doing is they're trying to bring in the non-wrestling fans. Yeah. So how do they do that?
Well, I get.
You teach them exactly how it works.
Yeah.
Like Kevin and I know how this stuff works because we're diehard fans. Somebody who hasn't watched since they were a kid or never watched at all, they don't know how this stuff is planned out and how far in advance this stuff is really thought out. So it's cool for the people who don't watch. It might be a little bit irritating for the people who do. But they do this series where they've been going up to superstars, a Fanatics rep will, and they'll say, hey, if you could have one piece of signed memorabilia from any athlete, who would it be? And they give the answer, and they give the answer why. And then about a week later or so, they come back to that superstar and they gift them that item and get their reaction.
Cool.
So far, I think they've only done 2. They might have done more. They did one with Chelsea Green, and they did one with AJ Styles. Chelsea Green being a Canadian, she said Wayne Gretzky. She grew up a huge hockey fan. She was like, I have to have the great one. Have to have something from him. Never got to meet him or anything. Need an autograph from him. So they got her, I think it was like a poster for a playoff run or something like that. It was framed and it was signed by Gretzky.
That's cool.
That is cool.
They gave that to her. AJ Styles, he was a huge basketball fan growing up, and he thought he was going to be a basketball player at first before a pro wrestler. He was a huge Spud Webb guy. So he said, I want a Spud Webb autograph. So they got a really cool picture of Spud Webb from the dunk contest, I think it was. And they got that matted and framed and everything for him. And he lost his mind whenever he got gifted.
Really? That's tremendous.
AJ Styles, he's probably a multi-millionaire by this point, well-traveled, one of the best professional wrestlers, just technically in my mind, in history. Like, he's super accomplished. He can get anything he wants. But he wanted a Spud Webb autograph, and he freaked out when he got it. Coolest thing ever. So I'm asking you guys in the Tolos, if somebody could magically gift you an autograph, memorabilia item, or a picture from anybody, they don't have to be alive. If you could just get it handed to you right now, who would it be?
And see, this is where Kevin, how important is monetary value to you rather than like just an emotional thing?
So believe it or not, I think I have something from the person that I would pick. Big thank you to the Peace-a-thon and the Dallas Card Show because of Bob Lilly. Like, the fact that we got him to personalize a thing for Peace-a-thon and I was able to buy something as well, that was really cool. Otherwise, I think they kind of luckily go together in this one because I also think I would want Wayne Gretzky. I think Wayne Gretzky is the best of the best at his sport by the biggest gap. You know, like, if you think, like, this player is the best at their sport, I think the biggest gap is in hockey. And I actually don't think it's particularly that close. The Wayne Gretzky is so much better than every player who's ever played the sport. I would love that.
Wyatt Johnston, huh?
What's that?
You don't like Wyatt Johnston. Interesting.
Hey, you know what? How about Wyatt Johnston shows up a little bit more in this series?
Oh, call him out,
Am
Kevin.
I wrong?
Call him
Am
out.
I wrong?
Scratch Mason Marchment.
That's fair.
That's interesting. Because would you say LeBron is the next closest to Jordan?
Yes.
And then
or Kareem.
And the debate there, like, there's still someone. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. With baseball, there's a variety of them, and football's unquestionable with Brady, but there's still so much, like, every one of these other quarterbacks gets in the conversation.
And so, like, in this instance, Alec, I think it would just happen to come together that the person I wanted would actually have a lot of monetary value, just like Chelsea Green, as opposed to AJ Styles, who wanted Spud Webb, or when I originally wanted Bob Lilly. I love Bob Lilly. They're not the most expensive autographs in the world.
Yeah, I think this is interesting because it's become more recent, and it is definitely because I've gotten to know him more and what he did for us, but it would definitely be a bottle of bourbon autographed by Bruce Bochy.
Oh yeah,
like that, and if he could present it to me, that'd be even better. But like, and maybe he's like, "Hey Corey, let's go ahead and crack this sucker open and start sipping on it right now."
Here's what I think.
1,000% down for that.
I'm gonna try to talk to him. Tell him you've been working on an impression. And I would like him to say he will give you that bottle of whiskey when he thinks you've really got the impression down.
Because, and again, that has everything to do with an emotional attachment of he's the manager that brought my favorite baseball team their first ever World Series. I rooted for that team as a 4-year-old. Like, as far back as I can remember, I've been a Rangers fan, and we never could quite get there. And then he walks in and is like, "It's easy, guys, watch." And then he did it. So that's the reason right there.
I see multiple people are saying Tiger Woods, and I get for a lot of people that would be it. I'm not really into golf, and so that wouldn't be my personal. That wouldn't be my personal selection, but I get it. Several people voted for or have put in votes for Kobe, and that makes a lot of sense too, because like you're not going to get the new autographs, and he was obviously great
Yeah,
at
whatever's
his
there
sport.
is.
Yeah,
that's it.
Exactly.
I just want to know if Corey's impression is going to be better than Jared's.
Bruce.
That was never. That was not.
Dave
not a
even
bright
tried
spot.
to do one the other day too, and I was like, all right, so I'm ahead of those guys.
Well,
what are you trying to do right now? I love Dave Raymond. He knows that. He's going to text me and
Yeah. Well, as long as he texts you that he admits Jared Sandler is one of his rivals.
Bless you, Carter.
wow.
I saw somebody text in something interesting. They went to the music side, and it hits home for me because I literally have a lyric tattooed on my chest from them. They said they were a huge Linkin Park fan, so if they could get a Chester Bennington autograph. I've been trying to track one down that hasn't been an astronomically insane price.
Yeah.
And there's probably a way too expensive limit that I would set to achieve that goal. I've come close to actually winning auctions for a signed microphone or something.
Oh,
from
that'd
him.
be cool.
I've gone up into the $600-700 range in a bidding war before, and then I
still wasn't enough.
Yeah, still wasn't enough because he's a legend at what he did. And in that same vein, if we're going on the wrestling side, a Bray Wyatt autograph. Because I mean, he was just so polarizing to me as a kid.
Yeah.
I remember, I have videos of the first time I ever saw The Fiend live. I think it was at an episode of SmackDown at Dickies Arena. And forget who he attacked. It might have been the build-up with Finn Balor.
Yeah, I think so, maybe.
It might have been with him, but I have a video where I'm just giggling the whole time because I'm like, this is the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
This character was so beautifully written, and the fact that he just had full creative control over that, and he was allowed to be himself there. I'm going to play a little bit of this clip. Carl Nassib, you might remember him, the defensive end. He came out as openly gay a few years ago. He was on the Pivot podcast, and it's a great conversation. It's not a political statement or anything. He actually gets into some real good advice about financial stuff and whatnot. There's some really good life advice in there that I took away from that. He was talking about how he would teach the rookies that would come in each year how to invest their money and stuff. He's like, stop being, a dummy with your money. Stop buying all these cars. Invest a few bucks and see how far it's going to take you. He hates public gyms, just like I do. And hear how fired up he gets, even though, he's not a Pro Bowl player or anything by any means. But I feel vindicated after hearing this.
The etiquette is atrocious. These people have no idea how to work out, and they grunt with 25 bench presses, and I'm going to lose it. You know what I mean? This is yesterday, and I was repping out 225 like it was nothing yesterday.
Good for you.
Listening to a sad Taylor Swift song. You know what I mean? And I got this nerd next to me, benching 95 pounds, slamming it back. And I I look at him, give him the death stare. It's terrible. The etiquette, you know what I mean, in normal people gyms needs to be studied. Okay, if we're going to change culture, it's got to start there.
Quick question.
If we're going to change culture, it needs to start there, boys.
Are you ever offering to help? Or maybe just being a little bit judgy for people who don't quite know what they're doing yet?
I will say, in this respect, if you're grunting at 25 and this is the first time you've ever done it, hey man, congratulations. I don't dig on anybody that's in the gym. You're in the gym doing it. You're trying. I dig on people. I told Kevin this the other day, Alec. If I could have a job that was the most menial job in the world, the smallest thing, it would just be to rearrange the plates.
Huh.
I would love it. It's fun. It's satisfying. But that's the thing that irritates me. But people that are in the gym, you're there, and congratulations. But I have earbuds in. I can't hear anybody at the gym ever. So I have no, if anybody's grunting, sometimes I'm grunting. Now, granted, I got 245s on each side of the bar, so I'm grunting for a reason.
Look at that.
but
men's tee is working, huh?
Yeah, men's tee, man. They got to get after it. But that's the I don't hear anybody, so I don't care that much about that. But do you Is it?
Oh, he does.
Yeah,
you do.
It irritates me. I never say anything because I don't want to call people out. But if you're in there doing just 3 sets of BS, then I'm going to be irritated. I'm going to be totally irritated.
I did tell Avery the other day. Avery was, because he ran cross country for a while, and he watches people run. He's like, their form's wrong.
Yes,
and he's like, I want to stop and tell them their form's wrong. And I said, no, you stop and tell them keep going. That's all they need to hear is you're out there getting after it, and you're trying. And that's really, when it comes to that, man, Because how many days do you wake up and you're like, I don't want to?
Yep.
And then you kick your own ass and get out there and do it. Kevin.
What?
I don't know why. I don't know why I said that aggressively.
That is fair. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. The Cowboys are in the top 10 of winning. Here's why that's a bad thing. Next in The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair, okay?
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit Classic Chevrolet. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Snap is back on third down. Time. Throws it right corner of the end zone. Lamb, back shoulder. Touchdown, Cowboys. Oh, did C.D. Lamb run a nice route? That's the C.D. Lamb possession.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip it and rip it.
And let's start with the Cowboys. And I'm going to warn you.
They play football.
That's true. I think that this is going to agitate you.
Why?
Because here are essentially the power rankings based on records for teams in the last 25 years. So from 2000 to 2024. So you have a 25 year span to look at. All right. The Dallas Cowboys, they are tied for 10th.
You just trying to irritate me or the Tolos
I think this will irritate a lot of people.
Great.
And I just want you to listen to this, please.
Okay.
So for every time in the future, when Jerry or Steven or whoever says, oh, I'm pretty sure we got the 6th best record in the last decade. Oh, I'm pretty sure we got the 5th best record in the last 25 years. Okay, great. Let's analyze that. It's actually 10th, but that's fine. So they're 10th. I'm gonna walk you through the other teams. Tell me if you notice a trend. Number 1, New England Patriots. Number 2, Pittsburgh Steelers. Number 3, Packers. 4, Ravens. 5, Eagles. 6, Colts. 7, Chiefs. 8,
Colts.
Colts. That's right.
The Colts?
Remember they used to have Peyton Manning.
How many years?
Last 25 years.
Okay.
They had Peyton Manning. New Orleans Saints, and tied for 10th with the Cowboys is the Denver Broncos.
Eagles are up there ahead of you. That's frustrating.
That is frustrating. But you know what's really going to agitate you? Of the top 10, 5 of them won multiple Super Bowls. 4 of them won 1 Super Bowl.
Shit, 5 have won multiple?
5!
Gross.
And then there's the Cowboys, who have not even played in the game to get to the Super Bowl.
All right, so...
Settle down just a little bit.
Hey, hold on.
Sorry if that hurts your feelings.
Appreciate your time. 5, 4... So there's got to be other teams in that top 10.
Nope, that's it.
Haven't even been to an NFC championship.
Not only that, there's not one single team in the top 10 besides the Cowboys that hasn't won a Super Bowl. So look, whenever you hear...
How do they do it is what I need to know.
So whenever you hear we got 5th best record this century, first of all, that's just factually inaccurate. But secondly, okay, let's walk down that road. And we've had this conversation with Steven and Jerry, and to a certain extent, Charlotte, before as well. Of the top 10 teams, 9 of them won a Super Bowl. 5 of those 9 won multiple Super Bowls. And then there's the Cowboys, who, again, like I said, haven't played in the game to get to the Super Bowl. I'm not even saying they haven't won the Super Bowl. They haven't been to the Super Bowl. They haven't even been to the game to get to the Super Bowl, let alone won it. So whenever you hear that tired nonsense come out about, last 10 years, last 25 years, here are some facts for you.
So I'm trying to make sense of a couple things because they've been good enough to win.
Yes.
And be in that top 10.
Yes.
Their division has been relatively weak at times.
That's fair.
We talk about their division a lot. Where over there was a time, Kevin, where the NFC East was awesome. Like it was.
Yeah, that is for sure.
There was a time. Right now, it is. The Giants aren't good, and the Cowboys are at best maybe third in this division. But I'm trying to make sense of how it.
I can explain it to you, I think.
Okay.
So the Kansas City Chiefs have been good for a really long time, right? Now, I know we're going back a quarter of a century, but just remember that encapsulates for the Cowboys the Dave Campo years as well.
Right.
So it's not like the Cowboys didn't have any down years during that. In the last 25 years...
Scouting takes full blame for that one, by the way.
Maybe they shouldn't.
Broadus always says they do.
I know. So in the last 25 years total, the Kansas City Chiefs have won 15 more regular season games than the Cowboys. That's it. And so that, I think, answers your question. So the Cowboys are always good enough in the regular season. Always. But the difference is every single one of these teams either has the grit or the ability to turn it up in the playoffs or the special quarterback, like one of those components to get the job done.
And what we have is
good enough to get you there.
1 year that we were really good enough to do it. Dez caught it. Happened. Like that's you agree with me on that.
Agree.
That year they were They were a different team than we'd ever seen. You know what, Kevin? That actually could have changed a lot of stuff, honestly. I'm very interested to know what direction you think things would have gone had that team won. Like what I'm very interested to know if we think that the team that Jerry would have been hungry for more and gone, you know what, now it's time to really turn this sucker up. You know,
I think
because if you have a quarterback that's won a Super Bowl, you're investing more in that, in an attempt to get more of that back. So I'm interested to know where that direction would have gone after that. But this is frustrating and I don't think it helps that you turn over coaches.
Right.
You know, I don't think that helps. Hopefully you can build a program with Schottenheimer and he can be here for 10 years and be successful over that time too. But that is a very frustrating thing to see, that the teams had that many failures along the way while other teams have had lots of success.
Now, somebody asked this question. I'm sorry, I didn't go all the way through and do this research, so I'm giving it to you really quickly. I'd be curious about 11 and 12. So right after the Cowboys is the Minnesota Vikings. Minnesota Vikings also Super Bowl-less in that run, but they have been to 3 NFC Championship games for whatever that's worth.
I'm going to do this exercise with you real quick, too. Brady, Ben.
Yep.
Rodgers.
Yep.
For the Ravens, Joe Flacco. That's an outlier.
Yeah.
The Eagles, McNabb, and
Nick Foles, I guess, if you don't want to give it to Carson Wentz.
And Hurts at this point, too. And I'm not saying Hurts is elite. McNabb was considered one of those top guys, but he had Andy Reid. You know, Andy Reid was a factor there. You said Manning, Drew Brees. I didn't have 8 and 9, so I'm looking at that. But dominant elite quarterbacks look like they are one of the key purposes and key reasons for that. And at this point, Romo was good. That's good.
Yeah.
Dominant and elite are not the same thing there. And, you know, the rest of the team is an important factor, too. But at the moment, like, our quarterbacks just aren't in that same category.
I am with you. I just wanted to throw that out there as
thanks, Kevin,
an information that I thought people should know.
You know what? On F Around Friday, you really you really screwed up my phone.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna fix it. How about I pick on somebody who's not on the Cowboys?
All right.
Anthony Richardson. I want to credit Warren Sharp for this. So Anthony Richardson has completed 38% of his passes 7 yards or more downfield.
Okay.
When not pressured.
Okay.
So there's no pressure to throw the ball more than 7 yards. His completion percentage is 38%.
Gotcha.
The NFL completion percentage in that same scenario is 57%.
Yeah, I was going to say you got to feel like 60%.
No other quarterback is below 45%, and Anthony Richardson is at 38%. But in case you wanted to know more, no problem. 1 touchdown and 6 interceptions in those scenarios. You want to know more still? Okay. Here's the 44 quarterbacks that qualified to be ranked. Anthony Richardson, 40th in accuracy. Hey, that's not the worst. Touchdown versus interception ratio, 44th. EPA, 44th. Completion rate, 44th.
So he's pretty consistent then.
Yeah, he is consistently the worst at throwing the ball down the field.
Are you embarrassed? Yeah. And that's
they brought in Daniel Jones to take your job, so you should be.
To be fair, Carter told us a long time. That's from Letterkenny. Carter told us a long time ago what Anthony Richardson was.
I know.
You know, so that's why you listen to the Tuesday tailgate. so you know things before everybody else.
And we only cancel it when the Mavericks unexpectedly get the number 1 pick.
That's true.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I really wish, Carter, sometimes you would turn the camera on yourself so people could see like your disappointed reaction. Coming up next, let's go back to the stars and which players will need to step up in Game 6 and hopefully beyond. Yes, next on The Fan.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I'm sorry I feel like I've neglected Shout Out Friday. We've had so much stuff to talk about already today, sports and otherwise. If you want to get your shout-outs in, hit us up on the YouTube or the Twitch or Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. We will get back to hitting up some of those shout-outs. But right now, go ahead and give me cut number 7, because I know coming out of last night's game, the answer could probably be a lot of different people. But my question as we go back to the Stars is, which players do you need to step up in Game 6 and perhaps the next 2 rounds?
First 5-on-3 power play of the playoff for Winnipeg. Shifley for Connor. Kyle Connor down low. Ehlers scores! Nikolai Ehlers, a power play goal!
Now, I'm going to bring up one of these names, and I want to get your feedback, Corey, and maybe you too, Alec, because I'm intrigued by something you've said a couple of different times. So one of the people that pops to mind is Jamie Benn. Are we still waiting and expecting, hoping for something from Jamie Benn that's just not there?
Probably.
And that's why he's doing other things.
Yeah. There was a moment last night where Ben and Sagan were on a fast break.
Yes.
They were on a breakout. And I was like, ooh, is nostalgia going to hit them in this moment? And they're going to relive their youthful days. And then it just turned into a play behind the net that turned into nothing.
Yep.
And that's where, and the more you watch Jamie Benn, he's had moments within this series, last series, where he's cost you.
For sure.
And it has, and I can't say that I've gotten the production out of his line that I expect or anticipate. That being said, they've done dirty work on those lines, and they've been very physical at times. But it does feel like his line, he's cost you in the penalty box a lot.
Yep.
And so I think that over time we've watched the skills diminish. But just like anything, it's our hearts that are leading the way with our team. And so we're sitting there hoping that he can be good enough in this time to stay with the team, give them something, and hoist that cup at the end of the day. He'll be the first one to throw that up because that's him. So it is a hopeful thing more than anything, but I think that the thing that he's doing now is saying, well, I can provide attitude, and I will provide attitude for this team. When you can't do it anymore, you find a way to contribute. You find a way to do something. And again, Kevin, that's in Shoresy. That literally is in the character can't do the thing. How are you going to contribute? What are you going to do to be able to help the team out? Well, he starts a beer fight up in the stands. That's how he does it, and that's funny. So Jamie Benn right now, he's like, all right, how can I got to be the attitude for this team, and if I can't do all these things well, I'll punch somebody or I'll hit somebody. And he's got to be smart in the way that he does that and crafty. He's been in the league for so long, he knows ways to get away with things. And he needs to be able to do that part of it. So if you can't do the things that you used to be able to, contribute in some way. And his way has been, I guess I'll just have to be more physical.
Alec, is there a player that jumps to mind for you that you think needs to step up for the Stars?
I think Mason Marchment is a name that comes to mind.
Yeah.
I know Corey's touched on that quite a few times now for good reason.
Would you cross him off for 6?
I might. Like, he's been that pedestrian, which it sucks because I feel like you relied on some of that youthful energy in the regular season. You saw it a lot from some of the names that you don't really talk about, especially like in the back lines. In the third and fourth line, it felt like you were getting a ton of production in the regular season that at least it might just be the recency bias of last night, but it feels like you're not getting that right now. And there are some contributors that you're used to hearing from that you're not really seeing much from. I don't want to knock on Miro too much right now since he's just now coming back, but I know Corey texted it in the group chat last night. There was a few times that it looked like he should have uncorked it, but he was a little bit conservative in his approach when he was getting close to the net. He tries to wing things around and then it's a turnover. So I don't want to knock on him yet, but Marchman is the number one that comes to mind. I would like to see Rantanen just scorch the earth again, but you can't knock him after what he's done so far. And he is getting a lot of defensive attention too. So for somebody that's not really commanding a lot of attention from the opposing defense, I'm expecting a lot from Mason Marchment, and I'm not getting any of those expectations met.
Yeah, he's not helping his line, and that's frustrating to have two people in that respect. But as many penalties as he's drawing, that's becoming more of a point of contention when it comes to Marchment. And it looks like the Winter Pigs know, hey, look, we can beat this guy up, and he can't do anything about it right now. And so then you ask the question, though, all right, if you scratch him, that's a real question. Yeah. And I don't know if DeBoer would do it. I really don't know if he would, because I don't know what the communication has been. If they've been assigning him things and he's just not living up to it, or if I'm just a frustrated fan. But if he's not, who do you put in instead? Who takes his place? And that's where the question is probably Maverick Bork or Blackwell. And Blackwell's giving you some stuff. He goes out there and hustles. Bork is, still young in this thing and trying to figure it out. Do you want Bork to be there in this moment right now, taking on that kind of role? So I think I would probably go with Blackwell over that, but Bork is just waiting his time. He's waiting his turn right now.
From the 580, they said Robo, Duchesne, and the person that I want to focus in on, Wyatt Johnston. Join this series, why don't you? So consider this, and I know people are going to be like, hey, he's got 8 points so far in the playoffs, and he's fourth on the team in points. That's great. Where have you been in this series? So let's take a look. You go back to the Colorado series. He had 7 points, 3 goals, 4 assists. So 7 points in 7 games. Not particularly difficult to figure out the point per game average there. In this series, he has 1 point. In 5 games, he has scored 1 point, and that was the goal that he scored on Sunday. And remember, I think we had talked about it at the times, like, oh, his birthday's on Wednesday. Can he jump up the list of, and everything like that? Nothing. And I know
and DeBoer's been kind of fiddling around with him in his lines, too, trying to figure out a way to get him there.
And this one is tricky because in hockey, it's not necessarily always a determinant of how well you've been playing. Last year, Wyatt Johnston was a +4 on the plus minus. You know what he is so far this playoffs?
Probably a +1, maybe?
-11.
What?
I
almost cussed.
11.
I almost said the S word on radio.
And again, that doesn't have to mean that like every single one of those goals fall on you. But I'm just saying, if you want to compare year over year, when they got around further, he was +4 and he had 19 points. This year, I believe he has 8 points thus far and is a -11.
Yeah. And here's the thing with your person. You believe he will break out of it.
I do.
I don't with Marchment. I don't know that I will. I believe that I'm willing to wait for it.
Okay.
But I do believe that Wyatt Johnston at some point will, and he has contributed it at times. There have been moments. But I'm with you, man. I would like to. Last night, there was one moment where there was just an extra stick tap that I was like, you didn't need that one. You should have gotten that shot off quicker. And granted, Kevin, I've said this multiple times now because Madonna said it. Time and space. Smaller.
Yeah.
And so right now, that extra stick tap, not going to help. That extra second on the toe drag, that's not going to help. You got to, the puck hits your stick, you have to know what you're going to do with it beforehand and put it in the net. And that's why it's just kind of missing. He needs that extra sense of urgency about where he's going with the puck before he even gets it.
And you pointed out something I think is really interesting right there. Actually, several things. But of the group of 5 that crossed my mind, Wyatt Johnston, Sagan, Benn, Duchesne, and Robertson. So
I'm out on Sagan.
Okay,
with that, I'm just watching him. I've felt like he's done it, but the stats aren't there. Last night, one hit the crossbar that you were just like,
yeah,
and that would have been it. But I've watched him hustle all over the ice. I've been pleased with what he's driven.
All right, Ben.
But he had, how many penalties has he taken though? Maybe he has had a couple of stupid ones. Ben. He has had a couple of dumb ones.
For Ben, I'm kind of with you. He's doing what he can, but he just doesn't have it like that anymore. Duchesne, we've talked
I need it.
A lot.
I need Duchesne the most
about
right now,
how
honestly.
maddening he's been. Jason Robertson, and you can throw this out for Miro as well. Like, they're still coming back from injury, and I'm not saying they're not healthy, but I also wonder, like, hey, that's probably a hard turn to be like, hey, you're back from being injured.
Now go score 4 goals.
In playoff hockey. And so that's why I circle in on Wyatt Johnston, because I think he has the potential, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's the Edmonton series. Wyatt Johnston can show in particular games that he's just as good as like Draisaitl. I'm not saying that they have to be the same person.
Look at you.
You can find some games, if you advance and play Edmonton, where you can look at these games and be like, I think Johnston counteracted whatever Draisaitl could do for that game. All right, that's how good he has the potential, I think, to be, and that's why this has been particularly frustrating.
And where's Brett Hull been this series? You know, like
what's
that guy contributing
he
right now?
He retired a really long time ago.
I think you guys have named, like, y'all went through the list of, and again, this is after a loss. We had this discussion after a win, though.
Yes.
You know, like, okay,
Yes.
after a win, which line other than Mikko's line is going to actually contribute? And last night, Mikko's line didn't contribute. Guess what happens? The rest of the team doesn't either. And so that's where DeBoer has to find that. And somebody just texted in. I'm interested about this. They said, I like that DeBoer's playing Mikko on 2 different lines.
Yeah.
And that was something when Mikko got traded here, I was kind of curious about. When he was with Colorado, he played a lot of minutes. And when he got here, because of they have 4 strong lines, how's DeBoer going to handle that? Well, he said, you know what? It's playoff time. The Moose can handle it. I'm going to go ahead and put him out there and let him get as many opportunities because he's hot. And when you want Corey Seager hitting as many times in the playoffs, so you put him at the top of the top of the order. You want these opportunities for the person that's doing the most, but they do need a little bit more help. They absolutely do need a little bit more help, and that's why the second and third lines got to come in. And with Robertson, same story about just getting that sense of urgency a little bit faster. And realizing that you don't have time to goof around and wait for your shot. You got to get that shot off, and you might have to get lucky on it.
Would you want to see maybe a scale back of 4?
Again, they are up 3-2.
No, they are.
But this is nitpicking at a team that we really want to win.
I hear you, because, that's part of the reason. The bad part about raised expectations is the crap that you did before isn't going to work anymore, right?
Right.
Like if you win tomorrow, that is great, and we're going to be freaking pumped. And then you're going to walk into a juggernaut in Edmonton, who since they lost their first 2 games in the playoffs, they have been murder, death, killing people. And so you need to be ready. You're going to go up against the best player in the world. Like I know Mikko has shown flashes of that, but Connor McDavid is the best player in the world. And if you make it to the other side of the bracket, I don't know if you think it's going to be Florida. Obviously, I don't think it's going to be Toronto. But if you think it's going to be Florida, you think it's going to be Carolina, you're going to play another really, really good team that's at the top of the heap. And I think that's why these nitpicks are necessary. I'm not only focused on Game 6. I'm hoping that we're focused on Game 1 for Edmonton after that.
So, and the other thing, too, with Duchesne, that's the one that I've been very adamant about because I know what he's capable of. And that's the I know what he can do. But when he's paired up with Marchment and Marchment's not contributing, do I say, man, I'd like to see him paired up with somebody else and him get a couple. And DeBoer's, juggled that just a little bit too and tried to find some areas. But you got to have somebody that can put it home when Duchesne sets you up. And he's going to set the table pretty nicely for you. And you got to be able to put it home or be in the right position for it to happen.
And kind of taking just a step back, that's why the idea that I've come up with is scale back about 4 minutes. So, like, depending, maybe that'll end up being 3 shifts, 4 shifts. But I think you should scale back 4 minutes on Mikko because you go back to that 4 games where he just went ham on the Avalanche and then Winnipeg to start. Those were all in the 20-minute range of ice time. So
is he at 24, you said?
Yeah.
Just over 24?
The last 2 games, he's been at 24.
Okay.
And, like, you look back, there was another game in the Winnipeg series, he was above 20. I'm not saying that's a disaster or anything like that, but I do kind of wonder if, like, hey, you gave it a shot, and that's fantastic, but maybe for the next game, and we'll see how it translates into Edmonton, hopefully if you make it, you scale back some of those fourth-line shifts.
Now, Kevin, oh, never mind. Clock's got us right here. There's a lot, and you know what? That tells you that you're really passionate about it, something, because I'm really wanting to talk more stars. I love it.
Well, you know what, Corey? Good news for you. Coming up next, it's time for the combo platter. In the combo platter, convenience store edition. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what is your all-time favorite convenience store and why? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Thanks for Toloing through your midday with the KNC Masterpiece.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Hunter may have gotten a piece of it. Here's Nemesnikov, scores! Vlad Nemesnikov, another power play goal. And Winnipeg with a 3-0 lead in the third.
Oh, whoop-de-doo. Good for you. Winnipeg wins the game 4-0. That's back-to-back games in Winnipeg that the Stars have been shut out. They've been shut out 3 times in the playoffs, also once against Colorado. It's time for the combo platter, though we will also do our Shakira ticket giveaway
Shakira.
in this segment. So my combo platter for y'all today, give us a sports opinion, and then what is your favorite convenience store of all time and why?
And also, why do you say convenience store?
Because everywhere I looked it up says that, even though I'm almost positive that every time I call it a convenient store with a T instead of the NCE, which is, I think, the way you're supposed to say it.
That is.
Which is confusing.
I'm with you. I say convenient.
Yeah, because guess what? It's shorter. And you would think for a convenience store that you would want more efficiency. So, don't know. So give us a sports opinion, and then what is your all-time favorite convenience store and why? Would you guys like to start on this? You want me to go to the text?
I can rock with this real quick because I wanted to continue that Stars conversation real quick. By the way, I just did see ESPN bet. The conversation I've been having about the amount of time to process and do things in the playoffs comes from Mike Madonna on the Spittin' Chicklets podcast. I trust Mike Madonna. I feel like he knows what he's talking about.
And it felt like he was talking directly to Austin Matthews and his playoff substitute.
They literally asked about Austin Matthews, and I just saw ESPN post Austin Matthews remains goalless in the series versus the Panthers. The Leafs captain is plus 165 to score a goal tonight in Game 6. Kevin, what would your play be?
I do not know if I would make that play. Maybe hit the under. You know what? I think in 10 straight playoff games against Florida, he has not scored a goal.
They got his number then, huh?
Yes. Florida's a really good team.
So that's just, but to continue on, I was coming up the elevator this morning, and when I got off, Jake Ripma was leaving, and he's a Detroit native who loves hockey. He's loving covering the Stars stuff. If you follow him on Twitter, it's a good follow during the Stars games. And we were kind of bitching back and forth about everything, and he goes, "Hey, 5 in a row on the road though. So let's keep it rolling." And so that's where my mind is right now. Stars back at home.
Yeah.
The Winter Pigs stink on the road. Take advantage of that tonight. Or tomorrow night. DeBoer is very good with his line adjustments and the fact that he has the line change advantage, plus for him. So I think at home, big positive for the Stars. That's why I said Game 6 initially.
Yeah.
And I've been going through. Once they went up 3-1, I was like, Game 6 is locked for me.
And look, you can extend that road playoff losing streak for Winnipeg beyond this season. They have lost 5 straight this year, but it extends all the way out to 9 now. And this last game 4 against the Stars, was the first one they lost by fewer than 3 goals.
Oh, really?
And they still lost by 2 goals. And it's not like you won by 2 goals because you tagged on a late empty netter. Like, you legitimately had that won by 2 goals. So I get that.
And then so my favorite convenience store, I don't like it either.
I don't either. I'm going to say it with a T.
This is tough because I have always been a 7-Eleven person. It's just easy. The creator of the margarita, essentially. Did you know that?
What?
Go to Mariano's. Mariano's Mexican Cantina over off of Skillman and Abrams. And it's the story, I believe, is the owner saw the Slurpee machine and was like, I can take that, put tequila in it, and make a frozen margarita. That's how the story goes. So, but
good on you. That has clearly turned out very well.
I always loved this little place called Dee's Ways, though, that was right around the corner. That's right, DEES Ways. I don't know, right next to Bishop Lynch. It was over in my little neighborhood. And
it's next to anything
they
else.
had that little, the little dog slush puppy.
Oh, yeah.
And I liked those more than the Slurpee.
Is that the icy?
Yeah, it was. Well, I think so. Yeah, but it was
chunkier
ices.
I got you.
I always liked that. But 7-Eleven, man, has never really let me down. Racetrack's coming on strong right now. There's one shady 7-Eleven in my neighborhood that I'm pretty sure that every time I put my card in, it gets hacked. You know what I'm talking about. It's got a scanner on it. But 7-Eleven has always been there for me. Now, I do have a convenience store story.
Oh.
Many years ago, we were going to South Padre for a vacation. And I put Avery, thank you. I put Avery in charge of finding us the best restaurants to eat at while we were down there. And Avery came to me and said, Dad, this place Stripes has 5 stars on every single one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay. And I didn't know. So I was like, all right, there's a Stripes on the way. We pull in, it's a gas station. And I was like, all right, 5-star gas station. I get it now. So Stripes, nice work on the travel stuff. But yeah, it's definitely 7-Eleven for me.
Now, Alec, before we get to you, this is an interesting question from the 817, or brings up an interesting question. The Rangers will have a winning streak of 18 games after the next 12 games they play. You're welcome, Corey.
Thank you.
And their favorite convenience store is Buc-ee's. From the 972, I think the best player comp to Cooper Flagg is Paul George. Look at how similar their measurables are, and there's 100% going to be a runaway winner, Buc-ee's. So my question is Buc-ee's a convenience store? Because it has the elements, from the gas pumps to the snacks that you probably don't need. It's a mini
grocery store. It's a mini Walmart.
Yeah.
Because Walmart has gas stations too, or gas pumps too at some of them.
Yeah.
So it is a mini Walmart, but I do think we got to take Buc-ee's out. I'm sorry.
You think that's not fair?
We got to take Buc-ee's out of the conversation because it's number one in everybody's heart. I'm sorry. So we're going to have to eliminate it here.
Buc-ee's started to potentially fall in my heart just a little bit.
Really?
When they stopped doing sausage kolaches.
Oh.
I don't know why either. They were good.
Maybe they were too expensive.
Maybe they didn't sell it. They're just like, that's that one guy.
That one guy comes in and buys them. Nobody else is.
So, no, we got
Everybody else just goes to West Texas to get there.
Yeah, I guess that is fair. From the 214, favorite convenience store, sports opinion first. The Stars will win tomorrow. Oh, my gosh. And then go undefeated the rest of the way. That would be the best thing ever. And their favorite convenience store is Quick Trip, because of the hot dog. I believe it is Quick Trip. I don't know if you've tried this breakfast pizza that they got going on. It is tremendous.
Breakfast pizza?
But also keep in mind, I have very rudimentary taste buds.
What's the sauce? Is it a gravy-based sauce?
No, it's kind of like a cheesy sort of sauce, it feels like.
So you've got cheese and cheesy sauce.
It's something else. I'm sure they would tell you
Canadian
more advanced
bacon, sausage, and egg.
Yep, it's delicious.
Sounds awesome.
Delicious. Alec, give us a sports opinion, and then what is your favorite all-time convenience store?
Sports opinion is, I'll elaborate on this a little bit. The NBA playoffs have been absolutely hilarious. And I say that because I'm so uninterested, and then they get me interested after one good game.
Yeah.
And then there's an awful game right after that, and then I'm out again. You know, it's hard for me to be invested in any playoff run when a local team is not in it, period. But let alone whenever you have like a 92-87 stinker in game 4 like the Thunder and Nuggets did. See, like that game lost me. But the game before it, game 3, was really competitive and really fun. And then the game after it, game 5, was really competitive and really fun. I just can't stay invested, and it's hilarious because every narrative it seems like that people have about the NBA right now is just being played out in front of our eyes about each team, about the league itself. Like, I swear, I'm not even, because I've made it known, I'm an SGA hater, but it feels like every time I turn on the Thunder game, he's at the free throw line.
Do you think he's a free throw merchant then?
Absolutely, yes. And good on him. Good on him. But whenever you see the opposing team, when you see Jamal Murray mocking him falling to the floor and stuff, which I thought was amazing, you know, every narrative is coming to life right in front of our eyes. So I say, if you want a great game 7 this weekend, just hang the MVP trophy like above, kind of like the Money in the Bank briefcase.
Oh, yeah.
Just hang it above like the center court line.
Yeah.
And then boom, you got yourself probably like a 150 to 151 game right there. And SGA is going to have 65 and Jokic will have 70. That would be the most amazing thing to me. But I just can't stay invested in the NBA playoffs right now. And with the Celtics taking an absolute massive blow, losing Jason Tatum, I'm just not interested anymore.
Even though it was really weird, too, because it looked like that was going to be a wrap. And then the Celtics came out and just stomped out the Knicks, and I wonder if they are able to find a way to win tonight.
Exactly.
If they'll go back to Boston and win the series.
But I will say, I'm putting out a challenge to any East Coast hip-hop artist. You need to make an EP or an album or something that the cover is Josh Hart spewing blood out of his face. That would be such a cool
looking
album cover or EP or something. That would be amazing. And then convenience store. I will say Buc-ee's would be number one, but since we're taking that out,
from what I've been told, it's a travel stop.
Oh, yeah! I stopped at the biggest travel stop in the world in Iowa.
And of course, it's in Iowa.
No, so I was with my cousin, and we were going to visit her sister, my other cousin, because they live in Iowa. And when I saw that sign, obviously I have to stop. They had a barber there as well as a one-screen movie theater.
What?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It was.
For many different reasons.
I didn't get to see a movie, but still.
I was primarily a 7-Eleven guy because there was one in the house I grew up in. Like, I could probably walk.
There was one in the house you grew up in?
In the house I grew up in, there was one that I could probably walk to. It was that close. If I wanted to walk there, I could. So, naturally, I just got really comfortable with that because it was the one I always went to. But now, Circle K has entered the chat. Circle K seems to have the one thing I want that no other gas station in the area ever has. Like, if I'm craving a specific, I don't know, like Gatorade flavor or a specific energy drink, the racetrack nearby doesn't have it, the Quick Trip doesn't have it, the 7-Eleven doesn't. The Circle K never fails me, and their gas prices, at least the one by my house, are usually the best.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's a win-win every time I go.
Okay, I like that. From the 817, the Rangers will win the Silver Boot, and the Stripes convenience stores that have Laredo Taco Company inside are the best convenience stores.
Yeah. The Laredo Taco Company. I think that's where the 5 stars comes from.
Okay. This one's spicy.
Sometimes I have questions on how long that barbacoa has been sitting there, but I still don't care. I eat it anyway.
Yeah. From the 401, sports hot take. The Giants are going to go 12-4 and win the NFC East. Now, does that mean they just take off the last game? Don't know. Because remember, we're to the 17-game season. Maybe they're 12-4-1.
Is this the moment, Kevin, where Mike would say, that's such a ridiculous statement. Put $10,000 on it.
Yeah. Man, yes.
If you believe it, that's what he would say. Is if you believe it that much, put your life savings on it.
That is true. And they said their favorite is Racetrack because of their point system. They're the highest level, the Sultan of Soda. Okay, that's objectively amazing. And they get a free drink every day, and you also get in-store points for gas. So I could see how a rewards program would be what would kind of...
With Racetrack, so I did because that one shady 7-Eleven, I decided there's a Racetrack nearby, so I'll go to that one. I am a rewards member. I get free bottles of water and free chips all the time because I have this program. It's awesome.
Okay, from the 940, the Rangers win streak will get to 9. I do believe that would mean you swept the Astros, and it's 100% all-sups in those burritos. I have seen multiple votes for all-sups.
All right, so I have a thought. Because I like gas stations, all right? I like convenience stores. I've only stopped at one all-sups ever. And when I went in, there were flies everywhere.
Oh.
And the person at the counter did not seem to care that I was even in that place. And the bathroom was terrible. And then I got one of those burritos because I'd heard. And I didn't care about the flies.
Yeah.
And I had one of the burritos there. Everybody's, these burritos. And I was very let down just by the entire experience. If there's another all-sups that I need to go try out, let me know. This one was in like Hamilton, Texas. Maybe that's the reason. It's Hamilton, Texas.
Okay. Yeah.
But that one was just kind of tough for me.
From the 469, trading Luka was not a horrible idea.
This is a question I have.
And Quick Trip has good food.
Quick Trip's great, man.
Man, they've stepped up their game. The thing I've noticed about like Quick Trip and Racetrack is they've probably seen the success of maybe it's Allsups, maybe it's places like Buc-ee's, and they're like, oh, hold on. So you'll like legitimately eat a real meal here. Mm-hmm. Okay, then we need to step up our game.
So my question about that Luka thing that they said, is there a way that the Mavs have won this trade?
See, I still don't think so because the Cooper Flag pick is separate. All right. If you look, because that wasn't part of this deal.
They could have won more if they had Luka, though.
That is, oh man, you know what? That is an interesting point. And that's kind of tough then, because if you factor in, whether it be because you think it was rigged because we traded Luka, or you think that they were able to fall into the lottery because they didn't have Luka, that's an interesting philosophy I hadn't really considered. But with Luka, you don't get Cooper Flag.
Let's go ahead and assume that it was rigged. Let's just assume it.
Okay.
Then we won the trade.
Because then you're talking about you traded Luka for Cooper Flag.
Will he be generational? Or will he be
Cooper Flag?
A multi-time all-star that you're happy you had on your team?
And
Luka's generational, right?
Based on what?
What do you mean?
You've been first team all NBA a lot. Look, we asked this question before. Sometimes I think people are really loose with the generational talent kind of thing because I'm like, man, we got a lot of generational talents in every single generation. But what Luka has is he has the most youngest first team all NBA, which is phenomenal. And
he's fun to watch and fun to cover.
Yeah, and I'm sure that the Minnesota Timberwolves thought it was fun to trash him and his team out in 5 games in the opening series of the playoffs. So I guess my question is, now it's going to be...
You're always a Luka hater.
No,
That's a fact.
hey, you remember. You go back. I want everyone to remember.
You said fringy top 75
You
player.
go back to the night of the NBA draft in 2018, right? We were doing the show from the American Airlines Center. 90% of people texted in and said, I don't want this kid. He's going to suck.
He's just another soft Euro.
White Euro. And I was like, wrong. You're going to love this kid. He could be the best player at 3 different positions in this draft. All right? So just for the record. But it's going to be difficult to see what Luka's like overall body of work turns out to be because he was already with the team that felt like it was built for him. Are the Lakers going to reshape the team? Are they going to wait until LeBron's not there anymore? I'm just saying, like, I think it's too early sometimes for some of these projections of generational talents and how many generational talents can you have in a generation?
Do you think that Cooper will be
And to that point, I don't see how you could.
That's not a ceiling for you?
Yeah, I don't. No, I mean, look, I told you, his ceiling is Larry Bird. But that takes a lot into consideration.
I agree.
And I don't think it makes sense right now to be like, well, Cooper Flag will definitely be good as Luka.
Gotcha.
Like, that's a ridiculously high bar to clear.
Okay.
And I know that's what people's point is, like, why did you trade that bar then? I get that.
I know how I feel about him, and I think you and I feel kind of similarly. I just wanted to try and see if you could explain to the Tolos that similar feeling.
And so, look, if you go back, and that depends on...
We've been very fair with this the whole time.
And that's what I think, too, because first and foremost, I love the Mavericks.
Yeah.
You know, so if you tell me that if Luka would have stayed here in the next 15 years, we would have won a championship. But with this, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but with this deal of an extra first-round draft pick, Max Christie, Anthony Davis, and Cooper Flag, you're going to win 2 championships in the next 15 years, then I like that one. I like the one that's going to get us to more winning. And I know people are going to be like, yeah, but he's not really my guy and everything
That's
like
fine.
that.
I get you.
All right, rock on.
You love championships,
Yeah.
though.
Tell me more about the 2023 Rangers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how many of your guys
Leote
were on that team? Okay,
Nate
great.
Lowe.
Okay.
Josh Spores.
Yeah, that's true. He was with
Leclerc.
G-Bag Nation. But who are the people who led you to that title?
Adolis.
That's yours?
Yeah. I mean, Corey Seager.
Not yours.
Oh.
Jordan Montgomery.
Oh, yeah. Jordan Montgomery, not mine.
Not yours. Nathan Evaldi. Not yours. So I'm just
Valid
saying.
Point, yeah.
I think people.
Gotcha. Okay, I see what you're saying.
I think
yeah.
people get confused because they become yours.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fine. Anthony Davis goes and wins back-to-back titles. You don't think he can become ours if he stays healthy? I'm not saying any of this is going to happen, but sometimes I think people get that idea kind of twisted up just a little bit.
I like the conversation,
a little bit. All right. Well, you know what?
That was good stuff, dude. If y'all didn't love that, man,
we'll
what are
try
we doing?
harder.
Yeah.
All right. So just for the people that didn't love it, I will transition into Forgiveness Friday.
Okay.
877-881-1053. Somebody need to ask you for forgiveness. Do you need to ask somebody else for forgiveness, or do you demand forgiveness for my Luka opinion? And look, I will stand by. I didn't like the trade at the time. I thought it was a pathetic return on investment, but I am intrigued by the thought that you never would have been in the lottery. You never would have had the opportunity to get Cooper Flag. And
there's a lot in that. There's a lot to kind of dots to connect to make that happen, but it's a legit conversation.
And it's kind of like where I've come to with the Cowboys. And I think you're in the same place with this. Whenever we have a Cowboys conversation, we're trying to do something with it. Because whenever people are like, oh, who cares? Dak sucks. Oh, well, okay, fine. He's not going anywhere for at least 2 years.
Right.
Probably
I can't
3,
change
but
that.
at least 2 years. You can't do anything about that. Oh, well, I wish we could get rid of the Jones family. Well, you can.
Yeah, so if you want to win the conversation, then you won. Right?
Yeah,
You're right.
So focus back on that. So if your Mavericks conversation consists of they never should have traded Luka, like rock on. I don't disagree with you, but it's done.
Yeah.
You can't undo it. So maybe look at some other things that you can do to make the team.
Exactly.
And look, I know I did see some people say like Adolis was originally a Cardinal. He's your guy. You brought him into the majors for real and developed him. I'm definitely willing to give people leeway on stuff like that. Like I thought Josh Hamilton was ours, and he didn't come up with the Rangers,
That's right.
but like
Michael Young wasn't even ours.
Yeah, exactly. He was a Blue Jay.
He was a Blue Jay.
Nobody in the world thinks of Michael Young as a Blue Jay.
Michael Young, the Blue Jay.
Yeah, I think there is some wiggle room right there.
I'd like to ask Michael Young if he thinks of himself as a Blue Jay. If he's like, nope, forgot about that completely.
I mean, look.
I don't think he forgot about it by any means.
One of the things that did kind of shock me yesterday, but I loved when Rolando Blackman didn't give a damn about the New York Knicks. He's like, not even a
I played
little
for him
bit.
for a minute? Don't care.
Yeah.
It's all Mavs here for me, baby.
So, first on the list, I think, has to be John I. Broome, a.k.a. Johnny Broome. Probably the second best player in college basketball this last year. You pointed out that Cooper Flag's vertical at the combine was 35 and a half inches.
Yep.
Did you see VJ Edgecombe? 38 and a half. He's the 4th ranked prospect on Yahoo's board, the kid from Baylor. He is really a tremendous player. Broome, 24 and a half.
Oh. Well, he's 6'10". He doesn't have to jump that high.
Cooper Flag's 6'8".
Exactly. Those 2 inches are important. Trust me.
What the hell? And he jumped 11 inches higher. You know what? But I was prepared for pushback from people like you.
Okay.
So I bring to you Desmond Watson. Do you know who Desmond Watson is?
Not sure that I do. Give me a second.
Desmond Watson was the defensive tackle from Florida. He
464-pound dude?
He was the one that he was like, he can become the biggest player ever to play in the NFL. He went undrafted, signed with the Bucs as a free agent. My point is this. His vertical leap at the combine was 25 inches. So the guy who weighs 464 pounds jumped half an inch higher than Broome. That's not good.
But is Broome good at basketball?
Broome is good.
The film is all you need, right?
I think with basketball, that's different.
I did see him disappear a couple different times, though.
And that's the thing. Broome is a phenomenal college player. A lot of people have a lot of questions about how he translates to the next level. Although, to be fair, they had a lot of questions about Edey at the next level, and I think he's shown perhaps a little bit more than people anticipated.
Did you see Tahad Pettiford?
No.
Todd Pettiford he's 6'1" guard from Auburn, I believe.
Okay, not really. I don't recall him.
At the combine, I think his vertical was 40 inches. 6'1" dude, dunked on people, took over, scored 10 in the fourth quarter, one of those pickup games at the combine.
Yeah.
He completely opened the eyes to some people that are looking for a guard that can score and distribute. So keep an eye on him.
That meant his vertical leap was more than a foot more than Broom.
And that's what he did. It was his teammate. He took his vertical. He was like, "Hey, let me give me some of your vertical.
This does kind of feel like a Monstars situation here, doesn't it? Just a little bit. All right. Now I don't.
What's Joker's vertical? Do we know that?
Oh my God, that's a great question because that's what I would point to. God, I can't imagine it's that, but I bet it's higher than that. All right, let's go.
17.
Shut up. That can't be
when
true.
He attempted a vertical leap, he jumped 17 inches, according to somebody.
Hold on. That does not.
It says Elliot. I don't know who the hell Elliot is. It just says Elliot. So Elliot Shore. I don't know.
That does not feel like a reputable, source.
The kid from no, it's Hoops Hype.
E.T.?
It's not Hoops Hype.
Okay.
So whoever Elliot is from E.T.
Okay. So the Premier Lacrosse League, they're on notice, as is Barstool Sports. They're also on notice. They have to ask for forgiveness because Barstool Sports put out an article. If you want to get rid of tanking entirely, the Premier Lacrosse League has already figured that out a few years ago. In the inaugural PLL season, the way the first overall draft pick was awarded was via playoff. Now, I take you back to the KNC Masterpiece
After
about
dark.
10 years ago when we proposed the NBA NIT.
That's true.
And the NBA NIT would take all of the teams who didn't make the playoffs and put them in a tournament. The further you advance would reflect your draft pick. The winner of the final will get the first pick, the loser will get the second pick, and on and on and on.
Fact.
So, not cool, Premier Lacrosse League and Barstool Sports. That was our idea.
Yeah, for real. We've been pitching this for a long time.
I think it's great that you decided to use it, but throw some credit our way.
Give the credit where the credit's due, people.
That's all I'm saying.
Just like when people start going, hey, we're going to pick the Cowboys' schedule. Nobody did that before us. We did it first.
I'm not as sure about that.
Did we claim it?
Then it's ours?
Yep.
What is this, like the Old West? Something you're like, no, this is my land.
This is my land.
All right, now, if you don't agree with this one, Alec, Corey Majors is who needs to ask for forgiveness.
Oh.
So we're going to get a 6-part documentary about the Chiefs. And it's going to be kind of like The Last Dance for football. Do you think that the Chiefs need to ask for forgiveness because you're kind of tired of them?
Yeah, I'd say it's too early for all of this because the band is still together. Like with The Last Dance, this is one of the most historic players, one of the most historic teams. Like this was years and years ago, and a lot of people have been wanting for years to hear about the inside, like inner machinations of what actually happened there, and did these guys actually get along? Blah blah blah. These guys are still playing.
Yeah.
Like Travis Kelce hasn't even retired yet. I don't care right now. I will care in 15 years. I don't care right now.
Okay.
Yeah, when they're doing the documentary on Taylor and Travis's kid and all that stuff.
Look, I actually would be fascinated about that. Like, who is their surrogate or whatever.
What? Taylor hasn't been in the media very much lately. I wonder what's going on.
Stop it. You shut up. I know. You shut up. I know what you're referencing because you told me this morning. Are you tired? You shut up, except for this question. Are you tired of the Chiefs?
I'm not. That's why I asked the question.
Okay.
Like, I'm not, but after quarterback, and we do get a lot of Chiefs. Like, last year, it was all Chiefs because everybody was hating that the referees were in their pocket. And that's where I'm starting to get because what happened? Tom Brady was kind of a cool story until, then you're like, hold on, the cheating scandal and this and this and this. Like, these stories are cool until people start trying to chip away at them. And that's what I think is starting to happen with the Chiefs. Mahomes is still fun-loving. Mahomes out there doing wild crap. You're just like, oh, my God, what is happening? It's a lot of fun. And then Travis goes and loses 25 pounds this offseason because he needs to be leaner. He knows. He was heavy last season. So, but I'm not quite there yet, but it's going to happen. Like, there's going to be I don't really want to see him in the Super Bowl this year. I want somebody else to be in the Super. I want Josh Allen to get his shot with Haley Steinfeld. They're maybe doing the halftime show.
Is that the power couple that you feel is not getting enough attention?
Not getting enough credit right now.
Okay.
They're on their way, though.
I will go watch Sinners this weekend to make up for that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block, but I feel like...
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to see Shakira as part of her world tour when she stops by Globe Life Field on June 11th. You can buy tickets, of course, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Shakira now, C Block next.
Hey, I like that. Let's do that next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babies. Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right. classic Saffron squad.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just want to address this real quick from the 817. There's no problem with that. I'm sorry, Kevin. I'm just still super bitter about the trade, and I can't get on board with anything the Mavericks have done in the last 3.5 months. I don't begrudge that to you whatsoever.
That's fair.
I don't like it sometimes when people are like, you're going to support the Mavericks no matter what. And I will root for them, or you only like Cooper Flagg because he's from Duke. Yeah, well, guess what? Go look at anybody out there who's scouted him. It's not because he's from Duke. You can feel however you want.
Yes, absolutely. Nobody's telling you how to fan.
Not at all.
That is one thing that this show has been very adamant about. And one of the things that I've always loved about our Tolos, because I told Kevin a long time ago, do not tell me how to fan. And Colby was like, yeah, Kevin. And but since then, if we go veer that way, Tolos will immediately say, hey, don't tell us how to fan.
Fair.
And I'm like, you know what? You're right. So we're not telling you how to. Kevin, I do. Somebody asked the other day, and I replied for you, would Kevin be this excited if it wasn't a Duke player, the number 1 overall pick?
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, I think
for
absolutely,
sure.
because we've never had this happen before, and because it's an opportunity for the Mavericks to make their team better. But since it is a Duke player and since it is Cooper Flagg, does it amplify it a little for you?
Yeah, definitely. And that's just from my own personal feeling. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? That makes me excited to go get the jersey, get cards where he's in the Mavericks uniform and everything like that. But I think the main reason I'm super excited is, and this doesn't necessarily reflect on the players and how good they are, but you just look at some of the other drafts with last year, Risa Shea, a couple years before that, not the Wemby draft, a couple years before that, Banchero, then Cunningham, then you go to the DeAndre Ayton, Markelle Fultz, Ben Simmons. There are so many other drafts where you could have gotten the number 1 pick in a year when people are like, oh yeah, that guy's going to be good, or maybe. Mm-hmm. But instead, you got the Wemby one.
Yeah, where everybody's really excited about him.
And you got like what people thought at the time was the Zion one. But Zion's a great example of like the player could be really good, but other things can sidetrack them. And so I'm excited that you got like a big time prospect.
He hasn't felt like the player that's going to get sidetracked by that stuff. I am kind of interested in this theory that it's being floated around that he should demand Nico be removed before he that's
Why
a weird.
Would he do that?
He would rather just come here and be part of this team. Is what based on the guy that I've seen play.
Yeah.
So that's it is interesting because of the player, who the player specifically is, and then
I don't think he'll be outworked. Now injuries you can't control. I don't think he's gonna get outworked.
And the Mavericks are this much closer to becoming the Dallas Dukericks, if you will.
Might have to work
the Dallas Blue Devils
name. We definitely have to workshop that name.
Are you saying Dukericks doesn't work for you guys?
And I don't think you could shorten it up to the Dricks. That feels wrong for so many reasons.
Roll out the Dukies.
Yeah.
You're flying so close to the sun.
But, I mean, here we are with Kai, Duke product.
Yep.
Cooper, Duke product. Derek Lively, Duke product. All 1 year, one and dones, too, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Because they all hated Duke so much, they had to get out of there as soon as possible.
Or they were all really good.
All right.
Somebody asked about Bassick.
We'll take a vote on the theories out there. Which one do y'all think it was?
Or if you really like the Duke Ricks from the 817. Where's Bassick on the Mavs now? Do y'all know? Yes, we talked to him the day of the lottery. He said he's back in. He said it might not ever be the way it was before, which I'll argue is not bad. His wife would ask him what he was doing because he would stay up late on Real GM and be making fictitious trades for the Mavericks to get the team better. So
he's a psychopath.
It might not be like that, but he's back in on the team.
By the way, Jason Kidd he hopped on with Dan Patrick, and he said, he didn't watch the draft lottery because of the history of it. Like, we've all experienced this history of there's no way we're not going to get it. And he was like, I got a text and they said you're in the top 4, and I was like, oh, you mean we fell to 14? And he was like, no. And he goes, you got number 1. And he was like, you mean there's another 1? It should be 11, right? And he's like, no, we got number 1. And then he said, so we're very excited about the Duke kid. And they just refuse. Now, here's the interesting thing. He said,
I'm just the coach.
That was.
Yeah,
he said, I'm just the coach when asked about Cooper Flagg. That's fascinating for one. But then he also threw in the line of, I don't want to get fined. I don't want to step on any toes. I don't know if he was talking about the GM. Hey, if I get too high on this kid, am I talking about him and Nico doesn't want him? Should I just leave it hands off? But then he threw in the line of, look, when we have him in for a visit, then I can talk about him more.
Yeah.
And so but I'm very interested to know that. Like, why would you get fined for talking about a kid that you're probably going to draft number 1 overall?
Yeah, that is confusing.
Maybe it's for gambling purposes.
I guess, but like, if you had the second pick, I could get it. And you're like, what is this collusion trying to move up to the first pick? Or you have the first pick. You pick whoever the hell you want.
Doesn't make any sense to me. But that's where we stand with the Mavericks. Now, let's go to the city of San Antonio.
I've been there.
I've been there too. Family, in-laws live down there. So it's a lot of fun. I actually really enjoy the city. The office of the city council. This is Alex sent this to me, by the way. So the office of the city council of San Antonio has received a council consideration request to dedicate the San Antonio National Airport in honor of Coach Greg Popovich.
I don't know why. I really thought you were going to say Tim Duncan, but that makes a lot of sense.
Tim Duncan?
Pop makes a lot of sense.
Pop was there. It was the head coach for 29 years.
Wow.
29 years. And so here's the line that I think the city of San Antonio has profoundly shaped and elevated the remarkable contributions of Popovich. For nearly 3 decades, Pop has served as the head coach, leading the team to 5 NBA championships, just none back-to-back because they had a problem with that.
I still don't think that's the end of the world.
Establishing a culture of excellence, dignity, respect, integrity, and self-service that extends far beyond the basketball court. Coach Popovich's impact on San Antonio is immeasurable.
I get it. I don't. Do they often name airports for sports figures?
I mean, DFW is named after, I guess it's Dallas-Fort Worth, so... Kennedy. What about Kennedy Airport?
How is he a sports figure?
He liked a woman who was with Joe DiMaggio.
Well played. And George W. Bush was like, or George Bush was on the Yale baseball team or whatever.
Yeah, I'm the Rangers.
But like, if you're primarily known for not also being the president, although well played, I don't know how many like airports get named after those people.
Yeah, 877-881-1053. If there's an athlete airport out there, let us know.
I'm not saying there's not. I'm just not familiar.
This is one of those things this is literally one of those things I would expect Carter Freeman to walk in and hand me a note and be like, oh yeah, here's the 7 airports that I know of. I've actually been to 2 of them.
I also think you should get credit for the deft way you said he liked a woman who was married to Joe DiMaggio.
I didn't want to make any accusations.
That's fine.
That were unfounded. Yeah. That being said,
they're pretty founded.
Do you think the city of San Antonio's international airport, which is really not, I've been there, it's not that special. I mean, it's fine. Do you think they should name it after head coach Greg Popovich?
Yeah.
What else does San Antonio have? They don't have any other sports teams.
Okay, but all right, so you wouldn't name them after anyone like in the Alamo or whatever?
They lost.
Cow. My God, I'm gonna turn my mic off. You do what you got to do, buddy.
They definitely lost that battle. I mean, we remember, so that we never forget they lost. But we got in, never forget the sacrifice and stuff like that. I get it. But they definitely did lose. Davy Crockett, you know what I mean? All right, so the other thing, have you seen the new pictures for the movie Madden?
I'm sorry. I just was really hoping you were going to tell us more about Davy Crockett,
I went there recently and I read all the stories. He didn't draw a line in the sand, by the way. William B. Travis didn't actually draw a line in the sand. It was more of like a figure of speech.
My life is a lie.
Says who?
The people at the Alamo. They were
at the Alamo.
The guides, the ones that were like, we were there.
They weren't there.
How do you know?
Because they would be dead by now.
You don't know. Science, modern science.
Frozen head.
Yeah, we made a dire wolf recently, Kevin.
I hate this show so much.
So Nick Cage is going to play John Madden, and Christian Bale is going to play Al Davis in the movie.
Really?
Madden. The pictures are interesting. Nick Cage, they did a really good job making him, the way he's dressed with the blue on blue, looks fantastic. I hope that Nicolas Cage can nail the voice. And because that voice of John Madden is so iconic and so noticeable. I really hope, and I think Nicolas Cage, granted, he's been in some weird stuff because he had to, he says, but I think he's a really good actor at times. At times, yeah. Nicolas Cage is a good actor. Nick Cage is a different actor.
Yeah.
I didn't realize, though, I think Christian Bale might be my favorite actor. I started going through the movies with you the other day, and I was like, holy crap. Christian Bale is the guy who is the supporting role, who plays the role better than the guy who's the lead. And I started going back through some of his movies. He's always better than whoever the actor is with him. The Fighter, he was better than Mark Wahlberg. Ford versus Ferrari, he was better than Matt Damon. Like, I can't say that he's a great person. Like, I heard about the time he snapped at people on that set, but like, he's always the best actor on the screen. And I didn't realize that I like Christian Bale as an actor. Newsies, he took that whole thing to a new level. Go check out Newsies if you haven't seen it lately.
I'm sure I've seen it. It's just been a really long time since I saw it.
And good luck to the world, Kevin.
What does that mean?
Earth could be hit by a 600,000-mile wide bird wing solar eruption today. Now, I don't know what time this is supposed to happen, but hold on. That was Wednesday. Never mind. We're good. Don't worry about it, guys.
What the hell?
They said on Tuesday, astronomers watched. Actually, it could hit today. Astronomers watched.
Hold on. Stop. Start this story over again because I've had too much of a roller coaster. Am I going to die or not today?
On Tuesday, astronomers watched as a vast birdwing eruption sent waves of superheated plasma surging across the sun's northern hemisphere. At over 600,000 miles long, seems pretty long to me.
Yeah.
1 million kilometers, that is. The filament of solar material was more than twice as long as the distance from the Earth to the moon. Now, scientists predict that the part of this filament eruption could hit Earth. In a post on X, formerly Twitter,
bad.
Aurora chaser Jur Angelikov predicted that the full force of this eruption could trigger a severe or even extreme geomagnetic storm, the highest level of, on an official rating system. Stunning video by NASA's Solar Observation Satellite shows the moment the filaments of plasma 75 times larger than the Earth.
I'm watching this right now. This is amazing.
Peeled away from the sun in a pair of sweeping wings. Most of the material was shot out of the sun's north pole, so it will mostly avoid Earth. However, astronomers say that Earth will probably receive a glancing blow from the wake of the passing storm.
Oh,
now,
Jip, that video was awesome.
I got this story yesterday. I don't know what has happened since or if there is an update. I probably need to go find a little more information on the update of this. However, last week, do you remember when I talked about the former Bush administration lady who said they had been building under planet, under crust of the Earth stuff for the world? This might be why. They were expecting a solar plasma blast with bird wings that was going to come after us. You're watching the video?
Yeah, it's crazy because it looks like a tornado is coming up from the sun.
Yeah.
And like you said, all of a sudden it just like shoots across the sun. And its surface. That was crazy.
So that's about all I know there. I'll look up and find more information so that I'm not spreading more misinformation.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you C-block it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I want to talk more about the Texas Rangers defense, plus Masterpiece of the Week. It is a jam-packed segment coming at you next right here on The Fan.
V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
At carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
deGrom delivers, and that's lined into right field. Here comes Adolis. He slides, and he makes the catch. Adolis Garcia throwing leather all over right field tonight.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to talk about the Texas Rangers defense. If you want to give us predictions for Stars-Jets Game 6, I'm all about that as well. And we will get to Masterpiece of the Week in just a few minutes. Now, safe to say we were all disappointed with the Rangers defense last season?
Yeah.
Okay. And
their offense.
Yeah, fair. And maybe we're still disappointed with their offense, but their pitching has been phenomenal. Go ahead.
Do you want to know how phenomenal their pitching has been, Kevin?
Yes, please tell me.
Their pitching they have the second highest or the second lowest ERA in all of baseball. At,
wow.
2.133, something like that. But they have the lowest WHIP in all of baseball. They're
nice.
I'm sorry, starting pitching wise.
Yeah.
Pitching wise, the second lowest, and the lowest WHIP above the Mets. And then
that is tremendous.
I saw this note from Jared Sandler last night I wanted to throw your way. I'm sorry, I have had this all day and forgot to go to it. deGrom's slider last night, Houston hitters were 1 for 13 with a 38.5% whiff
rate. Golly.
Hunter
yikes.
Brown's four-seam fastball, Texas hitters were 0 for 14 with 5 strikeouts on it. The game's only run came on Jake Berger's home run. He hit a home run off Brown's cutter. Cutter's allowed 2 home runs all year, both on the cutter.
Okay, wow.
And that was from our friend Jared Sandler.
Man, look, we talk about it all the time. You need to be following Jared Sandler on Twitter. If you're not, he is a plethora of not just Rangers, but baseball information. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 469. Can I get a shout-out? My daughter gets married this weekend. Absolutely. Congratulations in advance. This is nice from the 682. Shout out to you guys for being the best show on the station. That is delightful. Thank you very much. And this one, I honestly didn't know this. From the 214, shout out to everyone out there with borderline personality disorder, which I have. It's Borderline Personality Disorder Awareness Month, and it's worth looking into and destigmatizing.
Yep.
Look, we talk about that all the time, different mental illnesses that we try to destigmatize. So that's a great one. I did not know that was happening this month or existed at all. So I'll look into it.
I hope you don't mind me adding part of this conversation. At Men's Tea Clinic, in the conversation about, the program and the experience that I'm going through, the doctor was very adamant about listening to your body, listening to you.
Yeah.
And not being like closed-minded to what might be happening. Just make sure you're very present with who you are and be aware. The awareness of it is so important on every aspect of what am I going through? Why am I going through it? And let's figure out the right solution for it.
I think that is 100% valid. I'm glad that you brought that up. From the 214, can I get a shout out to deGrom for degrominating on the first Rangers game my stepson has ever attended, please? There's your shout out, and congratulations to Jacob deGrom for making that happen. In terms of the defense, all right, so I wanted to focus in on a few specific players as we go along. So Bochy talked about several positions where the Rangers have made significant improvement. Let's start in right field. Adolis Garcia is tied for 10th in the majors in defensive runs saved with 6.
Nice.
One of the things that Bochy said was a lot of his offseason explosiveness work has what's led to that. And we've already played not one, but 2 kind of diving or sliding catches from him today from last night's game where you needed every defensive out you could get.
And that was, my father-in-law was in town, and we were watching the game the other night, and he was like, does Adolis look thinner to you?
Yeah.
And I think, Kevin, you and I, when we saw him at spring training, we went, man, he looks trim.
Yeah.
Compared, and maybe it was the partying after the World Series, or I got to be bigger and stronger this year. I don't know what, but this year, as Bochy was talking about, he looks like he's more capable of being that player.
And for the outfield as a whole, you go to left field with Wyatt Langford. All right. It's taken a bit of an adjustment for him because we talked to him. He didn't even play outfield, period, let alone like specifically left field. He does not have a ton of outfield experience. And I know people will be like, well, he played left field, some in Florida. I hear you, but I'm just saying for people who like grew up at a position, that's not him. So Langford has already saved 5 runs defensively this season in left field. And the Rangers, as an outfield, have saved 14 runs defensively. That is second in baseball to the St. Louis Cardinals.
Okay.
And then,
dude, I think with Evan Carter out there, that's your best defensive outfield by far. And you saw it last night for sure with that play that he made. And
agreed.
We have a very good defensive outfield.
Absolutely agree with that. And so you have to give some credit to Josh Smith. It's tougher just because he moves around so much that I don't have like he's first in this. But think about it. He's already played first, second, and third in the infield. And Boch said, where has he not made all the plays?
Yeah.
And that's tough to argue against. Now, with all that in mind, the Rangers were plus 28 in defensive runs saved so far this year. If you want me to take it back a little old school, they're 5th in baseball in fielding percentage and 3rd in the AL. By comparison, last year, they were 11th in defensive runs saved. And
so they're better.
Yes, significantly better. And Boch said, I think we're better than last year. It's our positioning has been better, and we're adjusting more frequently in situations. And I think
interesting.
And he goes, it's not me. He was like, I think the staff has done a really good job, and I like that. So first off, you start with better positioning, and then you're making more frequent adjustments that have clearly been effective as well. And that's absolutely what you need to see. And you can't argue that it hasn't paid off, right?
Right. No, absolutely. And I think I like that from Boch too, saying it's not me. But isn't that what every manager wants? I don't want to have to go tell the guys what to do.
Yeah.
I want to hire people who know what to do and let them do their job at their best so I can do the other things that it takes to manage the rest of the group. Somebody did text in and say, in case anyone's wondering, they've seen Tavares be more of the same for the Mariners, and they moved him to right field.
See, and that's the thing that we talked about. And Corey, I know you were really hot on this, is Leote wasn't here for his offense. Nope. I mean, his offense is shown to be serviceable at times.
Yep.
But he was there for the defense. And when his defense slipped, you're like, then what are we doing?
Yeah, exactly.
And if the Mariners have already moved him.
And you know I fought for Tavares for a while until that defense slipped. And then I was like, that's like you just said, what are we doing at this point?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you on all of that. From the 469, shout out to my daughter graduating from high school, future Aggie in August. I love it.
Congratulations.
Can I get a shout out to my little girl? She's 3 years old, and she always says, say goodnight, Kevin.
Nice.
And makes the sound.
Nice.
Tolo at an early age. I hope I didn't throw people off.
Does she know where that is?
30 minutes later?
Does she know what that's from?
If not,
yeah,
watch Home Alone this weekend.
Home Alone's the movie.
Now, we've had some fun today. It's time to take it to the next level, because it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Sup, gentlemen?
Hey, Alec.
Hello, Alec.
How we doing on this Friday?
You got a date this weekend?
No. Got a date with maybe some wings or something.
That's a good idea. Dude,
date with a hockey game.
I've loved this Friday. It's been an F around Friday, and I've really enjoyed it. I hope the Tolos have too. What is up with this traffic now, though?
Oh, yeah. What is happening?
A show's about to end, and now we got to go sit in that.
Oh,
You're
man.
disappointed that the traffic patterns don't bend to your whim and your
What are y'all doing? It's 2 o'clock. Shouldn't y'all be at work?
That's right. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week, though, where we revisit the wild, wacky, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program. Usually I let someone choose who we're going to pick on, but we do have an entrant that is not here to defend themselves.
I like it.
His name is Eric Chiafalo.
Oh, man.
He said this.
Yeah. My neighbor can't get enough of it now.
I bet, man. I get it.
He knows he's on radio, right? His wife might have heard that.
What if...
On all fours.
So...
Whoa! That's a callback from the Super Bowl.
And that is a very real-life alert. Where do you guys fall on the... Like, put aside don't have an affair.
Swingers?
Don't have an affair. I get that.
Oh.
But if you were, I get the appeal of the neighbor because it's close, but it just feels like you're infinitely more likely to get caught.
Yeah.
Yeah, but...
Do I need to draw that chart again about the people that I talked about a month or so ago?
But let's just say, like, for instance, I live in Grand Prairie. If I'm going to go cheat on somebody in Cleburne, what am I going to Cleburne for? You know, that's going to be really obvious.
Yeah.
So I feel like either way, I'm a bad liar. So I feel like I would get caught either way, so I'm just not going to cheat.
Yeah, it's like Plano and Richardson, you know? Richardson's close, very, close enough, but Allen's too far.
Can we reflect, too, on what Alec just said? He said he's a bad liar, so he's not going to cheat, thus insinuating if he was a good liar, he would be fine with that.
That's the insinuation.
Back to you, Alec.
You know what assuming does, Kevin?
Yeah.
My dad's favorite saying when I would get in trouble when I was like 10. Let's see. Because of that, Kevin, you said this.
I don't care about Christmas. I don't care about Easter. That was the SEC quarterback's dad, not me. And I knew at the time, it's tough balance when this needs to be read for the sake of the story.
What holiday do you like?
I mean, obviously I love Christmas since I was pushing that agenda on FC Dallas.
Just heard the audio. Yeah, there is a time, Kevin, where you're like, do I read this text or is it going to come off, you just change the word up. Much like last night, whenever I was at my kids' pop concert, and they were doing the Everybody song from Backstreet Boys, and there were a bunch of boys up there, and instead of going, am I sexual, they just put their hands in front of them and just nodded. They didn't say the word. They just left it at that. Smart decision.
And I wish they would have edited some other parts of the show, though. You know what I'm saying?
That's a different story for a different time. I'll tell Alec that one later.
Yeah, I want to know now. But Corey made a very astute point.
I feel like there's a lot of money in drinks. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, that's the thing. I don't think you're wrong.
Go to any
I don't think you're wrong.
You're going to see Prime, Gatorade, Powerade, coffee. You're going to see all sorts of drinks.
Well, plus they get everyone in the door with this drink that's 65,000 ounces is 99 cents, and they're making a crazy profit.
Oh,
on that.
Absolutely they are. And
you're right. There is money in drinks.
I didn't even hop into beer yet.
Huh.
Or wine.
Just dive in head first.
I wouldn't do that with the wine though, because remember that grape stomping lady? She fell down.
Yeah, what a reference. That's great.
I love that audio.
Corey loves making points. This one was a lot more demonstrative, though.
My hips don't lie. That's Shakira.
If that was not about our Shakira giveaway, then I have questions.
Well, hip surgery would probably be on the way. Listen to your hips too.
Huh.
Yeah. Hey, if you get hip surgery, I don't think the way to try out your new hips should be mimicking Shakira dance moves. It feels dangerous.
That's fair. This also sounds kind of dangerous in a way.
Hey, I just stole a bunch of condoms. Now we can have sex.
All right.
That was about my friend who told me that it was okay to steal condoms because the government wouldn't arrest you because you're trying to keep the population down.
Which is that's confusing for so many different reasons. Like, I don't know.
I was a dumb 15-year-old.
I don't think the government has specifically condom-based laws that they enforce differently because you're trying to keep the population down. I believe in some places they're worried that the birth rate is too low, so that would actually be the opposite.
He ended up having a kid anyway.
Yeah, and the point was, I don't think that's a turn-on for a lady or anybody. I just, like, again...
His kid's awesome.
Yeah.
I just want to let y'all know that dude, his kid's great. I love him.
Ooh, question. This is a serious question.
Oh, no.
Have y'all considered a Baseball 101 segment, maybe a weekly thing? I know very little about the sport, but the more I Tolo, the more I want to know.
Whew.
That could be doable.
And you know what? Maybe we could do it with Mike Bassick's voice.
We found out we have a way to make that happen this morning.
Bobby showed us today that we can pretty much get any host's voice now.
Yeah, that terrifies me. This also kind of terrifies me, the way you phrased this, Corey.
Like I said, your description really took me to the place.
All right.
Right up to the edge of it.
So that's the thing that, look, we all have our little ticks with the way we speak or whatever. That's one of them for Corey. That's why I told him to restart the story, because I could tell he was spiraling in your head. This is how I envision it. Hold on. If it was Wednesday, then how come it says today? And it came out on Friday. So why does it say tomorrow? And like, I could see you kind of spiraling, and I was like, all right, let's reset this.
There are times when I've dribbled down too far into the lane.
You're Josh Green.
I'm underneath the basket. I have no clue what to do with the ball, and so I just step out of bounds.
Yeah.
I'm just like, and sometimes stepping out of bounds is the best decision because it creates stuff like that.
Yeah. Didn't have a fast break the other way.
Exactly.
You can live, Dan Orlovsky. You guys get mad at me for not, including myself in this. So by request, I did include myself this week, one time only. Get your camera phones ready, because it's not happening again. Kevin, you asked me to grab this, so here you go. I have a great time with a brownie.
That's funny.
I have no explanation. I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
It sounds oddly sexual,
On so many levels.
Explain.
Well, the thing I really wanted was the thing you said before you played the audio, where you said, Kevin, you told me to grab this.
Yeah.
I'm not grabbing that.
That's true.
Or that.
But I don't want to turn this into a hostile work environment.
Oh, all right. This is taking it. Well, actually, there's a great segue here. Kevin, you said this.
One of the things that pulled them out of D range, that was a grade about the Rangers, you jerk. Not the range. Okay. Well, like.
What is the range?
Yeah.
What is the D range?
Can you imagine
line of demarcation?
Can you imagine the society where how they're used to, like in the grocery store, they're like, you need to be 6 feet apart. If you're like walking looking for some cereal, and they'll be like, excuse me, sir, you might be in D range, and I need you to move. Step away from the shredded frosted mini wheats. Step away. And they're like, they weren't frosted, and never mind.
Well,
next one.
Again, I feel like you gave me another
first-time listener right now, and you're like, "This is the show."
I would turn the show off.
I would turn
and I would never listen to it again.
Never not listen to it. I would be like, "This is my favorite show."
Corey, it sounds like you got maybe in D range
because you just poked me with a sharp, pokey thing. The dentist or the hygienist. The hygienist is the one that's always like, "Oh, your gums, they're at a 3 or a 4. I don't know what that number is. That's a doctor number. Right?
I know what that means.
Okay, what?
So you want the number to be lower, because the higher the number is, the more they're concerned about potential like gum erosion. Because there was this
and gingivitis.
Yes. No, you have to say it right. Gingivitis. There was this. I'm sorry. This is why I would turn the show off.
No.
There was this chart at the dentist that showed what the numbers meant, and I became very enamored with said chart and needed to learn.
Gotcha. Okay, well that was the thing. That was sometimes they poke you and it hurts and you're like, "Oh. Would I have been bleeding had you not poked me?" is the question. No is the answer. I wouldn't have bled. But then again, because you poked me, now I know I need to do a little bit better job flossing.
Well, in that case, Corey, you said this.
You're the best I've ever had in my mouth. Ah, crap. I knew that was going to...
Oh, Alec, I forgot to tell you the other story. I will tell you that other story.
Y'all got a lot to fill me in on.
Oh, yeah, that was a
harassing
good
a
one,
high school
actually. Yeah,
kid.
that's a really good story.
All right.
I wish you would not say like that.
I'm sorry.
Phrasing.
High school athlete. My apologies.
It doesn't make it any better.
Yeah, that didn't help.
Oh, that was not.
I got two more.
My apologies.
Don't ask me why I love this, but this is just hilarious to me.
Who is Ted Cruz?
We had him on the show. You're like Mike. Mike at the Super Bowl, I kid you not. He didn't want any information sheets about anybody. He's like, I think we should just take all the guests, and when they sit down, just be like, all right, what's your deal?
Yeah. What are you thinking right now?
Oh, what you drinking? What you thinking? It is a Friday. And last one, Kevin and Corey, y'all said this.
It's like, hey, bring me the drugs.
Just one. I'll take one drug, please.
That's my vote. I really, that's.
You know, I brought this conversation up with Jess again last night, and she said, I'm really not sure if I want you advertising on the air that you wanted to try drugs.
A drug.
Okay, yeah,
like
one drug, please. All right, I was going to vote for Corey's dental mockumentary Best in Mouth, but I think instead I'm going to shift to our combination of one drug, please.
And you know what? Make it a clean sweep. This is our winner.
It's like, hey, bring me the drugs.
Just one. I'll take one drug, please.
I've always loved that saying. I always do. I would like one alcohol.
If you made a dental mockumentary, would you call it You Can't Handle the Tooth?
It was such a good segment.
One more segment, Corey.
Was it? Coming up next, we will talk with the G-Bag Nation as they are live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton. We will talk with them next on The Fan.
Pepper Lady.
Pepper Lady. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
That Fire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
On their feet here in Winnipeg as we've entered the final minute of Game 5. Cleared out by Perfetti. Has a chance at the open net. Nikola Ehlers scores! There will be a Game 6 in Dallas.
Yeah, well, guess what? Even if he hadn't scored that goal, there was going to be a Game 6 anyway. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the Gag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya and where is ya today?
Buddy, we are live at Pickler Universe. We are doing wonderful. This is in Carrollton, right off a 35 and Bush, basically, if you're swinging through the area. A lot of people are familiar with this building. It used to be a city futsal building. I know they played a lot of volleyball and basketball over the years, but pickleball has taken over, and they've put down 12 amazing courts here. They're working on 12 other ones on the other side of this. They got 3 championship courts going in across the breezeway. So it's a pretty outstanding pickleball facility here. Hagee, how are you?
Who is the best pickleballer among you think?
Probably Dawson.
Who's got the most reps?
I mean,
it's got to be Dawson.
I would go with Eric, but you played with Dutch once.
And he was out of wind in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
Well, there was some soreness involved, the joints and stuff like that, but like...
I can't see him bending over to get the ball. I'm watching these people play. A lot of bending over. You can't do it. Your back's poor.
Yeah,
it's Dawson. Let's just go on.
Yeah, I mean, I could leave it all on the court and then just be, for the next 6 weeks, I'll just be toast.
Okay.
But so I'm kind of like, but there's a mental side to it. Like, have you played Dawson?
No.
See,
the reaction.
There's a learning. Really there's a couple of little, all of a sudden you're like, no, it's in the kitchen. It didn't bounce, or it did bounce, or where are we, or what's going on, or I don't know. There's you just have a couple of brain fart moments where you're like, I don't even know if I'm supposed to hit the ball right now. And then everybody that's played with you is laughing at you because they've played a million times, and you're like, I don't know what I'm doing. So there's a mental aspect to this.
So that little area, the gray area, is called the kitchen?
I believe so, yes.
Oh. And you don't want to get in the kitchen.
Well, it's like...
It's too hot. Stay out.
There's something about the kitchen that is, like, weird. And I can't even totally remember. It can't bounce or it can or whatever.
It looked like it bounced there, so I think you can bounce it. Maybe you can't. I don't know, dude. These rules are weird.
A great sell right there, Wolchuk.
Hey, we got 3 open courts right to the left of our setup here, Kevin.
We could be doing play-by-play of you and your bros playing pickleball.
If you want to show up,
love that.
You play. And we can play-by-play it. We'll learn how to play with you. I mean, this place is huge. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's new. It's glittering.
Look at this screen. I mean, you tell me, brothers, I can't do what this guy's doing. I mean, look at this guy.
They got highlights of yourself playing right now.
Yeah, this is highlights. This is kind of like watching ESPN right now. I'm watching the same program over and over again.
Is this the not top 10 or is this the top 10?
This Asian lady is an incredible player. Yeah, she is getting to a lot of them.
Broadus, did you get a chance to listen to Bobby's AI presentation of you?
I did not. Well, I mean, Bobby came in and played me the initial, like 2-3 seconds of it, but no, I did not get to hear that this morning.
Okay.
It's wonderful.
Is that something that y'all are interested in hearing? It's a little scary how, easy it was for him to put together.
It's very like me, and it's terrifying that Bobby once again has technology over all of us.
That's a great point.
He's been workshopping Sean as he's up here with us right now. He's had Ruben voice over the Sean AI, and it sounds unbelievably uncanny to what Sean Sharif sounds like.
Man,
this is a problem. We've now.
But it's hilarious.
The power that he's got. I don't know. It could be a G-Bag of the Day nominee, depending on if Lucius wants to use it. I know Eric's got it in his back pocket as well, possibly for 4 o'clock. But if you guys want to fire something off, do we have? I don't have an issue.
Tickle me with AI brothers.
I'll listen to it 10 times today.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
How do the Stars expect fans to even get to the game with how confusing cars are these days? Do I put it in R to go, L, N? That's a lot of letters that you expect guys and gals to learn. Are you going to learn that if you're a casual hockey fan? If you're walking around Dallas, how do you even know a game is going on at the AAC? I mean, I can't see any ice from the outside. It looks more like Petra to me. Seriously. The first time I went down there, I was like, whoa, am I in southern Jordan right now with this rock-cut architecture and these water conduit systems? I'll tell you what, I think Jake Ottinger is really hurting the Stars right now with their fan base. people are going up to me and they're saying, Ryan, I love your podcast with Vach Lombardi. And then they say, I went to the Stars game last night and I never saw an otter on the ice. My children were so upset. And it's like, you're not wrong about that. You're not wrong about that. Maybe we should stop with such confusing nicknames. I just think we need to be consistent here.
That's dead on right now.
All right.
You're not wrong about that. Not at all.
Yeah.
Those are all things I would say. Not wrong about that. Every bit of that I would say.
Felt like I was in Jordan architecture.
I love, yeah. What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program?
It's a damn good podcast, by the way, Hagee. You need to give it a listen. You might learn something.
I agree.
Yeah.
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking.
And where can people find you again?
We're at Pickler Universe here in Carrollton, and love to have you swing on by, play some pickleball. We're going to have Mr. Jim's Pizza delivered, and Stella Artois has cold beer for you, 21 and over, complimentary cold beer coming up. Yeah,
that
great
sounds
show
like
too.
a fun situation. All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see them right now in Carrollton. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say there's a moose on the ice, Kevin.
There's a moose on the ice. Hope he scores a hat trick.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like...
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live today at Pickler Universe for the next 4.5 hours. This is 2800 North Interstate 35 in Carrollton. Special Friday happy hour presented by Pace for Texas. And for the next 5 hours, pickleball is free for everyone, for all skill levels. Yes.
Free.
They're doing this proper. It's a grand opening kickoff celebration with the G-Bag Nation Pickler Universe.
Jeez.
And yes, Stella Artois is cracking coldies for everybody 21 and up.
They're in the building.
Mr. Jim's Dot Pizza by the slice while supplies last here, starting in about an hour or so. So
yeah, we got a whole bucket here.
Free beer, free pizza, free pickleball.
You're in heaven right now.
This is where it's at.
Yeah.
They even brought NA beers for Gavin. That's how badass Stella Artois.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah, they've been taking great care of me.
It's like the Stella Rube.
I love it. I love a good Stella. And the NA pays off just as much as the original, Brian. I know you can appreciate that.
Yeah, I do. And I'll tell you what, though, Stella, they've been great. They're one of, I mean, we've got a lot of great sponsors. But Brian and the crew from Stella, man, they do a heck of a job. It's an outstanding beer. It doesn't matter, usually beer in the bottle is really, really good. But, man, beer in the can with these guys is, quite tasty.
Cheers. I didn't know they could pull it off like that.
Don't you feel like, though, is bottled beer is always kind of better, just a little bit better flavor to it?
Yeah, generally speaking, I get it. I mean, I'm going water in a bottle today. There's something about it.
Man, but something
Stella's the outlier.
Sometimes, like, I remember, there's some beers in a can, you just kind of go, can't do it. But Stella's
just can it.
I've always thought the drinking experience out of a can was so much more Americana, though, that I was never a bottle guy. And the glug, glug. I think it's inferior enough that if it does taste better, I'll take the inferior taste out of the can.
Were you ever like a Corona drinker at all in your career?
No.
Okay.
Really.
So
weren't you?
I mean, I wouldn't turn them down.
You were natty. Natty.
We love you.
Tours.
We love you.
Coors
Thank
Light,
you.
Yeah. Shiner
Ranges.
Hello.
A good IPA if I was going craft beer, but Stella, of course.
See, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, but Stella was always in the glass. That's part of that experience, at least for me.
Yeah, I was always, because of fishing, you never want to take bottles on a boat.
For sure.
Sometimes you fish barefooted.
Disaster.
So you don't want to
happen.
break a bottle and then have maybe stepping on glass.
Hard to find that glass too.
Yeah, it is very hard to find the glass. But I've always found
it's a piece of ice.
Yeah, I've always found that the beer in a bottle was just a little bit better. But the canned stuff, I just kind of like, if I could choose between a bottle and a can, because I'm a fan of, like, I love Stella. It's one of my favorite beers, but like Dos Equis in a bottle as opposed to the can. But when you fish, that's what you use,
Absolutely.
You have to go with the can, but I love to throw some Stellas in there, too.
Well, we're going to be rocking here. We got a nice little hangout, and thanks to Stella for having us out, and Pickler Universe here, and Mr. Jim's Pizza. And I don't know, we have 4 or 5 little cocktail tables right here in our little setup. If you want to come hang out, maybe play some pickleball here, it's free, my man, for the next 5 hours. So maybe go get the kids after school, bring them on over here, do some pickleball. I don't know.
Do they provide the gear for you? I mean, like pickleball gear, like is there a name
where
for
there's
the
just
paddle?
a paddle and a ball?
Is it just is it called a paddle? Or does it have a special name?
We're in the pickle universe right now, dude.
Yeah,
you can. Everything's at the palm of your hand here.
Did you sign the waiver?
You can get a new outfit.
I signed the
if
waiver.
you
You
want.
got a pro shop.
I make sure you sign that waiver.
They got a killer concession stand here too.
Oh my gosh!
If you need to fuel up, I don't know. Is that a racket or a paddle though?
That's what I was asking. Yeah. I mean, is it? Is it? I'm sure there's some professional.
This guy gets on to me for Googling. When is the anniversary of Rugneto Door? Google, what is the pickleball paddle called? Brian, come on.
You called it a paddle.
Dawson and I are in the middle of a conversation.
It's called
a paddle.
I Googled it.
I think now
I've learned how to use the Google better.
The anniversary of Rugneto Door and Jamie Benn's punch.
Yeah,
how about
that's
that?
True.
It's a Canadian ass kicking is what's going on
Seriously,
here.
dude, good call. We did get the punch after all. It wasn't in the Rangers Astros, but it was in Jamie Benn and the Stars.
Yeah. Iconic punch. There's a lot of different ways to talk about that, including has Jamie Benn gone from being a physical great player to kind of a goon?
Yeah.
He's just a gooner now.
And do you like it?
I love it.
He's gone full gooner.
I love it. The 5K maximum allowed under the CBA for roughing Winnipeg's Mark Scheifele late in the Thursday night.
5K, no suspension.
Yeah, the fact that we were considering a suspension, that anybody was even talking about it, that's laughable. If the NHL had suspended Jamie Benn, I don't know if I could have made it through the show today. I'd have been MFing them up and down. Like, how weak are you? You're going to glorify fighting, and then you're going to suspend a guy for what was just a beautiful, straight punch to the face against a guy that was also trying to lay it on him.
Shout out to the linesman that had a hold of the Winnipeg.
He might have gotten it worse than Scheifele.
He took a nice tumble, too. That was my favorite part.
That might be why the fine came in.
We love a good punch. Yeah, that's true. I'm fine with the fine. But the suspension stuff would have been, that would have pissed me right off.
Ref was being a little overzealous with it. You know what I mean? At some point.
You got to feel bad, though, if you're
let the men be men.
Well, if you're the ref and you're holding the dude and he gets punched and knocked to the ice, don't you feel kind of bad that, like,
absolutely,
I should have just let you get punched and fall on your own kind of a thing? But
yeah, you don't want to be
a guy holding
that. No.
I saw one time a fight. This was a training camp down in when we were in Wichita Falls. I saw a Cowboy front office guy. I'm not going to mention the name. Got into a fight, and I saw another guy grab him from behind, and he got hit. And my guy turned around and says, "Don't ever grab me again in a fight."
I think I know who you're talking about. I think you've told me this story.
Yeah,
fair.
but that guy went on to. When he got hit, the guy let go, and then it turned into
a learning experience.
You see that in the school fights all the time. When you see the school fight videos,
you grab
and
somebody,
teachers coming in to try and break it up, and they kind of go one-sided with it, and then that dude ends up getting clobbered,
right?
Because somebody stepped in.
Yeah. Now you're let go, and you're like, gosh,
2-on-1.
I just why did I just help somebody get hit in the face? You know.
Well, I'm glad Jamie Benn's not going to be suspended. I do think, though, it may be, this is one of those moments to appreciate the fact that if Jamie Benn was on the other team, he would be one of the most hated people in all of DFW sport right now. And he's kind of like a Draymond Green of hockey. You know, what he did last year, like driving that guy's face
Mark Stone.
That was one of the ugliest incidents.
Mark Stone that was a bad one.
I mean, he's damn near like 40. This should be the guy who's a little bit calmer, but he's kind of losing it when they lose, isn't he? He's like throwing a fit and assaulting people when they lose.
Well, I loved it. I mean, boys, that's old-time hockey.
Yes,
right there,
yes,
what Jamie Benn did last night.
Bold.
That is what he did. That is what he did. He's setting the tone. You got your ass kicked last night. You didn't have your game. Winnipeg outplayed you in every sense of the word. It's all about puck management, and that's what Winnipeg had for him. And all Jamie was trying to do last night, boys, is just let them know, this series, we don't care. You got one. Cool. Good on you. We're shifting back to home ice, the American Airlines Center. We're going to kick your ass. We're going to wrap this thing up in 6, just like Bully Melrose told you about a week ago. Bry's over here. He's nervous. Don't get nervous.
No.
Don't get nervous.
Hey, you nervous?
Not nervous, but, man, I just do not want that Winnipeg goalie to find it. And he finds it at home. He loses it on the road.
He's shaky.
That's what I'm hopeful for. Once again, shaky netminder on Saturday.
So you're hopeful. You're not nervous. You're hopeful.
No, I feel like this. I feel like the Stars at home are money, but I'm just saying, don't let this be the one where all of a sudden this guy gets it back together, and now this thing turns into. And then Monday we come around and it's like, well, I'll tell you that Pete DeBoer in Game 7s, there's going to be a time where they're going to lose a Game 7 with him as a coach. I just don't want it to be this year.
Not against a team that you're better than.
Yeah,
it'll happen at some point.
This is over.
But
I like.
Don't sweat it.
I like what you're saying. I really do like what you're saying.
We're fine.
But the fact that Hellebuck is so shaky on the road,
that's weird.
That gives me hope.
I do think that maybe you have some Game 6 Ranger PTSD still in you, Brian. I think that's what's talking right now. You're up 3-1 against a team you're better than.
Listen to it. Last night we were watching that thing. How much time did Dallas spend in the Winnipeg zone, offensive
not much.
zone? Yeah,
not much.
How many? They had
5 or
like
6 seconds.
8 shots.
Desperate team theory is all that was.
I know desperate team theory, but
the pattern's held.
That's the puck management.
But we were all talking about it yesterday. The fact that Edmonton had already put away their series. And we're like, maybe this will be a good opportunity. Maybe this.
We were hopeful.
Yeah, I was hopeful. I was very hopeful. I didn't think that Dallas was going to spend the whole game in their end of the ice.
Yeah, they were flat. They didn't have their game last night.
They didn't have anything
That
last
game was
night.
over. I mean, honestly, I thought about turning it off at the start of the third period. You knew it was done.
It was brutal, dude. 143 minutes, Hellebuck now at home without giving up a goal.
I think they're 6-1 at home. They're 0-5 on the road.
If that thing goes to a game 7, if it goes to a game 7, what is your confidence level going to be with the way that Hellebuck's playing?
150%. You got undefeated Pete the Boar.
There we go. There we go. That's our hope right there.
But it's not going to be going to a game 7, right? They're getting this thing done. Game 6, Barnes going to be rocking at the double AC.
I
Otter on his game, boys. We're going to rough him up. This thing's going to be done.
Let's go Storm.
Not worried about
Bing bong.
That's going to be just bouncing around between the ears of Hellebuck when he's rattled between the pipes and the moose is staring him down, and he knows I don't stand a chance, and he's just slowly bleeding out on the ice.
We got Stella Artois.
You got to catch the breaks on your way to glory.
This is beautiful.
We had this.
This is what I'm talking about.
Puck luck for them last night on the first.
They got
goal.
their luck out of the way.
That was ridiculous.
That seriously.
Otter was incredible.
Well, and when you don't shoot, Brian, when you don't get pucks on net, what do you expect? Stars didn't want to shoot.
I'm with you. Just don't do that on game 6.
Marchment needs to be benched, boys. I'll say that.
Whoa.
Well, County was.
Yeah,
Wasn't he
Mason
in the
Marchment
third?
needs to be a healthy scratch. I'm there. Mason Marchment's giving you a whole bag of nothing. There's a couple of checks here and there. I'm like, all right, good on you. Throw your body in. He's giving you nothing on the offensive end. He's taking a lot of stupid penalties.
I do wonder how Bully Melrose feels about Katie Baby on Twitter going viral saying May 15th is officially FCD Day in the DFW, Bleep Canada Day. Thanks to the Odor, Jamie Benn combo, Toronto,
you know how
Winnipeg.
he's Canadian.
Right.
I think Trump
it's in your blood.
Trump just put it into law. Signed up. This is for
Bleep Canada Day in
Canada
DFW.
Day,
Yeah, let's get a plaque. Yeah. Let's get a ceremony.
Definitely a lot going on there. I'll vote for that. I'll drink to
a
that.
little bit respectful, disrespectful, but bleep them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bleep them.
Well said.
Bleep the Astros.
The armpit. How you feeling?
How about Jacob deGrom, though? 8 innings, 96 pitches. You get one hit, guys. Now, you speak about the concern level about this hockey team, Brian.
I do.
I'm kind of there with you. I don't know if I'll be over 50% if it comes home for Game 7 to answer that question. I thought that was good.
That was impressive. He just teased us with deGrom, who's about to go full deGromination mode, and then he clubbed us over the head with the pessimism, and now he's going to go slip right back into deGromination.
Bully Melrose, big fan. Dawson, actual thoughts of the game.
Journalism.
Bully Melrose has told you exactly how the series is going, hasn't he? Huh?
He's nailed it. He's nailed it. Yeah.
Winnipeg wins. Game 6, boys. It's over in 6. I said Stars in 7 against the Avs. You said Avs in 6. We weren't even going to be here.
I was not. No. With me, we're
eliminated.
You're absolutely right.
For the record, I do think Game 6 is a lock. Dallas Stars are doing this. Game 6 is a lock. But with the Rangers, the point I was getting to is I think this is actually the concern. Even though they're on a 6-game heater, this kind of feels like when they were 8-2 to start, where you're winning these games and you're like, if we don't get that one swing, if we didn't get an iconic pitching performance, we're not winning these games. It was Malley carrying it. Now it's
Corbin in Detroit trying to carry that thing.
The home runs against the Rockies were the difference in the game.
Yeah, they were.
You're really just 3 swings away from being on, just another 500 run of play here, guys. Sorry, I didn't want to bring down the room.
No, you're right.
That's where
I've already done that.
Maybe I'm just trying to be positive Friday vibe guy. I think we need to kind of recalibrate our Rangers brain. This is kind of what
we're not going to get hits and runs.
Well, because we're like I talked about this with Jared yesterday. I brought it up. Like we grew up as Ranger fans. It's like the offense is never an issue. Where's the pitching? The pitching is historically this is the best Rangers pitching they've ever had from a starting rotation. We need to enjoy this. This is taking the form of more of Boch's San Francisco groups where, on paper, the Rangers lineup is better than any of those teams that he had there. They should be much better, and it is frustrating. But you're going to have a chance to win. If you score 4 runs, you're going to win that game. What this pitching's doing, I think we need to give more appreciation and talk up 8 innings, 96 pitches, shutout. Jacob deGrom.
Absolutely.
What Sean Armstrong was able to come in and do. There was a little bit of, ooh, gosh, he's gone ahead and walked the game-tying run, but he gets out of it, right? but the pitching is so damn good. I don't know that we should have the expectation anymore that this offense is going to end up being one of the best. I was wrong about that in the preseason, but the pitching's better than I ever dreamed of. Yeah. And I think that's something we've never seen in Texas. We're used to having awesome offense. If you can find a way to just be a middle-of-the-road offense, get 4 or 5 runs a game.
There you go. Just be 18th.
This team's going to be fantastic.
Wait a minute.
I'll take 18th, Brian.
Wait a minute. I'm going to fact-check my guy.
Where was I last time? 15th. I know I got greedy, but this has been a sobering week. Luckily they got power. If they hadn't hit these bombs, we'd be in trouble.
I can't wait till next Friday. Dawson gives me the, if we could just be 20th in offense.
I mean, I'm with Wolchuk. I would love a Rangers future where we can have a good pitching and just put the hitting together. But this is Mariner-like.
Yeah, it seems like we're not going to get both.
All right, let me ask you this. Put on your Ranger trading hat. Mm-hmm. You're going to move one of these pitchers. Which one are you going to move for a hitter?
Lighter.
Yeah. Dawson said that would cover in his mouth.
Jared might be listening. You got options. You have Santos and Teodo in the minors as well if you really want to get active. Okay, top 10s around the corner.
Oh, he just saved you two.
We'll replay the G-Bag of the Day champion for you. We'll replay the G-Bag of the Day champion on the other side. Then we're getting to the top 10. We'll check what's in store.
All right, we're here at Pickle Universe. This place is badass, and I've got the top 10 fastest-growing sports in all of America. 877-881-1053. What's a sport maybe you've picked up lately when you've always wanted to try? And where's pickleball on this list? That's next in the nation.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Get something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
What? Cinnamon sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
Welcome back, Nation. We are live at Pickler Universe in Carrollton. If you want to play pickleball, this is the place to be. It's free 2 to 7. Free pickleball. And 21 and up, Stella Artois is here handing out cold beers. Mr. Jim Pizza. It's presented by Pace for Texas. All right, have the G-Bag of the Day Championship replay here coming up in just a second. G-Bag of the Day every afternoon at 5:30. If you want to hear the champ of the challengers, every afternoon, 5:30. This segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And we go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has the champ.
Yeah, man, like he said, every weekday on the Fan at 5:30, we do G-Bag of the Day. If you see anything floating out there this weekend, don't be afraid to hit me up. My name is Lucius Alexander. I go by L.A., at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all. If you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter, our winner right here, this is day 2. Mavs great Rolando Blackman. Oh, yeah. He joined KMC Masterpiece yesterday. And they had a Mike Bassick story. Guys, who's Mike Bassick?
Iconic broadcaster at the Fan, former Ranger pitcher, now the TV analyst.
Coach Ballsack.
Yes. Barry Bonds Don guy.
Yes. Yeah, that too. Yeah, he did hit that fat one of Barry Bonds through my meatball. All right, here we go. Rolando Blackman.
Our former co-host Mike Bassick, Major League pitcher, now broadcasting for the Rangers, he told us a story years and years ago when he was playing in Major League Baseball that him and all of his teammates went to a strip club, an adult dance club. And this one lady was trying to convince him to get a dance, and she said, I'm from Panama. And Mike's response was, did you know that Rolando Blackman was also from Panama? And he said at that moment, the dancer looked at him and decided it was time to move on to somebody else.
How interesting that is, because I was hoping the story would be something. I was hoping the story would be something more valuable than that.
More valuable than that.
Dude, yeah. That is really awesome.
That is.
That is the most polite burn ever.
Yeah.
All righty. So there is the champ. Tune in tonight. See if Rowe can do it again in his pursuit of 5. Time now for Zach Wolchuk's top 10 at 2:20. Here he is, Zach with an H. Your Wooly Bully.
All right, thank you very much, General, as we are hanging out here in Carrollton. Come on by. This place is absolutely badass. And we're, of course, sipping on some coldies by Stella Artois.
Cool,
but Pickler Universe here in Carrollton, you actually have instructors. If you're like us, maybe you're new to the game, you're not sure how to play, they're going to teach you how to play. They've got different setups here for beginner, intermediate, and then even if you're just an absolute pro. And it's a free play. It's absolutely free. So come on out here, Pickler Universe, and join us. And since we were here, I was thinking, okay, pickleball is really taking over the growth. Like Dirk Nowitzki's been in on this. Like there's been a lot of Tom Brady, other major stars when it comes to across different sports are investing into pickleball. What are the top 10 fastest growing sports in America? 877-881-1053. Is there any sport that you've really gotten into lately? Did get a couple of texts. Have recently started getting very into European soccer, the Champions League from the 940. Go Arsenal.
The champion.
And I think especially with the World Cup coming up here soon, maybe, soccer in terms of a youth sport, I think has always been very popular. I know that was the first sport I ever played. We actually were talking about that yesterday when we were walking out of the Globe, getting the girls, how early would you get them started off in soccer? Obviously, you're very invested in youth soccer as well, Gavin, but soccer is still growing. I think so, massively.
Yeah, still growing, and that's cool. I think it's maybe plateaued a little bit. What I'm seeing is the surge of lacrosse players.
Yeah.
And they make me nervous. I see these lacrosse teams out there and these lacrosse coaches, and they're trying to get the players. It's a competition for the players. I felt like I missed an opportunity with Abby and Sunnyvale there with the soccer. All the girls are playing hoop and they're playing volleyball. So now with Remy at a young age, I'm getting in there, right? So yeah, I do think lacrosse maybe for the kids and pickleball for the grown-ups would be my guess for the 2 fastest growers in America right now.
Lacrosse is an amazing sport.
Oh, it is, dude.
We got to call quite a bit of it. I know ESD. I know you've got a family member a relative who's a coach for the girls team there at ESD, and they're freaking badass. Got to
Shout
call
out Coach Faith.
Coach Faith. She's a legend.
Yes,
and
she is.
Highland Park is big in this community. St. Mark's as well. Jesuits really, really good. But heck, Prosper lacrosse a few years ago was awesome. They might still be. I know Plano's had some years they've been really, really good as well. Flower Mound lacrosse. But lacrosse is a sport that is growing, and it is so much fun. I think it's underrated. The physicality that goes on in lacrosse as well. Like if you ever turn it on, they've got it on the weekends, like the college
like
lacrosse.
hockey.
Yeah, it is. It's hockey on grass.
Because the physicality factor and then the sick, nasty shots that some of these dudes and ladies are able to pull off, like, it's legit, man. I mean, we were watching the ESD game. We were calling it a couple years ago. I mean, we're talking about this chick on the sidelines just absolutely decleated.
Yeah.
The other
And it was
girl.
like to open the game.
South
to
Lake
set the
Dragon
tone.
girl just got absolutely buried into the ground to start that game. We're like, oh my gosh, here we go.
It was wild.
Strap it on. Strap it up, I should say.
Shout out to Carter and his Carter's Corner, which you can catch in Bet Nation, Bet MGM Sundays from 3 to 7.
That's right.
Disc golf from the 682. And disc golf's fun, especially this time of year. Get out there with your friends.
Dude, honestly, Ultimate Frisbee used to be one of my
Ultimate
favorite
Frisbee.
things to play.
Yeah.
Ultimate Frisbee was amazing.
Get out
when
there
you
with
can
a
run
nice
and jump. Yeah, that's a lot of fun. I don't think I've ever played a round of Frisbee golf. I don't think I've ever even thrown one. It seems like it would be.
How can you be from where you're at and not ever thrown a Frisbee?
He was more of a hacky sack guy, right, Dawson? Didn't you speak to that?
I wasn't a hacky sack guy either. No, the hacky sack guys were like your.
That's an upset.
That is an upset.
Those were your young smokers. You know, they'd be out in front of the school, or in the early days, the smokers' pit there, the smokers' lounge.
Talking about heaters?
Yeah, on school property. You know, I don't
Just
know.
a fourth period dart. Get you right for the rest of the afternoon.
How do you hide that smell?
But to answer your question, Brian, there's a lot of different people from that part of the world. They're known for hippies. They're known for
that's what I'm saying.
a lot of different stuff. But
at some point in time in your life, when you were going from college to college, that you never threw a Frisbee.
Never got into a situation where the buddies wanted to do that. I was always into real golf.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
my buddy has he's so disc golf committed. He's got
He's got a stack.
Well,
he got his bag.
Yeah, but he's also got he ordered one of the goals or whatever, one of the holes.
Yeah.
And and it's in his backyard. So he's able to just put that work in from a putting-ish standpoint.
It's amazing to me you have like a driving one.
Right.
And then you have like a
putter.
short
You got
short
the
game
putter.
one.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive.
It is. It's awesome.
Is cricket on this list?
Cricket, I don't know if cricket will be on the list, but cricket got texted in.
It has been growing.
Cricket is growing.
Yeah.
It absolutely
I
is.
see a lot of folk playing cricket, driving around.
Cornhole is another one that's been texted in here that people are getting into. Pole dancing from the 817.
Another 817 women's rugby is growing.
Okay.
I wonder.
Rugby, I think, in general is starting to become more popular in the States, which is badass. And if you want to learn how to tackle, play rugby. Form tackling is not a problem when it comes to rugby.
Bro.
These guys know how to do it.
Was Walchuk with us? Were you with us when we talked about the new sport? I was going to say this has got to be on this list. The fastest growing sport, the run it straight. Remember
I was
Oklahoma
not.
drill? This is like padless Oklahoma drill where they have a line, like a painted line on the turf, and you can't move off the line. You just have to run straight
have
at
to
each
make
other.
contact.
And it's dudes getting trucked in very, very
and it's no pads,
violent manners. No pads, dude.
Well, it seems like the slapping has become a big deal
Oh,
in the
yeah.
last couple years.
Number 10 on the list is the 3-on-3 basketball. Faster, more intense version of basketball. You've got that now in the Olympics. Haley Van Lith was one of those. And by the way, tonight, Paige Becker's debut with the WNBA Dallas Wings. 6:30 is the tip-off there. So make sure you're checking that out. We're excited. I know KNC's had Paige on today. They had Enrique on as well. So we're pumped for the Dallas Wings tonight. Number 9 is surfing. One of the ninth fastest growing sport. Only made its Olympic debut in 2021, and that helps bring it onto the mainstream.
Yeah, I don't know how that thing can grow that much because it's so geographically restricted.
At
the right place.
But you got your South Americans, you've got your folk in Australia, you got your Americans.
You've also got the artificial wave
Spain,
pools, the artificial wave pool.
Man, I think you got a pretty wide variety of participants, I would believe.
8 is cricket. Good call there, Brian.
Okay.
Number 8 is cricket.
I just noticed it driving around.
Yep.
Yeah.
7, fastest growing sport in America is climbing. So whether it's rock climbing has been a recreational activity, but now you've got sport climbing that's also now going to be included in the Olympics as well. I mean, heck, they had rock climbing walls on the cruise ship I was at. Looked freaking badass.
That's cool.
Did you give it a go?
Absolutely not.
You almost dropped one there.
Almost.
You almost.
But not quite.
Nice work, dude.
Not quite.
That would have been my thoughts exactly when I saw that climbing wall, though.
Yeah, that was a no thank you for me. I have rock climbed before, but I was also a much more agile child. Not me now in what was, I went from the best shape to now probably the worst shape of my life. No. 6 is esports, so the video game.
The video game.
And that's not a surprise.
That's not a surprise at all.
That thing's been booming.
Still growing.
I think you can even get like college scholarships now for esports.
Oh, yeah, it's
that's
real.
how epic it is. Top 5 fastest growing sports in America. Number 5 is trail running and ultra running. So these are like endurance meets.
So you run along and you fall down like I did in the parking lot. You get up, keep running.
No, these are coordinated, athletic, in shape,
long distance.
Bro, I'm telling you, man, there are dudes that run along and ladies too that run along and they fall down in this thing. And they come out of there all scratched up.
That's tough.
They come out there all stretched.
They are.
There's a lot.
They had injuries like me. Bad knee, hand rash.
Dude, a skin knee is tough.
God, that hurt.
That does,
it
dude.
hurts so bad.
Number 4 is
I
mixed
tried to
martial
pop up.
arts.
Oh, what?
Mixed martial
I
arts.
was going to say jiu-jitsu is getting texted in quite a bit.
Yeah, mixed martial arts coming in at number 4. And speaking of jiu-jitsu, Zero, who we saw yesterday, he's big into jiu-jitsu, trains himself. If you're somebody out there that wants to get photos, like hit up Zero, man. Zacro Photography, he'll get you covered there. Top 3 fastest growing sports in America. Number 3. I don't know if Bobby Belt wrote this list. I know he's going to love this answer, but it's golf. And a lot of it is because of the simulators.
I would have said, I would have said, yeah. But what we saw with the Tiger Woods thing.
Yeah,
the indoor golf.
The shorter courses now that they've built.
It's so expensive to maintain a golf course. I bet this makes it viable again. I want to get one of those simulator deals, you know? It keeps me in the game. I definitely can't walk 18 holes without needing 72 hours off my feet
or 12 beers.
And it's cost restrictive to go out there and play some of these nice courses, $100, $150 quite easily. I love this. Wooly Bully, for a long time, in my life, golf was accelerating at a massive rate because Tiger Woods and all these courses were built and interest was through the roof and the TV ratings were great. But I would say over the last 10 years, that has been on a steep decline. Maybe even more than that. Even more than that. The Tiger Woods effect made golf a massive industry in America. And when he went away, all those industries were stuck, holding the bag.
It makes sense. I mean, we saw the difference that the Masters that he was able to win, like the ratings for that compared to other Masters.
Yeah,
he moves the needle. There's no question. But now with the Top Golf and the simulators, I guess maybe it's more accessible, and not having to go full 18 courses. People are enjoying the sport.
And the world
18 holes.
The world of golf.
Did I say courses?
Yep, you did.
I'm an idiot.
18 courses.
They're about my mind's the food.
That's competitive eating.
The sport is
which is number 2 on the list.
Is it really?
No, it's not. But it's an honorable mention.
The Happy Gilmore bump's about to happen too, though.
Ooh, true.
For the sport
is
of
that
golf.
is
That's
that
good.
this July?
Yeah, it's this
Happy
July.
Gilmore too.
Yeah,
let's get excited. Number 2 and 817 text in Formula One. Formula One is growing, but it is not in the top 10 right now. Number 2 is indeed CrossFit competitions.
Really? Try hard.
CrossFit's kind of booming.
It is fun to watch the CrossFit Games.
Could some of that
in
be
the
like
summer
American
whenever they
Ninja Warrior-esque as well? Is that kind of like comparable to the CrossFit stuff?
No, it's not like obstacle courses. It's like it's big time endurance, weightlifting, conditioning. It's a multitude of different things.
Do some like 5 power clings, run to the next station kind of a thing?
Yeah, you've got to be strong as an ox and you've got to be conditioned with a stamina factor. You absolutely are the fittest person in the world if you win that competition.
But number 1, the fastest growing sport in all of America, it is indeed pickleball. Pickleball
there you go.
Congratulations. There you go. Here at Pickle Universe in Carrollton with you all day. Brought to you by the greatness that is Stella Artois and I guess Mr. Jim's Pizza.
Yes, and Pace 4 Texas. We're at 2800 35E in Carrollton. Come on by Pickler Universe, Stella Artois on the house for those 21 and up, and the Mr. Jim's Pizza that Wolchuk mentioned. Show till 6:30. Free pickleball all the way until 7 o'clock. You want to play some free pickleball? we're at your place to be right now, kicking you off into the weekend. All right, and speaking of that, a Friday staple, Chief, what's next?
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub, next right here on The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, good.
You're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in an all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Friday vibes in the air, even though the Stars lost. It's good. Okay, we got Rangers baseball. They took care of the Astros. Jacob deGrom looks like an ace. And we have Cowboys news coming up next hour. Plus, it's time for Eric Chiafalo's Biggest L, Biggest Dub as we broadcast live at Pickler Universe. We're on the road. The Coldies are flowing. Stella Artois has brought us out on the road once again, this time Pickler Universe in Carrollton, which is a new pickleball HQ for you. They're going to have 24 courts plus 3 championship courts here. And we're at 2800 North Interstate 35 in Carrollton. And the courts are open for you. They're free. Not only is the Stella free, but the courts are free. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
All right, the 972, our old buddy Reed from the nosebleed seats. Chuck texting in. This is a man who's always on the move, always on the go. He's catching a huge dub because he's going to see his smoke show Colombian wife and the rest of the family down south next Thursday for 12 days. So he's got no L's when that's happening.
Congrats, Reed, bro. We miss you, man. Thank you so much for checking in, dude.
I see him on the Facebooks just going hard in the paint, traveling all over the place, and now he's going back to see wifey in Colombia. Pretty incredible stuff there. 940, Biggest L, the Spurs getting the 2nd overall pick. I guess we got a Spurs fan up in here. Big Dub Dumont saying they're going to take Cooper Flag. Okay, so I can't tell what we got going on. I guess the Spurs take the L in that moment.
The Spurs getting the 2nd overall pick. Okay.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Mavs
and there's
fan.
No question, Mavs fans getting the biggest dub of the week, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially considering the alternative, like it could have been the Spurs getting the #1 pick, and you would have 2, and then now you're looking at Flag and Wemby. Ooh, that would have been a nightmare.
I mean, even what they're building now, I mean, it's still a huge, big-time win. I mean, they're going to take a stud.
Sure.
Now, I do have an interesting dynamic between the guy they expect to be the #2 overall pick and Cooper Flag. They have a bit of a history, which is going to bode very nicely for us flag fans. All right, so we'll get that in the hodgepodge 4 o'clock. 9:03, Big L packing up the old house. Big Dub moving to a bigger home. That's Mr. Reginald.
Congratulations.
There you go.
9:03.
All right.
Love you, Reginald.
Yeah.
That's beautiful, man. Congratulations. Moving sucks, though. I mean, let's just be real about that. That is one of those things where I think that keeps people from moving oftentimes, even if there's a great opportunity somewhere. It's just like the idea of having to haul all your junk is just a total beating, Broadus.
Yes, and let me give you the public service announcement. The definition of a true friend is not to ask another one to help you move.
Yeah, don't ask.
Yeah, that case of beer that you're offering to help
Not
move,
worth it.
not worth it at all. Be a true friend. Get professional movers. Let them box things up. Let them help you with that stuff. But if you have to do it yourself, don't ask your friends. You'll ruin a friendship doing that.
Even if you can throw them, like maybe you're throwing them more than beer. You know, maybe it's like,
It's never worth it.
$40.
Never worth it. Never worth it because
like
what happens
$150
at the end of the day, you're going to have to move some heavy type of table or something.
Yeah.
It's going to bang off the wall. It's not going to fit through the door. There's
You're
going to be a
wrestling
lot
with
of
it.
frustration going on there. You're going to probably MF your friend for asking you to do it. It's not worth the $200, Eric, that you're going to try and offer me to do it. So just don't.
Might end a friendship that day.
I think so.
Yeah, getting the professional movers is always the way to go.
Just
it
you know,
runs you a
it's-
pretty
it's-
penny.
it's
though.
not cheap, but
Dawson just gave me the look of like maybe not though. What do you say, Dawson? You're out here, you're getting your hands dirty.
I would say not after the age of about 40. You know,
bingo.
You're in prime moving years, but at some point you definitely got to call it. I'm going to hurt myself. I'm not going to be able to complete the job.
Right.
Something bad's going to happen here. So
Right.
I'm hiring guys. You know, but I don't want to hire them to do stuff I can do. Right?
Yeah, but if you're, the professional movers. If you're a certain age where you're still dealing with IKEA furniture, where it's really kind of cardboard furniture, and you could pick it up and move it around. But the older you get heavier items. Like a headboard of a bed. Never easy to
Big
move.
time TV stand or
if
something.
somebody wants you to move a couch, big old leather couch or something like that.
Our buddy Cody that was just
Yeah.
here, he helped me move my couch a couple of weeks ago just because he happened to be. We were together.
How'd you trick
when I was
him?
talking about it. Well, I was doing the Firehouse and Keller with Sean and RJ.
Oh, nice.
And he
Yeah.
was there. And I was telling him, he's like, "What are you doing today?" I was like, "Honestly, I'm about to move my couch around and crap." So he was like, "Dude," he volunteered. So I'm like, all right, he's a nice guy. Go ahead. But it ended up being a disaster. I mean, that couch was way too heavy, dude.
Yeah.
Way too heavy.
And as a young man, you're like, shoot, I can help you. I
Yeah.
can lift stuff for like 4 hours.
No,
it sounds great.
There's this.
I'm so helpful.
Don't ask. Just don't ask because again, you don't have the eye to how to get it through a door. Not everybody's
We'll
got
figure
that.
it out, though.
Oh, we'll turn it, and then you bang it off the door. It gets chipped. It
tough.
gets scarred.
See, I think Brian's so dang big. He probably always had a truck. He was always getting
It's the
asked.
truck.
Yeah.
You always need the friend with the truck,
Yeah.
right? That needs you to load
I'm just
up.
telling you, I would never ever ask one of you guys to help me move anything, and that's why I've got a wreck
because
right
your
shoulder.
dad would pay for the movers.
Well, but I'm saying that's why we have jobs. So we could go out and find ways that we don't have to
why we have
injure our.
jobs.
We do. Every one of us do. We do extra work on
Yeah, we do,
podcasts
we
and
do.
stuff like that. Hey, take a podcast. Look at it this way. Oh, I just did 2 podcasts. Can pay for my move. That's how you got to look at things nowadays.
Well, I took a big L because my sister is moving and nobody's helping her because she's in Austin and all our family lives
Give her a
locally.
list of
You
people that
helped
can
her.
do it.
I had to send her the money for the movers.
Yeah.
She didn't have the money.
Yeah.
She says I'm going to get it back. I don't think I'm going to get that money back.
Wow.
That's
See,
a quick.
but-
that-
but you
Hopefully
did-
my wife's
You are
not
not
listening.
getting that
'cause
back.
she's gonna
But you
be
did the
pissed if
best
she
you
hears about
could.
that.
You know
How
what
much
you
we
need?
talking?
Do you trust her?
I don't think I should say.
Let me ask you this.
I bet it was $800.
It was less than that.
$500.
Do you
A
trust
little
her?
more than that.
Do you trust her to take care of your child for a little bit while you can go out for a couple
Yes,
days?
I do.
Boom. There you go.
There you go.
There's your trade-off
Yeah,
right
she's
there.
great with kids. I mean, she's a teacher.
There you go.
So,
There's your trade-off.
yeah, she's
you
good
got
with kids.
You got a weekend free.
All right, 877-881-1053. We do have. I mean, how about this? This old baseball player situation. Old Raphael. Yeah.
Oh, this
for
is not
Cal.
good.
What happened?
Dude's got like a missile situation. You put like a detonator in a vehicle with human beings inside of it.
And they detonated?
$7,500 bail, by the way.
Human beings inside of it?
Now, I
So
guess
they didn't press the button.
No, I guess nothing ended up actually happening because I don't see anything about
So
people
he
being
tried
injured
to
in this particular.
blow somebody up.
But like this dude, yeah, I mean he's facing
Might have just
felony
pranked him.
charges. Facing felony
Trying to
charges in South Florida.
Assassinate.
He turned
somebody?
himself in. He's charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon and throwing a missile into a public or private dwelling or vehicle. I mean, where are you getting missiles?
That was my first question.
What is this guy up to? That's a huge L, though. That's a huge L. Now, we also have one brewing right now. Did you guys see, and I haven't gotten an update on this, but ABC News, 11 adult men have escaped from a New Orleans jail that is less than 3 miles from the French Quarter.
Okay, all right.
11, they banded together. I was thinking to myself, is that the way to go?
Prison Break style.
Because now it's like, dude, they're searching for a bunch of us
you
here.
You can hit critical mass and overwhelm multiple people, get the keys.
Sound like the movie The Great Escape.
Oh, that's classic.
You never saw that, Eric.
No,
I know the way
sorry.
you look at me.
I watched Prison Break, though, right?
Was that the one out of Alcatraz?
No. The Great Escape was, I think it was Paul Newman. Paul Newman was in it. Isn't
it World War II?
Well,
yeah, it's World War II. Yeah.
I do love a good prison break. A good heist.
Steve McQueen or Paul Newman?
It's Steve McQueen.
Steve McQueen.
I can't wait for the details on this, Chief. But these guys are desperate, and they can hurt people.
You know what else sucks? Former Utah State basketball player Jared Shaw could be facing, by the letter of the law, this dude could be facing execution at 34 years old. Because this dude, he's a player in the Indonesian Basketball League.
Uh-oh.
And he had a bunch of weed gummies. Cannabis candy. 132
You got to
pieces
look
of
up
those.
the laws. You got AI for this.
This is Indonesia's strict drug laws.
They don't play.
You could face a life sentence and even the death penalty.
You're lucky to get out of there with a caning.
Bro, that is absolutely awful.
That's really bad.
This guy made a huge mistake, and his whole thing was I was just going to give them to my teammates. I wasn't planning on selling them to a bunch
So
of
he's
people.
bringing them back over from the States?
Yeah. Well, I guess he ordered them from Thailand because Thailand, you know how Bangkok is, right, Walchuk?
The best.
So it's like
one night.
Yeah, you can get your hands on something. 214 big
song, right?
Big L this week got bit by a dog. I'm a mailman. That's Tolo Jeff Edgewood.
I'm surprised that doesn't
hurts.
happen more.
We talked
You
about
got a lawsuit on your
talked
hands?
about the top 10 most deadly animals. The dogs with the rabies were number 2.
Yeah.
Dude, rabies dogs. Hopefully this one wasn't a rabies dog, but it's clearly a violent dog. Hopefully he's fine. 208 Big Dub secured the new house. Biggest L, it's back in Idaho. Moving back, but glad I can get you guys on the Odyssey app. I'll
There
still
you
be
go.
Toloing my balls off.
Yeah,
In the 208. No more truck nuts for that guy though, right?
No more truck. No,
Leave those at the border.
Make sure you
That's
vote
an
for.
L.
Make sure you vote for the 6 fun representatives you have in that state. Everybody else is boring.
I'd say my biggest dub yesterday, I actually called Berger hitting that bomb.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I actually tip of the cap to you.
Thank you.
Because you absolutely nailed that yesterday.
When did he say that?
He said it yesterday live at
He did.
Global Life Field.
He went full burger bomb.
From
you?
America Backyard. Our buddy Woody, by
I was
the way.
wolfing down those nachos that were really good.
Woody's still going strong off the benzos
There
and
you
the
go.
opiates, and he's feeling good about his OU softball going for the 5P.
It's hard.
Oh, my gosh.
At 5P.
Oh, softball.
No, I remember we
Yeah.
watched that every year. It's a given. Yeah.
They got quite a program up there.
Yep.
They do.
They do.
The
There
Nick
it
Saban
is.
of
Women's softball.
Hey, Big L Greg the Legs Erline just got cut by the jet skis.
Did he really?
Does anybody in the league kick a ball that you're like, oh my God, it's good? No, it's no good now. It's just the
You can
movement,
never tell.
The movement of
Brandon
where,
Aubrey is usually pure, but
Yeah.
otherwise.
Big Dub. Fossil's not our special teams coordinator anymore, right?
Yeah,
Right.
it's Sorensen.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Wow. Dude, he had a man crush on Zerline or
He
something.
did, he
Was
did.
keeping the guy in the league for
He did.
5 years after he was done.
Can't spell fossil without ass.
Did he go to the Titans?
He did. He did.
All right, it's the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Pickler Universe here. It's a special Friday happy hour with the G-Bag Nation all the way until 7 o'clock. You can play pickleball here for free. Stella Artois is in the house. They have complimentary cold beer, Stella Artois, for those 21 and up. And Mr. Jim's Pizza is about to drop us off some pizza. So, yes, the pickleball courts are free. Swing on by, play some pickleball. This is your new pickleball headquarters. They're going to have 24 courts here as soon as their construction is complete. 12 are already fully operational. One is calling your name right now. And we have the top stories of the day. We'll look at Stars, Rangers, and more next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
K&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day, and please come join us. We are live today at Pickler Universe in Carrollton, and we'll be here until 6:30, Rangers pregame. But until 7 o'clock, the pickleball's free. They're having a grand opening celebration. Mr. Jim's Pizza is on the way with free pizza. I'm about to tell you about all the top stories in the world of sports, give you a snapshot on the national and local sports scene. This is 2835 in Carrollton. I used to coach here, actually. It used to be a city futsal building. They did a lot of basketball and volleyball here over the years. But, pickleball's taken over, and real estate is important. And right here at 35 and Bush, basically, you got a pickleball HQ for you. So come on out till 7 o'clock. Pickleball's free. And Stella Artois is here with complimentary cold beers.
Yeah, I walked out to the Stella table, and they've got them all iced down, ready to go. So play a little pickleball, and if you afterwards sitting down and have a little refreshment.
I think they even brought some NAs for us.
Yep, they sure did.
All righty. Star shutout again. You know, if you didn't respect the Jets, last night was just a reminder. It's a good team. They're not easy to beat. Stars did a nice job getting the 3-1 lead. Now it's 3-2. And, coming back on home. So you want nothing to do with Game 7. I don't want to agitate Bully Melrose and be Captain Obvious.
There's not going to be a Game 7.
But I think the Stars played like a team that thought, man, this is going to be hard. Let's just do this Friday. We got to go home anyway. Let's put on a show for the fans. Or Saturday, whatever it might be. But the Jets in Game 5 had a 35-22 advantage in shots, 52-46 in shot attempts. They had a 52-33 advantage in hits. So I think you're just lucky that 2 years ago the Astros didn't have any left-handed pitchers. So Full Count Carter got to do his thing, and of course, Doley got him and all that. But I think you're also very fortunate that for whatever reason, Hellebuck cannot play playoff hockey on the road. And we're counting on that. I think the trends hold. So for myself, I don't know about you guys at 877-881-1053, but a little bit of a bummer that it didn't happen, but no reason to lose confidence in this group. How many times have they been in a similar situation? And sometimes you got, players on your team that should make you nervous. Like if this was the Cowboys right now, you'd be like, oh, crap, a good team in the playoffs, probably going to lose both these games. But that's not what these Stars do. These Stars are going to finish this thing off tomorrow night. I don't know if I'm where Bully Melrose is, 150%. But my confidence is really high. At 877-881-1053, leave your name and city you are texting from as we'll sort of, gauge your confidence meter here in the G-Bag Nation. Where you at, Wolchuk?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Otter was still really good last night. You had the first, you had an own goal essentially from Thomas Harley.
Yeah.
You had some unlucky bounces.
Felt horrible for him.
And then you have a 5-on-3 scenario. And that's just difficult as hell for any goaltender to be able to make it through. So I still think you've got the better netminder in the series. And your boys just didn't have your game last night. Credit to Winnipeg, how heavy they are on the back line, the physicality. They pinned the Stars up. They won the wall battles. They dominated in neutral ice, but the turnovers were bad. And they tilted the ice. Brian, you mentioned something that the Stars have done so well when they dominated on that 3-game win streak was they lived in Winnipeg's zone.
Yeah.
They controlled the puck possession.
Yep.
And last night it was the opposite. It felt like they were on their heels the entire game, and they just didn't have it from the jump. They were slow, and to me, it just didn't seem like they had that same juice. Winnipeg had that. They fed off the home crowd. I think tomorrow night, you're back at home. They know what the situation is. You don't want to go back to Winnipeg for Game 7. You don't want to get on that flight. That's a tough place to play. I do feel confident in Pete DeBoer, but now you get the last line change.
Yeah.
Pete DeBoer will probably have some other shifts. I don't think they're going 11-7. I don't think they're dressing the extra defenseman. I think you get another forward in there. And maybe there's some other changes, right? Colin Blackwell hasn't been playing the entire series.
Yeah.
Maybe he ends up getting put in there for somebody. I don't know what Pete DeBoer has up his sleeve, but I still think you're clearly the better team. It's not surprising to me that Winnipeg won last night. I think the Stars get this thing done tomorrow. I'm not worried about it at all.
Yeah, you've got to find a way to exit the zone better than what you did last night. That was I didn't recognize that team last night the way that they were playing, and unfortunately they, there have been some opportunities where they've been able to, in some scoring situations in tight on Hellebuck, they were able to get goals. They were able to tip pucks. When there was an opportunity to put it in the net, they were able to do that, and they just didn't last night. And unfortunately, though, I feel like they got embarrassed. I'm Jamie Benn. To be honest with you, I'm surprised Jamie Benn didn't get suspended a game. He's got a history of doing this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? The history
that wasn't anything that you get suspended for.
Well,
a punch.
But if the league sometimes looks at these things and listen, what's your intent here? They're trying to break things up. You drop a guy, official. What if you hit the official there? He hits the official, he's suspended.
He hits the official, maybe it's a different story.
But I'm just saying,
you mentioned it. Get out of the way.
I think Jamie Benn has not helped you in this series, and I think too this. Let's hope not that the Stars, they've done a great job of containing Winnipeg's power play. Let's hope Winnipeg got on it a little bit last night.
Yeah, they scored 2 goals,
and they got a little confidence out of their power play last night. So I just hope that, remember we were talking about what happened in the Edmonton series.
Yeah, and they did flip the script.
They flipped the script on you now. And if Dallas is going to continue to take bad penalties,
yeah, that's an issue.
That will be an issue in this game.
And that's something that they need to get cleaned up. And the Stars' power play was atrocious last night.
Good night.
The entrances, they couldn't get anything set up. And then when they did, it's like they're holding, they're looking for the perfect shot. The Winnipeg's goal, that's what it's all about. Yeah. You get a friendly bounce off the boards. Maybe you get a bounce off a skate, off a shoulder. The dirty goals are how you win in postseason hockey. That's what playoff hockey is. You got to send pucks on net. And honestly, Miro was a big-time culprit of this. Yeah. And that's been an issue of Miro. Miro needs to just go ahead and shoot. He holds, and he's waiting, and should I cross pass? Just let it rip. The dude's got a wicked shot. Let it go. Maybe that's also trying to get his bearings again. But, yeah, I want to see more on the offensive side. I think that'll be fine for Game 6. They'll get their game back.
That's part of my confidence is how good they've been making adjustments, especially after a loss, and so have the Jets. But I think it's tempting to think, especially in these long playoff series, that what just happened is going to continue to happen, and in a series like this where home ice has been so important for 4 games in a row, I think that's all the confidence that you need. Would you shake Jamie Benn's hand after some of this stuff? Like, the handshake line is so notoriously great in hockey, but I think there are some moments where I'd be like, no, I'm not sure.
I think there's some history of far worse handshake lines than what we potentially going to see. But yeah, that handshake line with Vegas, those
2 teams hate each other.
Yeah, that's on that. Usually you'll see handshake and then pat on the chest, that kind of thing. You've seen some where it's handshake, move, handshake, move, handshake, move. It's like we're getting to the end. We're not. No. Hey, good luck. Go get it.
Yeah.
You hear that a lot of times.
Yeah, that's respect.
That's respect. I think, to me, especially when you have one of these series where guys are just getting plastered.
They're getting pasted.
I want to say
getting pasted.
I want to say pasted to the wall. But yeah, that's. It's been a physical series though in that regard, but yeah, I think they'll shake hands. They always do.
Maybe you go for the fist bump, pump fake, and you just gut shot.
When you lose, the feeling of failure and emotion is so overwhelming that it's always a massive test of how professional you can be and how much you honor that code of the handshake. I think once a cheap shot gets involved, it ventures into assault, it's always interesting because it's easy to hate these guys when they're on the other team, and it always kind of tests it. Like, should I be supporting this? I know a lot of Stars fans support what happened last night, but maybe didn't support what happened last year.
Yeah. I just, like you say, it depends on if it was one thing where Jamie Benn had been playing at a very, very high level and he gets suspended.
I think he's been really good.
But I don't. I just don't.
I respectfully disagree. I think what he's been able to do from a physical presence for you and being able to set the tone.
But there's other. I mean,
he's been really good.
Your defense
against Colorado, and I think it was game 2. I thought he was the best player on the ice for the Stars.
Yeah,
it's been up and down as it can be for.
He hasn't been the offensive player that he was.
But I think the chippiness is a result of him struggling. And him wanting to do more.
Bichel has been the more the aggressor, more the.
Well, Bichel's a big dude. He should be, but Jamie Benn's the guy that they start messing with one of your dudes.
I think you're living in fantasy land with this guy.
I don't think so.
I do. I think you're living in the past with what Jamie Benn maybe meant to this team. Because I do. I think he's a little.
He still means that to the team.
I think
that's
he's a
why
lot.
he wears the C on the chest.
He does, but there's people in hockey that probably and you follow hockey. I'm not trying to do. I'm just saying that maybe he shouldn't have been. Maybe we're 3 years removed from being captain.
I think he's a tremendous captain. I think everybody on that team respects the out of him, and that's why at the end of Game 4, when we were talking about he takes that penalty, I liked it. Don't screw with our guys. He's going to come in there and smack somebody. He's going to. You're not messing with my guys.
But they have.
You got to get through.
They have other guys that are smacking.
Your captain's the one that sets that tone, and that's what Jamie's doing.
He needs to play better, in my opinion, Dawson. That's what I'm going to say.
More production. He's had some good games, but I think the consistency just isn't there as you would expect at this age. And I think the chippiness and maybe being a dirty player is more part of the game in hockey than in other sports.
When you're not skilled, you become kind of thuggish.
Yes, that's a way to get by.
Yeah.
Rangers and Astros series continues tonight. Rangers drawing first blood, the home run from Berger, the start from deGrom, and the great catch from Garcia in the 7th inning. Berger, by the way, 5 of 12 since the call-up now.
There you go.
So that's definitely what you need tonight. It's Eovaldi against McCullers, making his 3rd start of the year. Only gone 4 innings so far. He's given up 7 runs. The last one, notoriously catastrophic for him, only a third of an inning. So maybe he's in a career crisis. Maybe you jump on him, or maybe he's due for a quality start. But I would love to see some domination and multiple inning production is what I think we're looking for here as a sign the Astros can create a little bit of separation from the Astros, who are trending down. That's no doubt about it. The Astros' heyday is over, and we can celebrate that. But we need to see a really good May here for the Rangers continue. Spores joined us yesterday, getting closer. Seems like they could speed him up if they have a need in the pen.
Yeah.
So that's quite a luxury to have here with this Rangers team, being able to be patient with Spores, who's coming back from his shoulder. Cole Wynn's up. 25-year-old has not allowed a run yet in 23 1/3 relief innings in Round Rock. So, I mean, it's kind of like the rich get richer kind of situation. The first rounder from 2018 developed 4 years, and they put him in a relief role midway through the 23 season and made his major league debut last year, but wasn't good. 7.79 ERA in 13 big league games, but this is another shot here for Cole Wynn, and that's a huge, amazing what if he's good. Okay, and then Wolchuk mentioned it earlier, WNBA tonight for Paige Beckers.
Go get him, Paige. Go get him wings.
I think a lot of the games are on that KFAA or something like that. You can get it on free TV. But they have a total of five rookies. They have the All-Star Agumbawale as well. And they're going to host Minnesota tonight at 6:30. This is a great opportunity, I think, to add something to your sports menu as we go into this summer. And I know a lot of girls' sports dads are more into this, but this is a big deal now. I think women's sports has changed into, like, this is a sellout tonight.
Yeah.
People are into it. Mark Cuban's bidding farewell to Shark Tank after 14 years. So how about that? I liked that show for a while. I don't know about you guys, but it kind of ran its course for me, too.
Sure.
I'd kind of seen what they did, but he said he'll miss it, but it's time to move on. First appeared on the show in 2011.
Wonder how much money he's made off the purchases.
I don't think he's made any.
Yeah, I would wonder
I think
about
that's kind of the deal there. It's really a lot of these Shark Tank things aren't.
They don't materialize into multi-million-dollar ventures.
No, I don't.
He missed on the doorbell one, right? Wasn't that one they all missed on?
I think
the doorbell thing. The guy said, "Nah, I'm going to pass on all your offers and stuff like that." So I think that was when they missed on.
I mean, a cool concept, and the show will continue. Abby got into it. I know a lot of people love that show, and you can sit there and binge watch it. Okay, so we're live here today on location at Pickler Universe, 2835 in Carrollton. Free pickleball all the way till 7 o'clock. The pizzas from Mr. Jim's Pizza are about to be delivered. Salute to Pace 4 Texas. They're throwing this grand opening celebration. And yes, Stella Artois has the cold beer. If you're 21 and older, come get you one and do some fellowship. And this thing's starting to fill up, so we hope to see you soon. Krusty's Corner right around the corner, and we're back with your C-Note here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Your proud home of the Cowboys, Rangers, and the G-Bag Nation. Turn it on, leave it on. Leave it on. Leave it on.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
country, The Fan. We're live today at Pickler Universe, and there's a lot of pickleball going on. Free pickleball all the way until 7 o'clock. All skill levels are welcome. It's the Smash Social, they're calling it, presented by Pace for Texas here, Pickler Universe, 2835 in Carrollton. And we'll be here until the Rangers pregame starts at 6:30. It's time now for the C-Note, Cowboys News of the Evening. We do it every day at this time, Cowboys fans. 3:20. We'll get you caught up on everything that's relevant with your Cowboys. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We start with the Alabama offensive line coach. He was on with R.J. Ochoa, blogging the boys, and he was talking about Cowboys first-round pick Tyler Booker.
You know, if you had to draw up what you wanted a football player to be, he encapsulates exactly what it is. You know, unbelievable human being, easy to talk to, big old smile on his face, would give his shirt off his back to you if you needed help. But, man, when we get off the bus and walk in that locker room, and he goes to the field to kind of walk around before the game, there's a switch, and it changes right then. And it was interesting for me the first game with him, just kind of seeing what his routine was, because everybody's a little bit different, and you could see it, you know. And I loved it as a coach, and just the mindset, the determination. I mean, he would just talk to himself, you know, like he would say who he is and what he's going to do before he did it, and then proceeded to do it. So it's definitely it's impressive, his preparation, and then how he carries out what he's got to get accomplished.
Probably should have known that week of the draft. Shotty talking about how important it was to find players who love football. I mean, that was an Easter egg right there. That was a tease for what was to come. You know, I just hope he's fantastic, and in college he was.
He was.
You know, the only question, I guess, would be the athleticism, because the enthusiasm, the intangibles, he has every single thing you could hope for. I'm just hoping we get out there and it's a Zach Martin type of reaction. Are they going to do one-on-ones, Brian, with this coaching staff, you think?
You know, I don't know how my gut feeling, and I need to ask this question, but my gut feeling is that with how physical that Schottenheimer, his background with his father, run the football, that kind of demeanor, be a tougher football team, we want to run the ball more. I would say that you probably would get some more of the one-on-one stuff, the 9-on-7 inside run periods and things like that. So I would hope so. It just, with McCarthy, we go out there and you evaluate a lot of standing around and then maybe a little bit of team stuff, but not those football drills that we all like to sit there and look at. I think it's a question I need to pose to the staff and see if that's what they're going to do.
Who's the player comp that would maybe stand out in Cowboys memories? Is it Ron Leary?
That's a very interesting comparison. Ron had some athletic ability for that size. Ron could both very powerful. Ron maybe a little bit better on edge, maybe a little bit better second level. But when you look at body type, physicality, able to get movement at the point of attack, very comparable to how that would be.
Ron Leary's a guy who was part of that 2016 offensive line in Dak's rookie year.
Yeah, sure was.
And he was battling injuries, but he got healthy and had an amazing season.
He had the reason why he didn't get drafted was because he had a bad knee. Mm-hmm. And, a lot of teams.
That's right, the degenerative knee.
Yeah, a lot of teams took him off the board because they were worried about his knee. I'll never forget, he's the one player, and I'm talking about with Ron Leary, he's the one guy that Memphis would be getting beat by 40-something points, and he would still be playing hard. When you watched his tape, you were always impressed with, like, my gosh, this guy's not quitting. Everybody else looks like they've kind of packed it up and ready to get on the bus. Not Ron Leary. I mean, Booker's got that kind of finish to him as well. So I would hope that would be something that I think would be a really good comparison, if in fact that's the case.
I remember when we heard that Tony was going to retire, and somebody that I trusted said one of the reasons was he does not believe that this team is going to be the same. Like, this was the peak because you had Doug Free at right tackle and Ron Leary at guard, and while you still had Martin and Frederick and Tyron Smith, things were going to be different. And he was right. I mean, that was still the best pocket, the best running lanes that Dak Prescott has ever quarterbacked inside of. Okay, elsewhere in the C note here, Cowboys news of the evening. Awful announcing has a story up. Fox actually wanted fewer Cowboys games in 2025. I think this is why they ended up having so many standalone primetime games, is because Fox was, the quote was, of our 425 games, only 3 of them are Cowboys. In other years, we've gone looking for 5 or 6 Cowboys games. What we wanted this year was more AFC, more Philly, but also more Detroit and a little more Washington to try to capitalize on the Jaden Daniels story. I think we have a better mix of teams than we've had in the past. Sometimes we've had exasperation from fans that the Fox game is always Cowboys at 425. It's still going to be Cowboys sometimes, but you'll see a little bit more variety in terms of top teams in our 425 window. Every man does like a little variety in his life. I don't know how Jerry Jones likes that. Is that a sign maybe that the sponsors or the TV network starting to look at you a little different?
I mean, if you didn't land in all these other primetime slots, it might kind of reveal something. But ultimately, all the other networks were like, this is going to be a gold mine for us. We'll take them. Now, it is interesting the Netflix Christmas Day game is the noon game that day. They didn't think they were the prime time 325 game or whatever. They thought more like the noon game, which is interesting. But, I mean,
But it was also paired with the Commanders, who seem to be new darlings of Fox.
I know. Every network's fighting for them. You got to have an extra Thursday night game because Amazon Prime wants the Cowboys.
Right.
Netflix wants them. Here's Christmas Day. That's another Thursday game. I like that Fox is doing this. I think that is a good model. You might get overexposure of one single team. I think you've seen a little Chiefs fatigue right now. We've been talking about this with this new documentary that's coming out. I don't really care about it. I think it's going to be awesome, but it's like, how much Chiefs do we need right now? Maybe 10 years from now, 20 years from now, when this one's over and they're done playing, cool. But I do think if you have a Cowboys team, especially last year when they were game of the week and they stunk and we're looking at each other like, could you flex this game? They can't flex those. So look ahead. Go ahead and get a little bit of variety. There's other good teams that you can feature that are in the NFC outside of the Cowboys. So, I mean, for Fox, I kind of like what they're doing. I don't think it's an indication at all to the Cowboys brand. The brand is alive and well and better than ever. They're not hurt at all.
I'm interested to see what the ratings do look like comparatively for Fox, in that afternoon slot. Does this end up being pretty much a break-even deal, or are they going to be kicking themselves a little bit, thinking, wow, actually, even when the Cowboys suck, people want to watch them. All of a sudden, Jaden Daniels gets banged up, or Detroit has a setback year. Does anybody give a crap to watch them? Cowboys, I think that's the thing about the Cowboys. Whether they suck or not, people are watching. And some people are hate watching. Plenty of them are hate watching, but you're still getting the eyeballs. I am looking forward to seeing what this does for the Fox afternoon ratings slate.
You're going to get in a situation, too, where, we'll see, honestly, the Cowboys, we've kind of gone back and forth on what kind of season we think they're going to have. San Francisco could be another team that they lose because of, some poor play. So they would fall out of the rotation. But I think these teams I think these networks are like saying, listen, let's give some of these other teams an opportunity, like the Commanders, maybe teams with the young quarterbacks. We'll see what happens with Minnesota.
Yeah.
What if J.J. McCarthy turns into something special? So these teams that have these young quarterbacks, might be getting a little bit more exposure than, say, the Cowboys with Dak Prescott.
I mean, there's so many different ways to take this. I think the fatigue is interesting. Your ability to polarize the audience is gone, is what that tells me. They're not digging in for more, like, let's revel in this Cowboys story. It's, please, can we have another team? I think that's real. You look at the Oxnard attendance. I think, so my takeaway for the Joneses would be, look, you've tried to manage your cap super tightly and say, no, we got to do it this way because we want to be competitive every year. You're still now losing, right? Maybe the brand is strong, but this is not going well.
Do you think that maybe the television networks think that Dallas's numbers, that fans are actually going to turn away?
I think so.
A
little bit.
That they're looking at like really that maybe after 30 years, Cowboy fans are really they're going to stick to, or maybe not fans. Like, I'm not going to watch them anymore.
I mean, they're not.
And
they're
this
not,
is the preemptive strike. Like, instead of seeing Cowboy numbers go down, why not just little less games and see? Okay, wait a minute, where are the Cowboy games? Maybe let's see if people really want to see them, or are they getting ahead of the curve that Dallas's numbers?
Cowboys make the playoffs. Fox is begging to get them at that 325 times.
No question.
Maybe they don't think they are going to be a playoff team this year.
And if they're not, maybe. And
that's what I'm saying. I wonder if they're trying to preempt it.
It might backfire. The Lions might not be any good this year. They lost 2 coordinators this year.
Yeah.
But isn't it interesting they're willing to take this risk because they don't look at the Cowboys as a guaranteed. Like, we're looking at it's all about the ratings and the dollars.
I think
they're not giving you variety for fun.
The last 2 years, they're falling behind CBS. They need to make a change. And that just happens to be one of the changes. It's not like they're not having the Cowboys on at all. Instead of having it basically every week is what it felt like. It's 6 times?
Yeah.
So I like that idea.
They're falling behind CBS because they're running a lot of Cowboy games and the general public isn't as interested. That's what I wonder if they're trying to get ahead of that.
It's weird to say the general public isn't as interested when you had Cooper Rush starting on Monday Night Football against the Bengals, and they drew the highest rated number Monday Night Football has ever had.
I'm just saying,
I would have thought that would have been a dud.
They might be trying to get ahead of the curve that they think that Cowboy fans really aren't going to watch now.
And overall, the ratings are down a little bit.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. I just wonder if the networks are saying, like, man, we're starting to hear a lot about Cowboy fans just not being interested in Jared.
Frustration's real.
It's only one network, though. The other ones were like, please, we'll take them then.
Yeah.
Let's put them on prime time as much as possible. So Fox is making that risk, but it's not like they all are at this point.
And it might be better overall a business strategy to let the other networks get more Cowboys and us a little bit less. Maybe the pie overall grows. George Pickens' jersey is in demand. The jersey number is still not decided, but you can order the jersey and they'll ship it.
Yeah, I talked to the guys at the equipment office the other day, and they were like, "This is kind of a big deal to them. They're getting a lot of pressure to get this jersey number, and they've got George in town, and they're going to try and work through it right now." I just happened to run into Bucky Buchanan at the Star, and I said, "Hey, what's this guy's jersey number?" He goes, "Man, you're about the 50th person that's asked me this question." He goes, "We're trying our best to get with George and see." So 14's taken. There's some single-digit numbers that maybe Bell might move to, but there's not enough of those. They're not going to use the number 8 because of Aikman. There's a lot of things kind of going on here. It's not like Bell will move numbers, but he wants to go to a single-digit number, and there's not one for him.
Man, Pickens was number 1 at Georgia. I mean, Jalen Tolbert needs to step up and say, "I don't deserve this number."
And what number does CeeDee Lamb want? What number is CeeDee Lamb really? Is he number 2?
Number 2,
at OU.
I was thinking.
So now I think Wanye Thomas took number 2.
He did.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's already switched and taken that. But it's interesting, the report today out of Pittsburgh is they're looking to try and trade for Chris Olave from the Saints. So they traded away George Pickens, but they still want themselves another wide receiver.
Well, thank you. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live here at Pickler Universe, and if you want a new home court, this is your spot. They got 12 in already. They got another 12 under construction right over here, and 3 championship courts going in across the way. And it's just a grand opening celebration at 2800 Interstate 35 in Carrollton, presented by Pace 4 Texas, and salute to Stella Artois for having us out. You can crack coldies and play some pickleball. And we're back with Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking that?
Yeah, I want to know, how well do my guys know these Cowboys rookie players? We'll do that next.
Let's talk RS Diamond Broker once again. The R, well, that stands for Robert. He's a badass. Why is that? Well, happens to be...
June 27th at Live by Lowe's. The stories will be flowing with roundtables featuring Elvis and some of his favorite former teammates. Get your tickets now at Rangers.com/Hall of Fame.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius, and thanks so much to Pickler Universe for having us out. If you are a proper pickler or an aspiring pickler, this is the place to be. 2800 North Interstate 35E in Carrollton. They're making big moves in the pickleball world, and it's the grand opening celebration here. Go to pace4texas.com for details. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. I'm interested in this pickleball stuff now. I really am.
I got to figure it out.
It's getting busy here.
Do you have it figured out yet?
Yeah, the kitchen's that gray area. You can't hit it in the air in the kitchen. It's got to bounce in the kitchen first.
So you can't step in the kitchen and make a play unless the ball has landed.
Yeah, you can't get up at the net and play.
So you can't, hover in that gray area to get the ball.
Yep.
So, but you could stand on the line and in the blue area.
Stand on that line in that blue area and wait for it.
Now, I've seen people serve and then run up to it, but I'll tell you what, it takes a certain amount of you kind of just softly, a lot of touch in this game.
Yeah.
Like a lot of just little chip, and then but then you can. But I've seen some people just power it too from that back line.
You got to have reflexes.
Got to have.
And this is a different set of from a demo standpoint. My one experience with Derek Holland and his buddies that are all athletic, jumping around.
They're
this
freaks.
is. I mean, we got knee sleeves, we got ace bandages, we
saw
got
a lady
knee braces.
I saw a lady with the Don Joy knee brace.
That's what I'm saying.
She was out there, but she was playing. She was playing well.
This is my competition today. This is when I feel like I can hang a little bit.
I kind of feel like though I'd like to see some of these people have 3 or 4 pieces of pizza, and then a couple of Stellas, and go out there and play.
Yeah, one guy's he's got the Stella on the left and the paddle on the right, just playing, tearing it up.
That's the way to do it, man.
There you go. That is absolutely the way.
It's our guy Doggy over here.
Old Doggy, baby.
Doggy is here in the house.
He's just wishing he could smoke. This was a smoking section. They have a smoking section, pickleball court. You can rip heaters.
An outdoor one.
He could go in the kitchen area maybe and have a smoke
upstairs.
Right? Yeah.
So your paddle can go into the kitchen as long as your feet are beyond the line.
Man, Dawson, I appreciate you paying attention and kind of learning the rules a little bit.
You got it.
We got Stella Artois deliveries to each court right now. This is the place to be right now.
Yeah, Stella does it right. Let me tell you that.
All right, eye candy too.
Yeah,
it's a good spectator sport.
Yeah, even the ladies.
I've got a little game for you guys here today.
Let's play the game.
And it's how well do you know these Cowboy rookies? Okay.
Ooh.
How well do you know them?
Is this shots fired at Wolchuk for his slip up with the Haka thing? Is that what you're doing now? You're trying to
No,
reinforce?
I just thought I'd have a little fun with it. Just have a little fun. Just because we've always talked about playability. What could Booker do? What could Zarako? What kind of pass rusher? But
I got these guys wired, Brian.
There's a lot of little tidbits.
Dawson was thinking about Moffitt being better than Genty. I was like, hey, dude, I'll run with you on that.
I tell you what.
You would.
Yeah.
Better value.
Yeah. Better value. Okay.
Boing, boing.
The big V word that brought us hate so much. Value. Just take good players. Hey, just take good players, man.
They got great value with Zaraku and Ravel.
I think so, too. I agree with you on that. Oh, man, you got to be careful. You're coming out here, though. Please don't spill the beer on the court.
No beer on the court. That is a party foul.
Gosh,
you nailed it, though, Dawson. The kitchen, the non-volley zone.
Yeah.
No.
Did you doubt Dawson, by the way, on that one?
No, I'm just reading through the rules.
Watchdogging him.
I'd say.
Checking his
Appreciate
word.
you keeping me accountable there.
Yeah, I think Dawson probably looked up the rules before he said that.
Oh, did you?
No.
It's May 14th somewhere, boys.
He just picks it up, man. He's
By
got
the way,
eye.
just real quick, thanks to my guy Jesus who helped me this morning with my internet from Spectrum.
Oh, did you have problems?
Oh, God. Couldn't do a podcast last night because of internet problems.
How mad do you think he was?
The earth did feel like it shook for a second last night.
No.
Now I know why.
I was do a podcast.
I was really mad.
Thank God we got Love of the Star out of the way in the morning.
Well, yeah, thank God we got it done. But then the television situation, too, for the Stars game.
Oh, no.
Uh-huh.
Well, you're always welcome at the Woolley House.
Yeah. Well, I promised to poop on the couch when I go over there.
Hey,
for
that
sure.
only happened to one guy.
But thanks to my guy. Hey, so he's, by the way, when I open the door, he goes, "Oh my gosh, it really is you." And I'm like, "Yeah, Brian brought us." He goes, "Yeah." I go, "Can you come in here and save this internet in my house, please?"
He's like, yeah, if you put your pants on, please, sir.
Yeah, I did. I had my
All right,
pants on.
fine.
I had my pants on, Eric. Unlike you.
I had my pants
By the
on.
way, when we do Love the
I love
Star,
that he was forced to actually say that.
I love the fact that when Eric, we do Love the
felt
Star,
under the obligation
I
to
guarantee you Eric doesn't have his pants on. We do Love with the Star.
Why would I?
If I stood up, I said, "Hey, Eric, stand up." He's like, "Oh, just stand." Got the
Give you the Winnie the Pooh look.
Got the
That's
Cristiano
usually
Ronaldo.
how we're doing it at home.
All right.
Yeah.
How well do you know these rookies? We'll check. I'll start with you since
I don't
you're
know 'em.
a draft expert.
I don't know 'em at
We're
all.
going to go around the room, though. We'll go
All right,
around.
fine.
All right, folks. This Cowboy rookie's father placed a football in his bassinet as a newborn, symbolizing the family's early recognition of his potential in the sport. Is it Tyler Booker?
No.
Jalen Blue? Or Shamar James?
It's Shamar James.
Okay, we'll go with you. You're going first?
Yes.
You say Shamar James? Dawson? This
with
Cowboys
James.
rookie, his
Yeah.
dad put a football in his bassinet as a symbol of his recognition of potential in the sport.
I feel like if it had been Booker, we'd have heard this story 2 or 3 times
Yeah.
already. If it had been Jaden Blue, he wouldn't have the fumble Rooski problems.
Oh,
Beyond
good call.
that, I
Good
believe in
call.
my guy Wooly Bully.
Shamar James?
Yeah.
How about you there, Chieftain?
Yeah, I think it's Ravel.
Well, Ravel was not one of the guesses.
That's not the point. I saw a video of him in
What
the
are
living
we
room.
doing over here?
Truck sticking
Dawson,
his brother.
I'd like to ask permission that
Maybe there's 2 of them.
no longer. I'd like to ask permission that you no longer.
I think Ravel also did too, though. I mean, he came from a football household.
He came from a football
I like
household.
that
Yeah, I
answer.
think this whole bit was a trick question.
I think you nailed it.
And I just outsmarted you.
I think
you
Chief
didn't
got it.
outsmart me.
At your own game.
What did you say?
Forgot to put it
Are you
in.
going to say Ravel? Is that what you want to say?
Yeah, that's my go-to.
Okay, good for you.
I believe in him.
Way to be a. You know what?
He's a football thoroughbred. Did you guys not see the video
No,
of him
it
in the
was
living
awesome.
room?
They're
Where it's like,
getting
hey,
after
it's
it.
like raining
Yeah.
outside or
After
it's
it.
storming outside.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Cold beer.
doggy.
Yeah.
Cold beer from the dog.
We're,
But
we're loaded over here,
I mean,
brother. Thank you.
dude.
All right.
I got 3 still.
It's actually Tyler Booker.
Oh,
Tyler Booker's old man put a football in his crib as a young baby.
I love that.
Yeah.
I think you got
That would
all
explain
set
a
on
lot.
that.
No, I looked all this up. I did a little
That's
research today.
That's what type of egoless man we're dealing with Booker. He thought I was going to be the guy with the ball in my hands.
Yeah.
Turns out I'm just paving the way.
Well, I will say, just because you get the football in your crib as a baby doesn't mean you're going to be good at football.
Oh, that's true.
Because I can speak from experience.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. This Cowboy
Was football the first sport that you sucked at, or did you find out that you sucked in a different sport before trying
Baseball.
football? Baseball
Was not mine.
Plate discipline.
How about balance?
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
that.
there's an issue there.
Rounding
Jaden
first
Blue.
can be hard.
Just athleticism,
Blue.
just any sport.
All right, here we go.
Hell, love to talk about him.
This Cowboys rookie played his college football at the Lewisburg Hurricanes for 2 seasons. This Cowboys rookie
The Lewisburg Hurricanes.
played his college football for 2 seasons with the Lewisburg Hurricanes.
All these guys are drafted.
Is it a Johnny Cornelius, Siobhan Ravel, or Jay Toa?
I feel like
Oh,
this.
it's Toya.
I feel like this one's Shamar. That's crazy.
No, it's not. He was a 5-star recruit.
Let's go Ravel. Ravel's got that weird background where he's like playing in weird places.
How about you there,
Wolf? At Amazon.
I'm pretty sure Johnny Cornelius transferred and spent some time at another, but I know Ravel did as well. So which one is it? I'm going to go with the Johnny Cornelius here.
How about you, Dawson?
I went with Toya.
It's Ravel.
Boom.
Ding, ding, ding.
2 years of
Hey,
college
just keep
before he
throwing out
went
for
over.
every answer.
All right, how about this one? This Cowboys rookie completed an internship at the National Football League headquarters in New York in the spring of 2022.
That's badass.
Was it Donovan Ezeraku, Phil Maffa, or Shamar James?
Give me the Mafa man.
Yeah, that's what my gut said.
Well, actually, I'll go Ezeraku.
I thought you were going to go Ravel.
Maffa probably did not believe
Yeah.
he had a future in football based on the way his college career was going, so he wanted to try at the league office.
So you're saying Maffa because he wanted to experience football.
Least talented guy.
The least talented guy.
He went to the Wolchuk
going to get
He's looking for his post-playing career.
So he's trying to get ahead of the game.
Yep.
I see.
The options were Maffa.
Maffa, no.
You say Maffa?
No, I'm going Ezeraku.
It was Ezeraku, Maffa, and Shamar James.
Yes.
Those were the options.
And Ravel.
Well, and Ravel.
If anybody else you want to throw in there,
I might just-
Randy White.
I think I might have to go with Ricardo Fairweather.
Ricardo Fairweather. Good guess.
Shamar James.
Dawson, take a bow.
Thank you.
Phil Maffa.
Nailed it.
Trying to get ahead of the game.
Yep. Crap. Probably not going to get drafted, guys. Probably seen me.
All right. Final question of the day. This Cowboys rookie was a 3-time athletic director's honor roll member.
Oh, we got a lot.
We got a
of
smart one here.
Yeah.
This Cowboy rookie was a 3-time athletic director's honor roll member.
Go back in my notes.
Was it our guy JT?
No.
Was it a Johnny Cornelius?
Cornelius was smart.
Or was it Tyler Booker?
Booker also smart.
Book is in the name. It all adds up to Tyler B. for me.
He was only there 3 years, right?
3 for 3 honor roll. I mean, it's Alabama. How?
That's
easy?
a great point.
I mean, let's be real. Not that tough to get on the
grading
honor
on
roll.
a curve. I imagine Booker has enthusiasm.
I thought
for
the
everything
LSU
he
man
does.
would like that. Broad is shaking his head.
Yeah, you always say that.
LSU's
dude.
probably worse.
Oh, there's no question. Yeah.
It seems like he's all into anything he does. And if you are all into school at college, you're definitely getting at least a 3.0. I'll go with Booker.
Chieftain?
Yeah, Book.
Wooly. You have not got one right yet, Wooly, by the way.
Well, maybe I'm saying.
And you're supposed to be a draft expert over there.
Hey, I can tell you about all the players. I don't care about these stupid-ass questions.
Tell me about
Oh.
Ravel. Wow, he did just poo on your question.
I think
just
I'm
trying to
gonna-
have a fun Friday over
No,
here.
it's a fun Friday. I'll go with Book here. I think Book was a smart guy.
No, all three are wrong. It was JT.
JT
Tizzle.
Yeah,
Wow.
at UCLA, he was a 3-time athletic director's honor roll member.
Shout out to JT.
And I can't wait for you. Seriously, you need to learn how to do that.
I've been looking at some videos. It's
and then
pretty
right
tough.
when you get in front of him,
It's
start
pretty
doing
tough.
it and see if it does it. Seriously, I think
See
that
if
would.
he does it.
See if he see if he reacts. See if he reacks back to you.
Thank you,
Gentlemen,
Brian.
Thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Krusty's Corner
I'd
brought
be
to you by
so
Reliant
terrified.
Air Conditioning. We're live here at Pickler Universe in Carrollton, your new headquarters for pickleballing, and
It's amazing.
As part of their grand opening celebration, pickleball is free till 7:00. Stella Artois has brought the coldies; they're flowing. Everybody's having a great time fellowshipping here at the break. Chief, what are we doing next?
Sports hodgepodge as we have chicken wings rolling over to the table. That's very exciting. We have Cooper Flag.
Oh, my gosh.
things
Thank
to
you so
address.
much.
We have AI Broadus to address and a Cowboy question next in the nation.
I want to chat about D&M Leasing before we get there, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, all you have to do right now.
Uber Eats has low-level products. You got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. What, skills?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
Rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, we are live. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Pickler Universe. Some breaking NFL news. that we'll get to here in just a second. 2800 North Interstate 35 in Carrollton is the location for Pickler Universe, presented by Pace for Texas. It's the Splash Social here. Stella Artois is in the house. They're handing out cold beers for you. Mr. Jim's Pizza was handing out free pizza. I think there's still some more of that while they last, but the pickleball's free. Pickleball's on the house here as part of their grand opening celebration all the way until 7 o'clock. Here's the Chief.
Breaking news in the NFL, Brock Purdy has signed a 5-year, $265 million deal to remain the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. That's going to be $181 million in total guarantees. I believe the numbers on the 5 for 265 equate to $53 million per year.
Yep, 53 mil.
To give you the average per year there. The 181 guarantee, that's something we got to see how that compares to guys like Dak and Josh Allen, and Joe Burrow, guys that have recently gotten the fatty boom bob, but $53 million a year, not touching the 60 of Dak.
Nobody
which
else
is what we thought.
close.
I guess we thought it was going to be in the neighborhood of 50 or just above it, so this is all pretty par for the course, but congratulations to Brock Purdy, and they just put the nail in the coffin of their Super Bowl chances. So that's really exciting for us. It's a huge dub.
Yeah, Josh Allen got $250 million guaranteed on his deal.
Wow.
So
and
he got way more.
I think Dak got two plus in the guarantee on his.
Well, nice job by the 49ers, I think, negotiating this and, not resetting the market for a guy getting a significant discount. I think, what is that? Maybe 10, 15% less than the market peak. I just think for the Cowboys, it's another opportunity for them to be like, hey, we're not good at negotiating.
Yeah.
Whatever we've been trying, guys, is bad. Here we are. The cap went up 10 or 15%, and the quarterback contracts are coming in 10 or 15% lower. I don't know. Is Brock Purdy better than Dak? Maybe. He's younger. He's less of an injury risk.
Wow. This is a little bit, not a little bit, a lot concerning, though, is the fact that, like you just mentioned, Dawson, cap goes up, but you're getting quarterbacks coming in at a lower number. And we always like to say that, well, in 5 years, that Dak number is going to look.
Yeah. That number's looking worse.
Right now, that number is holding well in the quarterback market.
Dak and his agent are doing a hell of a job.
Yeah.
Slapping around the Cowboys. I mean, you guys should be great at negotiating. And again, you have to wonder, is Jerry just doing it and letting the agents get over because he gets so much television coverage of these contracts?
Yeah, so I got the guaranteed numbers. 231 Dak, that's the most. 230 Deshaun Watson. 219 for Burrow. 218 for Herbert. 200 for Lawrence. 185 for Jackson. Then you would have Purdy. And then comes in Jalen Hurts at 179, and then Goff at 170.
So we got some quarterbacks that are not going to get extended for a while, right? So that I'm just thinking about.
I mean, Mahomes
of those numbers.
To get back.
So the next quarterback, who would be the next quarterback? Is it Mahomes that's going to get back in?
Or Mahomes might get back in.
Or are they going to get ahead of Daniels?
I mean, Daniels and Stroud.
Stroud, yeah.
See, that to me, we always talk about.
But nobody's sniffing close to the 60, dude. There's a $5 million difference between Dak and then I think it's Josh Allen at $55 million.
Yeah, and Burrow, I think, at 55.
Which is pretty insane.
Jordan Love also at 55. Trevor Lawrence also at 55.
Yeah.
But Brock Purdy comes in tied with Jared Goff at 7th.
So the rest of the NFL was looking at each other like, all right, 55 mil, it's kind of what we're looking at the market for the top quarterback, and the Cowboys and Todd France and Dak were like, 60.
That's really, honestly, as a Cowboy fan, I'd be really disheartened by what I just heard.
Yeah, it's not good.
I mean, I really would. You're sitting there and you're trying to find a way to sign Bland, and you're trying to find a way to sign, our rusher, with
Tyler Smith's coming up.
I mean,
Mike
you got
Parsons.
these guys, and you're just, I mean, really, like every million of dollars that you have. I mean,
and nobody's mad at Dak for getting that.
No,
number.
hell no.
Todd France,
no.
you do what you have to do for your client.
Absolutely. I'm just, as a Cowboy fan, I'm disheartened to think that I'm struggling now to maybe not have an extra $5 to $7 million not to be able to offer a guy that I need to keep.
Yeah.
That's disheartening.
I mean, the Niners had to give up a bunch of players just to get Brock Purdy at 53. So I think similar things are happening for the Cowboys already. I mean, the only difference with them is, they've been able to keep most of their guys, but, man, they had to let a bunch of guys walk out that door last year.
Speaking of the Cowboys, John Machota, after the schedule was released for the Cowboys, what's your win total projection? He put out a poll. Almost 4,000 votes. Where do you think Cowboys fans voted? You could go 11 or more, 9 or 10, 7 or 8, or less than 7. What do you think the leader in the club?
9 or 10 would be where I think most fans would probably. Those are even the fans that are somewhat optimistic, but they have a realization that they might not be good.
I bet 7 to 8 got the second most votes.
Actually, it was the 9 or 10, 48% of the votes.
Yeah.
But second most at 31% was 11 or more.
Okay.
So
that's tough to see right now.
Those are the folks that listen to our podcasts and stuff like that, I guess. I mean, they're the ones that are.
We went.
Yeah, they're the
10,
ones,
11 wins.
Yeah, I mean they're the ones. To me, I applaud the fan that could sit there and feel like that this team can win 11 or 12 games. And good for you. Good for you. If you honestly feel that way.
You would have clicked the 9 or 10 though, Broadus?
I would have clicked 9 or 10.
Yeah, because I think 10 and 7's, and even 9 and 8. I think that's realistic.
Yeah, I would have ultimately clicked the 9 or 10, but I think 7 or 7 and 8 is
when we went win-loss game yesterday, I think that you were more in the 7 to 8 range.
Yeah.
And I know Zach, you and I did it on Love of the Star.
Yeah, we were 10-11.
10-11, yeah. So
they got to get the pressure off Dak somehow. I mean, speeding him up and giving him tight windows to throw in is just not the answer. So can you get a dominant running game without your left tackle being good? I think you can. Well, I think you can still be good at that.
Yeah,
and if you can lead, if you be one of the other teams that runs more than passes, I think 11 wins is possible.
And the 469 said the Kool-Aid is strong.
Yeah,
I think
31% of Cowboys fans are getting hammered.
Well, the
on
11 or
Kool-Aid
more,
right
but
now.
I think there's a difference here where it's like this team can win in the regular season. We've seen that. It doesn't mean that
Usually
anybody.
the schedule's not like this, though. They usually have one of the easiest because the division's been so down. But now Washington's good, or New York's better, and Philly's the best.
You have found a way to beat Washington a couple of times.
Yeah,
I mean,
you just don't know how things are going to fall out. But again, this team has won in the regular season. It doesn't indicate that anybody has any faith in them doing anything in the postseason. Just because they win 11 games, or we think they could be 10 in a wild card team, it's still probably one and done in that wild card game.
Okay, so yesterday we had the Caleb Williams story. He was trying to strong-arm his way, him and his dad, out of Chicago.
I heard that has a bunch of BS to it, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
I think his dad's just talking.
You think Seth Wickersham's
I'm hearing that Seth Wickersham didn't talk to any of these coaches.
Ooh.
How about that?
Got a one-sided deal?
That's a little bit, yeah. It's
a Williams-sided deal?
That's a couple of sources telling me that one.
Okay, well, here's Boomer Esiason.
Oh, Boomer.
For 60 seconds.
Queso.
He is getting up on top of his quarterback high horse, and he is just railing against Caleb Williams. Take it away, Boomer.
When you think about this, I think a lot of these kids and their parents are nowadays, and that the level of entitlement is breathtaking. And it's no wonder why he failed initially, and it's no wonder why the coach got fired. So now they go out and get an offensive coach in Ben Johnson, and you know what? Now it's on his ass. It's going to be on his ass to live up to these so-called lofty expectations that he has for himself and that his father has for his son. And I understand, that there could be a discussion, hey, this is where quarterbacks go to die. Well, go fix it. Be the reason that the team is going to turn it around and you be the player that you think you are. And I would just tell them, just keep your mouth shut. You're going into the greatest league that there's ever been for the sport that we all love. You're going to have a chance one day to make $500 million because guys like me and guys before me all went on strike so you could actually make more money. So keep your pie hole shut and go out and play football and earn your keep and earn your respect.
How about that? Keep your pie hole shut.
Yeah.
$500 million. I mean, Boomer, he was 100% right. The proof was in the pudding. Year one was an unmitigated disaster because of just the incompetence that is in every square inch of that organization. So it's totally understandable. And when you have the leverage, he was a guy with a ton of talent. He was an incredible prospect. And so I get why they would have those conversations.
Well, it's easy.
And year one was proof in the pudding, dude.
Yeah, to me, and I've been a part of some really bad football teams, but I never ever saw a coaching staff not coach a player, even when it was bad. That's why when I first heard it about him watching tape by himself and all that, I said, man, I've been on some 5-11 teams where even as bad as it was, the coaches were still working with the players and still watching tape and still trying to direct them and still trying to find a way to win a game. Now, like I say, there's two sides of the story here. There's a Matt Eberflus side of the story, which I guarantee you Matt Eberflus is probably saying that's a bunch of BS.
It was probably wheels off on offense, though. I mean, we saw that on that fateful day.
Shane Waldron's a bad offensive
Shane Waldron that was a bad hire.
And in fairness, Eberflus is a bad head coach. He's a good defensive coach. He's a bad head coach. Everything that he did, the way that he handled things, and I'm sure he probably would tell us,
but
I do things differently.
I don't think that a coach would just let a guy go out on his own.
I agree with you on that.
That part of it, if you want to say that Shane Waldron and others were bad at their jobs, I get it. But to say that they didn't work with you and they made you watch film by yourself,
yeah,
I think that's the part of it that I went no. I've like I say, been a part of this, been a part of some bad teams, watched guys get coached even though we had like a 6-7 game losing streak in a row.
It's still hilarious that they were even considering the idea of foregoing the NFL draft just to go to the UFL.
To avoid it.
Willing to avoid.
Yeah.
And he got sort of the UFL experience, I think, with the disaster of teammates that he had on his offense as well.
Man,
but the idea that you were flirting with the UFL because the stench of the Bears organization is that rank, that is freaking hilarious. Dude, can you imagine how fired up we would have been if he came here and he was playing for Coach Stoops and the Gades?
The Renegades.
It'd be incredible.
The Gades.
And that really puts a spotlight on what it really is about. And what I think Boomer misses is that this is a negotiation, you know? And I think Boomer is speaking from a perspective that has a lot of respect from the league, but fails to acknowledge the player side of it. It's like, we're giving the players this great opportunity. How could you dare want to go to a different city? It's like, well, I don't have many opportunities to negotiate, but one of them is actually right now. And, you know, as a player, if I know if things go well, I'm going to make $500 million. If things go bad, I get my rookie contract and maybe another contract, but I'm hoping for some sort of Sam Darnold miracle reclamation project to get $100 million, right?
Yeah.
This is a big deal. It's $500 million or maybe my rookie contract and I'm done because these organizations are so incompetent.
Kind of with Boomer, man. I mean, you had Joe Burrow and the rumors like, oh, I don't want to go to Cincinnati. He never said anything like that. He went to a franchise that hadn't won a playoff game in 30 years, and what did he do in year 2? He took him to the Super Bowl. If you're that dude, go be that dude. And, you know, I think that this is a dad who wants to get his name back in the news, and Caleb Williams'
He's a dad looking after his kid.
Nah,
if you want to go be that guy, go be that guy.
Believe in yourself.
You're from Ohio. It might sound fun
Have
to you to
some
go be a
self-belief.
Bengals.
I can be the guy to go turn around and franchise an organization. That's an alpha. That's a leader. That's a QB1. Not, ooh, I want to go to the best position possible. That's some coddle, candy-ass crap that we have right now going on in our
That's
society.
some finger painting.
Let me pick my scenario that I want to go to. You know what? Life ain't like that, dude.
Yeah.
How about the other excerpt,
take
though?
bad players and coach them up.
And, man, that offense has a lot of talent on it in Chicago, and they just went and helped him go get a really good offensive line. If Caleb Williams fails, it's on him. It ain't on the Bears.
I mean, this is the kind of crap, though, that I had a problem with Boomer Esiason. It got me pretty fired up, you know? It's just like we have to kowtow to what the owners in the league wants because we're just so lucky to have this opportunity to play in their league. The players are the product. It's a 50-50 agreement that's negotiated on. There's nobody on one side giving the opportunity. The players could say, you're so lucky that I'm giving you my talent, potentially sacrificing my brain, having CTE in the 30s, you know, and I don't want to go play for a crap organization that gives me no chance to win. And making that into this is a bad guy because he doesn't want to go play for a bad employer, I think that's, you know, a toxic relationship with sports.
I like what both you're saying. I will say this is what I do agree with Boomer about. I think we're having athletes are becoming very entitled, though.
Well, the owners have been entitled.
Well,
see,
that's fine.
That's
I
the
mean,
point I'm making.
I understand.
We don't have.
I understand,
no, you don't understand.
No, I do.
We
Because
don't have
I do
any
because
problem with the owners
I'm all
feeling
for the
entitled to the
I'm
labor.
all for the NIL stuff. I'm all for. But what we're learning about kids nowadays, Dawson, and you coach them at a very young age. I'd be interested if you coached, say, kids that were 18 and 19 years old. I'd be interested what your feeling about this would be. When it gets tough, we bail.
They're bringing a product to the market that they should be compensated for.
I understand.
And they have a valid negotiating platform.
We bail. That's where I think that's where Boomer Sison's coming from right now.
And that has no bearing in the negotiation.
It has bearing
That's up for the player to decide.
It has bearing on what
they want to do.
It has a bearing, and I agree with you about the money thing and all that. I'm glad to the NIL. I think they need to get a handle on it. I think they will. I'm glad players are getting paid. But the minute it gets tough, we quit. That's where we are right now.
And a lot of people texted about the Mannings. I think what they did was crap, too.
Absolutely.
Trying to rig this thing from behind the scenes. Oh, we don't want to go to the Chargers. This is how the draft works. You go where you're picked to go. And if you're good enough, you're going to make that team better. If you're not, you're going to fail. I do think there's something about certain spots, Cleveland #1, where it's damn hard to go ahead and turn around whatever the crap storm is.
Well, what about
with
that crap?
team.
What about that crap in the nation's capital? That kid showed up.
Jaden Daniels did it. Joe Burrow did it. Like, at some point, if you are special enough and you are that dude, you are able to overcome all of the other stuff. I do think they should be guaranteed contracts in the NFL. I think what you're saying about the ownership stuff, I agree with you 100%. But I think some of this stuff with, like, let's pick where I want to go, I'd have said the same thing about Eli when he came out of the draft then than what Caleb Williams and his dad were trying to pull. You don't get to pick where you go. Unfortunately, that's not how the NFL draft works. Cooper Flagg's not getting to pick where he gets to go. Worked out for him. But he's now going to be it's just not, that's not how it goes. That's not how it goes in sports with the draft, that you get to choose where I end up going, unfortunately.
Because we let rich people decide the rules. Because we consider that as the owner of a franchise, you get unlimited power to decide what the rules are of employment.
I think we're trying to make teams better as a league. I think the draft is geared to try and give fan bases hope that the Dallas Cowboys won't spend $300 million on players when my Arizona Cardinals will spend.
And I respect the league looking out for themselves, but that doesn't change my negotiating position.
No, but in reality, though, what the draft has allowed us to do is it gives everybody the opportunity, whether you're good at it or not.
Yeah.
It gives you the opportunity to build your teams.
And there's a downside to it. Like, the league is going to look at you differently if you pull this off. You know, I just don't think it makes you a bad guy.
I'm not.
One reason or another, you don't want to play for a city.
To me, the problem I have is, like I said, I'm kind of looking at it as a situation where that, these coaches, not all of them are great. Not all of them are work the hardest, Mike McCarthy. There's guys out there that don't work hard at, and there's guys that do. But I think it's unfair when players come out and say, well, I didn't do this and they didn't do that. And I think it's kind of BS along the way. I really, really do. I mean, if you want to talk about other things like, hey man, this is, we don't have enough personnel. The front office didn't do enough. I get that part. The coaches, I think the coaches are taking one unnecessarily for not working with the guy. And I don't think that's true.
Good conversation, gentlemen. Thanks for the Sports Hodgepodge, Chief. Woolchuck, a Chuck Wagon is next. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, well, I'd like to tell the 214 to go F yourself. You want to come after me
Sounds
and me
like
being a father.
my guy.
That ain't
going
it,
after you as a dad?
Yeah, as a dad. That ain't it. We
That's
can
against
disagree
the rules.
on stuff, but you're wrong. The Bears have a good offense, and they just hired the best play caller in football. So your takes are bad, and then you want to come at me as a parent. That ain't happening, 214. I'll give you my number. We can talk about this. We can meet up like men and handle it. I'm not putting up with that crap, 214. I'm not the one to play with, B. All right.
And your breath stinks, 214.
Yeah. All right. Let's get into a Chuck Wagon.
I throw your mom in there somewhere,
I do have
Mom?
some audio when it comes to a messy Jalen Ramsey, and we got some new laws that are trying to be passed. That's next in the nation.
Well said, Woolchuck, and I would like to take this opportunity.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Pickler Universe here, 2835 in Carrollton. And pickleball is free all the way till 7 o'clock. They have free Stella Artois. And we've had a heck of a time here getting to know this pickleball scene pretty good, Brian.
Dawson, I've scouted out the group of people that I initially saw pounding beers and pizza at the same time.
They're playing?
They're playing right behind. Well, I think they're done now. I don't hear them hitting it, but
no, there might be leaving.
It was not very good.
I can imagine.
It was.
Yeah.
I was scouting them up. I was like, okay,
not very good.
Who had the 4 pieces of pizza on a plate and the 2 beers? And they just got done playing, and they weren't getting to many of the balls that were involved. Yeah,
intoxicated is not a great way to enhance many sports. I don't think pickleball is one of them. I think you're right, Brian. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels at frankelfirm.com. Here's Wolchuk with that Chuck wagon we promised.
All right, so the NFL is going to vote on a couple of big things coming up. Of course, they are going to vote on the tush push. That's going to happen. They're going to get together and work on, like, hey, do we want to ban this or do we just want to change the language on that? They also are going to vote on what we've talked about to reconfigure the postseason seeds as well. So, whether this does end up being like, hey, do we do it by seeding? Does it end up being if you have, even if you're a division winner, but you're 9-8, and you're playing a team that's 12-5,
right?
Do you still get the home game? That type of stuff.
I thought they were going to reseed after the first round game.
That's also all under consideration.
Okay, there we go.
All under consideration as to what they're going to end up discussing and vote on. But I stumbled upon this audio from Jalen Ramsey on a podcast. And this is how, like, we've talked about Michael Jordan, how diabolical he was, making stuff up in his own mind to try and get himself a competitive advantage. Well, Jalen Ramsey wasn't really making stuff up, but he took this to a whole nother level. Let's hear what he had to say.
In college, like when I was at Florida State, I was grimy, like super grimy. I didn't care. Like I would look up his Instagram, see his girlfriend, whatever, boom, boom, slide in her DMs. She was gone.
No, she was gone. Yeah.
You know, we get to the game. I'm bringing it up in the game, like, yeah, you know.
Super grimy.
That
is grimy.
He's looking
that
up
might get me distracted.
his opposing wide receiver.
Yeah.
Going on, looking at the social medias. Who you dating? Let me slide in there just to try and rattle him the week of a game. I mean,
that's mental warfare.
That is diabolical.
Especially if your girl's out here, responding and whatnot.
Man,
that could be.
If she responds, should she be your girl?
Of course not. No.
Of
course not.
I was waiting for you to say, "Oh yeah, I'm all for this."
No. I'll tell you what, though. On this same sort of note, the Diddy trial right now,
crazy
and the news that's
coming
out.
It's crazy
about this girl Cassie and what she was doing while she was still with the guy that she's apparently married to now, and carrying around his baby in her belly at the moment.
Yeah.
And there's talk about how he was FaceTiming her while her and Diddy were still diddling.
So maybe he liked this?
He either liked it,
he's a fellow freak-off guy,
or he, I guess, didn't know. But this is retroactively, biggest L of the week goes to this guy.
It sounds like court reporters are saying that husband is like staring at Diddy, like everyone just like staring at him like
he wants to kill him.
Yeah.
So he bought the story.
Yeah.
He bought the story hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah.
You know. No, I wasn't with him voluntarily. This is he trapped me.
And there's also texts that she said sent to Diddy while she was with this guy that are pretty damning. Just an awful situation.
It was one of those deals where she was just a couple of weeks pregnant, and they weren't that serious. You can only hope for the guy.
Awful.
Really bad.
Great for the kids.
Really, really bad.
Seriously.
Yeah, that is insane. Okay, Texas A&M saw this on Morning News. They're the SEC's biggest spender in this financial category by a lot, and it's really not even close.
Food budget for their athletes?
Pep
Payments.
rallies.
Obviously we know the buyout market, they're pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
SEC athletic department severance pay.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. It's Texas A&M, and then it's everybody else. You're looking at 27.5.
We got Fisher. How about Kevin Summerlin? Is he in that one too?
A lot, yeah. 20, and it might not be just football.
Oh no, absolutely, yeah.
So you're at $27.5 million on severance pay. Auburn is number 2 at $10.9 million.
They fired back-to-back coaches, I think.
And then Texas is third at $7.2 million.
Yeah.
But you've got a gap of $24.7 million. Excuse me, $27.5 million, and then $10.9 million in severance. And they've still got a ton of money. I mean, credit to the Aggie boosters.
Yeah.
But holy crap, that's got to sting.
Yeah, I was trying to think of. I wonder if, like you say, I think a lot of it has to be Jimbo Fisher.
Most of it probably is.
They've had their baseball coach left on his own to go to Texas.
Schlossnagle.
So that went to firing.
Yeah.
Their coach left. Basketball coach left to go to Virginia. Maryland. He went to go to Maryland.
Yeah, was that Buzz Williams?
Yeah.
Women's coach, I don't know. But
no, their women's coach has been there forever.
It could all be football.
I think it's all football.
That is crazy.
I think it's all football.
That is absolutely crazy.
Was big. You really want to win. You got a lot of money for coaches,
yeah.
But you can't get it right.
Big noon Saturday. I talked about this the other day. Like Ohio State and Texas fans were ticked off. That game's going to end up being at 11. Well, you now have a bill in the state of Ohio designed to curtail the Big Ten from scheduling Ohio State football games at noon. The bill does include an exception that allows the Michigan
game,
which is a traditional noon kick
every year,
to be able to then move on and stay that. But they're trying to go ahead and propose no more big noon kickoffs. I don't know if this is going to work out for them. I do think Texas Ohio State, that deserves a primetime slot. Don't put that game at 11 Central Time. But I do like this.
I would take a 3:25er there. Or 3 o'clock.
That wouldn't be bad.
I would take a 3 o'clock SEC type of a game.
You just don't want it super early.
Wait, SEC's 2:30, right? We at 2:30 in the SEC.
SEC's
CBS.
2:30. Yeah,
it used to be.
Used to be the 2:30 slot.
Yeah.
That used to be kind of what we were looking at. And then I don't know if you guys saw the Chargers. They did a nice troll job on the Cowboys during their schedule launch. In fact, it wasn't just on the Cowboys.
There's a real battle between those two teams because Derek Eagleton takes that stuff personally.
Well, they
that
did
schedule release stuff.
Cowboys kind of did a double dip on their schedule release.
Oh.
They did one where they had a player standing behind another Cowboy player that was sitting in front of them, and they'd have to give clues as to what the team was. And it was hilarious. I thought Derek Eagleton did a great job. But the Chargers went ahead and dunked on the Cowboys and on Nico Harrison. They did an AT&T Stadium view Minecraft style, and on the Jerry board they wrote "Defense wins championships," and then they also had Micah and Tank fighting with each other.
Wow.
So, yeah, I mean, they are getting creative, and they are getting fun. I mean, I think it was the Colts had to apologize and take down their video because they were trolling Tyreek Hill. And then Tyreek Hill came out and said, that was actually funny. You shouldn't have deleted it. But
it does seem like trolling and memes is hitting sort of a golden era, and teams would be wise to snuggle up to it a little bit. There was a time where you couldn't do anything remotely offensive to another team in the league without maybe somebody getting fired, like a social media intern getting fired.
Yeah.
But I think now people are kind of getting a better sense of humor about it. Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Okay, Jared Sandler's set to jump in here and talk about tonight's Rangers game as they get set to host the Astros pregame coming up at 6:30. And we're back live from Pickler Universe here in Carrollton, a great place to come play pickleball. We're back in the nation. I have to chat with you about
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation, we are on remote Pickler Universe here. Thanks to Stella Artois for having us out there, handing out free cold beers, and people are playing free pickleball here all the way until 7 o'clock as part of their Smash Social grand opening celebration. Jared Sandler joins us now, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. And a good afternoon, Sands. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. Where is this place?
Carrollton, like 35 and Bush,
badass.
Right off Service Road.
Yeah, dude, it's huge. It is badass.
So, Levin Evaldi this year. I mean, what's gotten into this guy? How good has he been?
He's been awesome. I saw something this offseason. It was like a ranking of pitchers. I want to say The Athletic did it, and this sentiment has been communicated before in one of these sorts of pieces. And, it put Nathan Evaldi in a tier that was like, hey, he's maybe not an ace, but like he's close to it. And the one line was, he's a 3 in the regular season, but a 1 in the playoffs. Just like the idea that, hey, this guy just in the playoffs takes his game to another level. But I think to some degree, the 3 in the regular season is just based on the fact that he's dealt with some injuries that have impacted availability or performance. In 2023. His numbers in the regular season were skewed because he was pitching through some things in September, similar to last year. I mean, this guy's been outstanding. And I don't know that this is true across the board, but when you ask the question about a guy who either doesn't experience a drop-off or experiences an uptick in production into his 30s, my guess is the common thread, and I would say that this was the case for Adrian Beltre, these are guys who work their ass off. That, they are not just guys you'd say, yeah, he works hard, but, no, you need to watch this guy if you're a teammate of his to learn how to work and how to go about your day-to-day, and that's Nathan Evaldi. And so I guess in that way it's not a surprise that, he has been as productive as he's been, and, he's got a great splitter. That's a singularly strong pitch for him, but it's his ability to throw 4 different pitches effectively, to lean on any of those 4 in a given start, to constantly mix things up that I think makes hitters uncomfortable because it's so tough to scout and prepare for this guy.
Jared, okay, you mentioned the splitter. Why the Astros have seen the second fewest in the league this year?
Yeah, I think that's maybe sample size and just, possibly a product of not facing guys who throw splitters. I know that might sound overly simple, but a splitter's not like a slider where most pitchers throw a slider, right? And maybe, you find the one who does it, but in a 3-game series, the next 2 starters do. Now, the other thing that could play a role is that a splitter for a lot of pitchers is, what they throw instead of a changeup. And you typically don't throw a platoon disadvantage changeup. What I mean by that is a righty typically isn't going to throw a changeup to a right-handed hitter. A lefty isn't going to throw a changeup to a left-handed hitter. Now, guys like Reese Olson who have great changeups, they're throwing it to both sides. But the Astros have a very righty-heavy lineup, especially without Yordan Alvarez. And so perhaps you've got a pitcher who throws a splitter. It's not a featured pitch. It's a good pitch, not a great pitch, and one that they only throw when they've got a platoon disadvantage on their end. Thus, a platoon advantage for a hitter. So a righty to a lefty. So maybe the fact that there's such a righty-heavy lineup influences that as well. But I think the splitter still, it's growing from being a niche pitch to one that is more common, but still not one that is typically a part of a pitcher's repertoire. And so I think that might have something to do with it as well.
How was last night's masterclass in pitching to watch firsthand? I mean, what deGrom did was sensational. Hunter Brown was brilliant. Thank goodness for new Pope, new me, Jake Berger.
Yeah.
But what a special night, man. And then, of course, with Boch, moving up the charts of all-time wins.
Yeah, Zach, I was thinking about it last night after the Stars game. I for whatever reason, was just sort of on my couch, and I was tired, but it took me a while to go to bed. I don't know why. I was just sitting there, and I was thinking that, like, as a sports fan, especially, specifically as a broadcaster, but as a sports fan, I think we love sports for a variety of reasons, but one of those reasons for some, maybe many, if not all, is just like the stories, right? The people, the narratives, the journeys. And last night was really neat because you got a guy, this is not like a national story, but Jake Berger gets acquired here. He's going to be a big part of things. Rough start, goes down to the minors, comes up, hits a big home run in his very first Rangers-Astros game. You got Bruce Bochy, and that is a national story. And, him, continuing to achieve and to be able to experience that as a Rangers fan, to follow along with him wearing your team's jersey, how cool is that? And then, maybe you take a step back, just the pitching matchup in general, or if you want to get specific from a Rangers standpoint, Jacob deGrom and his greatness and being able to experience that and to be able to watch his best start as a Ranger in his very first Rangers-Astros game was really cool as well. I mean, it was a night with a lot that went into it. It wasn't a 7-4, lots of highlights, home runs stuff type night, but it was a really, really cool pitchers duel. We talked about Brown's fastball and deGrom's slider, and both those pitches, came to play in a big way last night, and thankfully it was the one swing on the Rangers' end that was the difference.
How about Bombi always just can't help himself but make some highlight reel plays whenever the Astros are the opponent?
Yeah, no kidding, right? And, he had the hit that broke up the perfect game for Hunter Brown. It was a double in the fifth, right? And, he was left stranded, but he made some big-time catches. And, I think because of, just what he does at the plate when he is going well, and I guess on the flip side, when he's not going well, it's not a quiet slump. When Adolis is struggling, it's not something that just slips between the cracks, when you're thinking of the performance of the lineup. But I think we forget, or sometimes people forget, this is a Gold Glove Award winner. And I thought it was interesting, Ryan Spilborghs, who covers baseball nationally, on the pregame said, hey, for my money, the two best defensive right fielders in baseball are Fernando Tatis and Adolis Garcia. And that's high praise, right? That's not just wearing Rangers-colored glasses. That's someone who covers the sport nationally, doesn't really have Rangers ties. And Adolis last year, I think we talked about, one of the indications that he wasn't healthy, even though he was playing, and even though he wasn't admitting to anything, was he wasn't that aggressive, wasn't that great on the bases, and he really looked rough in the outfield. He was I'd go so far as to say at times like a problem in right field. He was not getting the balls. He was not moving the way that we're accustomed to seeing him move. He's healthy. And while the performance of the plate maybe, is something that still lends to an uptick, what he is giving this team defensively and on the bases is outstanding. And he has been the best right fielder in the American League. It's one thing to make cool plays in a 5-run game. It's another thing to make big-time plays in a tie game and with a 1-run lead, and he did that yesterday.
Jared, opportunity against McCullers here. Is he vulnerable?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's a lot of, I guess, conversation in Astros land about whether or not he should be in the rotation. Hey, I can't stand the guy, but good for him. He hadn't pitched since 2022, and that's cool that he's, back on the mound. He shouldn't be receiving death threats. No. It's unfortunate that happened, but he hasn't looked good, and this is. If the Astros are going to throw him, then I hope the Rangers knock him out in the first inning, just like he got knocked out in the first inning last time he took the mound. Because hopefully, if the Rangers, in all seriousness, sorry, that wasn't not serious, but if they can get to him early and keep at him and get to the Astros bullpen, you now have 2 more games this weekend, and you can get to their bullpen, get a little bullpen exposure, which you didn't really have last night with Hunter Brown's performance. So hopefully he's not sharp. It doesn't seem like he's the guy that he was. I would say, Gavin, last night was such a big win because you look at the pitching matchups over the weekend, you feel really good about it. Doesn't mean it's a guarantee, doesn't mean it's a lock, but you feel good about it. And, it's odd to say, but Lance McCullers may be the weakest of the pitchers the Rangers have faced in a long time because it just doesn't seem like he's back in rhythm, and hopefully they can take advantage of it.
Have a great weekend, Jared. We'll catch up with you on Tuesday.
Yeah, you guys as well. Take care.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. We're at Pickler Universe. They're having their Smash Social grand opening here. It's a great place to come play pickleball. Free pickleball for the next 2 hours. And Mr. Jim's Pizza is a big sponsor of today's event. You can get 20% off your entire Mr. Jim's Pizza order if you use the code PICKLER. Okay, it's a Friday. We're coming up on quitting time. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking next on The Fan.
No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
and by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now for that one segment of the week where you're actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That is right, live from Pickler Universe here, your new headquarters for pickleball in Carrollton. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. We'll go around the broadcast position. We'll find out what we're all drinking and thinking, and then we'll take your phone calls. G-Bag Today's coming up at 5:30. Eric Nadell, it's his birthday, and he's going to join us coming up at 5:20. Currently, I'm drinking a Diet Coke, 20 ounce. I'm thinking the Cooper Flag rebirth is here. It has been an incredible week of talking basketball and talking about the possibilities. I cannot wait to see what they decide to do with the rest of this roster because it's going to get rebalanced. You need more ball handlers, maybe another point guard, and there's a number of really good players that are out there. I would have to imagine this got to be the number one destination to try to get yourself to, knowing the work that the Mavs have to do with this roster and what they're capable of doing. Straight to the championship, I figure, next year. Boys, brought us drinking, thinking.
Having a Stella right now, really tasty, one of the best I've ever had. Thinking right now that it's like, listen, if you're going out to the Stars game Saturday night, I know you're going to do your part. I'm going to admit it. I am a little nervous, though. I just don't want this goalie to think about even winning a game on the road. I want him to have all bad thoughts about playing on the road. I want everybody to talk about how bad his record is, how many goals he gives up. Please don't let him figure it out tomorrow night. But if you're a Stars fan, I know you're going to do your part. Hopefully the team will do their part for you as well.
I got to imagine, psychologically the chances of breaking that mindset and suddenly showing up confident are low. But if they get a couple in the first period, Brian, playing a little bit of confidence, I'll be terrified. Because I think going back up there after losing back-to-back games 4-0, how could it not be in your heads at that point?
At that point,
score up there.
The shoe's on the other foot then.
Yeah. Wolchuk, drinking, thinking.
We got a delicious Stella Artois as well, and I'm thinking just had another Tola. I'm not going to mention any names. Could be a surprise. Say they just went and got a nice little ring from RS Brokers.
There you go.
Congratulations.
My dad was awesome. Was on a little bit of a time crunch there. They came through, so I'm glad. I'd hate it. If you didn't have a good experience, let me know. I'll let him know. You need to get this together.
Be the first time that's ever happened.
And a big shout out to Quentin Jammer, former Texas Longhorn.
Oh, wow.
San Diego Charger. He said he's 16 months sober, and he's feeling amazing. So
you drunkenly try and spit that out.
Yeah. So
16 months?
16 months sober.
16 months summer sounds good, too.
I love a good summer.
Broadus is crapping on it. Broadus is make the announcement when it's 36 months.
I was just
make the announcement when it's 16 years. 16 months.
Dawson's been almost 10 years, right?
Watchdog and sobriety over there.
A bit rude on
I'm
your
just
part.
saying, man.
I think it's
16.
It's very difficult when you're an addict.
I will say this: I'm just going to be real honest here. If Rodeo Ron, who I know is listening right now, if he just said 16 months, I'd have said it's a damn miracle.
He's coming up on 60 days, I believe.
Yeah, good for him.
Maybe we'll hear from him shortly.
Yeah, keep it going, sir. Keep it going.
Drop the confetti for Ron.
Yeah.
Sipping on an ice cold Stella, piggybacking off of your Cooper Flag moment there, Dawson.
Yeah.
I saw some old footage. 16-year-old Cooper Flag game-tying buzzer beater 3 at Rucker Park over the projected number 2 overall pick, Dylan Harper, who's going to be a San Antonio Spur. Rucker Park, 16 years old, Cooper Flag, bang, with Mike Breen on the call.
Let's go.
Buzzer beater in his face. That's a good assassin sort of moment that we're hoping for with the Flagster.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing build-up to this draft. Let's go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander screening up your phone calls. What you drinking, what you thinking, sir?
I've had about a whole gallon of water today. I started at about 6 a.m.
Nice.
I'm about finished with that water. Thinking it's going to be a good, relaxing weekend for you, boy, man. Thinking about hitting the gym. Watching some NBA basketball tonight. Go Knicks. Tonight!
That is right.
WNBA. And then... we'll probably de-stress You know what I'm saying? Staying in tune with my star player. Been taking a lot of heat this week in the past 2 weeks, and it's time to decompress in a sense.
There you go. Sounds like a good weekend is in store. And yes, Paige Becker's making her WNBA debut tonight. I'm going to set a reminder for myself, and we'll get that figured out. I think they're on free TV. I think all the Wings games are on free TV.
Nice.
Okay, at 877-881-1053. Where are we going first, Lucius?
Let's go to Rodeo Ron. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
There he is.
I'm drinking some mighty fine H2O because it's you.
Oh, no,
Ron. Hurry up and go. And Friday, it's 10 weeks strong for rodeo.
There you go. That's what I want to hear.
If you've never been an addict, brothers, you just don't know how hard it is. It's the first time I've ever gotten my stuff sober.
There you go.
It's got to for me every other time. But hey, let's go Stars tomorrow night. The Mavs got lucky and got the #1 pick, and that Cowboys schedule is brutal. And I sure hope they don't drive me back to drinking this year. But hey, in the meantime, if you're not listening to that 105.3 The Fan, being sober with Rodeo Ron, going live, then where the F you at, baby?
You, Ron. Thanks, Ron. Keep it going, man.
That might be the call that we look back on Ron's sobriety and say this is where he started to find his fastball again.
There it is. Right, dude. That was wonderful. In 10 weeks, 70 days.
Good for him.
For Rodeo Ron. That's a pretty good run already. Okay, and that opens a line for you if you want to jump in here, what you drinking, what you thinking. G-Bag Day's coming up at 5:30. Where are we going next, Lucius?
Jerry Jonesy. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Well, I do want to stop and say, first of all, that I have not had a drink today quite yet. I do plan on sitting over a nice cold glass of Johnny Walker Blue, but all that to be said, I do believe that Rodeo Ron had a real nice point there, but there is truly nothing tougher than old Jay Jonesy and Zach Woolchuck whooping somebody's A behind the Kroger, if you know what I mean. If they want to challenge the Woolly Bully, they're going to have to lace up their bootstraps for old Jay Jonesy.
Love you. Thank you, brother.
Heck yeah, Jonesy.
Great
Let's go,
call.
Jerry Bear.
Appreciate you. Opens a line. Yeah, if you missed it, when was that? Back in the 4 o'clock segment? 4 o'clock segment?
One of your guys, Gavin.
Right around 4:20.
4:20, supposed to be chilling time.
Woo. Woolchuck.
I'm all for a disagreement on a sports argument. Don't come as me as a pops.
Went after you as a dad. That's tough. Crossed the line right there.
Yep.
Haven't seen that side of Wooly Bully since he challenged James Slater in Oxnard a number of years ago now. It's a rare occasion.
Yeah,
James sides of old, though. Where are we going next, Lucius?
We just lost the man.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
All right.
Talk amongst yourselves.
All right.
Okay.
At 8, sounds like we have a line open. At 877-881-1053. But, that guy was going after Eliza?
No, just me. He was like, you shouldn't have any more kids, and you want to be a dad, and was just kind of trolling. And that's fine. Like, he thinks the Bears is a terrible destination. It very well could be. I don't care. We can disagree on sports arguments all the time. Brian and I respectfully had a disagreement on Jamie Benn. That's the beauty of sports. We debate. We don't have to agree. But we don't need to make things personal. And we just have different parenting styles, I guess, myself and the 214. I would have handled this very differently if I was Caleb Williams' father.
Oh, that was the angle. I was wondering how the parenting got into
I think that's what it was.
The football team.
Like, if, let's say, Eliza was the #1 pick to the Chicago Bears, I would tell her, honey, I understand, but things happen for a reason. We don't have a choice here. You go there and you be your best self. You are the perfect person to turn around this organization, and I believe in you. And that's what I've raised her to do. Go
Amen.
be special.
Amen.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to Matthew. Matthew, what are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Man, I'm on a late lunch from work, so just drinking a green tea. First-time caller, long-time listener, Tolo.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm just going to make it quick. First of all, in flag we trust. We got that coming. Good go Mavs. Cowboys season looks rough, but I like what we're doing. And Stars, we're going to take it home tomorrow. Let's go, baby.
Salute. Thank you for the call, Matthew.
Good call.
Yeah. There's nothing really that much to be worried about. You just have to trust that you are the better team and you're coming home and you're going to wrap this thing up. Nervous moments, though. Things like this happen right now. The OKC Thunder, having to go to a Game 7 against a team they feel like they're clearly better than. But all these teams, especially at this point in the tournament, are good sports teams. In flag we trust. I love that. There might be conversations going on behind the scenes to maybe consider a Cooper flag inspired 2025 G-Bag Nation flag.
Dude.
Okay, I was wondering about that.
That would be awesome.
Flagtober with 2 G's.
It's always Flagtober.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Where are we going next, Lucius?
Let's go to Charles. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Charles?
Gentlemen, good afternoon. This is Charles from Fort Worth. I'm drinking on a lovely Dos Equis. Lovely. And
Lovely.
I'm thinking that I'm very glad that I don't play for the Winnipeg Jets because even in a winning effort, they looked shook to death last night. And I imagine that's a very solemn plane ride over here to Dallas because they know it's belt to cheeks as soon as they touch down the American Airlines Center. I'll let you gentlemen go. Love the show. Keep doing what you're doing.
There he goes. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend, sir. Appreciate that turning it on, leaving it on behavior as we are live here at Pickler Universe, Pickleball in Carrollton. It's a great facility. And today's broadcast brought to you by Stella Artois. If you're hearing about all this coldie cracking going on and you're feeling about 12 ounces short, swing on by. We got a free Stella Artois for you, as well as free pickleball courts until 7 o'clock. And where are we going next, Lucius?
Let's go to Mr. Rick Shelley. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Rick?
Well, I'm having a Crown and Dr. Pepper with a twist of lime.
Interesting.
Delicious.
Yeah.
Sounds like you know your way around a cocktail.
Well, no, that's all I had, And
I love it. What you thinking?
You make do sometimes.
That's right. What you thinking?
Anyway, what I'm thinking is that Mr. Jones is going to get us to the Super Bowl this year.
Oh,
wow.
All right.
I think that they put a team together that nobody thinks they can, and I think this is going to happen.
All right.
Appreciate that, Rick. Talking about a Troy Aikman surprise here for the NFL.
Hey.
Can't rule it out. I don't think that's a ridiculous take, considering this was a team that won 13 games 3 years in a row. Last year they had quite a few injuries. And I think it's a lot to bet on with a new coaching staff and the holes that a guy like Brian Broaddus can point out on this roster for you. It's a lot to have conviction in.
Yeah, man, from his mouth to the football god's ears.
Gosh,
we need all the lucky bounces we can get.
The first thing I was thinking of when he said it was he's just drinking the Crown right out of the bottle.
Yeah, that Crown's hitting.
That felt sack. He was just straight.
Oh, yeah.
There was no lime, lemon, no ice, just straight Crown. Maybe sitting out in the hot sun.
Probably hot.
Sitting out in the hot sun doing
warm.
it. I just
not much Crown left in that bottle.
No, and maybe thinking about getting another one.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's that time.
Hey, it's that time.
Who's up next, Lucius?
Let's go to Dylan. Dylan, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Man, I got a new one for y'all. Y'all ever tried a Lonnie, the pink slush, and some Tito's? Y'all need to try it. It's delicious.
That's the Lonnie.
But a Lonnie, yeah, the energy drink. It's like a Red Bull, but yep, y'all need to give it a shot.
That'll fire you up.
What I'm thinking is Cowboys are going to the NFC conference game. We're going to beat Washington out. We're going to kick the Eagles' butt. First game of the year. They're not even going to be in the picture. But hear me out. We're going to the Super Bowl, but we're losing to the Bills.
Oh, he put it back in the bottle.
It's all right. It's still a success.
I think
dude.
I'd take it. Yeah, 100%.
Oh, you think you'd take it?
I'd take it.
You would freaking throw your own NFC Championship parade.
Oh,
you would be the
man.
court jester
We
for the
finally
parade.
made it.
Yeah, that would feel like a Super
Be
Bowl.
quite
around
the
here.
redemption for Buffalo.
Gosh, dude, the Cowboy Hopium. 70% of Cowboys fans right now
Wow.
think they're winning 9 to 11 games.
That's a lot. That is
unbelievable.
Tough to imagine. How about the emotional letdown of actually playing that NFC title game after the Super Bowl-like celebration after the divisional weekend when they finally do win that game?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's true.
Honestly, just seeing them playing on a Super Bowl Sunday, like a Super Bowl Sunday pregame that's a Cowboy Super – like, I can't even
Is that
fathom
Santa
it.
Clara where we're at
You
this
don't
next
have
year?
to fathom.
Shut up, Eric.
That would be nice to get out there and actually stay
dream.
for the weekend for once. All these Super Bowl trips.
I could
Gotta
play
go home
Madden.
on Friday again, boys. See you next time. Can we get one more in, Lucius? What do you think?
Well, we might have to go fast. We got 3 more, actually.
Okay.
All right, I promise these guys. And Tolo Chris. Chris. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, bro?
Yo, peace to the guys. I'm drinking a little bit of Tito's and water right now. And what I'm thinking is, why did they not let deGrom finish that whole game last night? Like, the way that the eighth inning was moving, they should have gone ahead and let my dude go ahead and finish that thing right there. And the other thing I'm thinking is, the other two callers probably before me, I don't know what they drinking, but they drinking some wrong stuff. They need to with that Cowboy stuff, bro. Like let's pump the brakes. Let's get to week 6 before we start making some decisions about what the team gonna be and what they're not gonna be.
Well said, Chris. Appreciate that with his Tito's and water. Add a couple lemons. I think he's got a shotty.
He's got a shotty with a couple lemons. Yep.
He's 2/3 of the way to a shotty. And, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I figured with deGrom, it's a close game. Pitches. I got to risk it with the bullpen. I don't want to go to 100 pitches with him. I love this Jacob deGrom story arc that we're on right now. Who's next, Lucius?
Rob in Fort Party Worth. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Man, it's been a long week, so right now I'm leaving the office drinking a cup of coffee that was brewed at 8:30 this morning, but I just wanted to hop on 100,000 watts real quick and say give the Metroplex a little Fire Nico action. Appreciate it, boys. Go Stars.
Fire Nico. And who's going to wrap this thing up, Lucius?
Ryan in Richardson. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Hey, right now I'm just drinking some water. I'm thinking, either I'm going to drink some Jack Daniels or Mountain Dew when I get home, or maybe a margarita. And I'm thinking that, are the Rangers pitching starting rotation right now, and pitching is pitching at the top of the league right now? And our bats are just letting us down. Our bats need to step it up, because our pitchers are giving it all they've got, and they're doing great. And so these guys need to step it up, because if they do, we could be the best team in the league.
Thank you, Ryan. I agree. Great. This is just one great offense away from being the best team in the league, and it's good to hear from all of you. Thanks for telling us once again what you're drinking and what you're thinking. Eric Nadel joins us on his birthday. Then we get the G-Bag of the Day in L.A. Live as we hit the Expressway next.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. And G-Bag of the Day is coming up in just a few minutes. Eric Nadell's jumping on with us here. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. And it's the Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Here's Eric Nadell presented by Tylock George Eye Care and TXU Energy. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great, Gavin. How are you?
Doing wonderful, especially with this Rangers winning streak. What do you make of the way they're playing right now?
Well, the great pitching has continued. I think we have to get really serious about the fact that this is no fluke, that the Rangers are probably going to finish with one of the top pitching staffs in the league. I think the starting rotation is for real. Guys in the bullpen are stepping up even when the three at the back aren't available. And the hitting has actually started to happen. You know, we've been waiting all year, and now there are some really good signs. You see Jock Peterson is hitting some balls hard, even though he hasn't gotten great results. He's starting to hit the ball hard. Jake Berger has come back from the minor leagues, playing really well. So I think we're starting to see the Rangers play the way we thought they would all along.
Just in time for your birthday, man. It was awful nice of him, wasn't it?
Yeah, it sure was. You know, I think about some of the games that have been played on my birthday, and, you know, last night's game reminded me of a game in Chicago, maybe 10 years ago, a little more than that, where Colby Lewis pitched a similar game in Chicago. It was really cold on my birthday, and I remember saying to Colby, hey, you know, this is my birthday, and I'd really like to go out afterwards and hear some music, but you're going to have to finish this thing in about 2 hours and 15 minutes. And damned if he didn't do exactly that. It was great.
Yeah, it's amazing, Eric. I mean, getting to work with you for a few years in the booth, and we got 3.5-hour games, seemed like on a regular basis. Now with the pitch clock, you look up, and the outstanding pitching of this club, a 2-hour and 1-minute game. It's heaven.
And it's the second week in a row they've had a 2-hour, 1-minute game. You know, the game they lost last week to Tarek Skubal, where Corbin battled Skubal right down to the wire, that was a 2-hour, 1-minute game. It's phenomenal.
Eric Nadell here with you in the G-Bag Nation 105 through the Fan. Speaking of phenomenal, Evaldi on the hill tonight. Is this the best Evaldi we've ever seen?
Yeah, it really is. Like all the things that he does well that we've seen him do in the postseason, for example, in 2023, he's doing now. In terms of the pitch mix being totally unpredictable and having better command, I think, than we've ever seen him. You know, the best strikeout to walk ratio in all of Major League Baseball. You know, I don't think we've ever seen him this good over a stretch of 8 or 9 starts.
How do you like it when you're right on the home run pick? Because I was right last night.
I'm usually very relieved because I'm not right that often. So when I do, it's more a matter of relief that I won't be totally humiliated at the end of the season and not have any right.
Do you think Berger's like dialed in though and about to go on one of these Berger runs that he's had the last 2 years?
Yeah, I do think so. You know, the fact that he's hitting the ball the opposite way with such authority, I think, is an indication that Jake is definitely back to where the Rangers thought he would be. You know, when they made that move in the offseason and traded Nathaniel Lowe away and got the deal done to get Berger here. I think this is exactly what they were expecting.
So, Eric, I mean, we got rivalry weekend, which the league is trying to push now, and clearly we hate the Astros here in DFW. You know that better than anybody, but having grown up in Brooklyn, a Brooklyn Dodgers fan, obviously listening to New York Yankees broadcast, the Yankees-Red Sox rivalry, where do you think this Astros-Rangers rivalry is now amongst all of Major League Baseball?
Well, I think it's still pretty civil compared to, say, the Dodgers and the Giants, you know, where they seem to be fights in the parking lot every night. or the Yankees and the Red Sox, where you can't sit through a half inning without hearing some sort of profanity, when those teams are playing one another. So I think the Rangers maybe are more in line with the Cubs and the Cardinals, something like that, where those teams have a great rivalry, but the fans don't necessarily despise each other as fans, which I think is what happens in the Dodger-Giant rivalry and the Yankees-Red Sox rivalry.
Hey, Eric, I'm going to let you tell people where they can have lunch or dinner with me for your charity. I'm super excited about that. So please, if you're out there listening, you want to have lunch, dinner with me, whatever Eric sets up for us, Eric, please tell them how they can go do that.
Yeah, we're going to have the auction go live on Thursday of next week for my birthday benefit concert. The concert is May 29th at the Longhorn Ballroom. People can pick up tickets at longhornballroom.com for Secret Sisters and Shiny Ribs. But the auction will be open to everybody, not just people attending the event. It'll be online next Thursday. You can follow me, on Twitter or X at Nadell ER, or on Instagram, Rangers Voice. And one of the items will be lunch for 4 with Brian Broaddus at Pecan Lodge.
There you go.
One of my favorite restaurants.
Mine too.
The classic Dallas barbecue place. And we're anxious. I think I'm going to bid on that myself.
Well, I appreciate that. I promise I'll show up sober, Eric, if it helps the situation, okay?
If you show up sober, that's fine, but we want to make sure that you leave sober as well.
There you go. There you go.
That's why
Please, yeah.
Keep an eye on you.
Please bid on that. If you're out there at lunch with me for 4, Pecan Lodge, great barbecue, I promise you'll have unbelievable conversation about anything you want to know about this football team.
And speaking of having a good time, what are you drinking tonight, Eric?
This being my actual birthday, I believe that I might indulge in some margaritas over the course of the evening. I'm trying not to start too early, and I'm not working tonight, lest people think that I'm going to be inebriated on the air. I might be inebriated, but I won't be on the air. I'll be watching the game on my phone, and I'm going to go to the House of Blues and see Samantha Fish, who is one of my favorite blues guitarists and vocalists. And I'm going to be multitasking over there, following the Rangers and listening to Samantha Fish.
I love it, Eric. Happy birthday, go Rangers, and we'll catch up with you next week.
Thanks very much, guys.
Cheers. There he goes. Eric Nadell with you here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are 1 hour from the pregame. Let's go back into that Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Hey, what is Eric Nadell sponsor there, Mr. Dawson?
Eric Nadell is brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care and TXU Energy. Lucius, thanks for asking.
It's beautiful, bro. Beautiful.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, this is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up. Shout it at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here is Mavs great Rolando Blackman. He joined the KNC Masterpiece yesterday, and they had a Mike Bassick story for him.
Our former co-host, Mike Bassick, Major League pitcher, now broadcasting for the Rangers, he told us a story years and years ago when he was playing in Major League Baseball that him and all of his teammates went to a strip club, an adult dance club. And this one lady was trying to convince him to get a dance, and she said, I'm from Panama. And Mike's response was, did you know that Rolando Blackman was also from Panama? And he said at that moment, the dancer looked at him and decided it was time to move on to somebody else.
How interesting that is, because I was hoping the story would be something. I was hoping the story would be something more valuable than that.
I love it. The thing I love,
stupid question,
is that working with Mike for 5 or 6 years or however long that was, Lucius, you could be talking about anything with Mike and he would fire a Mavs take at you.
Yeah.
Just, we're changing the conversation to Mavs. I wonder if he's back now.
I don't think he's fullback because I know like Hagee was talking about how he used to be up late at night. His wife would be asking like, "What are you doing?" And he's on like Tankathon or whatever. He's doing like trade machines hypothetical.
Yeah.
I don't think he's ever going to get back to that version of Baskey the Match Fan.
All right, let's see here. Okay, yeah, I'm waiting for him to crash out. It's a long season, bro. It's a long season. It's still getting there. Yeah. It might be like second or third season before he finally gets real loose.
Yeah, maybe year one, you gotta keep it good, keep it kosher.
He's on his best behavior. You're meeting the representative right now. This is the representative.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, this is George Pickens right here.
Let him get a little comfy. Yeah, a little comfortable. Let that contract year pass up. All right, let's go to NBA on TNT, where they hit Charles Barkley with the wrap it up music. Because he takes too long to make his point. Come on, Charles.
But I've always told you I would never double the Joker. I wouldn't, because I think instead of him, he'd rather have 15 assists than score 35, 40 points. That's just my personal belief, because those guys need him to get off. Like they're not guys that you can just get a ball to and say score. Like Michael Porter Jr. is a terrific shooter, but he gets 90% of his shots are wide open. Aaron Gordon has made himself a really good shooter, but he probably knows to get another 6 points a game on lobs from the Joker. But Jalen has a great point. The one guy has got to be
Congratulations on your award. Now get off the stage.
I love that.
Better wrap it up.
Yeah, it's funny.
They have fun over there, man.
They do.
They have a lot of fun.
Let's see. This one right here is not a nominee,
Winner.
but it is graduation season. And this man, he had to go viral, I guess. You got to do it for the timeline. Dude thanked Diddy and R. Kelly at his graduation. I'm pretty sure they didn't hand him his diploma.
All right, my name is TJ Starks, and I'd like to thank my mama and my friends all from Backdoor, and I'd like to thank Robert Kelly and Sean Combs for inspiration to me, and I can't believe it, and I'm here now. So I'll give a big shout out to Sean Combs. So yeah. And Jordan.
Wow. Didn't think that one through. I'm going to go up there and thank Sean Combs. What else you going to do?
Let's see what else we got. Okay, this one right here, popular demand. RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop?
Which one's Chop?
We got an AI Broader situation. I'll let him set it up for you. Check it out.
Brian Broaddus had the worst take when it came to talking about why maybe some Stars fans or some casual hockey fans have not jumped on the bandwagon aggressively for the Dallas Stars yet.
If I can ask you guys this question, though, hockey fan is going to do this, but is fan that's trying to be the bandwagon fan, these games are hard to find.
True TV?
No, it's hard to find if is it a TNT game? Is it a
TNT or ESPN?
ESPN, but okay, what night?
Let's give more covering fire to the casual fan. I decided to ask AI Brian Broaddus yesterday. Hey, AI Brian Broaddus, do you have any more excuses for Stars fans?
How do the Stars expect fans to even get to the game with how confusing cars are these days? I put it in R to go, L, N. That's a lot of letters that you expect guys and gals to learn. Are you going to learn that if you're a casual hockey fan? If you're walking around Dallas, how do you even know a game is going on at the AAC? I can't see any ice from the outside. It looks more like Petra to me. Seriously. The first time I went down there, I was like, whoa, am I in southern Jordan right now with this rock-cut architecture and these water conduit systems? I'll tell you what, I think Jake Ottinger is really hurting the Stars right now with their fan base. People are going up to me and they're saying, Ryan, I love your podcast with Foch Lombardi. And then they say, I went to the Stars game last night and I never saw an otter on the ice. My children were so upset. And it's like, you're not wrong about that. You're not wrong about that. Maybe we should stop with such confusing nicknames. I just think we need to be consistent here.
That's great, dude.
Well done.
That is
10
well
out of
done.
10. I can't believe how incredible
So
that
good.
AI version
I'm
is.
just telling you now, he's got a scary tool in his hands. Get ready.
He does.
I am never going to cross that
She
guy
said.
again.
No.
Oh, what?
I know. Be careful
I
with
wouldn't
Bob.
cross him either.
Yeah.
That was pretty good, though. I think that was like some PG content, though, from Bob. He can do much worse than that. I'm terrified.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. He kept that tame.
What do you think, Lucius? You want to vote?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, let's do that.
Okay, is it our champ, Rolando Blackman, getting the Mike Bassick strip club story retold to him? Our one-time champion. Is it Charles Barkley getting the music to wrap it up there? Is it a graduation speech from TJ Starks? Or is it RJ and Choppy Show delivering AI brought us? That's my vote, Chief. How about you?
Oh, absolutely.
Lucius?
Yeah, for sure.
All righty. What do you think, Wolchuk?
Yeah, definitely Brian.
Brian?
I'm going to vote for Charles Barkley.
By a score of 4-1.
Change it up a little bit.
You're new.
Hey, Lucius works hard at this stuff, man. He deserves votes. Yeah,
he does.
Yeah.
And a lot of Tolos work hard to tune into the G-Bag of the Day every afternoon at 5:30. But if you missed the champ, you can always go back and listen to everything with the Odyssey app, instant rewind functionality. Or you can listen in at 2:25 every day. We replay the champ for you. It's time to go back into the Pimp Cup, though, where Lucius has LA Live.
Have you seen these AI voice situations where you can have like a whole conversation with a celebrity?
No.
Yeah, my friend was talking to Ice Cube, and I actually thought he was talking to Ice Cube, and it's just AI.
Jeez.
That's
Crazy, bro. Yeah, we are in a danger zone, y'all.
Bobby nailed me, man. He nailed me.
Okay.
He nailed it.
All right.
Hey,
All right,
pause.
Nah, it's too late, man. Let's get into a Feel Good Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toe. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
I smoke a lot of weed, which means I need a girlfriend that smokes weed, because I'm over the compromise. When I smoke and she don't, and she try to work with me, they're like, it's okay, you can smoke, I don't care. And then I smoke the way I smoke. Oh, another one? Wow. Another one? Yes, DJ Khaled. Another one.
Yes, Feel Good Friday. This is LA Live for Friday, May 16th, 2025. It is a Feel Good Friday here in LA Live. Welcome in Tolos, welcome in first time, welcome in last night, welcome in long time listeners. Another wild ass week of 2025 in the books. We made it. Now let's enjoy this weekend because we earned it. Let's do it safely. Guys, do you know what we should be doing? What am I going to do next?
Don't crash out.
What should we do? What do we do first?
Avoid the law dogs?
There you go.
Avoid the law dogs.
Avoid the law dogs. Don't make them work too hard this weekend.
Yep. Make sure you don't add to the population or subtract.
Yeah.
I'll be the one to subtract.
I want you to avoid the law dogs because if you get arrested tonight, you will not get out of jail until Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. I want you to mind your speeds too because there's certain lanes where you can do certain speeds. Okay. And I don't need you doing 40 on the highway because we do 70, 75 here, bro.
You let them know, Lucius.
I'm just saying. Look, I see it all over the timeline. Everybody complains about DFW traffic right now. It's getting worse and worse by the day. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner this weekend. In other words, don't crash out. Here's that weekend warning, bully.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish settlement quickly.
Thank you, Lucius.
It's like jazzercise.
Boing, boing, boing. Let it boing. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. And it's a Friday right here. I'm just going to empty the clip. Some things I did not get to this week. I'm just going to give them to you right now while we have time. Hold on, because I'm feeling this. Shout out to Louisiana. Boing, bitch. To my surprise. All right. right, here we go.
100 stories high.
Remember when RFK Jr. savagely he roasted the West Virginia governor's weight?
He did.
Yeah.
Called him out.
By way of hello.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, nice to meet you.
When I
You're so fat.
first met you, bro. Hold on.
RFK would trade Luka, no doubt about it.
You think so?
Hey, trade him. Yeah.
Get him on a non-fluoride diet.
Yeah, non-fluoride diet.
What you need to do is you need to start drinking more water in the morning.
Traded for Minute Bowl.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, RFK right here, he roasted West Virginia's governor's weight. By mistake, I think. I don't know.
I got to know. I said to Dr. Morris, or Governor Morrissey, the first time I saw him, I said, "You look like you ate Governor Morrissey." And raise your hand if you want Governor Morrissey to do a public weigh-in once a month.
Damn!
They all cheer.
Yeah, weigh his ass in. Yeah.
That cannibal bleep hole.
Crazy, bro. Crazy stuff right here. I played you that because this week, Mr. Donald Trump, he roasted one of his rich friends, did not name him, over something he calls the fat shut. The fat shut.
I mean, I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine who's a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him. A highly neurotic, brilliant businessman, seriously overweight.
Damn.
And he takes the fat shot drug. And he called me up and he said, President, he calls me, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President. So
wait a minute, no, hold on. Look at Donald getting in his bag right there. He says President, used to call me Donald, now he calls me President because I am the President again.
Who's taking fat shots?
President, he calls me, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President, so that's nice respect. But he's a rough guy, smart guy. Very successful, very rich. I wouldn't even know how we would know this, but because he's got comments. President, could I ask you a question? Well, I'm in London. And I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working.
Oh.
He said,
it's not working.
He said, I just paid $88. And in New York, I pay $1,300. What the hell is going on?
Said it's not working.
Not working.
Expensive
Not
fat
working.
shots that don't work.
Yeah.
The fat shot drug.
Yeah, if you still eat, it's not going to work. The fat shots.
The fat shot drug.
I was wondering, is he talking about Elon in there?
Who?
Elon? You know?
Well, he said a dude was obese.
Yeah,
he said very fat, very rich,
Yeah.
very fat.
I mean, Elon's got a giant boiler, though. He's thin everywhere else, but his belly says 400 pounds.
That's the South African way.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, man. You see a fat South African, it's all straight in the middle.
He looks like a stand-up frog. Every time I look at him, he looks like a frog on his hind legs, a WB frog, in a black T-shirt. That's what he looks like to me. I say that respectfully to Elon. Looks like Jim Henson put that fool together.
Yes, Dark Crystal.
Dark Crystal. Oh my God! There's a DJ in this Metroplex that looks like the Dark Crystal girl.
Oh no!
Shots fired!
Oh no!
Hey, all right. What else did I have for you boys? Okay, remember when Mace from It Is What It Is podcast talking about sports with him and Cam?
Yeah.
Remember they had a gotcha moment for Mace?
Yeah, I'll take it back.
And
Take
he
it back.
slid off the hook, right?
Yeah, right.
If you did not hear that, I'm gonna play it real quick, yo.
You need so much more to beat this Indiana team because they're playing with purpose. It look like they're trying to win the East. It doesn't look like they're just trying to win this series. I wouldn't be surprised if they win this and beat whoever else is in the East. I'm not going on a record of that.
You actually already won a record and said that. You said whoever wins this series is going to beat whoever wins the next series. You're on the record.
Okay. Well, I'm off the record.
That is good, bro.
Yeah, it is good.
So,
I got to remember that one.
well, I'm off the record now, Killer.
I'm off the record.
I'm not on the record anymore, Killer. I'm off. I'm off the record. Well, New Jersey Representative Bonnie Watson Coleman, she almost had a